Buddha, I was a monk before I traveled through time, and after I travel through time, I'm still a bald donkey. Outside the city of Sigio, a monk wearing a brocade cassock and holding a nine-ring staff used his empty hands to wrap his bald head and cursed. Just looking at his appearance and the cassock on his body, this monk is like the reincarnation of Tang Sanzang, the living Tang monk with a dignified appearance and a handsome appearance. But with his frowning eyebrows and angry eyes, and the way he cursed, people actually felt that he was like the angry Vajra, full of murderous intent. The monk's Dharma name is Wuchen, from Blue Star, and he was adopted by a monk who drank meat since he was a child. Later, he naturally became a monk who broke the precepts. After traveling through time, Wuchen was in trouble. Not only did he become an illegal resident, he didn't even have a place to live. The clothes on his body and the clothes on his hands were all black. The Zen staff in the video was given by the system and cannot be sold, otherwise he would have exchanged it for money. That's right, it's standard, the system. If it weren't for this system, Wu Chan wouldn't have been able to travel through time. The small temple he inherited was self-sufficient, and Wu Chan lived a very carefree life. But this system that suddenly appeared packed him up and sent him to this comprehensive world of tomb robbers and made him an illegal resident. Can you blame Wu Chan for cursing? Killing is to save life, killing one evil, saving 100 good. Saving 10 good is not as good as killing one evil. Killing system at your service. Looking at the introduction that pops up in his mind, every time he opens the system, Wu Chun decisively clicked the, "This damn system doesn't have an instruction manual, just this paragraph." And then it gives him the two things, the brocade cassock and the nine-ring tin staff. An equipment that grows with him, and a great son to Thagata Sutra and a 1,000-pound force. One upgrade. Easy. Just kill. No matter what you kill, you'll get a certain reward. According to the system, as long as you kill enough and strong enough, you can live forever. Of course, the stronger the target, the better. Well, the simplest one is to kill the Queen Mother of the West to live forever, but Wuchen probably thinks it is not that simple. The system of this world has prompted that it is a magic, modified, comprehensive, tomb-robbing world. So who knows how strong the Queen Mother of the West is? If it is the Queen Mother of the West in mythology or the classic of mountains and seas, then it would be a joke. While thinking, Wuchen walked into the 4-9 city, and Wuchen did not. There is a goal. It is said to be a world of tomb robbers, but the problem is that he can't find a tomb. The most important thing now is to solve his own food, clothing, housing, and transportation first before talking about other things. Wuchen didn't know that as soon as he entered the city, he was stared at by many people. Jinlan cassock and nine-ring tin staff are all treasures. Wu Chun just wears them on his body and holds them in his hand, and doesn't turn on the hidden camouflage special effects that come with the system. Why? Isn't it just to rob the thieves and do some fishing enforcement? Although he dare not kill people in the city of Sigio, Wu Chun doesn't mind collecting some mental damages from the people who robbed him. Wu Chun didn't know the way, so he just chose some small roads with few people, and he got lost in a while. Where's the bald donkey? I don't know, I was following you just now, and I don't know which alley you went into. Waste. Such a big piece of fat meat just ran away. What's the use of you bunch of waste? Why don't you find it for me? Well, not only Wu Chen himself was lost, but also the 3 people who followed him from the city gate were lost. However, after walking for half an hour, Wu Chun had an unexpected gain. A familiar small stall was placed under the willow tree on the roadside. A man dressed in black and wearing sunglasses was lying on a recliner next to the stall. There was also a sign for blind massage next to it. Wu Chun was amused when he saw it. It was wrong. Isn't this hey ye black glasses? Wu Chun saw black glasses, and black glasses also found Wu Chun. If you take off Hey Zai's sunglasses, you will find that his eyes are shining as he stares at Wu Chun. As a person who knows what is good, he can naturally see that the 7 treasures inlaid on Wu Chun's cassock are all genuine. And how rich must a person be to wear such treasures? Don't worry about whether this person is a monk or not. Heishazi only saw the bright money waving to him. However, Heishazi was still restrained and did not rob directly. After all, he didn't know where this bald donkey came from, and people who dared to walk around the street wearing this were probably not good people. He climbed up with a signature smile, and his tone was particularly sincere. "Boss." "No." "Master, do you need a massage?" "Guaranteed service, pure blind massage, for only 50 yuan. Wu Chun. Who are you kidding? Whose blind master can see the position of the person coming? Do you really think that I don't know you? Xiazi, the reputation of you, Nanxiazi, Beizi, Dongxiazi, Shihuazi, Zhongpengzi, is quite famous in the tomb-robbing world. But Wu Qin didn't expose him. After all, it was Wu Chun who knew Xiazi, but Xiazi didn't know who Wu Chun was. Grinning, Wu Chun responded and lay down on the massage bed decisively. As for what to pay, don't worry about it, enjoy it first. After a busy day, Xiazi was sweating all over, but at the same time, he was sure that Wu Qin's robes were not the treasures are all real. But what Xiazi didn't understand was why he couldn't buckle them off. He tried for a long time during the massage, but he couldn't buckle any of them off. Although he didn't dare to make too big movements, the strength in his hands was not light at all. With his strength, not to mention the ones that were sewn on, even the ones that were nailed on were buckled off. Wu Chun certainly knew Xiazi's little tricks, but he didn't pay attention to him. He let him buckle. If he could buckle them off, it wouldn't be Xiazi's turn to do it. He would have done it himself long ago. Xiazi was unwilling to miss it, but the massage had been going on for almost an hour, and there was no reason to delay it. Master, what do you feel? Not bad. To be honest, Xiazi is really good at massage, and the massage is really comfortable. It would be better if there were no little movements. Then, pay the money? Cash or card? The treasure was not taken off, but Xiazi would never let it go for what he earned from his labor. Although he could not get the final payment, it was not his fault. Blind man, you are not clean. Do you really think that I don't know? Hand it over. Yes, Wu Chun was sure that Xiazi did not take it off, not even a single gold thread, but this did not affect his blackmailing Xiazi. Otherwise, where would he get the money to pay Xiazi? Xiazi, it's over, I was discovered, but I didn't take it off. Buddha, you are not particular. I did nothing. I concentrated on massaging you for so long. You are not going to default on your debt, are you? Looking at Xiazi with a bright smile and no guilt, Wu Chun had to admire his cheekiness. 3 glass beads are missing from the brocade cassock. Buddha, you're being a little unreasonable. If you still want to blame me, I know a little bit about fighting. Buddha, have mercy on you. It seems that you don't intend to return it. Wait, that's not right, Buddha. Not only did you not pay for the massage, but you also blamed me, a blind man, for stealing your things. I did pick it up, but I was curious, and I didn't pick it off. Just admit that you picked up my treasure, Buddha. You said you know a little bit about fighting? Wu Chun smiled and looked at the black blind man's face that gradually turned green and stopped laughing, and picked up the 9-ring tin staff. Chapter 2. Entangled with the black bear for many years, the black bear had never considered the possibility of being deceived by others. It was always he who deceived. Yet today, he found himself swindled by this bald monk, a situation he had never encountered before. Just as he contemplated taking action, the 9-ringed silver staff was placed upon his shoulder, and the black bear scarcely perceived the monk's swift movement. In an instant, cold sweat dripped down his brow. If the staff could rest upon his shoulder, it could just as easily be brought down upon his head. The immense weight bearing down on him was sufficient to effortlessly crush his skull. However, to the black bear's astonishment, upon the staff's touch, the burdens he had carried for so many years suddenly quieted. Even the malevolent energy that had perpetually tormented his body dissipated, and his eyes felt considerably more at ease. Blind man, I advise you to think carefully before attempting to confront me. The southern black bear and northern mute may pose some pressure, but as for you alone, you are simply insufficient. Realizing that this monk was also from the underworld, the black bear conceded defeat today. He would forego the compensation for the massage and let the monk leave. The mention of the southern black bear and northern mute indicated that this monk was indeed familiar with the ways of their world, prompting the black bear to refrain from making any rash movements. While he did not comprehend how the monk achieved the cessation of the malevolent entity, he suspected it to be a result of the monk's unique abilities. Nevertheless, how could the monk simply depart? If he left, where would he find his next meal? Where are my 3 glazed beads? Return them to me, and I shall let you go. Moreover, that malevolent entity upon your back, perhaps I could assist you in dealing with it. Upon hearing the mention of the glazed beads, the black bear's expression darkened. Yet when he learned that the monk could potentially help him rid himself of the malevolent presence, he was momentarily taken aback. Kiki, little black bear, you've been grasped tightly. Why did the black bear cling to his money despite his poverty? It was not merely because he could not collect the final payment, primarily. He needed to suppress the entity that plagued him. After all, where had all his money gone over the years? It was indeed a curious matter. In the world of thieves, immortality existed, yet each form of immortality bore its own burdens. The Queen Mother of the West's corpse-raising pill required meteorite jade, King Lu's jade figurine could not be removed prematurely without fear of exposure. And Zhang Qiling's Qilin bloodline led to amnesia. All of these had their own issues. The Black Bear's immortal constitution was no exception, as it was cursed. Years ago, a certain incident had cursed him. Despite possessing an immortal body, the entity he bore would not depart, tormenting him for countless years. Now, hearing that a seemingly fraudulent monk could resolve his plight, would he truly believe it? Yet, this bald monk had a mysterious background and knowledge of the underworld, coupled with formidable skills and means to suppress the entity. To be honest, although the Black Bear was intrigued, he felt a twinge of fear, concerned that the monk's true goal was to seize his hidden immortal constitution. Moreover, why was the monk so insistent on those 3 unclaimed glazed beads? Surely, if he desired something else, the Black Bear could find a way to procure it. But as for those beads, he genuinely had not managed to extract them. Monk, perhaps you could retract that staff of yours. We can discuss this amicably. After some contemplation, the Black Bear once again revealed his characteristic grin, attempting to loosen the grip of the monk's staff pressing upon his shoulder. Regardless of the monk's true intentions, it was worth exploring. For this was the first glimmer of hope he had seen in many years, despite the continued oppression from the entity on his back. Let us first ascertain the monk's intentions. Can we negotiate? The monk smiled slightly, unperturbed by the Black Bear's potential escape, regardless of how fast he ran. The monk could easily pursue him. He chose to lower the 9-ringed staff. With a flick of his wrist, the staff vanished into the system's space, and with another gesture, his ornate robe transformed into a simple monk-esque garment. Having been a monk for so long, the monk had long since grown accustomed to this attire. However, the Black Bear was nearly rendered speechless by this display of prowess. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a feat. 5 ghost transportation. But how did you change your clothing? The Black Bear had heard tales of Zhang the Great using the 5 ghost technique to transport a Buddha head overnight. Yet this monk's method seemed to diverge from the legendary technique. Have you heard of the Buddha's domain? The monk continued. In ancient times, the Buddha used this method to suppress the Monkey King, rendering him powerless despite his incredible agility. The monk, not one to care for human conventions, began to weave a tale. 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi, 1 grain of sand transforms into an entire universe. Within the Buddha's palm, 3 inches contain boundless realms. Whether to preserve, extract, or suppress evildoers is merely a thought away for me. This narrative might deceive those unfamiliar with the intricacies, and ironically, the Black Bear was among those who lacked understanding, leaving him in a daze. The Black Bear thought to himself, I may merely possess an immortal constitution. Yet this monk speaks of the Buddha suppressing the Monkey King. Is that not a myth? Does he presume I have never re-journeyed to the West? Very well. He could take advantage of the Black Bear's ignorance and say whatever he wished. In truth, the Black Bear's nature would typically lead him to engage in endless debate, striving to comprehend before allowing the monk to leave. However, at this moment, he was far more eager to rid himself of the malevolent presence. Let us find a quiet place. What for? I am an artist, not a slave. Bah, I wouldn't even consider your body. You have but 2 kidneys worth a little. Within the confines of the Black Bear's modest courtyard in the city, he guided the monk while discreetly dismantling traps to avoid harming him. The monk observed in silence, fully aware that these small traps posed no threat to him. But he preferred to avoid complications. Please wait a moment. There's a lounge chair. You can rest while I tidy up. Outside the West Chamber, the Black Bear flashed a sycophantic smile, hurriedly entering the room and deftly organizing the space. This room had long been uninhabited, serving as a storage area for both him and the mute Zhang. Dust covered the floor, and numerous traps remained, alongside some unmarketed funerary items. Reclining in the lounge chair, the monk basked in the sun, feeling the great Sun Buddha's scripture gradually circulate within him, enjoying a peaceful moment with his eyes gently closed. The Black Bear darted about, tidying the room, dismantling traps, moving funerary items, and sweeping away dust, all while sweating profusely from exertion. Yet, a smile remained on his face, with only he knowing the true thoughts swirling within his mind. Chapter 3. The Treatment, Black Bear's Recovery. Regardless if Wiccan deceives him, whether Black Bear will confront Wiccan with fury is something only he truly knows. 30 minutes later, Black Bear wiped the sweat from his forehead and gazed at the rejuvenated room before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Indeed, he was a natural-born worker. Wiccan approached and patted Black Bear on the shoulder. Black Bear paused, incredulous. What do you mean by a natural-born worker? With your impoverished fate, destined to toil, how can you call yourself one? You're worse off than a good ox. A water buffalo only works 3 months a year. Crack. The sound of a heart-shattering echoed as Black Bear was thoroughly wounded by this remark. He squatted at the door, drawing circles on the ground while muttering incessantly. Wuchen chuckled softly, choosing to ignore him, knowing that according to Black Bear's temperament, he would soon recover if left alone. Engaging him would only prolong the ordeal. Surveying the west wing of the house, roughly 30 square meters, it contained an antique wooden bed, an 8 immortals table, and several wooden stools that looked rather aged. Could it be that Black Bear unearthed these pieces from the ground? Upon further reflection, even in CS, he would likely not have done such a thing. Wuchen felt a slight relief and turned to leave, only to find Black Bear still squatting in the corner, muttering away. It was astonishing how this character managed to survive all these years without serious consequence. What? You say no ordinary person could defeat him? Then it's fine. So, are you going to proceed with the treatment, or not? Wuchen glanced at the stubborn Black Bear, feeling a mix of exasperation and resolve as he pulled him up. Upon hearing this, Black Bear immediately ceased his antics, grinning widely and nodding vigorously. In truth, treating Black Bear's curse was relatively simple for Wuchen. He merely needed to eliminate the entity afflicting him. However, the challenge lay in preserving Black Bear's ghostly eyes, necessitating a more delicate approach. He had to first compel the entity to reveal itself, then obliterate its consciousness, and finally channel all its power into Black Bear's eyes. Of course, if Black Bear desired a more intricate solution, such as retaining one ghost eye while gradually restoring the other, that could also be arranged. Ultimately, it was up to Black Bear to decide whether to keep his ghostly vision. However, Wuchen suspected that Black Bear would likely choose to retain both eyes. As anticipated, after a moment of contemplation, Black Bear slowly spoke. Master, after all these years, I have grown accustomed to these eyes. If they were taken away, I would probably struggle to adjust. I humbly request that you allow me to keep my ghostly eyes. Nodding, Wuchen instructed, close your eyes. I will tell you when to open them. Also, remove your glasses. After a brief silence, Black Bear smiled in resignation and took off his glasses. As Wuchen observed Black Bear's tightly shut eyes, a radiant light emanated from him. For one who had mastered the great Santathagata Sutra, this light was a simple yet profoundly effective tool. With the emergence of this light, a chorus of wails echoed behind Black Bear. A faint gray figure materialized at his back, long hair cascading down, gripping Black Bear's eyes with both hands, perched on his shoulder, unwavering even under the radiant light. It was only due to Black Bear's extraordinary vitality and resourcefulness that he had endured such an entity for so long. Otherwise, anyone else would have succumbed long ago. Wuchen unfurled his splendid robe, concealing both the entity and Black Bear. With a swift motion, the nine-ringed staff appeared in his grasp, though his cultivation remained insufficient. Having only progressed 5% in the Great Santathagata Sutra, he required the aid of the 2 Buddhist artifacts to eradicate the entity's consciousness while preserving Black Bear's ghostly eyes. Although these artifacts were akin to those owned by the revered Tang Song, they were distinct in their enhanced capabilities and potential for growth alongside Wuchen. Under the splendid robe, the female specter exhibited minimal reaction. However, the moment the nine-ringed staff was brandished, she erupted into a frenzy, shrieking and clutching Black Bear with all her might, as if determined to take him with her into the abyss. Yet, Black Bear remained stoic, enduring the excruciating pain of his soul without uttering a sound. Observing Black Bear's increasingly dark and bluish complexion, along with the grinding of his teeth, Wuchen's expression darkened. Vile creature, you dare to cause havoc. Raising the nine-ringed staff, he struck down upon Black Bear's head. Fortunately, Black Bear's eyes were closed. Otherwise, this strike might have been misconstrued as an attempt on his life. With a resounding crash, the staff met the entity's head like a thunderous bell. Ah, I will have you both suffer eternally, the female specter howled, a surge of dark energy enveloping her. Yet before it could escape, it was restrained by Wuchen's radiant light, unable to flee. The splendid robe descended from above, enveloping both the specter and Black Bear. Glimmering with divine light, within less than a minute, the robe expelled Black Bear, while the entity remained ensnared within its folds. Without hesitation, Wuchen swung the nine-ringed staff, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the specter, devoid of technique, purely relying on overwhelming force. In an instant, the specter's cries vanished, leaving only the lingering essence of despair and malice wrapped within the robe. Open your eyes, Wuchen commanded, as Black Bear, now free from the specter's grasp, lay on the ground, reveling in an unprecedented sense of lightness and comfort. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Black Bear quickly regained his composure and opened his eyes, revealing a pair of ashen orbs, their pupils starkly contrasting in hue. The instant he opened his eyes, the splendid robe enveloped him once more, forcibly compressing the lingering dark energy into his gaze. The icy chill and profound agony pierced through his very essence, prompting involuntary cries of anguish. 3 days later, within the confines of Black Bear's modest courtyard in the bustling city, he approached Wu Chen, ever the sunglasses-clad figure, bearing a platter of grapes. Offering them to Wu Chen, who basked in the sunlight. "Master, please accept this. There are 30,000 yuan on this card, sufficient for your needs for a time. I have taken on a job for my creditor, and I must attend to it. Also, keep this phone. I can be reached any time as long as there is signal." Black Bear's demeanor was deeply respectful, yet his eyes concealed immense gratitude behind the shades. Wu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Since the exorcism of the specter 3 days prior, Black Bear had shed his previously brazen attitude, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. This change was somewhat disconcerting for Wu Chen, who preferred the old, more amusing version of Black Bear. Was Wu Chen's intention to treat Black Bear born of a desire for gratitude? Not at all. It stemmed from his fascination with Black Bear's character in the television series prior to his crossing over. Simply put, he found Black Bear entertaining, and the circumstances of his arrival compelled him to intervene. Now, faced with this newfound reverence, Wu Chen had lost count of how many times he had voiced his discomfort. Yet, Black Bear's habits were not easily altered, and Wu Chen decided to let it be, knowing that in due time, Black Bear would likely revert to his former self. Chapter 4. The journey to the Seven Stars Luoyang Palace begins. Wu Chen nodded, accepting the anonymous bank card and mobile phone, and meticulously instructed He Xiaozi to inscribe the card's password on its reverse side. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. He instinctively believed it to be the long quiet system, only to discover it emanated from He Xiaozi. Just as He Xiaozi was about to depart, a phone call came through. "Third Master? What are your instructions?" Shortly thereafter, He Xiaozi ended the call, clicking his tongue in dismay. Wu Sanqing had offered him 2 million to protect Wu Xie during the next tomb expedition, but alas, he was already committed to investigating the matter of Lu Huangbo for Huayu. Thus, he directed Wu Sanqing to seek out Zhang Qiling, who was currently unoccupied. Meanwhile, Wu Chen listened with keen interest. Firstly, having entered this comprehensive tomb raiding world, how could he refrain from engaging with Wu Xie and the art of tomb raiding? Secondly, he was utterly impoverished. Not a single coin to his name. Had He Xiaozi not been supporting him these past few days, he might have resorted to begging. If it weren't for He Xiaozi leaving him a card with 30,000 yuan, he would have been contemplating where to solicit alms, with Panjiayuan being an excellent choice. Thus, when Wu Sanqing welcomed a character even more formidable than He Xiaozi, he readily agreed. However, as an old fox, how could Wu Sanqing feel at ease entrusting the protection of his family's sole heir to someone completely inexperienced? After hanging up, he promptly contacted Zhang Qiling. Zhang, the mute, was readily available, having nothing pressing to attend to. Meanwhile, Wu Chen, employing the means of He Yanjing, procured a forged identity card and set off for Changsha. Both Wu Chen and He Yanjing understood that with the adeptness of the old nine doors Wu Sanqing, obtaining a legitimate identity was a trivial matter. Yet neither broached the subject. The two clandestine individuals relied on their false IDs to conduct their business. Why? Because debts of gratitude are burdensome. That crafty Wu Sanqing was no fool. For years, He Xiaozi had refrained from requesting the young master of the Jie family to grant him a proper identity, precisely to avoid incurring such debts. Without such obligations, He Xiaozi could handle a task for a fee, but once entangled in even the slightest debt of gratitude, the circumstances would change dramatically. Before long, Wu Chen arrived in Changsha and checked into a hotel under Wu Sanqing's arrangements. 3 days later, Wu Sanqing summoned everyone. The expedition officially commenced. It was at this moment that Wu Chen first laid eyes on the true little brother, Min Yuping, the northern mute, Zhang Qiling, standing around 1.80 meters, clad in a deep blue hooded sweatshirt and black jeans, with a black gold ancient knife slung across his back. His demeanor exuded an ethereal coolness, akin to the moon in the night sky, effortlessly capturing the attention of those around him. Conversely, Wu Sanqing was sizing up Wu Chen. His visage resembled that of a jade-like monk, and beneath the taut monk's robe, hints of muscle reminiscent of a sculpted statue were discernible, emanating an aura of latent ferocity. In an instant, Wu Sanqing found himself unable to gauge Wu Chen's intentions. However, the ever-smooth Wu Sanqing refrained from saying much. He merely introduced everyone, including the wolfish military man, Pansy, and the timid yet burly Doc Y, alongside our innocent and untainted protagonist. Observing these familiar faces, Wu Chun felt a surge of delight. How amusing it was that he knew them, while they remained unaware of him. Yet, these individuals were all characters from the original narrative, which brought Wu Chun satisfaction, as it indicated that the plot had not deviated significantly thus far. After inspecting their gear, the group set forth. The journey was bumpy, and by the time the train finally halted, Dakwai felt as though he had lost all feeling in his posterior. They would have preferred to fly. But certain items were prohibited on airplanes, and there was no airport near the 7 Stars Luwang Palace. Given their attire, equipped with Woyang shovels and hunting rifles, flying was out of the question. Wu Sanqing could manage to bring them onto the green train. But attempting to board a plane would have resulted in immediate detainment. Dakwai was at his wit's end, and Wu Xie fared no better. Disembarking the train left him nearly incapable of walking. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. As the group boarded a bus that rattled along rural dirt roads in a dilapidated vehicle, exacerbating their discomfort, Wu Xie's complexion had turned pale, his lips devoid of color. A clear sign of his distress. Did I not warn you not to come? You disregarded my advice, now look at you. Wu Sanqing's tone held a blend of reproach and frustration, tinged with a hint of unvoiced disappointment. Wu Xie, the sole heir of the Wu family, was a unique figure amidst the 9 doors, yet he now appeared so fragile. How long would it take for him to grow resilient? Silently slumped in his seat, Wu Xie lacked the energy for further conversation. The jostling of the vehicle threatened to jolt his heart from his chest. Wu Chun, observing his plight, felt a pang of sympathy. As the Daji Ru Lai Sutra quietly activated, a gentle aura emanated, enveloping Wu Xie in warmth. Instantly, he felt a soothing sensation wash over him, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. Wu Sanqing, ever watchful of Wu Qin, narrowed his eyes, a glint of alertness sparking within. His hand instinctively moved towards his waist, where a sawed-off hunting rifle and a dagger lay concealed. Zhang Qiling, seated in front of Wu Xie, was on high alert. Moments ago, he sensed a tremendous force manifesting behind him, triggering his instinctive wariness. This overwhelming presence even stirred his Qilin bloodline, causing the Qilin tattoo beneath his clothing to become visible. Wu Qin raised a hand towards Wu Sanqing, expressionless yet signaling him to observe Wu Xie. With a furrowed brow, Wu Sanqing hesitated, but his grip on the rifle did not loosen. However, upon glancing at his nephew, who had appeared close to death, he noted a marked improvement. His pallor had faded, replaced by a healthier hue, as he breathed more easily in slumber. Wu Sanqing was taken aback, but quickly deduced that Wu Qin was not a threat to Wu Xie. Rather, he was employing an unfamiliar method to heal him. Gradually, Wu Sanqing relaxed his grip on the rifle, and Pansy sheathed his military knife. With a courteous nod, Wu Sanqing quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Buddha. Your skills are remarkable." Wu Qin acknowledged him with a nod, a smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of the Buddha's serene expression. Did he not notice the subtle exchange between the two? Of course he did. He simply chose not to dwell on it. The hunting rifle and dagger posed no threat to him. They could not even breach his defenses, let alone penetrate the invulnerable Jinawa Kasaya. After enduring the bus ride, they switched to a smaller vehicle, then to motorcycles, careening along the way. By the end, even Wu Chun felt dazed, contemplating a tirade of complaints, but ultimately choosing silence. For he was being compensated for his troubles. Indeed, before their departure, Wu Sanqing had bestowed upon him 1,000,000 yuan. An anonymous black card usable even by someone of Wu Chen's status, akin to He Xiazi's. Finally, the motorcycle ride came to a close, yet to Wu Xie's astonishment, the guide Wu Sanqing had arranged was waiting by the roadside, driving a bullock cart. Not Uncle San, but a bullock cart? Chapter 5, The Sunflower Temple and the God of the Ain River. On a desolate road, an elderly man in his 60s drove an old ox cart, moving slowly with creaks and groans. On the cart sat 6 individuals with backpacks, resembling travelers, either sitting or lying at their leisure. Wu Sanqing and his companions exchanged no words. After all, their undertaking was that of grave robbing. Although deemed lawful in this realm, it carried an undeniable moral weight. What if their guide decided to report them, leading the authorities to investigate their credentials? Aside from Wu Sanqing and Pansy, the others possessed no legal documentation. After hours of travel, they finally arrived at the foot of a great mountain, where wild grass covered the ground and no signs of human life were visible for miles. In such a forsaken place, should someone perish on the road, their fate would go unnoticed. Beyond this mountain lay Meshan, their intended destination. A small river at the mountain's base was crystal clear, yet strangely devoid of fish or shrimp, and even the birds refrained from pausing to quench their thirst. Moreover, The river's flow was peculiar. While most rivers in the country flowed from west to east towards the sea, this one flowed in reverse, east to west, meandering along its own path. Upon reaching the river, Wu Chun sensed an unsettling presence, the wails of countless wronged souls echoing, their cries of despair for rebirth. With his pupils gleaming with golden light, the swastika symbol flickering in and out of view, Wu Chun opened his Buddhist eye and discerned the truth. Indeed, the ground was littered with vengeful spirits. Yet, not a single one was pure. For centuries, they had accumulated bloodshed and slaughter, having once been the victims of violence themselves. Now, through the gathering of their fallen brethren, even these pitiful souls had become objects of hatred. Each bore the stains of their sins, drenched in the sin of blood. In such a state, a normal person would find it impossible to be reborn. Those who entered the netherworld would undoubtedly descend to the 18 layers of hell to atone for their misdeeds. The old man, adorned with a golden tooth, continued his tale. This place was once known as the Sunflower Temple. Elders recounted that in ancient times, a great general, after achieving victory, plundered countless spoils. However, the sheer volume of riches stirred greed among men. Coupled with a sudden plague that claimed countless horses and soldiers, the treasures became impossible to transport. Thus, the general ordered the establishment of a mine on site, melting the gold into golden sunflower seeds and sinking them into the river, to prevent anyone from retrieving them. He orchestrated a massacre and left a squad of soldiers to guard the area until his return. Unfortunately, the general never returned. Yet tales persist of others who have discovered these golden seeds. Wu Xia listened intently from the cart, while Wu Sanqing and Pansy exchanged amused glances, encouraging the old man to continue. After taking a sip from his water flask, the old man resumed. As the golden seeds emerged, a gold rush ensued. Those seeking fortune arrived, wreaking havoc in their wake. Little did they expect that the soldiers left behind had established a settlement, growing in numbers. The descendants could not resist taking action, driven by ancestral beliefs in the notion that the golden seeds rightfully belonged to them. Ultimately, it was greed that fueled their actions. To instill fear in the gold seekers, they constructed a temple for the general, naming it the Sunflower Temple. In truth, their motivation for building the temple was merely for the sake of those golden seeds. After another sip of water, the old man continued. As time passed, the temple fell into neglect. With the construction completed, the golden seeds ceased to attract attention, and gradually, people vacated the area. Little did they know, many years later, rumors of the golden seeds resurfaced. The gold rush ignited once more, drawing countless individuals to the site, some of whom chose to settle here. Yet, these newcomers had long forgotten the great general and the Sunflower Temple. While the crowd listened attentively, Wu Chun, with his palms pressed together, donned his resplendent robe, seemingly transformed into a celestial being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, he chanted, his voice swelling in volume, resonating through the heavens. In an instant, Wu Chun appeared as if he had attained enlightenment, radiating a divine light that left the onlookers in awe, including the old man who had knelt in reverence. Calling out to the Buddha, with his 9-ringed staff in hand and draped in his colorful robe, Wu Chun stepped forward, placing his foot upon the surface of the river. Instantly, the once clear waters turned as dark as ink, erupting in anguished cries, the terrifying sound nearly causing Wu Sanqing and his companions to faint. I am the embodiment of compassion, yet I wield the wrath of thunder. Were it not for your myriad transgressions, I would not hesitate to guide you toward reincarnation. Yet the blood you have shed stains you beyond redemption. Today, I shall escort you to meet the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha. As he spoke, Wu Chun forcefully struck the surface of the darkened river with his staff, causing it to plunge downward. In the next moment, tremendous waves surged forth, rushing into the cave as if the waters were fleeing from Wu Chun himself. Still wishing to escape? Naive. The great sun appears, burning. A magnificent sun materialized, enveloping Wu Chun in its brilliance, nearly blinding Wu Sanqing and the others who gazed upon him in astonishment. As the sun shone, the river water evaporated instantly, and the wails of despair echoed throughout the land. Who dares to trespass in my domain? A chilling, malevolent voice resounded from the river. The once turbulent waters calmed instantaneously. I knew someone was practicing the dark arts of the river god. Do you believe the path of the river god is so easily mastered? You have wrought countless atrocities, dared not to enter the underworld, and fled here to practice your wicked sorcery. After centuries, you remain a failure, a disgrace. Wu Chun and Appo's rebuke shattered the resolve of the great general lurking within the Sunflower Temple. He had believed he was on the verge of success, that with more sacrifices from the river slaves, he would soon ascend to godhood and attain immortality. Yet now, not only had this bald monk disrupted his progress, but he had also branded him a failure. How could he endure such an insult? Youngster, do not let your meager cultivation lead you to reckless arrogance. You have invoked the wrath of the river god, and your end is nigh. The river surged upwards, resembling a celestial river sweeping across the sky. Wuxia wondered, is this still the world I once knew? Wu Sanqing exclaimed, the dark arts of the river god are real, and someone is on the verge of success? As they faced the overwhelming tide, imbued with immense force, Wu Qin grinned, a fierce and menacing smile upon his face. You pitiful wild god, believing you can challenge me. The Buddha? How foolish. What was Wu Qin cultivating? The true scriptures of the great sun Tathagata bestowed by the system. When fully mastered, he would become the new great sun Tathagata, even if his powers were still developing. He was not to be trifled with by a mere wild god who had yet to attain divinity. Moreover, this wild god practiced dark arts. Relying on slaughter to gather vitality, was he not inviting disaster upon himself? Chapter 6. Forcing the river god to self-destruct and stealing away the young man moreover. After the last treatment of the black bear and the annihilation of that female ghost, Wu Qin certainly did not leave empty-handed. The progress of his cultivation of the great sun Tathagata scripture had increased by a remarkable 3%, reaching a total of 8%, according to the general's expectations. This move would have crushed Wu Qin, as the overwhelming force of the river was beyond human resistance. However, contrary to his assumptions, the reality unfolded quite differently. Before the river water could even descend, it was evaporated by the radiant sun that emerged from Wu Qin. Not only did it fail to pose a threat to him, but it was also unworthy of even giving him a bath. Even the countless vengeful souls hidden within were of no consequence under the great sun. All malevolent spirits were mere ants. You bald monk, you obstruct my cultivation and destroy my path to divinity. You deserve to die. 1,000 cuts and 1,000 tortures would not suffice to quell my hatred. Wu Qin paid him no heed. The practice of such dark sorcery had reached a level where he could not manifest his true form. If he could reveal himself, Wu Qin might have regarded him with a modicum of respect. You wretched creature, the soldiers who followed you back to the capital were slaughtered by you to keep your secrets. You returned here secretly, using this land of accumulated corpses to practice your dark arts. What punishment should you face for such crimes? Ha! Old monk. No matter how you learn these secrets, you are doomed. Today, either you die or I perish. Cursing the bald monk in front of him, Wu Qin's fury reached its zenith. With a swing of his 9-ringed staff, the brilliant sun enveloping Wu Qin broke free, shooting directly into the river's channel. Where are you? Block this, the river god bellowed. And within the river, 2 crystal coffins containing millennia-old corpses burst forth, braving the threat of soul dispersion as they charged towards the radiant sun. Humph! You ignorant fools. You serve the tiger as its minions. You deserve to die. These millennia-old corpses were not trifles. Let us not forget that in the original tale, the female corpse required the pure yang energy of wuxia to emerge from the depths. For countless years, they had harmed innumerable souls, absorbing yang energy to become unafraid of sunlight. With a simple downward motion, a colossal hand descended from the radiant sun, striking the heads of the 2 corpses. They did not even emit a cry before instantly turning to ash. The nearby Wuxie and his companions stood in stunned silence. Even Zhang Qiling, who held the ancient black gold blade, displayed a flicker of emotion on his eternally icy visage. While others might not recognize these millennia-old corpses instantly, could he not? The realization struck him, causing his face to twitch. Even he could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed if he faced them, yet in an instant. They were obliterated effortlessly by Wu Qin. Just how powerful was this monk? Within the river, above the land of accumulated corpses, concealed within the mountain's recesses, the general's true form lay within a pitch-black coffin behind his tablet. He was in a critical phase of cultivating the river god's technique and could not move. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. He understood he could not defeat Wu Qin, so why fight so desperately now? It was simply because escape was no longer an option. However, if he had continued to hide, Wu Qin would have found it challenging to deal with him. Why? Firstly, Wu Qin could not break the mountain to seek out his true form. Secondly, Wu Qin could not fly nor swim to reach him. Therefore, if he concealed himself and made the river servant hide as well, Wu Qin would have no choice but to wait until he had the time to find a bamboo raft or something similar to seek out his true form. But in doing so, the river god would gain some time, and the outcome of the situation remained uncertain. Yet, Wu Qin was aware of these intricacies, while the river god was blissfully ignorant. The sunlit shadow Wuchen had cast was something the river god dared not allow to enter. Sunlight and yang energy inherently countered the river god's dark arts. The sunlit shadow was the epitome of brightness, a force that could vanquish beings like the river god. Let alone the fact that his sorcery was incomplete. Even true gods from the underworld would tremble in fear upon encountering this sunlit shadow, hastily seeking to escape rather than confront it directly. However, the river god was overly concerned once the sunlit shadow was thrown. Wuchen could no longer manipulate it freely beyond 100 meters, and its maximum range was 300 meters, beyond which it would dissipate. Simply put, it was a reflection of Wuchen and Apos' current limited cultivation. But as the saying goes, if Wuchen did not mention it, who would know? Certainly not the 2 millennia-old corpses that had collided with it. And the desperate river god was equally oblivious. The river god frantically summoned the countless vengeful souls and energy accumulated over the centuries in the land of corpses, determined to extinguish the sunlit shadow. Ironically, this played right into Wuchen's hands. He was in no hurry to advance the sunlit shadow, gradually provoking the river god's fragile nerves, forcing him to expend his accumulated power recklessly. The annihilation of these vengeful souls was indeed a considerable drain on Wuchen, yet he persevered. Suddenly, an unexpected warmth enveloped him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. It was an invisible golden light that descended from above, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort to Wuchen. As he closed his eyes to absorb the sensation, the golden light felt like an all-purpose ointment, endowing him with an almost omnipotent feeling. It enhanced his cultivation, restored his depleting Buddhist power, and even gave Wuchen the illusion that sharing this golden light with the river god could elevate him to the rank of river god himself. Upon examining the system, Wuchen understood and was ecstatic. This golden light was, in fact, a manifestation of merit. The system continually displayed notifications of annihilating vengeful souls, alongside a persistent 1 merit indicator. Each destruction of a so-called vengeful soul granted him a point of merit. Merit was a rare treasure. During his nearly 30 years as a monk before his transmigration, he had not accumulated a single point of merit. Although he was a monk who had broken his vows, he had performed many good deeds. Yet, general acts of kindness were insufficient to earn the heavenly rewards of merit. Wuchen chose not to use this merit to restore his energy or enhance his cultivation. He could improve his cultivation through the annihilation of vengeful souls, but this precious merit, once expended, would be gone, and the next opportunity to acquire merit was uncertain. Gathering the merit, Wuchen formed a delicate golden wheel of merit behind his head, exuding an aura akin to that of a true Buddha descending to the mortal realm, overwhelming in its brilliance. As time passed, after more than 10 minutes, the river god ultimately could not endure any longer. Despite the vastness of the accumulated vengeful souls, there was a limit, and they could not withstand the relentless drain imposed by Wuchen. Upon sensing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wuchen and Apos' eyes. Such a fortunate opportunity to gain merit through the extermination of vengeful souls was fleeting. You bald monk, I shall fight you to the bitter end. You accursed thief. Even if I die, I shall not let you live in peace. With a thunderous wail that shook the earth, the river god chose to draw upon the full force of the river and self-destruct alongside it. Run! Wuchen's face turned pale. This scoundrel was violating all codes of conduct. To self-destruct within a cavern was akin to detonating a compressed cannon. The very mountain might not withstand it. Moreover, the force erupting from the mountain's compression would be beyond his capacity to bear. Among those present, who could withstand such devastation? After all, this was the self-destruction of a being on the brink of divinity, a god of the underworld. Who in their right mind would dare endure such a calamity? With a swift turn, he grasped Wuxia with one hand, and amidst Wuxia's astonished gaze, he reached out to seize Wu Sanqing, tucking Wuxia under his arm while lifting Wu Sanqing effortlessly. The same maneuver was executed with Pansy and Kuei. Upon glancing back, he noticed Zhang Qiling still standing in the cave, clutching a knife. Without a moment to spare for words, Wu Chan dashed forward, clamping his jaws onto the strap of Zhang Qiling and Apos' sheath and bolting away. Zhang Qiling and Apos' already limited expressions morphed into sheer bewilderment, his eyes reflecting utter confusion. Yet he was unable to react or resist as Wu Chan whisked him away. The immense strength of Wu Chan was beyond the capacity of the others to contest. To be frank, Wu Chan had no desire to carry Zhang Qiling in this manner, but urgency necessitated such means. There was no alternative. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He resolved to retrieve Zhang Qiling's bank card from Haixaizi upon their return, believing it reasonable to save his life while claiming a modest sum in return. As for the old man with the golden tooth, Wu Chan considered him a river slave, and thus he was indifferent to his fate. Chapter 7. The Caution of the Old Fox. With full speed, Wu Chan, accompanied by 5 companions, swiftly traversed 3 miles, distancing themselves from the site of the Shadow River deity and Apo's explosion. Upon releasing his companions, Wu Chan turned to survey the area and, as expected, the mountain they had just vacated had collapsed entirely, burying the previously traversable underground river beneath the rubble. The force of the landslide was unstoppable, and a terrifying roar reverberated across the landscape. Unxi and the others stood in shock, witnessing the site of their recent location now engulfed by fallen stones, involuntarily shuddering. Even the typically composed Wu Sanqing appeared pale with fright. Had Wu Chen not brought them along in his flight, they would have surely been buried beneath the mountain's debris. Surviving the massive rockfall was one thing, but even luck could not have spared them from the ensuing explosion. Isn't this a bit excessive? Pansy remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Wu Chen shook his head, asserting, not at all. The Shadow River deity and Apo's self-detonation wasn't Apo's supposed to be this powerful. However, the location of the explosion was precisely chosen, and when the blast was confined within the narrow confines of the cave, it resulted in this catastrophic outcome. In truth, I would not have been surprised if the mountain had been completely obliterated. The fact that it only partially collapsed is what seems amiss. Coming back to his senses, Wu Sanqing, much like Pansy, wiped away the sweat, contemplating, perhaps the geological structure was weakened due to past tomb raiding? He hesitated, for none had witnessed such a spectacle before. Meanwhile, De Kuei had already fainted from fear, while Unxi sat weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Qiling sheathed his blade, standing silently by. Wu Sanqing, now having witnessed Wu Chan and Apo's prowess, willingly referred to him as Buddha, slowly inquiring. Now that the underground waterway has collapsed, must we truly circumvent the mountain? What other option do we have? Wu Chen shrugged, taken aback by the Shadow River deity's audacity. It was easy to forget that, despite his practice of dark arts, the deity had once been a formidable general, renowned for his battlefield exploits. Without such fierce tenacity, how could he have survived the arena of war? Gazing at the towering mountain, Unxi's expression darkened. With the paths already treacherous and now having just experienced a landslide, traversing this terrain would surely cost him dearly. Unxi refrained from voicing his thoughts, for Wu Chan would undoubtedly inform him that it would cost him more than half his life. Originally, there had been a road atop the mountain, quite navigable, but following the Shadow River deity and Apo's explosion and the subsequent landslide, Wu Chan was uncertain whether that road remained passable, so he chose not to mention it. 2 days later, they finally crossed the mountain and arrived at the territory of Meng Mountain, where they encountered a small village, so minuscule that it lacked even an inn. Wu Sanqing had secured the only guest house available, spending a little money to arrange a feast. This mountain is too secluded. How would you manage to leave if you wanted to? Pansy, under Wu Sanqing's instruction, appeared to engage the attendant in casual conversation while actually probing for information. Oh, that waterway has long been abandoned. It was too sinister. Years ago, some attempted to traverse it, but only one ferryman managed to do so safely. And he was remarkably uncanny, almost ghost-like. Later, the government constructed a road up the mountain, and we usually take that route, which allows us to exit within a day. If you have a car, it and Apo's even quicker. Did you come in via the waterway? The attendant, articulate and well-informed, had yet to hear of outsiders entering the mountain, and it was clear why they had come here. Everyone sought the treasures hidden within the tomb on the back mountain. Wait, just a couple of days ago, the mountain deity erupted in fury, causing that landslide that nearly terrified us to death. How did you even get in? Are you being lazy and not bringing out the food? The attendant's curiosity got the better of him, but certain inquiries were better left unasked. The innkeeper, concerned that too much dialogue might offend, swiftly called the attendant away. With a sheepish grin, the attendant scratched his head and hurried back to the kitchen, exclaiming, Coming. Don't rush me. I wasn't slacking off. Afterward, Pansy and Wu Sanqing exchanged glances, with Wu Sanqing writing on the table with his wet finger. Prepare your gear. We depart at 10 tonight. Pansy nodded eagerly, indicating his understanding. Turning to the side, he observed the local dog. Moments ago, Wu Sanqing had shared bits of every dish with the creature, even the drinks. Now, 10 minutes had passed, and the dog seemed fine, prompting him to lead the group in their meal. It must be said, Wu Sanqing's moniker as the Old Fox was well-deserved. His cautious and meticulous approach was truly remarkable, leaving no room for error. Though they carried various supplies and firearms, they claimed to be hunters to the villagers. Yet, the attendant and Apos' discerning gaze clearly indicated he suspected them of tomb raiding. In this impoverished, perilous land, any trouble could prove troublesome, as the villagers were exceptionally united. A single call would summon many to their aid. Encountering a black market would make their escape significantly more challenging. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group retreated indoors. Unlike the original narrative, Zhang Qiling had not needed to bleed to confront the millennium-old corpse puppet, and thus he felt no weakness now. However, Unxi remained ill, feverish from the fright caused by the vengeful spirits and the Shadow River deity, compounded by the exhausting trek over the mountains. Following dinner, he took some antibiotics and fell into a deep sleep. Wu Chun attended to his condition, assuring that upon waking, he would be in a much better state, at least not hindering their journey. At 9:55 in the evening, Wu Chun opened his eyes. He had remained in a meditative state, not truly asleep. However, cultivating his inner energy in lieu of rest was entirely normal. Now, he felt fully rejuvenated, with slight enhancements to his abilities. It was regrettable that the Shadow River deity's self-detonation did not count as his kill. Otherwise, the level of the Great Sun Tathagata scripture could have risen. As Wu Chun stirred, Zhang Qiling, who had not slept, also sat up, while the vigilant Pansy, hearing the movement, quickly sprang into action. The old fox, Wu Sanqing, discreetly opened his eyes but remained still, gripping his firearm beneath the covers. Wu Chun gestured with his hand, saying nothing, merely pulling out his phone to indicate the time was near. This situation diverged from the original plot. They had settled into a single room, ostensibly occupying two. But when no one was watching, Wu Sanqing discreetly led Pansy over. The group quietly arose, with Wu Sanqing covering Unxi's mouth to rouse him. With a wave of his hand, they secured their gear, and Pansy gently opened the door, cautiously stepping outside. The absence of sound suggested all was normal. As the last to leave, Wu Sanqing placed several bills on the table before turning to follow the others. Chapter 8. Preempted, the Thieves' Tunnel navigating the rugged terrain. We found no well-trodden paths, only narrow trails that might have been forged by local villagers gathering firewood or wild beasts. The occasional howling of wolves sent a shiver of unease through the still, Navi Wuxia. However, upon glancing at his companions, Zhang Qiling, Pansy, De Kuei, and his uncle Wu Sanqing, his anxiety dissipated. The mere presence of Wu Chun was enough to reassure him. Using the stars for guidance, the group trekked for several hours until the early hours of dawn. Wu Xia, exhausted from days of relentless travel and battling a cold, could barely continue. Given their circumstances, Wu Sanqing sought a flat spot and set up camp. As dawn broke, Wu Sanqing roused everyone. They gathered around a fire, consuming meager rations while Pansy had already ventured out to scout. We are close to our destination, barring any unforeseen events. We should arrive today, Wu Sanqing stated. But before he could finish, Pansy returned, his expression grave. Third Master, there and Apos, SA camp ahead with several tents and supplies, gasoline, generators, and more. It appears their equipment far surpasses ours, yet there are no signs of life. However, given the size of the camp, there must be people around. Wu Sanqing's demeanor shifted at this news. Let us investigate. Minutes later, they stealthily approached the camp under Pansy's guidance. American goods, Wu Sanqing remarked, his expression darkening. After observing for a moment and confirming the absence of any personnel, he cautiously entered the camp. A quick survey revealed that the items were indeed of foreign origin. The fact that they had not cleared out indicated that their mission had not yet been accomplished, though it was unclear why no one was left to guard the site. De Kuei, unexpectedly astute, remarked, they haven't succeeded yet, which means we still have a chance. Once underground, it will be a matter of skill. Wu Sanqing regained his composure, fearing that the earlier arrivals might escape with their prize. Yet, the current state of the camp suggested they were still empty-handed. What Wu Sanqing and the others failed to realize was that this was a Ning's camp. They had not abandoned their post. Rather, those left behind had fled into the tunnels, ultimately sealing them off with explosives. And Ning and Apos' ruthlessness was evident. No escape routes were permitted. Don and Apos, team move. Wu Sanqing and Apos' Wu's sudden roar startled Wu Xie, who had been about to investigate a box on the ground. Why was his uncle reacting so strongly? Do you know if there are traps inside? What if you open it, and it's a grenade? You wouldn't even know how you met your end. Hearing his uncle's admonition, Wu Xie sheepishly withdrew his hand. Wu Chun, observing this exchange, could not suppress a smile, while Pansy and Dekui chuckled openly. Wu Xie's innocence was indeed amusing. It was no wonder the others often teased him. Let us go? After a fruitless search, Wu Sanqing led the way out. They could not risk entering another tunnel. Who knew what traps might lie in wait? There were precedents for such dangers, and it was no jest. Noticing Wu Xie's curiosity, Pansy began to explain as they walked. Comparing the terrain to the deciphered maps from the Warring States period, Wu Sanqing quickly pinpointed their location. After examining the area thoroughly, he knelt down, scooping a handful of dirt to inspect it closely. Wu's unique skill, identifying graves by scent, came into play as he began sketching on the ground. After a short while, he marked an X and beckoned Pansy over. This is it. Let us dig a test hole. Understood, Third Master. Pansy and Dekui promptly unloaded their packs, retrieving the enhanced Luoyang shovel. This redesigned tool featured a segmented handle for easy transport when disassembled. With the handle connected, Pansy began digging while Dekui assisted by applying force to rotate the shovel. Unlike the traditional design, the new Luoyang shovel operated like a drill, efficiently pushing excess soil aside. Look at my uncle's drawing. I tell you, whatever he sketches above is exactly what lies below, no discrepancies whatsoever. Wu Xie, youthful and exuberant, could not resist boasting about his uncle's prowess, only to be silenced by Wu Chen's remark. Your uncle's skill is indeed remarkable, but why do you not possess it? Aren't you the sole heir of the Wu family? This expertise must not be allowed to fade away. Wu Chun and Appo's comment was intentionally provoking, aimed at eliciting a reaction from Wu Xie, whose comical expressions were a source of amusement. Confirmed, purely a villain. Wu Xie stammered, unable to articulate a response, while Wu Sanqing, the cunning fox, merely observed with a knowing smile. Wu Xie remained oblivious to the reasons behind his uncle's reluctance to teach him, but Wu Sanqing was acutely aware. They required an untainted outsider to shatter the impasse, and Wu Xie was their chosen disruptor. Thus, his inheritance of Wu family skills was prohibited. After some time, having used the shovel extensively, Pansy grinned widely. Third Master, we've struck something. We can't drill any further. Pull it up and take a look. But do it slowly. Understood. Wu Sanqing moved closer as Pansy and Dekui exerted effort, and soon they had extracted the shovel from the earth. The soil clinging to the tool was blood red, reeking of iron and sticky as if soaked in blood. Upon seeing this crimson earth, Wu Sanqing and Appo's expression darkened. How could he forget the blood-soaked soil from the incident at Piazzling? Zhang Qiling, observing the bloodied soil, furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing grim. Third Master, this. Pansy sensed something was amiss and whispered, It's right here. Wu Sanqing gritted his teeth. With Zhang Qiling and Wu Chun by their side, this opportunity was too valuable to squander. They could not afford to falter in their venture to the Ruwang Palace. Uncle. Wu Xie's face paled. His grandfather's notes contained accounts of this blood-soaked earth and the blood corpses. He had been terrified when he first read them. And now his uncle intended to dig here. Dig. Wu Sanqing's resolve was unyielding, leaving no room for Wu Xie's dissent. Grabbing the vortex shovel, he commenced digging, with Pansy assisting and Dekui rotating in. In no time, they had excavated a tunnel 7 or 8 meters deep. Wu Chun watched in awe. Wu Sanqing truly embodied the essence of an ancient earth master, showcasing remarkable speed and skill in his excavation. The tunnel was not merely a vertical shaft. It had a slope for ease of entry and exit, with the walls meticulously smoothed. The craftsmanship was undeniable. While Wu Chun believed he could dig as well, he could not guarantee against potential collapses. After all, he wouldn't be buried alive. Before long, sounds emanated from below. Come down. The voice of Pansy echoed upwards. And without hesitation, the group descended into the theft tunnel, backpacks in tow. Inside the tunnel, Wu Sanqing had already begun to devise a method to breach the tomb wall and gain access to the burial chamber. Dekui, wielding a short-handled hammer, rhythmically struck the verdant tomb wall, poised to unleash a display of brute strength. Stop! Zhang Qiling and Appo's expression shifted dramatically at Dekui and Appo's actions. Dekui, startled, nearly dropped his hammer, while Wu Sanqing instinctively reached out to restrain him. Although unaware of Zhang Qiling's intentions, Wu Sanqing was acutely aware of Zhang's capabilities. For him, this tomb was akin to a stroll in his own abode. This wall cannot be smashed inward, Wu Sanqing declared, his brow furrowed. How can we open it without breaking it? Wu Xia muttered in confusion. As moisture evaporated from the tomb chamber, the glutinous rice bricks would shrink. And with the pressure of the earth, the wall had attained a hardness comparable to rock. Zhang Qiling stepped forward, his two unusually long fingers gliding over the wall as he spoke slowly. There is a cavity within the wall. It cannot be pushed, only extracted. Extract? Impossible. This wall and Oppos, S hardness rivals that of granite. How could it possibly be removed? Wu Xia instinctively retorted, his gaze fixated on Zhang Qiling and Oppos, S every movement. Wu Sanqing, overhearing Zhang and Oppos, S words, felt a wave of trepidation. He had heard of cavities within tomb walls, but had never witnessed one. Rumor had it that such cavities concealed deadly mechanisms left by the tomb's owner, including quicksand and poisoned arrows. Ignoring Wu Xia's protest, Zhang Qiling remained intensely focused, searching for something on the wall. Suddenly, he halted, as if he had spotted a fissure, and with remarkable precision, his elongated fingers pierced into the structure of the tomb wall. Wu Xia stood in disbelief. Could it be possible for fingers to confront a wall as hard as granite? And yet, astonishingly, Zhang Qiling succeeded. Wu Qin's eyes gleamed with realization. The moment had arrived. Zhang's famed Fangqiu finger was in action. With apparent ease, Zhang extracted a brick from the tomb wall, continuing his methodical work as he gradually dismantled the structure. As the bricks were removed, a pink wax wall revealed itself before them. Gasp! Wu Sanqing inhaled sharply, fear evident in his voice. There truly is a cavity inside. Is that flammable oil or something else? It was a potent acid, one used by ancient alchemists, more formidable than sulfuric acid. Should they breach this wall, the corrosive substance would erupt forth, and should they survive, they would undoubtedly suffer grievous burns. Zhang Qiling, unusually verbose, took a moment to elucidate the contents of the cavity for Wu Sanqing and the others. In an instant, Wu Sanqing grasped the implication. During their previous encounter at Piaozi Ridge, they had not emerged from a blood corpse, but rather from one disfigured by the acid. He dared not dwell on this revelation and quickly dismissed the thought. They faced lethal threats ahead, leaving no time for such reflections. Chapter 9. Did Buddha come here for nothing? Zhang Qiling called out, and together with a few others, they excavated a vertical shaft on the opposite side of the burglary hole. The shaft need not be elaborate. It simply needed to be sufficiently deep and sturdy enough to withstand a collapse for a short period. In a matter of minutes, they had dug a shaft over 3 meters deep. The cautious Wu Sanqing even instructed Pansy to dig a little deeper, and they eventually stopped when it reached nearly 6 meters. Once the group had distanced themselves, Zhang Qiling removed his treasure pouch and retrieved a candle, a lighter, and finally, an unopened set of medical infusion tubes. After igniting the candle and unwrapping the infusion tube, he carefully heated the needle over the flame until it glowed red, then cautiously warmed the wax wall. After connecting the infusion tube, Zhang Qiling handed the end without the needle to Wu Qin, urging him to watch it closely and ensure it remained still. Wu Qin nodded in agreement, helping to straighten the infusion tube before positioning it over the vertical shaft. Once Wu Qin was ready, Zhang Qiling slowly inserted the needle into the warmed wax wall. In an instant, a pinkish strong acid began to flow gently through the infusion tube, steadily dripping into the shaft. Within 5 minutes, the thin layer of acid had nearly drained, leaving the wax wall a pristine white. Give me a hand, Zhang Qiling called out, indicating it was time to dismantle the wax wall. De Kuei, without hesitation and with his robust physique, swung a hammer down, causing the wax wall to collapse effortlessly. You might say De Kuei was timid, yet at times he could be quite reckless. While Wu Sanqing dared not approach the wax wall, De Kuei charged straight at it. To call him bold would be an understatement. Following the fallen wall, Wu Sanqing tossed a cold flame fire into the tomb passage, revealing a clear path devoid of immediate danger. However, he didn't rush inside. Instead, he climbed back to the surface and waited for over 10 minutes before descending again. After lighting the candle and confirming the air was breathable, they proceeded into the tomb passage. They found themselves positioned at the true north of the tomb chamber. Inside the passage, there were no visible traps or mechanisms. Yet it was littered with an excessive number of stone tablets inscribed with ancient characters, incomprehensible to Wu Qin. However, upon glancing back, he noticed that Wu Xia, who had a penchant for studying ancient scripts, also failed to decipher them, which instantly put him at ease. You see, it and Oppos. That's not just me being academically challenged. Even the top student can't make sense of this. Wuchen exclaimed, gesturing helplessly. The walls of the passage were adorned with several long burning lamps, all extinguished for an unknown duration. Third Master, what kind of oil is used in these lamps that they haven't dried out for so long? Pansy inquired, reaching out to touch one, only to be swatted away by Wu Sanqing. His face darkened. Do you have a death wish, touching things you don't understand? Wu Sanqing admonished. Don't scare me. Third Master, I and Oppos am not de Kuei. Hey, why am I being dragged into this? De Kuei protested. Let us stay on topic. This tomb dates back to the Warring States period, before the Qin dynasty, a time when true artifacts were being produced. Back then, Taoists and practitioners were known as Qi cultivators, genuinely engaged in the cultivation of immortality. Those who found no hope of transcendence often turned to worldly pleasures and riches. Initially, there was no clear distinction between good and evil. If one had skills, they would find use. As for the long-burning lamp, it was proposed by a practitioner of dark arts, filled with human oil. The use of human oil for lamp fuel was what allowed these lamps to burn for a millennium. Had it not been discovered later, those self-proclaimed righteous practitioners would not have banded together with the royal family to halt such wicked practices. Who knows how many more human oil lamps would exist today? However, Wu Sanqing's assertion was not entirely accurate. Wuchen knew that the enduring nature of the human oil lamps stemmed from the souls of the sacrificed individuals being trapped within the oil, using their vengeful spirits as the true wicks, ensuring the flames never extinguished. De Kuei, who was preparing to light one of the lamps, instinctively stepped back, and the others followed suit, subconsciously distancing themselves from the long-burning lamps. Even if they were not the legendary human oil lamps, it was prudent to remember that lighting lamps in the tomb should not be taken lightly. No one could ascertain whether the lamp oil was tainted with poison or other hazardous substances. Fixating on Wuxia, Wu Sanqing spoke slowly, clearly directing his words toward him. Seeing Wuxia nodding in understanding, he finally released Pansy and continued forward. Illuminated by the wolf-eye flashlight, the group soon formally entered the tomb chamber. As they stepped inside, Pansy's eyes lit up, rushing forward. Before them stood a colossal stone platform at the entrance of the tomb chamber, upon which rested a magnificent square cauldron, adorned with carvings of the sun, moon, and stars, showcasing an extraordinary grandeur tempered by a sense of weightiness. Wuchen glanced at the cauldron with disdain. Had it not been a sacrificial vessel, he would have wished to take it. It was immensely valuable, although unsellable and unbuyable. Yet retaining it for one's collection would be quite impressive. Alas, the cauldron had been used for sacrificial offerings, which left him feeling rather unsettled. After all, the offerings were once living beings. While Wu Sanqing scrutinized the cauldron, Pansy had already clambered onto the stone platform, diving inside the cauldron. He emerged with a gold ring, shouting down to the others, "Third Master, come look. There's treasure here." "Blast it, Pansy." Wu Sanqing chided with a laugh. "Do you even know what this cauldron is for? It's used for sacrifices." "What? Do you wish to become a sacrifice yourself?" Despite the reprimand, Wu Sanqing nimbly climbed onto the stone platform, moving closer to Pansy. This was likely a war captive. Slaves would not possess jewelry, suggesting that they had been beheaded as offerings before being brought here for worship. Having followed Wu Sanqing for some time, Pansy had gleaned a bit of knowledge. Upon not finding a human head within the cauldron, he could roughly deduce the identity of the offering. Wuchen, however, did not join them on the platform and paid little mind to the cauldron, instead fixating on the stone platform itself. Beside him, Zhang Qiling appeared increasingly pale upon entering the chamber, his expression darkening further as Pansy's rapid movements caught him off guard. Wuchen, however, had no intention of stopping Pansy. After all, what was a bloodied corpse to him? Even if it were the remains of the King of Lu, it mattered little, merely refuse in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Qiling noticed black, ominous energy seeping from one side of the stone platform. Instinctively, he stepped back, emitting a series of clicking sounds as if conversing with some unseen entity. Wuxia, startled, turned to see Zhang Qiling. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Sanqing kicked him downwards, propelling him towards Wuchen. Wuchen waved his hand, allowing Wuxia to land safely on the ground. "What the hell? I misjudged. This is actually a stone coffin." Wu Sanqing cursed under his breath. Using a grand cauldron for human sacrifices, along with gold and silver to suppress it? An ordinary person would merely place copper coins, perhaps a bit of gold. What kind of ferocity lies within this stone coffin? Muttering to himself, Wu Sanqing leaped off the stone platform, followed closely by Pansy and Dekue, equally swift in their retreat. Brother, what is happening? Wuxia instinctively asked Zhang Qiling, who was extending his hand and making strange noises. Stone coffin, Zhang Qiling replied, pointing to the stone platform, then to the bronze cauldron, adding a heavy object to suppress the coffin, preventing the corpse from transforming. The primary occupant of this coffin has emerged, and aside from the monk, we must all remain here. Remarkably, Zhang Qiling spoke with an unusually rapid pace, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. After a brief explanation, he continued to utter strange sounds, seemingly engrossed in negotiation, disregarding the others. As the conversation progressed, it appeared to reach an impasse, with dark, malevolent energy surging forth, nearly propelling the lid of the stone coffin into the air. Zhang Qiling's complexion paled, as if he had expended an immense amount of mental energy, and ultimately, he bent his knee, preparing to bow to the entity within the coffin. How could Wu Chun be so capable? Before I, the Buddha, arrived, you bullied our young brother, but now that I am here, if you continue to torment him, then what purpose did my arrival serve? Blocking Zhang Qiling and Appo's path, Wu Chun snorted coldly, you want me to kneel? You must first reveal yourself, and only then will I consider it. Zhang Qiling was drenched in cold sweat. It was not that he underestimated Wu Chun, but rather, he recalled that during Wu Chen's confrontation with the god of the Yin River, the latter lacked a physical form. In his mind, Wu Chen merely possessed an advantage over vengeful spirits due to his Buddhist teachings. However, should the master within this coffin emerge, this 1,000-year-old blood corpse would be more than a match for that unfinished deity of the Yin River. Chapter 10. The Blood Corpse. Have others beaten us to it? Vessel, you are far too courteous. What is our purpose here? We are here to seize what is ours, yet you wish to bow before this half-dead, reluctant evil spirit? I fear no trouble, while you seem to. Wu Chen spoke with confidence, undeterred by the rising malevolent energy that sent the bronze cauldron flying. Even as the lid of the stone coffin soared into the air without concern, Zhang Qiling, held down by Wu Chen, was left in astonishment, setting aside the peculiar term vessel. How could someone so audaciously brazen be a grave robber? Wu Chen, however, was resolute. The blood corpse within the coffin was beneath him, unworthy of his submission. As he glanced at the coffin lid now tossed aside by the dark energy, Zhang Qiling reluctantly drew his ancient black gold blade. That's the spirit. Why cower before it? Strike. Wu Chen chuckled with satisfaction, patting Zhang Qiling's shoulder before releasing him. Turning around, Wu Chen's smile vanished instantly. You dare show arrogance in my presence? I shall not flee before you. Before the blood corpse could emerge, Wu Chen unleashed a powerful palm strike, summoning a tempest that dispersed the swirling dark mist. Great Sun Buddha Palm. With a thunderous shout, Wu Chen's hand struck forth, leaving a massive golden palm imprint, the center adorned with a swirling symbol radiating Buddhist light. With a resounding crash, the stone coffin shattered, the bronze sarcophagus within reduced to splinters, scattering debris everywhere. The blood corpse was hurled against the tomb wall, unable to detach itself from the impact. Beside Wu Chen, Zhang Qiling silently sheathed his black gold blade. Had I known you possessed such power, I would not have bothered negotiating. He exclaimed. How audacious for a mere blood corpse, hardly a true zombie, to demand submission. The more Wu Chen spoke, the angrier he became, causing Wuxia to break into a sweat. Wuxia pondered. No one had provoked him. Why was he inciting his own fury? Striding forward, Wu Chen approached the blood corpse embedded in the wall, radiating waves of Buddhist light. With a swift motion, his 9-ringed staff appeared in his grasp. He swung it, and a shadow of the staff struck the blood corpse. Despite the impact, the blood corpse remained silent, as if to say, was it my choice to remain mute? Did you even give me a chance? Observing this, Wu Sanqing resolved never to provoke this irritable monk again, especially one who could ignite his own fury. Let us proceed. The danger has passed. Wu Chen stored the staff and continued forward nonchalantly. The previously terrified Dekue now thought, Isn't it all well and good? You've already obliterated it. What more could there be? Wu Sanqing snapped back to reality, offering a glance to Pansy, signaling him to be cautious and avoid provoking Wu Chen further. Dekue, with a wry smile, thought to himself, why would he unnecessarily antagonize such a formidable presence? Observing the inscriptions along the tomb wall, Wu Sanqing sought to divert the group and Appo's attention. The oppressive atmosphere was becoming unbearable. Nephew, do you not enjoy rubbings? Can you decipher these inscriptions? I cannot comprehend them all, Wuxia replied, shaking his head. I can only grasp a small portion. However, the ancients were quite succinct in their expressions. Sometimes a few characters encompass profound meanings. He recalled an inscription he had once encountered, recounting a tale of a ruler from the Qi state. The ruler asked his strategist how his life would unfold. The strategist, after a moment's thought, simply replied, "So be it." Just one word left the ruler perplexed for a lifetime. In his final moments, he summoned the strategist again to share his thoughts, only to receive the same response, resulting in his demise. Wu Qin was left speechless. The others bore expressions of disbelief, with Takue unable to restrain himself, exclaiming, "I feel as though the strategist might have caused the ruler's death." Pansy chuckled, appreciating the rare moment of camaraderie with Takue. It was indeed a possibility. Wu Xian nodded earnestly, turning to elaborate. Understanding the ancients is quite challenging. Their brevity can lead to misinterpretations, causing us to misunderstand their intent entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "It is not my inadequacy. My inability to comprehend is quite normal. Ask my uncle. He too would struggle with this." Wu Sanqing interjected, "If you cannot understand, then simply admit it. Why drag me into this?" The group fell silent. Wu Qin, suspecting that Wu Xie had undergone some clandestine evolution to discern his inner thoughts. As they conversed, they continued onward, illuminated by their wolf-eye flashlights, soon departing the tomb passage, which led into an oddly eerie corridor. What rendered the corridor peculiar? It appeared far more expansive than the preceding passage, starkly contrasting with its smooth, unadorned walls, devoid of murals or inscriptions, clearly signaling to all that traps lay ahead, beckoning none to enter. "Pansy, take a look. But tread carefully," Wu Sanqing commanded. Pansy nodded decisively and cautiously advanced. Though Wu Qin possessed greater abilities, Wu Sanqing hesitated to direct him. For the latter was merely a novice at grave robbing, while Pansy had traversed numerous tombs over the years, well acquainted with various traps and mechanisms. Before long, Pansy returned, this time confidently strolling back, indicating that the corridor was devoid of traps. "Third Master, someone has already paved the way for us. There's a theft tunnel ahead, and the traps have been disarmed." Pansy's expression was grim, and Wu Sanqing's countenance darkened further, though the dim light concealed his emotions. Silently, Wu Sanqing advanced, soon encountering the theft tunnel Pansy had mentioned. It was a meticulously crafted tunnel, executed with utmost professionalism, but what surprised Wu Sanqing was its unusually large size, nearly double that of typical theft tunnels. After a brief examination, Wu Sanqing refrained from further comment, though an unspoken tension hung in the air. The emergence of this tunnel, alongside the earlier discovery of a foreign encampment, suggested they had been outpaced. If one looked closely, they would notice the fierce expressions on both Wu Sanqing and Pansy. They were not averse to taking action underground to eliminate a few rivals. At the corridor's end stood two massive jade doors, flanked by two imposing stone sculptures. The figures were ghastly, with green faces and sharp fangs, akin to demons from hell. The left statue held a large seal, while the right clutched an ominous, dark claw. Yet, the statues were not the focal point. The crucial detail was that the jade doors had already been opened. Moreover, the most absurd aspect is that in a corner near the human, there exists a hastily dug hole, appearing quite rushed, with the excavated earth left in disarray. Wu Sanqing stepped forward, grasped a handful of soil, and inhaled its scent. There was still time, not long past. Chapter 11. The Frightening Encounter. Third Master, something seems amiss. This hole appears not to be excavated inward, but rather as if it was dug from within during a frantic escape. Pansy had been crouched there for some time, examining the hole. He could not decipher the statue, yet the tunnel was clear to him. It's likely that something occurred inside that terrified these individuals, and in their haste, they left behind most of their belongings, Wu Sanqing remarked, tossing a handful of dirt aside. "Let us proceed, since someone has already set off the traps for us. Our path is somewhat easier." Yet, was the situation truly as simple as he presumed? The entrance to the tomb was wide open. So why would those fleeing resort to digging a tunnel? Moreover, where were the escapees? Why had not a single soul been witnessed? With Pansy leading the way, followed by Wu Sanqing and Wu Xie, and Dakuai bringing up the rear, they stepped through the gaping entrance, only for Wu Xie to freeze in astonishment. Before them lay 7 coffins, all stone, arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper. "Third uncle, what is the meaning of this? Shouldn't there only be one coffin in the main burial chamber?" Wu Sanqing circled the main chamber, scrutinizing the 7 coffins, and slowly spoke. "This must be the 7 starred-out coffins. It seems those individuals opened the wrong coffin." triggering a mechanism or releasing a malevolent entity, causing their flight. Evidently, the treasures remain intact here. 7 starred-out coffins? Wuxie was even more confused. He had never heard of such a thing. Among the 7 coffins, only one belonged to the true owner of the tomb, while the others were mere decoys. Wu Sanqing resumed his circling, examining the coffins. Stop looking. There are no genuine ones here. Wu Chen could not contain himself, interrupting Wu Sanqing. If he continued his examination, it would be a waste of time. No genuine ones? How could that be? Typically, the 7 starred-out coffins contain the true owner's coffin. However, this situation is different. Have you forgotten about the blood corpse at the entrance? The blood corpse? Wu Sanqing was momentarily taken aback, recalling the gruesome sight and rolling his eyes. Only a monk would dare to say such a thing. Given that figure, who would dare call it a mere gatekeeper? Wu Sanqing pondered further. Indeed, the blood corpse at the entrance was so solemnly placed that the true owner's coffin could not possibly be so simplistic, even lacking a proper outer coffin. So, third master, should we open a coffin? Panzi and Da Kuai, each wielding a crowbar, found themselves at an impasse, unsure whether to proceed or not. Let us not. Since there are no genuine ones, what purpose would it serve to open them? To trigger mechanisms and allow the malevolent entity to emerge? Wait, third uncle, what is that? Wu She and Apos' trembling voice interrupted Wu Sanqing and Apos' tirade, following Wu She and Apos' pointed finger. Wu Sanqing's heart raced, and he instinctively reached for his waist. Before them loomed a sinister shadow cast upon the wall, possessing a gigantic head and an imposing form, reminiscent of some monstrous creature. Wu Chen recognized it as Wang Yuban, a notorious figure, but found it amusing and chose to remain silent. Panzi, ever the fierce one, followed the shadow and found its source, firing without uttering a sound. To Panzi's surprise, even though his shot shattered the figure's head, the entity fled with remarkable speed. Wu Chen observed as Panzi's shot obliterated the jar atop Wang Yuban's head, causing the rotund figure to jiggle as if chased by a dog, his pale face stricken with fear as he sprinted away. Do not run. Panzi realized that this was indeed a living person. Raising his firearm, he bellowed and charged forward. There could be no other individuals in this tomb, only grave robbers. Additionally, they feared this fool and Apos' erratic behavior might trigger traps that would ensnare them as well. Muffled Bottle nodded at Wu Sanqing and dashed after him. Regardless of Muffled Bottle's prowess, a man armed with a gun like Panzi was no match for Wang Yuban. In less than 3 minutes, Wang Yuban found himself with a gun pointed at his head, while a black gold ancient blade was held against his neck, forcing him to comply, though the neck was somewhat short. Hey, be careful. Don't let that wretched gun misfire. And you, good sir, since your gun is aimed at my head, kindly put that blade away. It's quite chilling. Wang Yuban, realizing his predicament, relinquished any pretense of resistance. Wu Xie, still irate, felt a surge of anger. Recalling how this rotund man had nearly terrified him, an unsettling dampness creeping into his trousers, though it might have been mere illusion. Curse you. I'll blow you away. Wu Xie seized Wu Sanqing's hunting rifle, raising it to fire. Wu Sanqing, whether through negligence or intent, was a moment too late to stop him. Enough, dear naive one. If you truly dared to kill, you would no longer be the innocent you claimed to be. Wu Chen chuckled, aware that Wu Xie's intentions were rooted in vengeance, not a genuine desire to kill. He merely wished to expose the frustration in Wu Xie's eyes. Wang Yuban, recognizing that they did not intend to harm him, leaned toward Wu Xie. Come now, end me if you dare. Only when Panzi struck him with the butt of his gun did he settle down. In this brief interlude, Wu Sanqing discerned Wang Yuban's peculiarities. Despite his girth, the man was equipped with remarkably sophisticated gear, perhaps even more so than they. The ensemble Wang Yuban wore was called Rat Suit, replete with numerous hidden pockets filled with treasures. This suit, invented by tomb raiders, boasted a snug fit, with the cuffs, pant legs, and even the hood capable of tightening, offering commendable protection against simple traps. Wang Yuban's shifty eyes revealed his intentions to escape, yet Wu Chen paid him no mind. Should the rotund man succeed in fleeing, Muffled Bottle might as well change careers, obtaining a disability certificate and retiring on the spot. I say, do you people have no sense of decorum? I arrived long before you. Are we disregarding the order of arrival? Wang Yuban incessantly chattered, his mouth never ceasing, much to Wu Sanqing's annoyance. Keep an eye on him. If he tries to run, shoot him. Understood, third master. I shall keep watch. Panzi grinned maliciously at Wang Yuban, who shuddered, realizing the danger he faced. Meanwhile, Wu Sanqing, now aware that the 7 starred-out coffins held no genuine remains, ventured into the adjacent ear room. Upon entering, Wuxia discovered a rectangular tunnel that had pierced through the stone wall into the ear room, cleverly bypassing most potential traps. Even Wu Sanqing could not help but admire the ingenuity of the tunnel. In the southeast corner of the ear room, a half-burned white candle illuminated a chilling green glow. At that moment, Wu Sanqing was thoroughly convinced, despite Wang Yuban's rotund appearance. He was not a mere amateur, but rather a genuine tomb raider. Who would have expected such a revelation? Chapter 12. The Emergence of Wang Yueban. The tomb raider. It is no wonder that Wu Sanqing was taken aback. Typically, tomb raiders are either of slight stature or possess a normal build. Yet, Wang Pengzi's physique was markedly excessive, and the fact that he did not become stuck in the tomb's entrance was truly remarkable. Beside the ear chamber lay a canvas bag, presumably belonging to the rotund figure. Upon inspection, Wuxia found little of value within, save for an abundance of compressed biscuits. Carrying the bag, Wuxia glanced at the ceramic jars piled in the corner. Finding no treasures, he turned to seek out his uncle. If those jars could be retrieved, they might fetch a decent sum, but the effort required was simply too cumbersome. Wang Pengzi, upon seeing his backpack being taken, became agitated and reached out to reclaim it. However, Pengzi was quick to react, delivering a blow to Wang Pengzi's jaw that rendered him momentarily subdued. In the realm of the nine doors, Wu Sanqing examined the backpack and, confirming his suspicions, clasped his hands together in greeting. We are all in the same trade. Since we have arrived at the same mountain and entered the same door, my friend, let us shake hands in camaraderie. Wang Pengzi, realizing the weight of the situation, swiftly responded with a bow. From Panjiayuan in the fourth Nine City, I am Wang Yueban. A tomb raider? I dare not claim such a title. My skills are lacking, and I have not yet attained true mastery, nor do I carry a seal to call myself a member of the tomb raiders. Wu Sanqing nodded and gestured for Pengzi to release him. Wang Pengzi stretched and reclaimed his backpack. Wuxia, upon receiving a nod from Wu Sanqing, returned the bag to Wang Pengzi. You arrived first. Could you enlighten us about the circumstances of this tomb? Wang Pengzi, although he had only entered slightly before them, was forthcoming with information. However, his revelation startled Wu Sanqing and the others. Wait, you entered without knowing whose tomb this is? Wuxia scratched his head in embarrassment, glancing at Wu Sanqing, who remained silent, narrowing his eyes at Wang Pengzi. This is the tomb of King Lu Shang. With that, Wang Pengzi produced a piece of paper from his pocket, revealing not only a layout of the tomb, but also details regarding King Lu Shang. Upon seeing the map, Wu Sanqing's expression soured. After much effort deciphering the Warring States silk manuscripts, he was now confronted with someone who had arrived with an actual map. Though his own deciphered manuscript was indeed a map, it lacked the precision of Wang Pengzi and Appo's. Wait, it seems we are short one person. While examining the map, Wu Sanqing noticed the absence of Wu Chun, whose silence had gone unremarked until now. A swift glance over his shoulder revealed that the dark oil bottle was also missing. Wu Sanqing thought, did I lag behind? Zhang Qiling's departure was expected, but where had the monk gone? Meanwhile, following the tendrils of the nine-headed serpent cypress, Wu Chun found himself lost. Initially surprised by the moving branches, he soon realized they were part of the nine-headed serpent cypress. Without hesitation, he followed the path of the branches. Before long, Wu Chun stumbled upon several corpses of foreign men, now entangled and being dragged away by the nine-headed serpent cypress, presumably to be drained of their blood. These unfortunate souls were likely part of a Ning's crew, yet Wu Chun paid them no mind. They were beyond saving, and their leader had abandoned them. So why should he concern himself? Whether it was due to the aura of Buddhism surrounding him or some other factor, the nine-headed serpent cypress showed no inclination to attack him, even as he approached to inspect the bodies. Clapping his hands, Wu Chun secured a Glock pistol and 2 magazines he had just acquired, then rose to continue his pursuit of a Ning. If memory served, a Ning had faced significant trials within the 7-star royal palace. Had it not been for Wu Xia's kindness, the fierce tiger girl would have been left behind. Suffering was one thing, but he could not allow a Ning to perish here. After all, his fondness for a Ning's Hani version was undeniable. Wu Chun mused, so what? I am a monk who breaks vows. Is it abnormal to appreciate women? My master even found me 3 wives. Meanwhile, Wu Xia and the others, as expected, dispersed. Wu Sanqing, accompanied by Pengzi and Dekue, made a hasty retreat, needing to prepare to deceive his grandnephew. Wu Xia, however, inadvertently triggered a trap and fell. But Wang Pengzi cushioned his fall, mitigating the impact. Under normal circumstances, they faced little danger. At worst, the dark oil bottle would suffer from anemia, and Pengzi might sustain injuries, but none would perish. Meanwhile, Wu Qin's pace was swift, leading him to discover a blood corpse. This corpse was different from the gatekeeper. It had been bitten by a blood corpse and had risen again after succumbing to the corpse poison. Without hesitation, Wu Qin performed a purification gesture. However, an eerie scene unfolded before him, leaving Wu Qin momentarily stunned. Wait, are these elements even present in the original story? Rubbing his bald head, Wu Qin felt unsettled. Before him loomed a dozen massive black-scaled lizards, known as Zhulong. This was not the Zhulong from the classic of mountains and seas, but rather an ancient creature capable of spitting fire, and these were merely the juvenile forms, not yet matured. Yet even these juvenile Yulong, despite their young age, measured over 2 meters and could easily crush a human skull with a single bite, though Wu Qin was not afraid of the Zhulong offspring. He dreaded the potential complications. If they were to breathe fire haphazardly, who could predict whether they might ignite the royal palace? After all, in the original narrative, Wu Sanqing and his companions had set fire to the 9-headed serpent cypress, which had taken root there for an unknown duration. Now, the royal palace was teeming with its branches, vines, and roots, all highly flammable. Surely a Ning wouldn't take this route? Wu Qin pondered, uncertain of a Ning's path. The Zhulong offspring lay resting, but who could tell where they had been prior? These creatures were alive and treated the tomb as their home, prone to wandering. What if a Ning had passed by before them? Moreover, as he had previously considered, he was unafraid of these strange beasts. But what if Wu Xie and the others encountered them? One must not underestimate Wu Xie's uncanny nature. Combined with Wang Pengzi's ill-fated reputation, anything could happen within this tomb. After some contemplation, Wu Qin resolved to first deal with these little creatures. Observing their behavior, it seemed they had noticed him but were feigning sleep to lure him closer. Since you choose not to flee, then none shall escape. The colorful cassock materialized, transforming into a net that ensnared all the Zhulong juveniles Wu Qin had spotted. Yet, he soon realized the situation was more complex than anticipated. These creatures struggled incessantly, breathing fire, yet why could he not hear their cries? The next moment, Wu Qin caught sight of 2 massive figures approaching from a distance, eliciting a wry smile. "Ah, I see now. It is not that you cannot make noise, but rather we are on different frequencies, and I cannot hear you. However, calling for your parents during a brawl is certainly a misstep on your part." With that, Wu Qin turned and fled. It was no joke. Those 10-meter behemoths appeared rugged and resilient. Were they truly so easy to slay? Chapter 13. The Chaos of Beasts. Wu Qin reaps benefits. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that these 2 colossal creatures are exceedingly difficult to slay, given their fire and water immunity. One could assert that they are more formidable than the blood corpse, and Wu Qin would wholeheartedly believe it. However, leading these 2 gigantic entities, along with a pack of little creatures scampering about, poses quite a dilemma. Just as Wu Qin was grappling with this headache, a more troublesome situation arose. A gigantic python, measuring 15 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel, emerged before him. This python was no ordinary species. Wu Qin distinctly observed that it had 2 tails trailing behind it, with massive hooks at the tail's tips, gleaming with a ghostly light in the dim surroundings. It was a mythical beast from the mountains and seas, the hooked serpent. Good heavens, is this truly part of the original tale? Wu Qin pondered. Although this was a modified world, one could hardly expect such absurdities to manifest. Mythical beasts from the mountains and seas appearing, and here he was, merely at the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. What other outrageous entities awaited him further along? With a swift motion, Wu Qin tossed a bundle of more than a dozen candle dragon hatchlings, wrapped in his colorful robe, towards the hooked serpent. The serpent, ever eager, opened its maw wide to consume them. The 2 adult candle dragons, pursuing Wu Qin, were instantly incensed, exclaiming, "After years of nurturing this brood, you dare to feed them to a snake?" And to the shameless hooked serpent, they lamented, "How could you devour my offspring after being neighbors for so long?" The hooked serpent merely retorted, "So what? It tastes delightful, does it not?" Without further ado, it turned its attention to the hooked serpent, and a fierce battle ensued, shaking the very earth beneath them. The enraged candle dragons unleashed torrents of flames. Wu Qin refrained from retreating. Instead, he contemplated the potential rewards of vanquishing these 3 beasts. Surely, a 10% increase to the Great Sundathagata Sutra would not be too much to ask, would it? With the colorful robe shielding him, he remained impervious to the flames spewed by the candle dragons, and even the serpent's venom was thwarted by the protective garment. Yet, to Wu Qin's astonishment, the battle did not unfold as he had anticipated. The candle dragons, despite their superior numbers, were subtly at a disadvantage. The flames of the candle dragons proved ineffective against the hooked serpent, while its powerful tail inflicted deep wounds upon the dragons, accompanied by a potent venom. Nevertheless, the hooked serpent also sustained injuries, but its resilience was far greater than that of the candle dragons. The death of their offspring ignited a fierce fury within the candle dragons, especially with the perpetrator right before them. How could they not fight with all their might? Their relentless assault, however, was the very reason for their grievous injuries. Even with such desperate tactics, Wuchan surmised that their endurance could not last long. The hooked serpent was almost guaranteed to prevail. The reason was simple. The hooked serpent possessed far greater cunning than the candle dragons. It would only endure unavoidable attacks. And its defenses were equally formidable. The hardness of its scales was enough to inspire Wuchan to fashion armor from them. Moreover, the venom from the tail hooks was undeniably potent. Over time, the candle dragons would surely succumb to it. The clash of these three titanic beasts caused the tomb passage to collapse, revealing the true form of the nine-headed serpent cypress. Yet, to Wuchan and Apos' surprise, another unexpected turn of events unfolded. A black serpent, over 30 meters long and with a mouth large enough to swallow an elephant, slithered up from the roots of the nine-headed serpent cypress. With a stealthy strike, it bit down on one of the candle dragons. The mythical beast from the mountains and seas, the boss snake, had made its entrance. By the heavens, after waiting so long, you dare to consume it? Wuchan exclaimed in alarm. This could not be allowed. The boss snake must not swallow the dragon before he had a chance to act and claim the kill for himself. Taking advantage of his smaller size and agility, Wuchan, dragging the 9-section staff behind him, dashed towards the boss snake, specifically targeting the candle dragon in its jaws. As for the boss snake, he had no intention of confronting it just yet. After all, this creature was known for its tenacious life force. However, the candle dragon caught in the boss snake's grip was in dire straits. It was already on the brink of destruction. Wuchan merely needed to strike twice to ensure its demise. Even if he did nothing, the creature would eventually succumb to the serpent's venom. The candle dragon, ensnared by the boss snake, struggled fiercely, but the serpent held fast, attempting to swallow the massive creature whole. Wuchan, leveraging the wall for support, leaped into the air, swinging the 9-section staff roundly and aiming for the dragon's head. In an instant, a staff shadow, 10 meters long and powerful enough to split mountains, hurtled forth, striking the dragon's head with tremendous force. Yet, to Wuchan's astonishment, despite having lost its ability to evade, the candle dragon withstood the blow and did not perish. Though a significant portion of its head was shattered, remarkably, it survived this onslaught. With a resounding roar, the male candle dragon emitted a cry that resonated painfully in Wuchan's ears. The boss snake, momentarily startled, nearly released its grip. Had it not been for its insatiable appetite, it might have let the dragon escape. Whether it was due to the boss snake's greater intelligence or cunning, it quickly deduced Wuchan's intent to slay the dragon in its jaws. In a decisive move, it clenched its fangs tighter around the dragon, lifting it off the ground and denying it any leverage. To Wuchan's disbelief, the boss snake extended its tail, gesturing for him to climb aboard. This was absurd. Wuchan was at a loss for words, yet he did not hesitate. He stepped onto the boss snake's body and leapt once more towards the dragon within its jaws. With all his might, Wuchan unleashed the demon-subduing staff, Kong's fierce glare. In this moment, he poured forth every ounce of his strength. Should the candle dragon survive yet again, he would undoubtedly turn and flee without a second thought. But, as expected, the candle dragon, unable to evade, fell lifelessly to the ground. The boss snake wasted no time, allowing Wuchan to stand atop its head as it swallowed the male candle dragon whole, even as its belly threatened to burst from the strain of consumption. After finishing, the serpent's eyes gleamed with desire, fixating on another candle dragon still entangled with the hooked serpent. Not even the serpent itself was safe from its voracious hunger. Greed, unbridled greed. The boss snake and Apos' gluttony was instinctual, ingrained in its very essence. Wuchan, too, had no intention of sparing the remaining two beasts. As for the boss snake beneath him, he decided to observe the situation first. Should the boss snake show no hostility, he might consider letting this greedy serpent go. Do not mistake Wuchan's mercy for kindness, rather. He was acutely aware of the medicinal value of the boss snake's bones. Otherwise, would he truly forego the opportunity to enhance his own strength? The bones of the boss snake were a rare treasure, and if the need arose in the future, he could always return for them. Besides, barring any unforeseen events, the boss snake was destined for a long life, easily living for thousands of years. The recent Candle Dragon's demise had already elevated Wuchan's Great Sundathagata Sutra by 5%. Moreover, the lackluster system bestowed upon him a flight ability, Golden Crow transformation technique. Though at present, he could merely shuffle along the clouds, it was a rapid technique unique to the Golden Crow lineage. Had he never heard of it before? Yet, as Wuchan contemplated, who was the Great Sundathagata? Was it not the 10th Golden Crow, Luya? The synergy between the Great Sundathagata Sutra and the Golden Crow transformation technique was undeniably harmonious. Chapter 14. The End of the Chaos. The gains of Wuchen and the bee at this moment, the remaining female candle dragon sensed a life-threatening danger. The bee, lurking nearby with predatory intent. And the relentless ghost snake in front of her evoked a sinister feeling, as if a hidden nemesis awaited to strike from the shadows. Yet, the pressing issues were that her offspring had perished, her mate had been consumed by the bee, and she herself was grievously wounded, rendering her escape nearly impossible. The ghost snake, indifferent to her plight, had already lost one prey to the bee and was determined not to let another escape. With an ethereal glow, its tail darted towards the candle dragon with blinding speed, all while remaining vigilant of the bee's movements. The diminutive creature atop the bee's head was of no concern to the ghost snake. It was merely a tiny pest, hardly worth its attention. The candle dragon, unwilling to succumb to death passively, unleashed a sorrowful wail, spewing forth torrents of searing flames. The terrifying heat was unbearable even for the ghost snake, which howled in anguish as it found no sanctuary from the inferno. The only refuge from the fire lay behind the bee, where the nine-headed serpent cypress stood. But the ever-watchful bee would not allow it to pass. This insatiably greedy beast had long coveted the succulent ghost snake. If it had been capable of confronting it directly, would it have allowed the ghost snake to thrive here for so long? Unlike the ghost snake, the bee lacked offensive weaponry and potent venom. Its only pride lay in its formidable jaws, insufficient for a direct confrontation. In this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, would the bee let it slip away? Certainly not. The ghost snake, once the apex predator, now found itself in a dire predicament, with its retreat blocked by Wuchen and the bee, while an enraged candle dragon loomed ahead. Its already limited intellect now thoroughly unraveling. With a thunderous roar, the ghost snake seized the fleeting moment when the candle dragon paused to catch its breath and lunged forward. Unable to withstand the torment of the flames any longer. If it did not eliminate the candle dragon soon, it would be thoroughly roasted. Meanwhile, the ground trembled as the battle raged on, with Wuxia and others trembling in a corner, utterly bewildered by the chaos unfolding around them. Had it not been for the sporadic roars echoing through the air, they might have believed it was an earthquake. Wu Sanqing and Pansy had stealthily approached the realm of the nine-headed serpent cypress but hesitated to intervene or replace the ghost seal. From their vantage point, they could only glimpse into a vast cavern filled with blazing flames and hear the thunderous roars resonating within. The nine-headed serpent cypress dared not extend its branches into the fray. The flames were its natural adversary, and the frenzied candle dragon was beyond reason. Even with a flicker of intelligence, the nine-headed serpent cypress wisely refrained from engaging its nemesis. Yet human curiosity knows no bounds. Wu Sanqing and Pansy cautiously descended, and upon peering into the cavern, Wu Sanqing was nearly paralyzed with fear. What manner of creature was that three-headed behemoth? Why was one of them spewing fire? How could such a colossal lizard breathe flames? And what of the serpentine creature with two tails? Had it mutated? Both Wu Sanqing and Pansy felt their sanity slipping, as their long-held beliefs were shattered within a single day. First, it was the river god, then the blood corpses, and now these extraordinary beasts. Any normal individual would surely lose their mind. Wuchen, however, had noticed the two inquisitive souls but deemed their position safe enough to ignore. It was time for him to act, as both the ghost snake and candle dragon neared their limits. The avaricious bee seemed to align with Wuchen's intentions, stealthily approaching the ghost snake while appearing almost comically sneaky for a creature over 30 meters in length. Cloaked in darkness, even its eyes and tongue were black, allowing it to blend seamlessly into the night. As the candle dragon's fiery breath drew the ghost snake's attention, it remained oblivious to the bee's encroachment. Wuchen, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, recognized the bee's intelligence and its mastery of ambush tactics. Were it not for its size, it could serve admirably as a steed or companion, and in critical moments, as a living remedy. Moreover, this bee was evidently still in its youth. Upon reaching maturity, it would far exceed 30 meters in length, and its bones alone could form a mountain, much like the towering Bailing still standing today. Unbeknownst to the bee, it had learned to stealthily approach the ghost snake and bit down at the base of its tail, rendering the ghost snake's most dangerous scorpion-like tails ineffective against it. With a swift motion, Wuchen raised his 9-ringed silver staff, invoking the Golden Crow's transformation. Fumo Zhang Avalokiteshvara's tears. In an instant, a myriad of staff shadows descended upon the ghost snake, particularly focusing on its vital spot. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, the candle dragon ceased its fiery onslaught and lunged towards the ghost snake, delivering a powerful blow to its head, leaving both the ghost snake and Wuchen momentarily stunned. Yet, upon reflection, Wuchen realized that such pouncing behavior was indeed typical among lizard-like creatures during combat, which rendered the situation somewhat reasonable. However, a hidden figure, a rather disheveled silhouette stained with blood, caught Wuchen's attention from 100 meters away behind the candle dragon. This figure, concealed behind a boulder, was none other than the one he had been yearning for, little Aining. Aining had been roused from her stupor by the cacophony of the battle. Otherwise, she would still be unconscious. She had been relentlessly pursued by the blood corpses, and when they ceased their chase, she encountered a swarm of corpse frogs, leading to her unfortunate predicament. Her thigh bore the bite of a corpse frog, and one had even burrowed into her flesh. Had she not reacted swiftly and bound it with bandages, it could have delved deeper into her flesh. Now, pale and wide-eyed in shock, she gazed at Wuchen soaring above, illuminated by a radiant glow, resembling a formidable deity descending to subdue evil. Having traversed the treacherous terrain, Aining took over 10 minutes to reach this point, fortuitously witnessing Wuchen's valiant confrontation with the ghost snake. Upon assessing Aining's condition and confirming she was out of immediate danger, Wuchen exerted a fraction more strength. The bee, meanwhile, remained undeterred. Although the shadow of the staff enveloped the ghost snake, its formidable coiling prowess was hindered, yet its biting instincts remained unimpeded. Gripping the ghost snake's tail, the bee thrashed violently, inadvertently aiding the ghost snake in evading some of Wuchen's strikes, prompting a frown from him. "Fool, stay still." With a swift slap, Wuchen disregarded the bee's pitiful gaze and redirected his focus, encompassing the weary candle dragon within his attack range. Fumo Zhang, Wrath of the King. In an instant, the myriad shadows of the staff were engulfed in a blaze of Buddhist fire, sizzling against the bodies of the ghost snake and candle dragon, even producing a tantalizing aroma akin to roasting meat. 3 minutes later, Wuchen observed the bee, now significantly bulked up, and grimaced. This foolish creature was already large enough. Now it was so plump it could scarcely fit within the cavern. Chapter 15. The stubbornness of a Ning observing the gluttonous Bash, who had already begun to digest its meal on the ground. Wuchen found himself both amused and exasperated. Did this simple creature truly believe it was safe simply by being near him? It is worth noting that the Bash, a mythical beast, digests its prey at a notably sluggish pace. The saying goes, a Bash can swallow an elephant, yet it will take 3 years to regurgitate its bones. This implies that while a Bash can devour a large elephant in one gulp, it would take 3 years before the bones would emerge. One elephant is sufficient for its digestion for 3 years, yet here it had consumed 3 exotic beasts in one go. It would be a miracle if it could finish digesting them in a decade. "Oh, you silly creature," Wuchen mused. "If you were smaller, I might have been able to carry you away, but at your current size, what do you expect me to do?" The Bash's thoughts were quite simple. Its limited intellect could not comprehend much. It merely believed that following Wuchen meant an abundance of food. After all, Wuchen had aided it in consuming Zhulong and had even slain Goshi and the female Zhulong for it. Despite its diminutive stature, it provided sustenance. And to the Bash, that made Wuchen a good companion. Hearing Wuchen's mutterings, the Bash paid him no mind, partly because it could not understand him, and partly because it was satiated and only desired a secure place to rest. Wuchen's vicinity seemed quite suitable, as it felt no murderous intent emanating from him. Wuchen turned a nod at Wusanqing and ignored the astonished gazes of the two. He stroked the smooth head of the Bash twice, resignedly giving up. The system space could not accommodate this foolish creature. What could he do? Moreover, Ning had fainted. Was he expected to play with snakes while a beauty lay unconscious? With a single stride, Wuchen was at Ning's side, gently channeling a touch of Buddhist power to aid her gradual recovery. However, the corpse toad lodged in her thigh left Wuchen feeling somewhat at a loss. He lacked medical knowledge. If it were anyone else, he could have extracted it with brute force, confident that they would not perish with him around. But this was Ning, the one he cherished, and he could not bring himself to inflict such pain upon her. Fortunately, the corpse toad had long since suffocated due to lack of oxygen, trapped within her muscle. For a short while, as long as Ning remained still, there was no immediate danger, particularly with the protection of his Buddhist power. Extending his arm, Wuchen effortlessly hoisted Ning onto his shoulder, turning to see that the bash had retreated, now slowly making its way towards the roots of the nine-headed serpent cypress. Wu Sanqing and Pansy trembled in fear, paralyzed and unwilling to move. The sheer size of the colossal serpent intimidated them. Even a mere brush against it could prove fatal for their fragile human forms, perhaps due to the influence of the Buddhist power. Or perhaps Wu Qin's actions roused Ning from her stupor. Her dazed eyes slowly opened, only to be met with the unsettling reality of her situation. She had been carried away. Instinctively, she reached for her weapon. Slap. The sharp sound echoed, leaving Ning momentarily stunned. Do not move. The corpse toad is still lodged in your leg, Wu Qin admonished, swatting her hand away from his neck, exasperated. Who are you? She inquired, bewildered. I am Wu Qin. Your savior, he replied, rolling his eyes as he patiently bore her weight while heading towards Wu Sanqing. Are you finished? Wu Sanqing, appearing dazed, remained silent. Pansy, noticing Wu Sanqing's lack of response, also chose to stay quiet. Wu Sanqing feigned ignorance, inciting Wu Qin's irritation. Just as he contemplated leaving, he remembered the green-faced fox's corpse and the jade figurines within the nine-headed serpent cypress. Perhaps he should endure for a while longer. Continue your charade. You can deceive your naive companions, but do you think you can fool me? Wu Qin remarked, carrying the feebly struggling Ning while ignoring her protests. He gazed at the platform crafted from Tianxin rock beneath the nine-headed serpent cypress and spoke. Have you secured the ghost seal? Let me take a look. Do not worry. I have no intention of taking it. If I desired to seize it, do you think the two of you could stop me? Although Wu Qin had not witnessed Wu Sanqing's swap, he could deduce from the original narrative that the path Wu Sanqing had taken led directly to the bronze coffin. By the time he appeared in the cave, the swap had already been executed, and their arrival at the cave's mouth suggested that Wu Xie and the others were not far behind. Wu Sanqing, with a bitter smile, retrieved a seal from his backpack and handed it to Wu Qin. Although he did not comprehend how Wu Qin had discerned this information, he accepted that such an otherworldly being might possess unique means of acquiring knowledge. After toying with the ghost seal, Wu Qin returned it to Wu Sanqing. In essence, this artifact served as a conduit to the underworld, capable of summoning a legion of ghostly soldiers for assistance. However, it also functioned as a coordinate marker, rendering it utterly useless to Wu Qin. It seems the ghost claw must be the key to commanding the ghostly soldiers. Did you not retrieve it? Wu Qin inquired. Unfortunately not, Wu Sanqing replied, shaking his head, his tone somber. I did not even catch a glimpse of the ghost claw. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wu Qin remained silent. With the ghost seal present, the ghost claw should also be nearby, as these two artifacts were likely complementary. The absence of the ghost claw could indicate some mishap. Perhaps it had been left behind unburied or taken by someone else. Let us not forget that Zhang Qiling had ventured here previously, although he later lost his memory of the event. Yet, who could ascertain how many times Zhang Qiling had truly entered? The ghost seal was indeed essential for accessing the bronze door. Who could fathom why Zhang Qiling would leave the ghost seal here? Was it a matter of returning it to its rightful owner? But the original owner was King Lu Shang, who had no connection to the individuals below. Embracing the age-old tradition of dismissing perplexing thoughts, Wu Qin promptly relinquished this mentally taxing consideration. Let us proceed. Your grandnephew should be arriving shortly. We must find a place to rest. As he spoke, Wu Qin stepped forward, striding through the air towards a neighboring cave, leaving Wu Sanqing and Pansy momentarily speechless. And Ning's condition was far from favorable. Having lost considerable blood and suffering from poisoning, she was in a semi-unconscious state. Even with Wu Qin's Buddhist power offering some support, it was insufficient. Pansy, do you have any surgical skills? Wu Qin inquired. Does battlefield first aid count? Pansy replied. Well, that will have to do for now. Next time, we must ensure to bring that blind man along, Wu Qin decided. If memory served, the blind man was proficient in surgery and even possessed a professional certification. For that matter, having a certified practitioner was far more reliable than Pansy. Lowering Ning onto his lap, Wu Qin retrieved a bottle of water from the system's space and began to feed her, drop by drop. Before long, a cacophony of voices erupted from a nearby cave entrance, as if someone were being chased by wolves. A panicked Wang Pengzi stumbled, but fortune favored him as he quickly grasped a vine on the cliff face. Seeing Wang Pengzi secure the vine, Wu Xie and Zhang Qiling quickly exhaled in relief, rushing to pull him up with all their might. Once hoisted up, Wang Pengzi scrambled a short distance into the cave, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead from the fright he had just endured. You really ought to lose some weight, my brother, and I nearly couldn't pull you up, Wu Xie exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat from the scare. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Dun Yuping remained unperturbed. Had it not been for Wu Ske's interference, he would have effortlessly hoisted Wang Pengzi up. Yet, Dun Yuping was naturally not one for excessive words, especially considering his fondness for Wu Xie. After receiving a few sips of water, Ning's complexion improved slightly. As she opened her eyes, she was met by a bald head looming before her. Regaining her senses, she struggled to rise. "Let go of me," she insisted, but Wu Qin held her firmly in place, understanding her urgency. "Stop searching. Your subordinates are either dead or have fled. If you go looking now, you will find nothing more than a few lifeless bodies." Upon hearing this, Ning was taken aback. "Are you deceiving me? How could they possibly abandon me?" Wu Qin understood that, given Ning's obstinate nature, she would never believe his words. "If you continue to act recklessly, I may resort to violence." Who could have anticipated that Ning would defiantly thrust out her neck, presenting herself as if to say, "If you wish to strike, then do so." This infuriated Wu Qin to the point where he nearly acted on his impulse. Chapter 16. The legend of King Rushang. Despite Ning's obstinacy being quite exasperating, it is precisely this quality that defines her and contributes to her undeniable charm. "Your legs no longer ache, do they? How did the venom of the corpse toad not claim your life?" Wu Qin's anger led him to speak thoughtlessly. Yet Ning maintained her characteristic demeanor. "Either you eliminate me, or you release me." Unable to restrain himself, he playfully tapped her smooth forehead, leaving Ning momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting a dawning existential doubt. Throughout her life, she had endured stabbings and gunfire, but never had she experienced such a playful flick to the head. A prompt echoed in his mind. Post breaks the color taboo. Reward, the perfected break taboo blade. Wu Qin disregarded this notification, for there were simply too many such rewards. As a monk who had long strayed from the path, he found himself indulging in the most basic pleasures of life, even speaking at times with a disregard for propriety. Was a mere flick to the forehead enough to break the taboo? Was the system jesting with him? Ning contemplated why she was the sole one saved, while her subordinates were left behind. However, she was not one to complain. Being rescued at all was a stroke of fortune, and she felt no right to voice grievances even if she were to witness her own demise. "Let us depart." "Where to?" Ning instinctively asked, only to realize the impropriety of her question. If this bald monk intended to leave, then so be it. Her inquiry seemed to imply her desire to accompany him. The memory of being carried only served to pale her complexion further. "Do you think being carried is comfortable?" "You are mistaken." Upon awakening, she nearly retched, and she implored anyone to try being hoisted onto someone's shoulder to comprehend the discomfort. Wu Qin raised an eyebrow, grinned, and lifted Ning once more. Swiftly traversing to the rocky platform of Tianqin, his graceful demeanor leaving the others in awe. In contrast, Wu Sanqing and the others had no such elegance. They could only obediently descend the vines. By the time they reached the ground, Wu Qin was already inspecting the corpse of the azurite fox, deftly covering Ning's eyes to shield her from its illusions. Ning, under the suppression of Buddhist energy, found herself immobilized, unable to resist, compelled to remain tranquil in Wu Qin's embrace. "Move if you dare. Play only if you can handle it." Wu Qin, well aware of Ning's stubbornness, chose to exert his authority without further debate. "Ah, the main character is here. No wonder I haven't seen anything of value along the way." Wang Fatty's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the jade bed, momentarily neglecting the couple who lay upon it, the azurite fox and its partner. His attention was entirely captivated by the jade, a singular piece of exquisite craftsmanship that he estimated would be worth a fortune, perhaps even exceeding 100 million. Yet, his expression soon soured. The bed was far too large for him to carry away. "Is this a zombie?" De Kuei trembled as he approached, his gaze instantly drawn to the male and female corpses. They appeared almost lifelike, preserved in a state of eternal slumber. Goodness, are they truly human? Could they be fox spirits? Wang Fatty, upon hearing De Kuei's words, quickly looked up, his eyes widening at the sight. The female corpse exuded beauty, but the male was an entirely different story. His visage was concealed by a bronze mask, resembling that of a fox, a most uncanny sight. As he gazed, a peculiar smile crept onto Wang Fatty's face as he reached out to remove the mask from the azurite fox's corpse. "He, King Rushan. At last, I have found you. The hidden King Rushang of the Western Zhou tomb. No matter how cunning you are, you could not escape my grasp." Haraha. The sudden shift in Wang Fatty's demeanor bewildered the others, while Wu Qin, caught off guard, grimaced. He had been preoccupied with protecting Ning and had overlooked the most susceptible among them, Wang Fatty. With a swift gesture, a glimmer of Buddhist light appeared, and he uttered a command, "Aum." This burst of energy flashed upon Wang Fatty's forehead, momentarily disorienting everyone. Yet, to their astonishment, clarity soon washed over their minds. Thanks to Wu Qin's timely intervention, Ning finally gained awareness of her surroundings after being shielded from sight. Wang Fatty shook his head, the illusions that had engulfed him dissipating, but his expression remained one of ecstatic delight. King Rushang. He. Hey, what do you mean by the hidden King Rushang in the Western Zhou tomb? Clarify. The ever-curious Wu Xie interjected. Now it was Wang Fatty's turn to be astonished. What do you mean? Didn't you all possess the silk manuscripts? I previously mentioned that this is the tomb of King Rushang. He found it strange that despite their familiarity with the paths within the tomb, they appeared flustered when faced with traps. Seemingly oblivious to the identity of the tomb's owner and unaware that this was a case of usurpation, Wu Xie fell silent, as did Wu Sanqing, the atmosphere growing tense. After a moment, Wang Fatty furrowed his brow and, through gritted teeth, articulated, "So you all knew nothing and merely came to snatch food from me? I must say, your reach is rather extensive." Wang Fatty's frustration was palpable, yet he felt utterly powerless. "You all saw the 7-star suspicious coffin above, didn't you? Did you notice anything amiss?" Seeing Wu Xie with his wide, innocent eyes, Wang Fatty, unable to suppress his maternal instincts, began to elaborate. "That coffin above is actually the tomb that King Rushang built for himself, but during construction, he discovered that someone had already claimed this prime location long ago. Thus, he hastily constructed his own tomb, effectively usurping this Western Zhou tomb." Swallowing hard, Wang Fatty continued. "The 7-star suspicious coffin was initially created by fellow tomb raiders for their own protection. After all, even tomb raiders fear having their tombs plundered, do they not? In essence, King Rushang was one of us, albeit far more formidable, managing to steal a throne through his exploits. Historical records indicate that King Rushang preferred to operate under the cover of night, vanishing into obscure graves, only to reappear hundreds of miles away after some time. The truth was, he had been raiding tombs. Legend has it that King Rushang possessed a ghostly seal that enabled him to communicate with the underworld and summon spirits to his aid in battle. My purpose here is to seek the fabled ghostly seal. Does such a mythical object truly exist?" Wu Xie could not contain his curiosity, but as Wang Fatty nodded earnestly, doubts crept in. Meanwhile, Wu Sanqing, who had taken the ghostly seal, remained unfazed, showing no signs of guilt. Upon hearing Wang Fatty's revelations, the silent oil bottle's hand had already dropped, poised to draw his weapon, for his own aim was the ghostly seal. Chapter 17. The blue-eyed fox corpse opens its eyes. "De Kue, what are you doing?" Wu Sanqing shouted, pulling Wu Xie and sprinting 10 meters away. Wu Qin was left speechless. Yes, Wu Xie was the last hope of the Wu family, but could you at least announce your departure? Turning around, Wu Qin chose to ignore the old fox and focused on De Kue, who was climbing onto the jade bed where the female corpse lay. At this moment, De Kue's eyes glowed eerily, his face contorted into a grotesque expression as he leaned over the corpse, sniffing around with a wrinkled nose. Wu Qin immediately grasped the situation. De Kue had been the first to spot the blue-eyed fox corpse, followed closely by the chubby one. However, the latter had succumbed quickly to the effects, but was subdued, while De Kue, who remained silent, was not discovered until he was completely ensnared by the enchantment. Without uttering a word, the enigmatic Zhang Qiling drew his ancient black gold blade and approached, ready to pull De Kue away. "Be careful, little brother," Wu Xie couldn't help but shout. Surprisingly, Zhang Qiling nodded in acknowledgement, and Ning, nestled in Wu Qin's arms, glanced up at him. "Aren't you going to intervene?" Wu Qin rolled his eyes. "Do you truly see me as a caretaker? Why must everything fall to me?" "Rest assured, this trivial matter will rouse him in no time." And Ning nodded, refraining from further comment. Just as Wu Qin predicted, after Zhang Qiling dragged De Kue away, Wu Sanqing slapped him twice, instantly reviving him. The blue-eyed fox corpse, after lying in death for many years, had lost much of its seductive power. Zhang Qiling returned not empty-handed. He retrieved the Qilinju, hidden in the navel area of the corpse, and without a word, he shoved it into Wu Xie and Appo's mouth. The Qilinju melted upon contact, leaving Wu Xie no time to react, while Wu Sanqing's eyes sparkled, and he aimed his shotgun at Zhang Qiling. However, Zhang Qiling remained silent, even disregarding the threat. Veins bulged on Pansy's forehead as he instinctively prepared to fire, only to be stopped by Wu Sanqing. The latter's thoughts were straightforward. Regardless of whether he could kill Zhang Qiling, he needed to ascertain what Wu Xie had ingested. Wu Chun was at a loss. What had caused Zhang Qiling to become so taciturn? He had not always been this way. Wu Xie lamented. Is no one going to manage my affairs? Shouldn't I be the protagonist here? Has the BYD resurrected? Wang Pengzi's hushed exclamation immediately shifted everyone's focus to the blue-eyed fox corpse on the jade bed. I distinctly remember its eyes were closed. How have they opened? Wu Sanqing frowned, pulling Wu Xie back a few paces to shield Zhang Qiling. Indeed, they had been closed. When had they opened? Wu Xie pondered. It seems to have happened right after De Kuei climbed up. Could it be that De Kuei's breath had bestowed a spark of vitality, causing the corpse to resurrect? As Wu Sanqing speculated, Wang Pengzi and Panzi's gazes turned predatory. Locking onto De Kuei, who recoiled in fright, muttering to himself, "It's not my fault. I had no idea. It just happened." Brandishing his knife, Zhang Qiling exuded an air of menace, warning that any movement would result in his wrath. With one hand on the black gold blade and the other slowly reaching for the eightfold treasure box nestled within the blue-eyed fox corpse's embrace, the group held their breath. Not daring to exhale, Wu Chun sensed the surroundings. Under the influence of the Buddhist aura, the blue-eyed fox corpse exhibited no signs of abnormality, leaving him bewildered. When Zhang Qiling finally grasped the eightfold treasure box, the corpse remained undisturbed, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Wu Xie even began to suspect that Wang Pengzi and Wu Sanqing had misjudged the situation. Zhang Qiling handed the eightfold treasure box to Wu Xie and approached the jade bed once more. As he reached for the bronze mask obscuring the fox corpse's face, Wu Xie grew anxious. "Be cautious. That mask is problematic." "Fear not," Zhang Qiling replied, shaking his head. "This concerns the blue-eyed fox corpse. The mask merely conceals its true visage." As he spoke, Zhang Qiling's fingers gripped the edge of the bronze mask, slowly lifting it away. The crowd instinctively leaned closer, yet hesitated, wary of being bewitched again. Panzi was particularly agitated, his hands tugging at his ears. "Has the fox truly become a spirit?" And Ning exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. It was then they noticed something amiss. Why was the monk clinging to a beautiful woman without letting go? And where had this beauty emerged from within the tomb? "Buddha, what is this?" Panzi hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. Wu Qin, however, had no reservations. In Ning, the camp we previously encountered belonged to her. However, her forces suffered heavy casualties, and the foreign corpses are her subordinates. She herself sustained severe injuries from the corpse toad's poison. Wu Sanqing remained silent, redirecting attention with a question, "Buddha, is Miss Ning truly unharmed after witnessing the corpse's eyes?" "Old fox," Wu Qin chuckled, understanding Wu Sanqing's intent to ascertain whether he possessed the means to resist the blue-eyed fox corpse's allure. It seemed the old fox had already presumed he had this capability. With a slight bow, Wu Sanqing grinned, acknowledging their mutual intelligence, preferring to tread lightly to avoid offending Wu Chun. Wu Chun, nonchalant, radiated a wave of Buddhist light, enveloping everyone as he began. In ancient times, there existed a unique race known as the Fox clan, distinct from ordinary beings, endowed with the visage of a fox. This lineage harbors numerous secrets, the origins of which remain shrouded in mystery. Even the genesis of the Fox clan is unknown, he continued. What is clear is that individuals of this clan possess mesmerizing eyes that enchant all who gaze upon them. "Buddha, are you suggesting that the king of Lushang belongs to the Fox clan?" Wu Qin shook his head. "No. The king of Lushang is not of the Fox clan." "Then what is he?" Wu Xie asked, bewildered. After such a lengthy explanation, why the sudden denial? Was he not merely negating his own assertion? Because he is not the king of Lushang at all. Chapter 18. The resurrection of the iron-faced man. Upon uttering these words, all present, except for Zhang Qiling and Wu Sanqing, were struck with a palpable tremor. "What does this mean, Buddha?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Xie was the first to inquire. Casting a glance at Wu Sanqing, Wu Chun revealed a mysterious smile, a gesture that nearly shattered Wu Sanqing's composure. In his mind, Wu Sanqing cautioned, "Buddha, please don't let anything slip. It's not yet time for the coffin from the tree to make its appearance." "Do you recall the inscriptions on the life of King Lushang that you just deciphered?" Wu Xie paused, puzzled. How did Wu Qin know he had just understood those characters? Hadn't he been engrossed in the company of that beautiful woman? Raising an eyebrow, Wu Qin spoke softly. "This blue-eyed fox corpse belongs to the strategist of King Lushang, the iron-faced man. The female corpse is indeed the queen of King Lushang." The crowd was left bewildered by this twisted web of relationships. "The strategist and the queen?" Wu Xie exclaimed. "Is the queen blind? How could she possibly fancy this creature with a fox's visage?" The iron-faced man was indeed an eccentric. He perpetually wore a bronze mask, his true name a mystery. However, He was a master of feng shui and earned the favor of King Lushang. During a banquet at the royal palace, upon seeing the queen, the iron-faced man fell in love at first sight, yet her heart belonged solely to the king. It was only during the construction of the king's mausoleum, of which he was the chief architect, that he secretly crafted a bed of white jade for the queen, using a beauty-fixing pearl to preserve her visage for eternity. Naturally, there were also the jade figurines to consider, but since they had yet to make their appearance, Wu Chen chose not to elaborate further. Wu Sanqing sighed in relief, grateful that their ancestor had refrained from continuing. For any mention of the ghostly seal could lead to complications. But if he is not King Lushang, why then does he have the ghostly seal interred with him? Wu Sanqing pondered. Who brought up that little rascal? He realized, aghast to discover it was his own nephew. Anger welled within him, nearly compelling him to kick Wu Xie for his indiscretion. I have already stated, the iron-faced man was responsible for constructing this tomb, consequently. He seized the opportunity to reside within. Wu Xie retorted, bewildered. Could it be that he has usurped the place once more? Look, King Lushang claimed the ancient tomb of the Western Zhou, only to find that he had not occupied it, but rather, it was the iron-faced man who had taken residence. What Wu Xie failed to comprehend was that King Lushang had not merely left the tomb unoccupied. He had done so to pursue immortality. Thus, during the mausoleum's construction, he had intentionally left a hand to ensure that the iron-faced man would guard the tomb for him. Moreover, how could King Lushang rest easy knowing the iron-faced man was immortal? He had witnessed the iron-faced man literally extricate a person from a jade figurine and imprison that bloodied corpse at the entrance to guard it. The inscriptions recorded that the iron-faced man perished in a great fire, yet King Lushang would never believe such a tale. He understood the iron-faced man too well, convinced that he was merely feigning death. Only after the iron-faced man had been forced to endure a prolonged demise could King Lushang confidently don the jade figurine and lie within the bronze coffin. On another note, Zhang Qiling had successfully removed the bronze mask from the blue-eyed fox corpse, and as anticipated, what lay before them was a visage strikingly reminiscent of a fox. However, the eerie green glow emanating from its azure eyes sent shivers down their spines. Buddha, it moved. The finger of that fox spirit moved. De Kuei's terrified voice echoed behind Wu Sanqing, causing the group to shudder. The implication of his words sent a chill through them. Was this truly a resurrection? Pansy, the black donkey hoof. The oldest one. Wu Sanqing gritted his teeth, reaching for the black donkey hoof, ready to charge forward. Wu Xie was present. They could not allow this corpse to rise. Could Pansy permit his master to charge? Was it still Pansy? Without hesitation, Pansy, the sturdy man, wounded yet resolute, grasped the black donkey hoof and surged ahead. Save your efforts. The bottle remains. Besides, I am here too. Even if it does rise, what havoc could it wreak? Wu Chan's words flushed Wu Sanqing's face with embarrassment, stammering, I was merely startled. Forgive me, forgive me. It must be said that Zhang Qiling was not one for many words. Upon hearing De Kuei's exclamation, he instinctively swung his blade toward the blue-eyed fox corpse's neck. But was it truly so simple? As Zhang Qiling's blade fell, it merely left a scar upon the white jade bed, a crisp sound echoing in the silence. Yet, where the blue-eyed fox corpse had once lain, there was now nothing but emptiness. In an instant, Zhang Qiling leapt back, the black gold ancient knife angled toward the ground, ready for defense. A dry, crackling sound, akin to withered branches scraping against one another, filled the air, accompanied by a language incomprehensible to the onlookers. Though Wu Xie could discern a few individual words, the meanings eluded him entirely. One might think that those who traversed back to ancient times would thrive effortlessly as scribes. Yet the reality was starkly different. If one truly found themselves in ancient times, they would struggle to articulate even the simplest of phrases. The pronunciation of classical Chinese bore no resemblance to modern speech. For instance, ancient tones comprised 5 variations, whereas contemporary language only possesses 4. Despite their inability to comprehend the utterances, the source of the voice became apparent to them. It was the iron-faced man. He stood atop the 9-headed serpent cypress, gazing down at the group, particularly at Zhang Qiling and Wu Chen, his eyes aflame with hatred. Wu Chen cast a fleeting glance, instantly losing interest. It was merely this detestable figure. Zhang Qiling alone sufficed, although he remained baffled as to how the iron-faced man had preserved his sanity throughout the years. However, the barrier of language was insurmountable. He could hardly drag this wretch to seek an expert in ancient languages for translation. That would surely spell disaster. Wu Chen felt no inclination to confront the state's violent forces directly, especially under the weight of the national fortune. His current abilities were wholly inadequate. Moreover, having just vanquished 3 ferocious beasts, Wu Chun had experienced a significant enhancement in strength, rendering the resurrected iron-faced man unworthy of his interest. Yet, the iron-faced man's subsequent actions caught Wu Chun by surprise. He produced a bone flute from somewhere on his person and began to play a haunting melody. As the flute's notes filled the air, a cacophony of rustling arose around them. Yet, after a considerable pause, nothing occurred. The iron-faced man, losing patience, hurled the flute aside and began to scream, his words unintelligible but clearly laden with malice. In truth, the iron-faced man was attempting to summon the Tomb Guardians. Despite the passage of years, those guardians had not perished. Even if others had succumbed, the 2 candle dragons should still exist. Not to mention the boss snake slumbering beneath the 9-headed serpent cypress. Unbeknownst to the iron-faced man, the candle dragons and the ghost snake had already met their demise at Wu Chun's hands. While the boss snake had merely overindulged and had since entered a deep slumber, disinterested in his plight. The absence of the Tomb Guardians drove the iron-faced man into a frenzy. In an instant, he leapt to the side of the white jade bed, stomping down hard, causing the 9-headed serpent cypress to splinter before the astonished gazes of Wu Xie and the others. Old fool, did you truly believe you could outlast me? I merely foresaw that the time had not yet come. Now, it is indeed time for you to emerge. With that, the iron-faced man, pulling on the iron chains, swiftly moved toward the fractured section of the 9-headed serpent cypress. Unexpectedly, the emergence of the bronze coffin led to the complete revival of the Hydra cypress. Although it faced constraints from the heavenly heart rock, the Hydra cypress was unable to do anything against the individuals on the stone platform. However, the summoned corpses were unperturbed by the heavenly heart rock, and the small boss serpents nestled within the serpent fruits on the tree were equally unaffected. Upon witnessing the sudden drop of the serpent fruit, Wu Chun recalled that the boss serpents here were nurtured by the Hydra cypress. His eyes sparkled with realization. If I cannot take the gluttonous adult, surely I can take away the newly born. With a swift motion of his hand, before the serpent fruit could touch the ground, Wu Chun harnessed his Buddhist power to catch it. What is the forte of the Buddhist sect? Salvation. You and I share a karmic bond. The fruit fell into Wu Chun's grasp, leaving no possibility of escape. Sensing the struggles within the serpent fruit, he unleashed a beam of Buddhist light, effortlessly binding the yet-to-be-born boss serpent to him. If the Hydra cypress could speak, it would likely be cursing with the most vulgar of words. Chapter 19. The iron-faced man driven to desperation in a mere moment. The small viper emerged from the serpent fruit, having already acknowledged Wu Chun as its master even before its birth, thereby earning the recognition of the system. The newly born viper measured over 2 meters in length, yet its ravenous hunger posed a dilemma for Wu Chun. After some contemplation, he offered the shattered serpent fruit to the small viper, which eagerly devoured it without hesitation. The iron-faced man, observing the bald monk engrossed in his playful serpent, felt an intensifying disdain, his already grim visage darkening further. In a fit of rage, his stiff body, fueled by fury, moved with unexpected swiftness as he forcefully pushed open the lid of the bronze coffin, the chains entwined around it offering no resistance whatsoever. As the coffin opened, a casket made of precious gold and silk namuwood was revealed. The iron-faced man raised his hand to smash the casket's lid, but Wu Chun, draped in his resplendent robe, intervened. Of course, Wu Chun was no fool, unlike those mindless individuals who would call for help and wield mighty weapons recklessly. Aware that the iron-faced man intended to release King Lu Shang to attack him, Wu Chun knew that allowing such a release would spell his doom. Moreover, the golden silk Nama casket was priceless. He had yet to gain any rewards from this grave expedition. He contemplated storing the casket within the system's space, intending to later sell it through Wusanqing or Heishazi for a handsome profit. As for Wang Dueban, he had no clout in Panjiayuan to negotiate such a significant deal. The golden silk Nanmu was not for the likes of him. If Wang Pengzi dared to sell it today, he would surely find himself in dire straits by nightfall. There were still many lingering souls in this tomb, and he was one of them. Do not exert yourself, Wu Chun thought. If I allow you to break open this casket, I will forsake my vows from this day forth. Over time, Wu Chun had discerned the nature of the iron-faced man, understanding why he had maintained his consciousness for so long without perishing. This wretched creature practiced an ancient, sinister method of transforming into a zombie, yet seemed unwilling to undergo a complete transformation, likely fearing that he would lose his identity in the process. Thus, his methods had become a jumbled mess. Originally meant to absorb the foul energies of Yin and Earth, he instead consumed corpse energy alongside Yin energy, refusing even to be buried, all to prevent the Earth's energies from corrupting his consciousness and rendering him immobile. With a disdainful expression, Wu Chen allowed the iron-faced man to struggle against the resplendent robe, indifferent to the earth-shattering force of his efforts. The rationale was simple. The resplendent robe was simply beyond the brute strength of this half-zombie. In essence, one was a cultivator wielding a supreme artifact, while the other was a practitioner of dark arts whose methods were chaotic and misguided. Were the iron-faced man to genuinely transform into a conscious zombie, Wu Chen might regard him with a measure of respect. After all, in the realm of cultivation, zombies held a certain prestige, embodying the essence of transcending the mundane. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wu Chen cast another scornful glance at the iron-faced man. His thoughts a chaotic mix that the latter could, of course, perceive. With an enraged roar, the iron-faced man redoubled his efforts, straining against the resplendent robe as if it were a life-or-death struggle. Meanwhile, Wu Sanqing and his companions, harried by the corpse frogs, found themselves in a state of distress with no outlet for their grievances. Had it not been for Wu Xie consuming the Qilinju, he would likely have suffered grievously at the hands of the corpse frogs. Though they were currently in a precarious situation, it was primarily Pansy who bore the brunt of the difficulty. However, with Dekue watching over him, he had managed to avoid any serious peril. As for Ning, she was snugly nestled in Wu Chen's embrace, entirely safe. She had no choice but to remain there, for Wu Chen's protective Buddhist energy enveloped her, rendering her unable to move freely. The iron-faced man, now realizing his inability to breach the resplendent robe, was not foolish enough to remain oblivious to the oddity of his situation. Swiftly abandoning his fixation on releasing King Lushang, he pivoted and leaped directly toward Wu Chen. Wu Chen was taken aback, incredulous at the audacity of this creature. You cannot even defeat one of my artifacts, and yet you dare approach me? Yet, Wu Chen had underestimated the iron-faced man, who had clung to life for a millennium for the sake of a jade figurine. He would not seek his own demise. The iron-faced man's apparent charge was merely a feint, his true intention to escape. However, his current state prevented him from exposing himself to sunlight, which, while not lethal, would weaken him significantly. Thus, his only avenue for escape lay in the tomb passage, a domain he knew intimately, having overseen its construction himself. He was well versed in its mechanisms and traps. As he approached the passage, a spark of elation flickered in his eyes. He knew that once he entered, he could survive and continue to exist until he attained immortality. These intruding mortals could not possibly linger indefinitely. He understood their kind all too well. After amassing a sufficient haul, they would inevitably depart, and the casket of King Lushang was far too cumbersome to transport. The jade figurine would also remain beyond their grasp. The iron-faced man was convinced that no one else could unlock the secrets of the jade figurine apart from him. As for the princess, he could only hope that the concealed mechanisms within her body would prove effective. Indeed, the ruthless iron-faced man had modified the princess's body posthumously, implanting within her a set of 8 treasures rotors. Crafted by his own hands, these rotors possessed the power to obliterate the stone platform of Tianqin Rock. When the time came, these intruders would be consumed by the 9-headed serpent cypress. Perhaps that bald monk might survive after all? As he cast one last glance at the monk's conspicuous bald head, the iron-faced man felt a surge of rage, nearly driven to madness. Wu Chen, meanwhile, softly chanted a Buddhist incantation, extending his palm with deliberate grace, invoking the great sun to thagget a palm. A colossal palm print surged forth, accompanied by a miniature sun, hurtling towards the iron-faced man. In truth, the miniature sun was merely an alternative manifestation of the great sun's shadow, but the iron-faced man was unaware. His instincts screamed for him to evade this palm imprint, for should it draw near, he would surely be annihilated. In a moment of desperation, the iron-faced man expelled a corpse pill, the culmination of millennia spent absorbing yin and corpse energies. Cornered, he chose to self-detonate the corpse pill, his ultimate gambit. Once detonated, he too would succumb to slumber, and upon awakening, he would be uncertain whether he would remain himself. Seeing the iron-faced man expel the corpse pill, Wu Chen understood his intentions and swiftly recalled the resplendent robe, enveloping all but the iron-faced man within its protective embrace. In an instant, the corpse frogs fled from the resplendent robe. Those unable to escape in time were reduced to mere dust. Wu Chen had considered another method, wrapping the corpse pill within the resplendent robe, but he found the idea distasteful, as it had originated from the iron-faced man's own body. The mere thought repulsed him. Thankfully, the iron-faced man remained oblivious to Wu Chen's sentiments, or else he would surely be infuriated. Chapter 20. The Buddha's Fire Refines the Corpse. The mind reaches enlightenment. Upon the resplendent brocade robe, a divine light radiated forth, rendering the explosive power of the corpse stand utterly futile. The self-detonation of the corpse stand shattered the nine-headed serpent cypress, obliterating the tomb passage, and the iron-faced man suffered greatly, for that was his life's essence. His very own corpse Dan. The corpse Dan of a zombie is akin to the innate chi of a cultivator, serving as the foundation for enlightenment. Much like the inner alchemical essence of a demon. Although the self-detonation would not spell his demise, it was a close call. He found himself literally embedded in the wall. Unable to extricate himself. Iron-Faced had originally intended to take advantage of the corpse Dan's explosion to slip into the tomb passage. But he had underestimated the force of the detonation. After all, this was his first time employing such a technique, and prior experimentation was impossible. The explosion flattened the cliffside by over 30 meters, creating a massive pit. Below, the stone platform crafted by Wu Qin and others at the Celestial Heart Rock had vanished. Had it not been for Wu Qin shielding everyone with the brocade robe and protecting the white jade bed and golden silk Nama coffin, they likely would have been reduced to ashes. If anything remained unscathed, it would be the gluttonous python, hidden deep underground beneath the roots of the nine-headed serpent cypress. Even Wu Chun's complexion had turned pale. Indeed, he too had underestimated the explosive power of the iron-faced man's corpse Dan. Otherwise, he would not have expanded the protective range of the brocade robe for a mere sum of money, encompassing both the white jade bed and golden silk Nama coffin. Wu Qin had expended 2/3 of his Buddha power, and enduring the explosion of the corpse Dan had shaken his spirit, which was the primary reason for his pallor. Wu San and the others were oblivious to the calamity that had unfolded. Under the protection of the brocade robe, they were like lobsters, unable to see or hear anything. A vein throbbed on his forehead. After traversing through realms, Wu Qin had never suffered such a loss. As the brocade robe unfurled, releasing everyone, they landed upon the battered trunk of the nine-headed serpent cypress, dazed and unaware of their surroundings. The white jade bed was too large to fit into the system space, and the golden silk Nanmu coffin contained a living being that was not his to possess, hence it could not be stored either. Wu Qin chose to cast them aside at the roots of the nine-headed serpent cypress, gazing at the iron-faced man, who struggled against the wall in a futile attempt to escape. Wu Qin's eyes ignited with a fiery brilliance akin to the sun. The shadow of the great sun enveloped him as he ascended slowly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Well done, Iron-Faced. I have never suffered such a great loss. You truly are impressive. If I could allow you to die so easily, I would not call myself Wu Qin. As these words fell, it was unclear whether the iron-faced man understood or perceived something in Wu Qin's fiery gaze, but Wu Qin discerned a flicker of terror on the iron-faced man's face. The Taoists possess the true fire of Samadhi, yet our Buddhist order wields an infinite fire of the Buddha. Today, I shall confine you within the flames of enlightenment, a purgatory of worldly suffering, igniting the boundless wrath of my Buddha, refined. Wu Qin formed the lion seal of the Buddha and bellowed at the iron-faced man. In an instant, a golden flame emanated from Wu Qin's heart, appearing slow yet swiftly descending upon the iron-faced man's form. The iron-faced man felt as though he had been transported back a millennium, to the moment King Lu Shang discovered his covetous gaze upon the queen and ordered his castration, rendering him a eunuch. This scene replayed in an instant, over 1,000 times. Each time he beheld the glistening white blade approaching, he screamed in abject terror, begging for mercy, yet none was ever granted. This spectacle repeated itself countless times within a mere moment, yet in the iron-faced man's perception, it felt as though a millennium had passed. Subsequently, Wu Qin stripped him from his jade effigy, transforming him into a blood corpse and feeding him to the python. He recalled the derision he faced throughout his life due to his appearance, the failures that ensued, even having his limbs broken and being cast into the streets to beg, with not a soul willing to offer him a morsel of food. The relentless cycle of torment and humiliation drove the iron-faced man to the brink of despair, yearning for death, yet it eluded him. As Wu Qin observed the slow combustion of the iron-faced man's body and soul within the Buddha's flames, it was anticipated that this purgatorial experience would endure for 10 days, during which the iron-faced man would endure myriad worldly sufferings. Contemplating this, Wu Qin waved his hand, entombing the iron-faced man deep within the cliffside, sealing him with a massive stone. In this manner, discovery was impossible, and even if someone did uncover him, liberation would require the very mountains to be hewn. The iron-faced man was utterly immobilized, unable to awaken or flee. This was an inescapable fate, unless Wu Qin chose to show him mercy, which was inconceivable. Wu Qin held no lofty ideals of justice. His intentions were purely fueled by vengeance. Otherwise, He could have easily proclaimed the iron-faced man's countless slaughters and the heinous acts he committed against the living, employing righteous rhetoric to justify his execution. However, Wu Chen found such actions repugnant, akin to a hypocrite who, after committing sins, erects a facade of virtue. Wu Chen sought only a moment of clarity. The gluttonous python, awakened by the explosion of the corpse Dan, observed Wu Chen hovering above and instinctively understood that it would be wise to avoid provoking him. Thus had feigned death. Gradually descending, Wu Chen stood upon the white jade bed, expressionless as he gazed at the open golden silk Nama coffin. The coffin was utterly vacant, save for some aged skins resting quietly within. The jade effigy and King Lu Shang had inexplicably vanished. Wu Chen was certain that Zhang Qiling and his companions were not responsible. It was evident that descending to retrieve the items was no simple task. And even Zhang Qiling's prowess could not facilitate such a swift extraction of both the jade effigy and King Lu Shang, not to mention the jade effigy's weight. There was also a living person contained within. Indeed, King Lu Shang had remained alive, and after experiencing 10 transformations, he might attain longevity, perhaps even transcendence. Having undergone 9 transformations, he was but a step away from the 10th. How could he possibly resign himself to being extracted? He had witnessed the moment when the jade effigy was separated, the original owner transformed into a blood corpse, though uncertain if the intruder would employ the iron-faced man's methods. He could not afford to gamble. Even if the jade effigy were merely damaged, he would be doomed, so who would dare take such a risk? Thus, after Wu Chen discarded the golden silk Nama coffin, King Lu Shang, seizing the moment when the coffin lid was jarred open, beheld the otherworldly Wu Chen and the shattered 9-headed serpent cypress. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily pried open the coffin lid and crawled out, slipping through the roots of the 9-headed serpent cypress and burrowing underground. Python, retrieve the jade effigy for me, or I shall stew you. Despite Wu Chen's pallid visage and the fading consciousness that warned him of his limits, the gluttonous python dared not disobey. At Wu Chen's thunderous command, the python could no longer feign death. Under King Lu Shang's astonished gaze, it struggled to haul its massive belly, swiftly approaching and capturing him, offering him to Wu Chen. Ah, you wretched creature, do you dare run? Wu Chen paid no mind to whether King Lu Shang could comprehend his words. His own satisfaction took precedence. Detected host has broken the vow of anger, receiving a modified Great Return Elixir. This time, the system deliberately alerted Wu Chen, as if fearing he would once again ignore its presence. The Great Return Elixir? A revised version? Wu Chen was all too familiar with the Great Return Elixir. In the writings of the Venerable Master Jin, the legendary Shaolin Elixir is described as a rare treasure, one that even the abbot of Shaolin could only acquire once in a lifetime. It is said that consuming a single pill can bestow a century's worth of martial prowess and fortify one's essence. However, what does this entail? Upon examining the system, Wu Chen was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that while the Grand Elixir had some effect on him, its utility was limited in the context of a martial arts world, particularly for someone on the path of immortality. Thus, the system took the initiative to transform it into a potion specifically tailored to his needs. Retrieving the resplendent golden elixir from the confines of the system's space, Wu Chen smiled with satisfaction and swallowed it whole. In an instant, not only was all his expended Buddhist power restored, but his total reservoir of Buddhist energy was also doubled. His body felt as if it were a nascent child nurtured within the womb, harmoniously attuned to the cosmos. Simultaneously, the serpent was nearing his ascent, and the reward for vanquishing the iron-faced beast had been credited. Evolution of 1000 gene power, dragon elephant power. 137, 500 pounds, 1 elephant 12, 500 pounds. 1 dragon 10 elephants. As Wu Chen felt the surge of his newfound strength, he furrowed his brow. He was on a path of enlightenment. So what use was raw power to him? Yet, upon realizing that his physical attributes had been concurrently enhanced, he found himself rather pleased. Reflecting on the golden staff of the Monkey King, he mused that it epitomized the quintessential answer of overpowering one's foes through sheer strength. Chapter 21. The King of Lu. The Lu Royal Palace concluded. If you were to inquire who is presently in the most distress, it would undoubtedly be the King of Lu, who has been seized by the serpent. However, if you were to ask who shares in his trepidation, it would certainly be Wuxia. Why, you may wonder. This predicament stems from Wu Chen's decision to place them all together, giving rise to a rather absurd dilemma. The small serpent, too, landed among them and has coiled itself around Ning's arm. Why, then, is Wuxia in a state of panic? Because that little serpent has already acknowledged Wu Chen as its master, and this occurred right in front of Ning, at the very moment of its birth. The small serpent's first sight was not Wuchen, but Ning. Had it not been for Wuchen's method of transformation, it would have naturally recognized Ning as its master. Now, in Wuchen's absence, it would heed only Ning's commands. Yet, therein lies the problem. Ning herself is oblivious to this. She is currently enduring the pain in her thigh, laboriously clinging to the trunk of the nine-headed serpent cypress. And due to the presence of the small serpent upon her, the nine-headed serpent cypress has refrained from attacking them. However, the little serpent does not allow anyone to approach. It bites anyone who dares come near, particularly the likes of the muffled oil bottle and Wuxie. Yet, if they distance themselves from Ning and the serpent, the nine-headed serpent cypress will unleash its remaining vines to assault them. Who could withstand that? The nine-headed serpent cypress, wounded as it is, craves sustenance and blood. Remarking inwardly that had it not been for its offspring, it would have already exterminated these intruders. Wuxie feels a deep sense of despair. Yet he dares not voice his concerns. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, Wuxie might not be as frantic. However, Wuchen, when placing them down, had entrusted him with the care of Ning. How astute Wuchen is. The cunning Wu Sanqing is unreliable, and the two rugged fellows, Pansy and Dakwai, are hardly dependable even for Wu Sanqing. The muffled oil bottle is an enigma, leaving Wuxie and Wang Pengzi as the only two attentive individuals. Yet Wang Pengzi, unfamiliar with them, leaves Wuxie as the sole protector. Moreover, upon binding Wuxie, the stout fellow cannot escape, and Wu Sanqing must remain as well. His two lackeys, Dakwai and Pansy, must tend to their own affairs. Furthermore, Wuxie, in his innocence, remains committed to his promises. Faced with danger, he will protect Ning, and in turn, the muffled oil bottle must safeguard him. An exquisite closed loop. As for Ning, she too feels paralyzed. She cannot fathom why the little serpent has entwined itself around her, believing it to be a means left by Wuchen. Frustrated, she grits her teeth, yet is powerless to alter her predicament. Meanwhile, Wuchen remains oblivious to this unfolding drama. His gaze is fixated upon the advancing serpent and the jade figurine held in its jaws. Inside the figurine, the King of Lu remains utterly still, even minimizing his breaths. Fearful of inadvertently provoking the serpent, which might crush the jade figurine with a mere exertion of force. The serpent, eager to please, presents the jade figurine before Wuchen. Even placing its massive head at his feet, its enormous eyes brimming with a desire for approval. Wuchen smiles contentedly, gently stroking the serpent's smooth head, imparting a sliver of merit. The serpent is overjoyed. This fragment of merit is sufficient to spare it a decade of arduous cultivation. Return now, but remember to hide well, and do not emerge easily. I shall come looking for you in due time. The serpent nods, its gaze tinged with reluctance as it departs. Wuchen then nudges the jade figurine, contemplating how to deal with this entity, the King of Lu, who yearns for immortality. The language barrier is a significant obstacle, otherwise, there might be some tangible gains from this encounter, especially considering this is a king from the Warring States period, one who ascended through grave robbing. Who knows what treasures he has concealed? Wuchen is convinced that the King of Lu must have hidden treasures elsewhere. After all, one who could uncover the jade figurine, coveted even by the ancestral dragon, surely possesses other riches. Yet, within the seven-star Lu royal palace, aside from this jade figurine and that ghostly seal, what other treasures are there? Even the serpent-eyed copperfish was placed here by Wu Sanqing. And that Ding-En pearl? It belongs to Iron Face. Entirely unrelated to the King of Lu. Wuchen is at a loss, yet the King of Lu is in a greater state of alarm. He mistakenly believes that this monk, remaining silent, is contemplating how to dispose of him. Thus, he abandons his pretense of being lifeless, despite being encased in the rigid jade figurine. The King of Lu exhibits surprising agility, springing up and gesticulating fervently, attempting to communicate. Yet, the same issue persists. Wuchen cannot comprehend his words. This predicament is largely Wuchen's own fault. The system had long since issued rewards, but he, finding it bothersome, had muted the notifications. Ultimately, it is the system that can no longer endure, despite its lackadaisical demeanor. However, it cannot help but be exasperated with this foolish host who fails to seek assistance from his golden finger in times of crisis. Reminder to the host. The language function has been fully loaded. Please activate it promptly. The system would have scolded him, but it refrains, knowing that it could bombard Wuchen with a barrage of complaints. The module had been loaded on the very first day of his transmigration, yet this foolish host remains oblivious. If you ask when it was loaded, it traces back to the first chapter when Wu Chen arrived and expressed his frustrations. Wu Chen is unaware of this. He is currently eager to discover the extent of the rewards he has muted. Upon his return, he intends to investigate thoroughly. Upon activating the language module, Wu Chen finally comprehends the King of Lu's anguished pleas for mercy. However, his expression remains inscrutable. For those like the King of Lu, who refuse to meet their demise and stubbornly cling to the mortal realm, they have already disrupted the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, the King of Lu must perish. Regardless of whether Wu Chen strikes the fatal blow, Zhang Qiling will not spare him. Wu Chen is conflicted, for this individual appears somewhat greedy. If you wish for clemency, you ought to offer something in return, rather than simply begging. Just as he contemplates this, the ever-idle Zhang Qiling jumps into view. Brandishing his black gold ancient blade, scrutinizing the jade figurine, his expression one of deliberation on where to strike, nearly causing the King of Lu to collapse in fear. Originally, the King of Lu was a figure of nobility and dignity, not deserving of such degradation. Yet, ensconced within the jade figurine, any harm to it would render him eternally damned, obliterating a millennium of effort. Therefore, he endured when Iron Face was buried alongside his queen. He bore with it when Wu Sanqing replaced the ghostly seal. Even when Iron Face sought to unearth him, he remained patient. What did the King of Lu strive for? Merely to avoid damaging the jade figurine and to attain the elusive promise of immortality. Bottle, can you be removed? Zhang Qiling momentarily pauses, realizing he is the one being referred to. Nevertheless, he merely nods in silence. Wu Chen chuckles, King of Lu, you certainly cannot survive. Your refusal to die has already contravened the natural order. I do not wish to deceive you. However, death comes in many forms. You could suffer like Iron Face, experiencing torment until your soul dissipates, denied even the chance for reincarnation. Alternatively, I could personally escort you to the blissful realm of the afterlife, to meet the Buddha. The King of Lu is struck dumb. Who wishes to perish if life can be preserved? Perhaps sensing the shock in the King of Lu's eyes, Wu Chen continues. Your fate surely does not lead to the Western paradise. You may as well remain in hell. The domain of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is also a commendable choice. The King of Lu feels despondent. He desires to become an immortal, yet not in such a manner. Chapter 22. Reluctance, Adjustment, and Perfection. Sent to the seat of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, is that achieving immortality? ISNT that akin to becoming a ghost. This reflects a cognitive bias for King Lushang. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is an unfamiliar entity. Had it not been for the mention of hell, he would have been utterly perplexed. A tomb raider from the Warring States period. How could he possibly delve into Buddhism? Moreover, even if he wished to study it, he would have had no opportunity. As Buddhism only entered the Central Plains during the Tang Dynasty, the realm of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is far from desolate. The protective deities and the Vajra guardians are abundant. For the grand aspirations of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva are highly revered, naturally attracting many followers. The malevolent spirits and the Azura clan, whom he normally guides, also belong under his domain. Thus, when Wu Chen spoke of hell, becoming one of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's followers seemed a commendable choice. However, this was Wu Chen's perspective. For King Lushang, the mere thought of death was incomprehensible. Why had he sought the jade figurine, sleeping for over a millennium? Was it not for the sake of immortality? Now, with immortality tantalizingly close, a bald monk suddenly appears, urging him to forsake everlasting life and become a wandering ghost. Unable to reincarnate. If you were in his position, would you be willing to comply? Do not force my hand. Is it truly so difficult to grant me a path to survival? I am but one transformation away from immortality. King Lushang's maddened cries echoed throughout the underground realm, refusing to be quelled. Shaking his head gently, Wu Chen thought that had he not encountered Lushang, he would have been disinterested in the matter. However, fate intervened, and he found himself compelled to intervene. The naivety of King Lushang amused Wu Chen. Did he genuinely believe that this jade figurine could grant him eternal life? If such a feat were possible, why had no one before him achieved it? Let alone the fact that King Lushang was the first to approach the 10th transformation. This jade figurine was extracted from the tomb's owner of the Western Zhou. The number of individuals who had possessed such a jade figurine remains unknown, yet Wu Chen was acutely aware that no one had successfully attained immortality. In the original tale, not even the Queen Mother of the West depended solely on a falling jade. On what grounds did King Lushang presume that a jade figurine could truly bestow eternal life? After 10 transformations, if he were not struck down by heaven, Wu Chen would share the same surname as him. For an entity like King Lushang, whose very existence defied the natural order. It would be odd not to incur divine retribution. Even those aspiring to ascend to immortality must endure heavenly punishment, so why should he, a practitioner of dark arts, expect to achieve immortality merely by sleeping for a millennium? Regrettably, King Lushang remained oblivious to these truths. In his limited understanding, he believed that 10 transformations with the jade figurine would suffice for eternal life. Observing the obstinate King Lushang, Wu Chun found himself at a loss for words. There is an expression in the northern regions that aptly describes such stubbornness: clutching a piece of dung, refusing to exchange it for a twisted pastry, so obstinate. Nonetheless, Wu Chun was not inclined to engage in further dialogue. This wretched creature was unwilling to relinquish even a fraction of his treasure, yet expected leniency. Such a notion was preposterous. Bottle, act swiftly, eliminate him. Zhang Qiling, without uttering a word, grasped the jade figurine and prepared to take action. You wish to deny me life? Then none shall live. King Lushang ground his teeth in fury, wishing he could swallow these two scoundrels whole. He had merely sought a peaceful slumber, having neither provoked nor offended anyone. Why was everyone against him? Despite harboring a sliver of hope regarding the jade figurine, King Lushang refrained from making any significant moves, merely chanting incantations under his breath. Could Wu Qin merely observe him growing stronger? Not only could Wu Qin not, but Zhang Qiling was no fool. With a swift motion, he aimed his blade directly at King Lushang's neck. This sudden action left both King Lushang and Wu Qin momentarily stunned. If Wu Qin recalled correctly, Zhang Qiling had come to the tomb specifically for the jade figurine. Although unaware of Zhang Qiling's purpose for the jade, it was evident he sought the complete figurine. Otherwise, he would not have intervened when Wang Fatty attempted to pull at the thread. But what did this unexpected strike signify? Yet, there was no time for Wu Qin to ponder, for King Lushang was losing his composure. Who is this fool? Silent and suddenly attacking, what kind of person does this? Terrified, King Lushang staggered backward, halting his incantations, even disregarding the backlash he might suffer. Having already decided to act, could Wu Chun and Zhang Qiling allow him to evade? Vajra spell, Vajra demon subduing circle bind, with his left hand forming a Buddhist seal and his right pointing forward. An overwhelming radiance enveloped King Lushang. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Qiling sheathed his black gold ancient blade and retreated to stand beside Wu Chun. Observing Zhang Qiling's uncharacteristically lazy maneuver, Wu Chun felt a pang of annoyance. This bottle had picked up some bad habits. Such behavior was unacceptable. In truth, neither Wu Qin nor Zhang Qiling regarded King Lushang as a significant threat. A being who dared only to hide within a jade figurine could hardly stir any substantial turmoil. Yet they overlooked the fact that King Lushang was ultimately a prince. When cornered, the indomitable spirit of a noble would inevitably emerge. Though he had played the fool prior, it was merely to avoid damaging the jade figurine. Now, faced with the absence of an escape, how could he refrain from fighting back? A cornered rabbit will bite. King Lushang trembled violently, and the jade figurine shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. In that moment, Wu Qin felt as if he were witnessing an ancient king. Yet the piercing scream of King Lushang jolted him back to reality. As the jade figurine crumbled, King Lushang's skin began to fracture, engulfed by waves of excruciating agony. The sight of his bloodied form made Wu Chun feel a twinge of nausea. The shattering of the jade figurine was swift. Yet Wu Qin's Vajra demon subduing spell was even faster. The golden circle enveloped King Lushang entirely, shrinking instantaneously, rendering his struggles futile. The sound of sizzling echoed as Wu Chun narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this was dark magic, for otherwise, the Vajra spell would not have been so effective against him. Listening to Wu Chun's murmurs, Zhang Qiling nodded in agreement. Naturally, it is dark magic. The transformation of the jade figurine draws upon the method of cicada molting, turning humans into demons. Upon this revelation, Wu Chun sprang into action. He had sensed familiarity in the transformation of the jade figurine, and now it all made sense. Without further hesitation, Wu Chun formed the great radiant lion seal, summoning an inferno of Buddhist flames. Amidst King Lushang's anguished roars, he was reduced to ashes. Yet Wu Chun did not annihilate him entirely. He preserved King Lushang's soul and dispatched it to the underworld. Whether it would go to hell or to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was beyond his concern. After all, Wu Chun had previously stated that King Lushang had not consented. Thus, the underworld would decide his fate. Turning away, Wu Chun departed gracefully, with Zhang Qiling leaping to follow. As Wu Chun reached for the queen on the white jade bed, Zhang Qiling instinctively intervened. Do not rush. I am aware of the mechanism. With a flash of Buddhist light, the queen gradually released the calming pearl, which, as in the original narrative, was embedded in a key, this key being the means to unlock the 8 treasure box, securing the calming pearl. Wuchen waved his hand to store the white jade bed and the golden Nama coffin. Wuchen realized that the system had already issued a space expansion card. Yet he had chosen to block it. Wuchen thought to himself, justice may be lacking, but my resolve remains strong. Observing Ning's exasperated expression and her tightly clenched teeth, Wu Chun felt a chuckle rising within, though he refrained from laughter. Nevertheless, the mirth in his eyes did not escape Ning's notice. Dead monk, will you not take your snake away? Ning was nearly driven to madness. After such an extended period, she remained motionless, crouched upon the tree trunk, terrified that the snake might strike her at any moment. Had she possessed a firearm, she would have certainly attempted to defend herself, yet alas, she was devoid of even a knife. Foolish girl, would I truly leave the danger to you? Aining was taken aback. What did you just call me? Foolish girl, are you not foolish? Aining swore, were it not for the current situation being so dire. She would have lunged at this insufferable being and bitten him to death. Little Ba has already acknowledged you. You are one of its masters. How could it possibly harm you? Aining exclaimed, you scoundrel. Why did you not mention this sooner? A wave of relief washed over her, and in that instant, she could no longer hold herself upright. Her body softened, and she collapsed into Wuchen's embrace. She attempted to struggle, yet her limbs were utterly devoid of strength, rendering her immobile. Aining herself could not fathom her sudden trust in this monk, whom she had only just met. Perhaps it was due to his previous act of saving her, or perhaps it was the awe she felt from witnessing his extraordinary abilities. After much contemplation, Aining could not arrive at a conclusion, but eventually decided to cease her thoughts and succumb to slumber in Wuchen's arms. When Aining next awoke, she found herself within the confines of the Black Bear's courtyard in the city of Sijio. There was no alternative. Wuchen was unwilling to allow the Black Bear to dispose of the corpse, and it was imperative to avoid the hospital, for they could not explain the origins of the corpse. Wu Sanqing and the others had already returned to Changsha, and Wuchen had informed them that he would visit once matters here had settled. Wu Sanqing understood Wuchen's intentions perfectly. This was hardly a casual visit, but rather a prelude to acquiring the precious golden Nama coffin and the jade bed. Nevertheless, Wu Sanqing offered no objections, even welcoming the arrangement with open arms. Both items were treasures capable of enhancing one's reputation and prestige. Though difficult to procure, they were undeniably valuable. Who would turn their back on wealth? Little Ba. The diminutive snake was also brought back by Wuchen. Do not inquire how he passed through security, as Wu Sanqing had facilitated it with the aid of a greenskin train. Now, Little Ba lay beneath Aining's bed, ever vigilant in its protection of her. However, to Aining, this seemed less like protection and more like a precaution against her escape. 3 days later, Aining departed once more, but this time she took Little Ba with her, though she had not intended to bring the snake along. Wuchen's concern for her well-being led him to prepare an assortment of life-preserving items. During this time, Wuchen had taken the opportunity to meticulously organize the rewards from the system, discovering numerous treasures. The rotund Wang had frequently visited during this period, never arriving empty-handed and always bringing provisions. Wuchen understood Wang's motives. He sought to leave a favorable impression, hoping to assist him in critical moments. It mattered little to Wuchen, as he bore no ill will towards the portly man, who exhibited a remarkable understanding of social nuances. Even the Black Bear regarded this brazen fellow with a measure of respect. The Black Bear had returned a day earlier than Wuchen and had just finished tidying the courtyard when Wuchen arrived, cradling Aining in his arms. Such serendipity. Wuchen did not allow the Black Bear's efforts to go unrewarded. He presented him with the lid of the golden Nanmu coffin, nearly bringing the Black Bear to joyous tears. However, the Black Bear insisted on being compensated in cash instead, as a complete set would fetch a higher price, to which Wuchen readily acquiesced. Yet, an offhand remark from the Black Bear piqued Wuchen's interest. Within the city of Sijio, a foreign woman had arrived, possessing considerable strength. She intended to fund the establishment of an archaeological team to explore the legendary ancient city of Jingjue. Chapter 23. Fishing for the Great Golden Tooth. Aiming for Hubei. The tale of the trio from the Tomb Raiding Society is about to unfold in the ancient city of Lulan. After some contemplation, Wuchen decided to let Wang Fatty spread the word at Panjiayuan. The purpose of this announcement was to lure the Great Golden Tooth. While the trio may appear reckless, the Great Golden Tooth is of paramount importance to them, whether they wish to offload their underworld artifacts or seek various pieces of information. They cannot do so without the Great Golden Tooth. Although Hubei is often referred to as the logistics commander, it is the Great Golden Tooth who truly fulfills that role. Without him, their endeavors would falter. Once they hook the Great Golden Tooth, Hubei will be ensnared. And Wang Kaixian is undeniably tied to him. Capturing Hubei means Wang Kaixian cannot escape either. As for Shirley Yang, there is no rush. Without Hubei's celestial feng shui mastery, she cannot enter the Black Desert or locate the ancient city of Lulan. Thus, the pressing question remains, how to reel in the Great Golden Tooth. In truth, he is rather easy to catch, sharing the same flaw as Wang Fatty and the others, greed. He is exceedingly avaricious. However, the Great Golden Tooth possesses a certain cleverness, discerning what is worth pursuing and what is not. Moreover, he is exceedingly cautious about his life. Should he sense any threat, he will flee. Therefore, patience is required in this endeavor. If they rush, he will not only refuse the bait, but also slip away in a heartbeat. The message Wang Fatty disseminated was straightforward and tailored to attract the Great Golden Tooth. He has a penchant for associating with capable individuals, as evidenced by his connection with Hubei. To befriend Hubei, he even retracted in order to eliminate Wang Kaixian and lowered his own status just to invite them both to dinner. At that time, he had no inkling that Hubei and Wang Kaixian hailed from a prestigious background. He merely deduced Hubei's humble origins from a compass. Such discernment is truly remarkable. At least Wu Qin believes that had he not read the original text, he would not possess the same acuity as the Great Golden Tooth. Thus, Wu Qin capitalized on this insight, instructing Wang Yueban to announce that the true owner behind the jade bed and golden Nama coffin is currently in the capital, seeking the Lama. While it is true that the Great Golden Tooth would not personally join the expedition, given his nature, he would undoubtedly recommend Hubei. This would forge a connection between him and the Tomb Raiding Society. Though this may sound simple, the intricacies involved are manifold. For instance, Chang Sha from the Nine Gates is responsible for the auction, and the one spreading the news is Wang Yueban. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Yueban's standing far surpasses that of Wang Kaixian. Wang Kaixian, even if he were to attain the title of Tomb Raider, would not be a legitimate one. If one were to compare, he would not measure up to a mere member of the Unloading Ridge. The members of the Unloading Ridge merely assist the warriors. Indeed, in Wu Qin's eyes, Wang Kaixian holds little value. Strength, bravery, a willingness to take risks. Any competent Tomb Raider could accomplish that. In contrast, Wang Yueban is different. Despite his denial of being a legitimate Tomb Raider, everyone who knows the ropes is well aware of his status. He simply does not carry the title. As the Tomb Raiding Society's tradition is to have only one representative. If Wang Fatty were to assume the title and join Hubei's group, Wu Qin believes he would be far more useful than Wang Kaixian. Let us not forget, Wu Sanqing requires a Warring States silk book to locate the tomb of Lu Shangwang, while Wang Yueban possesses nothing. His tunnel leads directly to the target's inner chamber, flawlessly bypassing the tomb's passage layers and any potential traps, a feat that even Wu Sanqing cannot match. Although he may appear incompetent at times, Wang Yueban has never faltered at critical moments. He merely enjoys coasting, not truly lacking in skill. Within the Iron Triangle of Tomb Raiders, his role is akin to that of the monk in the sand. Now, consider Wang Kaixian from the Ghost Lantern Iron Triangle. Aside from being comical and causing trouble, he is nothing but brute force. While he too does not falter, the tasks he undertakes lack any technical sophistication. Given his connection with Hubei, it would be a simple matter for him to grasp the nuances of the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secrets. However, with Hubei's presence, this fool has learned nothing at all, making no progress from start to finish. At this moment, neither Wang Kaixian nor Hubei holds any notable status, but Wang Yueban is different. Regardless of his admission, he is an heir to the Tomb Raiding legacy. Thus, when the news was released by Wang Yueban, it instantly attracted considerable attention, drawing the bloodthirsty Great Golden Tooth like a shark sensing blood in the water. Unfortunately, he cannot meet Wu Qin directly, as Wang Yueban will not allow the Great Golden Tooth to bypass him. Wang Yueban is determined not to let go of this golden opportunity. With Wu Qin's capabilities, even a few tidbits of information would suffice for Wang Yueban to thrive. Oh, Fat Master, we're both scavenging for a living at Panjiayuan. Please help me out and let me meet the Buddha. I truly have matters to discuss. The Great Golden Tooth wiped the sweat from his brow, nearly jumping with anxiety. Wang Yueban, this inconsiderate fatso, had kept him waiting for nearly half an hour without even offering a cup of tea or a chair. Golden Master, do not make it difficult for Fatty. The Buddha is a figure of great stature, akin to a living saint. How could he be so easily accessible? Wang Yueban frowned, his small eyes narrowing. This fellow often relied on a few genuine artifacts to poach his business. It was intentional, indeed, aimed at revenge and to remind them that the Buddha is not so easily approached, a person even Wu Sanqing respects. If it were that simple for the great golden tooth to meet Wu Chen, would he still be so solemn? Wang Yueban's goal is clear, to become Wu Chen's spokesperson to the outside world. Anyone wishing to contact the Buddha must go through him. Wu Chen is aware of this arrangement. Wang Yueban's actions are by his design, for if anyone could approach him, Wu Chen would be inundated with requests. Yet, he is unaware that Wang Yueban has blocked the great golden tooth. Otherwise, it might have forced Wang Fatty to lose some weight. While he was contemplating how many days it would take to catch the great golden tooth, Wang Fatty nearly exhausted the already frail great golden tooth. After putting the great golden tooth through some difficulty, Wang Fatty led him to the small courtyard of the Black Bear. Note that they walked over. The journey from Panjiayuan to the Black Bear would take even Wu Chen half an hour. It would take Wang Fatty and the great golden tooth no less than 50 minutes. The great golden tooth cursed Wang Fatty under his breath while reluctantly trailing behind. There was no alternative. Money was at stake. Shirley Yang had promised him a reward. Naturally, Shirley Yang had caught wind of the news Wu Chen released. For she had the means, gathering information was straightforward for her. Subsequently, she approached the great golden tooth, and how did she find him? Naturally, through the professor. A sum of $10,000. Yes, a full $10,000 awaited the great golden tooth if he could bring Wu Chen to her. The mere thought of such a price made the great golden tooth's eyes gleam as he followed Wang Fatty. Wang Fatty hadn't intended to bring the great golden tooth along, but when he mentioned having a tomb raider, Wang Fatty was stunned. However, upon hearing Hu Bai's name, he understood, especially regarding the compass associated with Hu Bai. Chapter 24. The fish is hooked. Wang Yueban was indeed unfamiliar with Hu Ba's words, yet the compass held significance. As descendants of the tomb raiding sect, how could Wang Yueban not recognize that compass? If Dejinja had not mentioned it, he would never have dared to bring Dejinja to meet the Buddha. Just as Dejinja was on the verge of exhaustion, they finally arrived at the courtyard of the Black Bear. His eyes widened as he glared at the smirking Wang Yueban, unable to utter a single word in his fury. After Dejinja caught his breath, Wang Yueban knocked on the door. Buddha, it's me, Wang Fatty. There's a grandson who wishes to see you. Dejinja could assure that. Had it not been for this fatso, he would have definitely sought someone to eliminate this scoundrel. He was well aware of the fatso's incessant chatter, yet he rarely had contact with him. Today he realized just how insufferable this fatso could be. Come in, the door is unlocked, Black Bear called out. Indifferent to them as he continued to engage in idle chatter with Wu Chen, fixated on the idea of venturing to Jingjue. Why was Black Bear so determined to reach Jingjue? It was rumored that Jingjue hoarded treasures from all neighboring countries, with tales of wealth beyond measure within its ancient city. Wu Chen had informed him of the curse surrounding Jingjue, but alas, Black Bear was skeptical of any legends lacking a single gold coin. Buddha, please take me with you. I don't ask for much, just a small portion of what you leave behind. The familiar chant sent shivers down Wu Chen's spine. Yet he could not act against him. Why? He was staying in someone else's home, where the host was smiling brighter than a blooming flower. And he still wanted to strike him? Blind man, it's not that I don't wish to take you, but have you truly thought this through? The curse of the Zaglama clan, you cannot claim ignorance. Wu Chen furrowed his brows, thoroughly exasperated, and finally decided to divulge a fragment of information to Black Bear, hoping to end his incessant prattling. The curse of the Zaglama clan? Black Bear had indeed heard of it, but only the surface. Buddha, Black Sir. Just call this grandson Dejinja. Wang Fatty made himself at home, plopping down in the chair beside Black Bear and grabbing an orange prepared by him. Dejinja rolled his eyes at Wang Fatty before turning to Wu Chen with a grin. Buddha, Black Sir, I've long admired your names. He had only recently heard of Wu Chen's reputation, but Black Bear's name was well known. The duo, known as the Southern Blind and Northern Mute, were both exceptional lone wolves. Despite Black Bear's notorious reputation, would Dejinja dare to provoke him? He feared those who could truly defend themselves, for they might just break his gold tooth. What brings you here, Dejinja? He and Black Bear were acquainted, especially given Dejinja's distinctive golden tooth. This fellow was indeed ruthless. He dared to adorn his own mouth with gold from the deceased, a feat few would attempt. Ah, Black Sir, is it so wrong for me to pay a visit? Dejinja then produced 2 small yellow fish, presenting them with reverence on the coffee table before stepping back respectfully. Black Bear smirked, recognizing the opportunistic nature of this vulture. No profit, no early rise was indeed his motto. Dejinja was aware of his own unsavory reputation and, not waiting for Wu Qin to speak, continued, I heard that Buddha plans to explore the ancient city of Jingjue. Wu Qin nodded, amused, as the fish had taken the bait. What a coincidence. I happen to have a wealthy boss who is preparing to assemble an archaeological team to investigate Jingjue. Dejinja clapped his hands, feigning surprise. Little did he know that Wu Qin had deliberately dropped this piece of information to ensnare him. However, I cannot be the one to take my boss. There are too many matters at hand. It is far more efficient to undertake a few more trips myself. Upon hearing this, Dejinja was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the funds provided by this foreign lady were limited, and the process was cumbersome. Without the proper equipment, hiring anyone merely meant hiring bodyguards. Just as Black Bear was about to speak, Wu Qin interjected. He did not lack money, but he yearned for the bodyguard work, particularly when it involved proper procedures. Unfortunately, Wu Qin's sudden slap nearly knocked the wind out of Dejinja, whose expression was one of utter disbelief. As if he might weep if given no reasonable explanation, Wu Qin, with a scowl, shook his head. Dejinja, do not say I did not give you a chance. Return and discuss with your boss. Present me with a reasonable offer. Remember, I will not accept any burdens. But an additional person for your boss is acceptable. Dejinja's expression faltered. He had initially intended to include Hu Ba and the others in the exploration team. But he was well aware of their lack of reliability. Quite frankly, none of those professors or students could be counted upon. They were merely liabilities. However, following Wu Qin's lead meant not only raising the price but also excluding anyone else, which posed a dilemma. Is there a problem? Indeed, there was a slight issue. I have 2 tomb raiders, skilled in feng shui and secret arts, yet they have never been on an expedition. I wonder if Buddha could assist in promoting them? Wu Qin knew exactly whom he was referring to, yet he would not allow Dejinja to simply insert them into the party. If this door were opened, who could guarantee that anyone would not try to push their way in? Are we that familiar? Why should I assist you? For anyone else, such words would render their faces green with embarrassment. But Dejinja, the ever-cunning character, would never let an opportunity slip by. Oh Buddha, we are familiar enough. And these are legitimate tomb raiders. Their feng shui skills are commendable. You need not concern yourself too much. Just ensure they return alive. And their skills might even help you navigate the journey. You certainly need someone to carry your burdens, do you not? Nodding, Wu Qin chose not to elaborate further. Sometimes it was best to leave matters at a standstill lest they backfire. Upon seeing Wu Qin's nod, Dejinja's face lit up with joy. He quickly produced 2 more small yellow fish, each weighing 10 grams. Not much, but a fitting gift nonetheless. Wu Qin chuckled. Dejinja was indeed a character. For small yellow fish were not inexpensive, yet one must consider the magnitude of the task at hand. Was entering the ancient city of Jingjue truly a simple endeavor? To ensure the safety of 2 lives, Dejinja had profited immensely. Moreover, he could establish a connection along this path. One must recognize that Wu Qin, previously a mere unknown, had gained considerable fame following his recent expedition to the royal palace of Lu, with the Wu family personally overseeing the auction, and backing from the southern blind and northern mute, along with Wang Yueban running errands. Who among those in this circle would not know that a formidable player had emerged? If Hu Ba and his companions returned alive from this journey, they would certainly become renowned, and the implications of that were self-evident. Thus, the 4 small yellow fish Dejinja had offered were indeed a bargain. Dejinja, you are a wise man, and I enjoy collaborating with the astute. However, I hope you do not become overly clever. After Dejinja's departure, Wu Qin instructed him to convey a message to his boss, words that hinted at the mysteries of the Taklamakan Desert, the winds rise, black sands swirl, the black dragon bows, the ghostly cave curses, and the phoenix's heart wonders. You need not concern yourself with their meanings, she will understand. As Dejinja bowed and retreated, the previously silent Black Bear suddenly re-emerged. Buddha, the suffocating silence nearly made Wu Qin feel nauseous. Leave. It is not a matter of not wanting to take you along, but rather that I cannot bring anyone. Do you wish to bear yet another curse? The black blind man. If you were to discuss anything else, he would surely linger and chatter, but mention a curse, and he would wish to flee as far as possible. The black blind man did not inquire further, nor did Wu Qin elaborate. One the fat small eyes darted about, revealing a mind lost in thought. Chapter 25, Gathering in the Western Regions, Enlaman. The terrifying curse of the ghost cave from the Zaglamar tribe. While Wu Qin himself could evade it due to his Buddha power and virtues, what about the black bear? If he brought the black bear along, he would surely fall victim to the curse. What if the Buddha power failed to dispel such a curse? It is known that this ghost cave curse can be inherited through bloodlines, and even those who merely encounter the ghost cave could be afflicted. In the original narrative, only the Phoenix Gall could lift the curse. Although Wuchen knew the whereabouts of the Phoenix Gall, why would he risk courting disaster? Wuchen had no penchant for self-inflicted trouble. Were it not for the desire to keep Hu Bei under his thumb, he wouldn't have even considered involving Shirley Yang. To be fair, Hu Bei's 16-character Yin Yang Fo Shui's secret technique was indeed formidable, often proving useful. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Hu Bei and Wang Kaixian had arrived at Black Bear's courtyard 2 days prior, met with Wuchen, and shamelessly lingered to indulge in food and drink, the trio reminiscent of the Dragon Ridge adventure. Wang Jueban had always harbored a dislike for Wang Kaixian, and now her disdain was palpable. Had it not been for Wuchen and Hu Bei intervening, these two portly fellows would have surely clashed. However, the situation was not entirely Wang Xiaopeng's fault. It was well known that Depeng was prone to blabbering, while Xiaopeng was irked by such braggadocio, especially when the latter lacked substance. Fortunately, as time passed, Xiaopeng discovered that Depeng's heart was not malicious. He merely had a penchant for exaggeration and a thick skin, with no significant issues otherwise. After all, they were children of the courtyard. If there were any serious problems, he would have been dealt with long ago. Shirley Yang had already arrived, and had Wuchen not suggested waiting a bit longer, she would have dragged him off to the Taklamakan desert. She had come even before Hu Bei. But her wealth spared her the need to mooch off Wuchen. It was clear to her that if Dejinha returned, she would understand immediately. She promptly instructed him to bring her along. Noting her near-ecstatic state, Dejinha did not hesitate. He called Wang Yueban to confirm Wuchen's agreement before daring to bring her along. Despite her affluence, Wuchen did not indulge her. Even when she opened with a request for $1 million, Wuchen remained unfazed, stating simply, "If you wish to venture to Jingjue, then heed my words. Otherwise, do not go." What could Shirley Yang say? She dared not protest and chose to comply. Although she was stubborn, she was not foolish. According to the information she gathered, Wuchen was fully capable of exploring on his own. Thus, her presence was inconsequential. What was Wuchen waiting for? He awaited the wind season in the Taklamakan desert. Only during the wind season could one access the ancient city of Jingjue. Until then, any venture would be fruitless. It was far better to rest a few more days in the city than to suffer in the vast desert. Moreover, preparations for supplies were essential. After all, it was wise to be prepared. Wuchen was not arrogant enough to believe he was invincible, for beneath the ghost cave lay a true deity. Timing was crucial, and Wuchen led the team forth. This time, unlike the original text, there was no entourage of professors, making the four of them quite congenial. As the train sped across the expansive western terrain, the yellow sands were a sight Shirley Yang had never encountered. Unable to resist, she took out her camera to capture a few shots, instinctively wanting to photograph Wuchen, but he waved her off. Shirley Yang said nothing. She simply smiled and turned back to admire the landscape outside. Wuchen, too, gazed at the desolate world beyond, intrigued by the novelty of the scenery. Inside the sleeper car, Wang Depeng slept soundly, while Hu Bei felt a twinge of anxiety, the memory of the general's tomb still vivid. However, that experience hardly qualified as a descent into the depths. Indeed, to him, it had been nothing but a coincidence, as they had not even dug a tunnel. Merely relying on sheer audacity, had luck not been on their side, they might not have returned. The route was already set, following the original story. For Wuchen feared straying might lead them to miss something vital or fail to gain entry into the ancient city of Jingjue. Time passed swiftly, and upon their arrival in the western regions, there was a sense of disorientation, particularly for Hu Bei and Wang Depeng, who had essentially slept their way through the journey. They indulged in food and slumber, resembling pigs. Indeed, this was Shirley Yang's jest to Wuchen. What was the first order of business upon arriving in the western regions? Naturally, it was to rest thoroughly before tracking down Amliman, the living map. Without him, Wuchen would surely struggle to navigate the vast desert. Others could not be relied upon. It was futile. Wuchen had no shortage of funds, and Shirley Yang had even more. Thus, they boldly ordered a whole roasted lamb and feasted heartily. However, Wuchen forbade Wang Depeng and the others from drinking. He firmly remembered that drinking could lead to trouble, especially given Wang Depeng's proclivity for intoxication. The following day, they inquired around and located Amliman, who, as per the original narrative, was still confined in a detention center. Amliman, smoking his pipe, ignored the group entirely, unwilling to engage until Shirley Yang waved a bundle of cash in front of him. The old man's eyes lit up with greed. Wang Dapang's quip elicited laughter from the others, while Anliman remained indifferent. Friends, venturing into the desert is indeed possible, but not at this moment, he said. Why not? Shirley Yang frowned, displeased that the old man was collecting money yet refusing to act. At present, it is the wind season. Entering the desert now would surely incur the wrath of Huda. Anliman's serious demeanor caught Shirley Yang off guard. What if we intend to enter the desert during the wind season? Specifically, the Black Desert. Wuchen was loath to engage in further banter. This old man was notorious for his incessant prattling in the original narrative, often leading to disastrous outcomes. He had not only left clients stranded in the desert, but had done so particularly with those seeking the fabled treasures of Jingjue. None had returned alive under his guidance. Moreover, this time was different from the original tale. In the earlier narrative, Shirley Yang and her companions had legitimate documentation and the green light from higher authorities, which could effectively pressure Anliman. However, their situation was not the same. Upon hearing Wuchen's words, Anliman's pupils widened in shock as he stared at him. He could not comprehend why anyone would rush headlong into danger. Was it not better to live peacefully? After taking a drag from his pipe, Anliman resolutely declared, "No." Chapter 26. The confusion of Anliman. The Black Desert is inherently perilous. I have never ventured into it, let alone during the storm season, which would be tantamount to courting death. In his agitation, Anliman's peculiar manner of speaking altered. Was he unaware of the perils that lurked within the storm-laden Black Desert? He was well aware, hence his palpable fear. Anliman, that encounter in the Black Desert left you utterly terrified. Yet you have never even glimpsed the true visage of the ancient city of Jingjue. Do you not feel a twinge of regret? The calm voice of Wuchen reverberated in Anliman's ears like thunder, causing his pupils to constrict and his grip on the large pipe in his hand to tighten. Huba, who had been fixating on the necklace around Anliman's neck, suddenly comprehended that this old fellow was no ordinary man. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Anliman feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. The only reason I sought you out is because you are the living map of the desert, and you possess knowledge beyond that. Wuchen retorted. Years ago, the white camel saved your life, yet you were so gripped by fear that you assumed the role of a nominal guide, secretly abandoning those so-called adventurers from foreign lands to the merciless sands, allowing the tempest to consume them. What was your motive? Was it merely to pay homage to them and the elusive who do you speak of? As Wuchen gradually articulated his thoughts, the myriad creases on Anliman's face began to manifest a visage of torment. I do not care how you know this, but if you are aware of it, you should understand that one cannot enter the Black Desert during the storm season. My objective is the ancient city of Jingjue, and without entering the desert during the calm season, I shall never reach it. Upon hearing this, Anliman stood frozen, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. So he truly guessed correctly back then. He was right. With a shift in tone, Anliman, his cheeks stained with tears, addressed Wuchen. You are the leader. Have you truly made up your mind? If you are resolute, then let us proceed. But let me make this clear. I shall only escort you to the outskirts of the Black Desert. I will not set foot inside. Wuchen nodded with a smile. As long as you are willing to proceed, what lies beyond the desert will no longer be under your command. Upon returning to the hotel, the three could no longer contain their curiosity. Wang Dapang, the most impatient among them, exclaimed, Master, what did you mean by those words to that old man? Wuchen chuckled, leaving Wang Dapang bewildered and utterly perplexed. In truth, Wuchen had merely speculated before his journey. Others had postulated that Anliman's identity was not as simple as it seemed, and he had inadvertently unearthed the truth. That old fellow had once been a treasure hunter in his youth. The token hanging from his neck was a relic of the wild. He had once journeyed with others to seek the ancient city of Jingjue, but nearly perished in the Black Desert. Were it not for the white camel guiding him to safety, we would not have encountered him today. Good heavens, this old man has quite the history. But why is he so adamant about avoiding the Black Desert today? Fear has gripped him. The stormy Black Desert is exceedingly treacherous, and the dangers that lurk within are far more than just the winds and sands. At this juncture, Wuchen's gaze shifted subtly. In the original narrative, the desert army ants and the ancient city's purifying Ahan were formidable foes. Now, in this altered world, it was uncertain how they had been transformed. Wuchen had long harbored a question. In this drastically altered world, had he not accompanied them into the tomb? Would the characters from the original tale still manage to emerge alive? Host prompt. In this world, anomalous beings target only the host. Should the host deviate from the original plot, events will unfold as per the original narrative, with only minor deviations. Thus, one must be cautious of the butterfly effect. For instance, if Anliman were to flee, Wuchen, FK, So it's just me they're targeting? Wait a minute. And Lyman fled. As Wu Chun attempted to rise, he was halted by the system. Host, you have spoken too much today and frightened Lyman. However, do not worry. Come morning, he will return. Sometimes, a person's obsession can be quite formidable. In truth, Wu Chun had underestimated the situation. He had not considered that. As a young man suddenly appearing before Lyman and divulging such secrets, he would evoke such trepidation. For Lyman, those secrets were known only to him. No other living soul was privy to them. How then could this bald monk possess such knowledge? Had he conducted an investigation into his past? But there must be a place to investigate. Leading his camel, Lyman was lost in thought as he walked. In moments of confusion, he often found solace in wandering the fringes of the desert, where the vast expanse of sand appeared tranquil yet concealed countless enigmas. The sudden appearance of the bald monk instilled genuine fear in Lyman. It was not the individual he feared, but rather the knowledge this person possessed. Could it be that someone from his past had returned? Lyman was not a devout believer. His faith, as well as the Huda he spoke of, did not refer to a specific deity but rather to whoever granted him protection. Yet, it was precisely because of his belief that he felt even more anxious. Aimlessly traversing the golden sands, an entire night slipped by unnoticed. As dawn broke, Lyman gazed upon the rising sun, pondering his uncertain path ahead. Before the sun, he slowly knelt and began to pray, hoping that the heavens would offer him guidance. After concluding his prayer, Lyman rose and began to tidy the blanket spread on the ground. However, he soon noticed a pure white figure emerging from the distant dunes. Illuminated by the sun's rays, exuding an air of sanctity. The white camel. The white camel. Huda, is it you who are guiding me? Lyman's bewildered eyes widened as he murmured to himself. It was your white camel that led me out of the black desert years ago, now that it has reappeared. Are you signaling that I must return? The white camel appeared to gaze at Lyman. After a moment of deep contemplation, it vanished from sight. Clenching his fists, Lyman mounted his camel, realizing that this was not merely Huda's guidance, but also the longing within his heart. He yearned to once again enter the black desert and witness the legendary ancient city of Jingjue. The unfulfilled wishes of those who came before him would finally be realized through his actions. Dear Huda, please bless your earnest believer. Master. Lyman has fled. Wang Dapeng, ever observant, could not contain his curiosity and checked on Lyman again that morning. However, the detention center informed him that Lyman had been released the previous night, though they did provide Wang Kai-Xian with Lyman's address. Yet, when Wang Dapeng arrived at Lyman's residence, he found it completely deserted. Even Lyman's cherished double-humped camel, Xiao Hong, was nowhere to be found. Panicking, he hurried back to the hotel, shouting at the top of his lungs. Wu Qin, awakened by the commotion, scowled and shooed him outside. He won't escape. He'll return to seek us out soon. After a moment's reflection, Wu Qin added, pack your things. We are entering the desert today. Chapter 27. The Desert-Dwelling Scorpion. Chapter 27. The desert-dwelling scorpion, with their equipment neatly packed, the group stepped outside. Li Man was waiting by the hotel entrance, leading a caravan of camels, each laden with essential supplies including water, bean cakes, and the indispensable salt. Upon seeing Li Man, Wang Dapeng's first instinct was to become irate, but Hu Ba swiftly intervened with a glance, shaking his head at Wang Kai-Xian, who reluctantly clenched his fists. Driving a car was out of the question. Huda had an aversion to machinery, preferring to rely on camels. Li Man's words went unheard. Yet Wu Qin echoed the sentiment that vehicles were unsuitable for the desert. The rationale was straightforward. Where camels could traverse, cars might falter. And should a car break down in the desert, their situation would become dire. The 22 Bactrian camels were ready, and Wu Qin was pleased with Li Man's choices. This old man had spent the latter part of his life in the company of camels, and his selections were sure to be sound. With supplies loaded onto the camels, the four of them mounted and set off under Li Man's guidance. Their route remained unchanged, from Boston Lake to the ruins of the ancient city of Xie, then to the ancient riverbed connected to the Peacock River, following it in search of the Zidu Dark River. Wu Qin was untroubled about whether they would find it, as the original explorers had succeeded, and there was no reason for them to fail. The desolate expanse of the desert resonated with the sound of camel bells, reminiscent of an ancient caravan wandering through the golden sands once more. With only 5 individuals in total, they carried ample fresh water and provisions. Li Man had also prepared several large leather bags of yogurt soup, a delightful refreshment to quench their thirst. Should no unforeseen events arise, the water alone would suffice for their party for a month, with plenty to spare. Wu Chen also had a considerable supply of water in his space, but he intended to reserve it for critical moments. And Li Man had expended considerable funds on these supplies, but he hesitated to approach Wu Chun for reimbursement, instead turning to Sherry Yang, whom he perceived as affluent. His instincts proved correct, as Sherry Yang promptly reimbursed him and even provided an additional $10,000, ostensibly for the rental of the camels. The camels moved at a leisurely pace. For the first couple of days, as the weather remained tranquil, Wang Depang believed the desert to be benign, convinced that Li Man was merely attempting to frighten them. However, a single remark from Li Man silenced him. He explained that this area hardly qualified as a desert. It was formerly a riverbed, with certain channels yet to fully dry and the surrounding sands relatively shallow. Moreover, small lakes and miniature oases sporadically appeared nearby, indicating that they had yet to truly enter the desert. Once they traversed this ancient riverbed, they would encounter the genuine desert, where Wang Depang would likely no longer find amusement. Sherry Yang paid no heed to their banter, engrossed instead in capturing the scenic beauty of the desert with her camera, occasionally snapping photos of the small oases where red-billed gulls and diving ducks frolicked, framed by the picturesque sand jujubes and poplars. As anticipated, and Li Man had not exaggerated. Within a few days, the caravan emerged from the ancient riverbed into a vast expanse of shifting sands. Here, only I can guide you out. The landscape changes daily, lacking any distinguishing features. And Li Man's proud voice rang out ahead. Wang Depang scoffed. He grudgingly acknowledged that Li Man was indeed a living map of the desert. Yet he could not shake his disdain for the old man. Old who? Look at how he is flaunting himself. I wish I could give him a piece of my mind. Go ahead. Give him a piece of your mind, and see if the Buddha will toss you into the desert, Wang Kai-Xian retorted, weighing the importance of the situation. He opted against such a confrontation, not believing himself to be of greater utility than the living map. Throughout the journey, and Li Man navigated using the sparse remains of ancient fortresses and buildings, though Wang Kai-Xian doubted his ability to find their way, harboring a sense of skepticism. They rested normally at night, encircled by the camels, while they roasted by the fire, sharing vegetable soup and breaking bread. Suddenly, the camels lay flat on the ground, completely motionless. This unusual behavior caught Li Man's attention, who was ever vigilant of the camels. His face turned pale with terror. He had never witnessed such a reaction from these Bactrian camels, who seemed to have abandoned all will to survive. And Li Man, familiar with camels, understood the implication of their behavior. A rustling sound emanated from the ground, and the group huddled back to back around the fire, alertly surveying their surroundings. Only Li Man lay atop a camel, his expression one of despair. He muttered repeatedly that they should never have come, nor should they have entered the desert during the windy season. If the winds had risen, the camels might lie down, but not in such a manner. The incessant sounds from all around them served as a warning that something was approaching, something substantial, perhaps numerous. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged from the ground. Hu Ba's pupils dilated, and Sherry Yang instinctively took a step back. Even the audacious Wang Kai-Xian was taken aback. The figure, glistening ominously, turned out to be a colossal scorpion. It measured over a meter in length, its massive pincers capable of cleaving a person in two. A tail almost as long as its body bore a massive stinger glowing with a purple hue, a clear warning to all. Do not touch, for it is venomous. Desert dwelling scorpion. And Li Man's voice trembled with fear, imparting the creature's name to the group, seemingly awakening its predatory instinct. With 6 legs, the creature dashed forward, reaching Wu Chun in an instant. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the 9-ringed staff descended from the sky, pinning the desert-dwelling scorpion to the ground, creating a pit 50 centimeters deep in the sand. Everyone, mount the camels. Wu Chun had no time to examine the system's rewards. Their immediate concern was to prevent the scorpions from slaughtering the camels, for who would carry away the vast supplies of water and food? Hu Ba and the others hesitated not for a moment, but Li Man was bewildered. The camels were immobile, and what good was mounting them now? Moreover, the surrounding desert-dwelling scorpions would not spare these large beasts, as they were far too conspicuous. Wu Chun swung his staff with precision, dispatching 3 more giant scorpions within moments. Yet, the relentless tide of desert-dwelling scorpions was overwhelming, leaving him at a loss. As the 4, including Li Man, climbed atop the camels, Wu Chun intoned a thunderous mantra, his voice echoing like a clap of thunder in the clear night sky. Buddha's light illuminated the night, and Li Man, lying atop his camel, gazed blankly at Wu Chun, his mind a void. The Bactrian camels, under the radiance of the Buddha's light, rose and bolted, while Wu Chen soared into the air, maintaining the luminous aura. The camels were slow, theoretically unable to outrun the desert-dwelling scorpions. Yet Wu Chen disregarded the laws of physics, igniting the camel's latent potential to unleash speeds rivaling that of horses. Wu Chen did not merely watch. He regularly struck down the scorpions, inching closer to the camels. To him, the scene was a paradise. Why? The countless scorpions presented a wealth of experience points. Had he not feared for the camel's safety, he would have relished the opportunity to engage more freely. For now, he focused on protecting the camels while dispatching the nearest threats, all the while ignoring the panicked four below. After all, they were unlikely to perish. The desert scorpion relentlessly pursued them until dawn broke, and as the sun ascended, they each melted into the sands. Only then did a few of them exhale in relief. And Lyman, disregarding the frothing camel that could not run, approached the ethereal figure of Wu Chen, bowing deeply in reverence. Master Huda, you must be the envoy sent by Huda to guide me. Wu Chen, bemused, descended to the ground, grasping Lyman by the collar and lifting him with a swift motion. Lyman, I am a monk of the Buddhist order, and I have no connection to the Huda you speak of. Hu Bai and Wang Kaixian had witnessed Wu Chen's prowess back in the 4-9 city. Yet they were astonished to discover that Wu Chen could fly. Was this not akin to a celestial being? However, upon reflection, it seemed amiss. For Wu Chen was a monk. Was this not akin to the manifestation of a diamond descending to earth, a living Buddha revealing his divine presence? Meanwhile, Shirley Yang, raised in the realm of academia, now found herself engulfed in existential doubt. Both Wu Chen and the desert scorpion defied scientific explanation. As she had yet to ascend to the role of chief tomb raider, she had not encountered such wondrous entities, rendering her bewilderment entirely understandable. Chapter 28. The Wind Rises. Where is this? An LMN. Hu Bai glanced around. Still surrounded by the familiar expanse of desert, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Although he was unfamiliar with the terrain, it was evident that this was not the predetermined route. The old man in LMN sat atop his camel, taking deep breaths, completely oblivious to Hu Bai's calls. However, Wang Keixuan, who was beside Hu Bai, had recovered and quickly dismounted, searching for an LMN's figure. Before long, he spotted an LMN half leaning on the small red camel, reaching to pull him down, only to be stopped by WCHN. Why are you stopping me, Buddha? This old fool has been leading us this entire way. After years in the desert, how can he not know of the existence of the desert scorpions? Clearly, he is deliberately leading us to our doom. Wang Keixuan exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, both Su Lying and Hu Bai refrained from rebuttal, their gazes fixed on an LMN, wary of the old man making a run for it. After all, he had yet to dismount. An LMN had heard Wang Keixuan's words and let out a wry smile, slowly descending from the camel. The desert is fluid. Anything is possible. My friends. But could Wang Keixuan trust his words? From the outset, Wang Keixuan had regarded him with skepticism. Don't give me that. I simply ask you. You've led the way, and I refuse to believe that after all these years, you'd be unaware of where those giant scorpions lurk. An LMN took a puff from his old pipe and glanced at the silent WCHN, offering a resigned smile. To be honest, I truly do not know the whereabouts of the desert scorpions. These creatures are the undisputed rulers of the desert, moving in swarms, and they are ambush predators, capable of appearing unexpectedly. After many years in the desert, I have encountered these scorpions more than once or twice. When faced with them, all one can do is run or leave it to fate. I used to think my luck was exceptional for surviving each encounter. But later I realized that their primary target is the camel. Given its size and slow speed, compared to us, the camel is the preferred prey. And LMN's reasoning made sense. Both WCHN and Hu Bai pondered this, yet Wang Keixuan remained obstinate, convinced that the old man intended to lead them astray, albeit momentarily restrained by Hu Bai. How do these giant scorpions survive in the desert? Su Lying pondered aloud, curious as to what they consumed given their numbers and size. Scorpions, being akin to the mythical Pishio, consume without excretion. Perhaps they do not eat much? Upon hearing Hu Bai's somewhat bewildered speculation, Su Lying shook her head. That's impossible. Their size necessitates a substantial diet. An LMN, meanwhile, quietly fed the camels with bean cakes, salt, and fresh water, aware that his companions did not trust him. He chose not to argue. It mattered little as long as their leader, the Buddha, had faith in him. At this moment, tending to the camels was paramount. Should they collapse, the group would be stranded in the desert. As for finding their way, that was not urgent. They certainly could not continue their journey tonight, the humans could endure. But the camels could not. The group had no choice but to rest beside their camels for the night, having left their tents behind in the haste of fleeing from the desert scorpions. The following day, an LMN led the way with the small red camel, while WCHN and the others rode along, moving steadily forward. Suddenly, a breathtaking crimson sky emerged on the horizon, prompting Sue Ly to capture the moment with her camera. The splendid scenery even caused WCHN to squint and gaze in awe. Unlike Hubi and the others, WCHN understood the significance of the red sky. It heralded the rise of the wind. An LMN released the camel's tether, bringing the caravan to a halt. Before Hubi could speak, an LMN retrieved a mat from the camel's back and knelt before WCHN. This unexpected act astonished not only Hubi but even WCHN. An LMN had always prayed to Hubi. What did it mean for him to kneel before WCHN now? Observing an LMN's actions, WCHN found the situation both amusing and bewildering. Stopping Wang Kixin from dismounting, shouting, "Stay on the camel. The wind is rising." An LMN cast a shocked glance at WCHN. But after a moment's thought, he realized that such a divine figure could indeed sense the impending wind. Soon, having finished his prayers, he rose, grasping the mat, and climbed back onto the camel with a loud shout. The camels, having barely recovered from their rest, once again bolted forward. Hubi nearly twisted his back from an LMN's sudden actions, having never witnessed anyone pray in the midst of a flight for survival. WCHN found the scene comical. He had always found such moments entertaining on television, but experiencing it firsthand was even more delightful. He was aware that a sandstorm was approaching, yet he also knew that this one posed far less danger than the desert scorpions they had encountered the night before. In no time, the winds and sands surged towards them, making it nearly impossible to speak. The group could only endure as the camels raced onward. WCHN extended his hand to summon his spiritual energy, fortifying the camels, fearing they might collapse under the strain. After all, they had already run for over 2 hours the previous night, and although they had managed to recuperate somewhat, the combination of last night's terror and today's sandstorm could easily overwhelm them. As the storm intensified, the camels struggled to maintain their pace, gradually slowing to a crawl, their large bodies and burdens making movement increasingly difficult. WCHN's spiritual energy merely calmed the camels' spirits and slightly restored their strength. It was not excessive. Before long, the camels succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing once more on the ground, awaiting their fate. WCHN ascended into the air, locating an LMN, who had also given up the struggle, lying across the camel's back. "This is undoubtedly a punishment from Hudi," an LMN lamented. An LMN. WCHN called out fiercely, startling him into a shudder as he instinctively turned to see WCHN hovering above him. "There is an ancient city ruin ahead. Keep moving." Without hesitation, an LMN's eyes brightened, and he dismounted, tugging at the tether, forcefully leading the small red camel along. As the lead camel began to move, the others followed suit, heading towards the ancient city ruins that WCHN had mentioned. Although an LMN could not see it, he had faith in WCHN. However, WCHN himself was uncertain whether the ruins ahead were indeed the same ones from the original story, as the current path diverged slightly from the narrative he had known. Chapter 29. The true power lies in a strong fist. Amidst the swirling sands, visibility was but a whisper, and Lyman, tethering the camel, trudged forward with great difficulty. Behind him, Hubai could no longer discern Lyman's figure atop the camel's back, oblivious to the unfolding events. Hubai was acutely aware of one grim truth: to remain stagnant was to embrace certain death, as the encroaching sands would eventually swallow them whole. After a prolonged trek, Wuchen could no longer contain his impatience. According to the original narrative, they should have reached the ruins by now. Yet they found themselves in an unyielding desert with nothing in sight. Heavenly Eye. Activate. With a flicker, golden Buddhist light illuminated his vision, revealing the sixth divine power of the Buddhist realm, Heavenly Eye. Though the ruins eluded him, a solitary white camel stood in the distance, gazing intently at them. Upon seeing the white camel, Wuchen instinctively felt a surge of joy. He descended from the sky and pulled Lyman along. "Look over there. The white camel." And Lyman followed Wu Chen's pointing finger, but saw not. Nevertheless, trusting Wu Chen's judgment, he persisted, leading the camel onward. In merely 5 minutes, and Lyman beheld the white camel as Wu Chen had foretold. Overwhelmed with joy, tears of exhilaration welled in his eyes. Just moments ago, Wu Chen had assured him that the ruins lay ahead, and although they had walked for quite some time without a trace of the site, He still placed his faith in Wu Qin, convinced that their destination was yet ahead. Guided by Wu Qin's words of the white camel, he entrusted his life and that of the caravan to him. At last, he laid eyes upon the legendary white camel, the herald of Huda. This marked the second encounter with the creature. The first was during his escape from the Black Desert. This time, Lyman was certain that the white camel had come to guide him towards salvation. Disregarding the howling winds and swirling sands, Lyman knelt reverently before the white camel. Bowing deeply in sincere homage, he turned to pay his respects to Wu Qin, only to be halted by him. Let us move on. The camels can endure no more. Nodding in agreement, Lyman found himself at a loss for words amidst the tempest, lacking the cultivation that Wu Qin possessed. It was not long before he stumbled upon the ruins. After securing the camels behind the crumbling city walls to shield them from the wind, he squeezed through the opening in the roof that Wu Qin had previously entered. Once inside, Wang Kaixian and Hu Bai sealed the entrance with their backpacks. A fire crackled in the room, where Wu Qin sat quietly beside it, savoring a piece of flatbread. Meanwhile, Shueli Yang busied herself with dehydrated vegetables, preparing a pot of vegetable soup. The previous night, they had barely managed to eat before being chased from their meal by desert scorpions, and during their rest, they had only managed to nibble at their rations. Now, with safety at last, it was time to indulge in a warm meal. Old Hu, hand me the shotgun. I just spotted some yellow sheep. Wang Kaixian, weary of the monotonous diet of vegetable soup and flatbread, craved meat. He turned to Wu Qin, who, having set down his flatbread, nodded in agreement, prompting Hu Bai to relinquish the shotgun to Wang Kaixian. Lyman wished to voice his concerns, but remained silent, merely sighing in resignation. In the original tale, Lyman had thwarted Wang Kaixian's intentions. However, he could not do the same with Wu Qin. In Wu Qin's eyes, Lyman's reasoning held some merit, yet he adhered firmly to the law of the jungle. Only a strong fist could claim true authority. The notion that yellow sheep and leopards could coexist without conflict was merely an illusion. Greater threats dictated their existence, leaving them little time to regard one another as enemies. Yet, the sandstorm posed no threat to Wu Qin. When one's strength was formidable enough, no danger could encroach upon them. Why should one concern themselves with the feelings of a mere sheep? Without the sandstorm, would leopards and wolves refrain from hunting yellow sheep? If not for the tempest, would they not be hungry? Would they dare share the same space with their prey? If the yellow sheep had the audacity to stand their ground, they would not have retreated to the city walls. 2 gunshots rang out, and Wang Kaixian returned, dragging 2 yellow sheep with a broad grin. Handing the shotgun back to Hu Bai, he produced a knife and began to skin the sheep. Soon, the aroma of roasted lamb wafted from the fire, while Shueli Yang's vegetable soup transformed into a hearty lamb stew. That night, the group feasted heartily, with Wu Qin's presence. The modest yellow sheep was devoured in one sitting, while the remaining meat was dried for future expeditions. Without the archaeological team's prying, Shueli Yang unearthed a human femur. Yet the group reacted with calm curiosity rather than alarm, examining the myriad bite marks adorning the bone. These marks did not resemble those left by wolves or leopards, but rather hinted at the work of some smaller creature. Taking the bone from Hu Bai, the dense array of bite marks sent a shiver down his spine. I have heard of a creature that dwells solely in the desert, capable of such feats, but I have never encountered their bite marks. I cannot say for certain. Shueli Yang was alluding to the desert army ants, and Wu Qin immediately recognized that this femur was indeed a testament to their voracious nature. Her speculation was spot on. Continuing from the spot where they discovered the femur, they unearthed a complete human skeleton. What are your thoughts? Wang Kaixian furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling Lyman's reputation as a living map of the desert. Ah, Lyman, you should share your insights. You must have encountered such creatures. Lyman shook his head, remaining silent. He had indeed never witnessed any creature in the desert capable of such destruction. Desert army ants, a terrifying species, devoured everything in their path. Shueli Yang's words sent a chill through Wang Kaixian as he glanced at the femur in Hu Bai's hands with disgust. He had no desire to encounter these desert army ants. Surely, ants cannot kill a person and consume them to such an extent? Do not underestimate the desert army ant. They are fearsome creatures that leave no trace in their wake. Anything that lags behind becomes their meal. They consume everything in their path, and no creature can deter them. If their numbers are sufficient, they pose a danger equal to the swarms of scorpions we previously faced. Upon hearing Shueli Yang's warning, the expressions of the group shifted. Let us remain vigilant tonight. Fatty, you keep watch during the first half of the night, and wake me to switch shifts. Hu Bai instructed gravely as he buried the remains beside the wall in the sand. It was not that he wished to take the night watch, rather, Wang Kaixian was difficult to rouse once asleep, making it more prudent for him to keep vigil early on. As for Wu Qin, who would dare ask him to keep watch? And with Shui Liang being a woman and Enlimen an elder, it was more sensible for the two of them to alternate. The night passed without incident, and Wang Kaixian fell into a deep slumber, while Hu Bai also succumbed to sleep, with Wang Kaixian not even attempting to wake him. However, Wu Qin remained unconcerned, regardless of whether he needed rest. He could awaken at the slightest hint of danger. If he found himself unable to respond, then it would matter little whether Hu Bai and the others were awake. They might as well enjoy their rest to recover their strength. The group awoke to a sun-drenched noon, with Hu Bai chastising Wang Kaixian for his slumber. Wang Kaixian acknowledged his lapse but retorted, "Yet you, old Hu, were also sound asleep," as Hu Bai glared at Wang Kaixian, whose eyes brimmed with defiance. He found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the truth in the situation. Without the archaeological team digging recklessly, Wu Qin believed this time they might escape without incident. Yet, he fails to consider that when the winds and sands cease, the army ants of the desert, having been ravenous for an indeterminate duration, could hardly be expected to remain docile beneath the ground. Chapter 30. Swarms of Monsters. Where is that old man Enlimen gone? Wang Kaixian glanced around, only to find Enlimen missing. He leapt up in alarm. He had never trusted Enlimen and had always feared he might flee. Now, awakening to the absence of Enlimen, how could he not be anxious? Wu Qin smiled faintly, realizing that Wang Kaixian had some utility after all. "Oh my Buddha! Please stop laughing. That old man has indeed run away," Wang Pengzi exclaimed, jumping in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, the entrance they had blocked upon entering had now been opened, allowing sunlight to pour in. Without a fire to illuminate the interior, how could there be light? Wu Qin pointed to the opening above, indicating that the wind and sand had ceased. Enlimen has gone to tend to the camels. Rest assured, he won't escape. Although Wang Pengzi could not fathom why Wu Qin was so confident that the old man would not flee, he dared not contradict him. Silently, he crawled out to keep an eye on Enlimen. Once Enlimen returned from feeding the camels, Wang Kaixian felt a sense of relief and followed suit into the room. Enlimen, understanding Wang Kaixian and Appo's intent, said nothing, aware of his tarnished reputation. After a modest meal of flatbread and dried lamb, accompanied by vegetable soup, the group had barely finished preparing their gear when a rustling sound broke the silence. Wang Pengzi, startled by the noise, recalled that it had been the same sound that had preceded their encounter with the swarm of desert scorpions. Now, it was a similar sound of burrowing in the sand. What could it be this time? Wu Qin's pupils contracted as he noticed a small hole forming in the center of the floor. A finger length, fiery red, and emerged, and the aperture was gradually widening. Glancing at the opening above, Wu Qin cursed under his breath. The position of the hole was perfectly aligned, with sunlight illuminating the spot where the desert army ants were emerging. Clearly, the warmth of the sunlight had awakened them. "Run! The desert army ants are coming!" Wu Qin shouted, swiftly grabbing Sherry Yang and Enlimen and tossing them out. Hu Ba pushed Wang Kaixian, who followed suit in a hurry. After fleeing, Wu Qin struck the roof with a powerful blow, collapsing the structure. Enlimen watched with regret but remained silent, understanding Wu Qin's intent to block the army ants, lamenting the loss of this rare shelter in the desert. Mounting a camel, Enlimen called out, and the camel slowly ambled out of the ancient ruins. Wu Qin felt uneasy. The caravan's pace might not surpass that of the desert army ants. Soaring into the sky, he kept vigilant watch over their surroundings. Once again, he reminded himself that he must not allow the ants to devour the camels. Otherwise, who would carry their supplies? Yet, he could not fathom how such a desert could sustain so many monsters. The sheer number of desert army ants was staggering, but they were small in size. Conversely, the desert scorpions were enormous, and their abundance raised questions about their sustenance. Before he could ponder further, a cacophony of roars and violent rumblings resonated ahead. The caravan panicked. Without Enlimen's calming presence, the camels would have bolted. "Stay here. I'll investigate. Await my signal," Wu Qin instructed, disregarding their reactions as he swiftly flew toward the source of the commotion, even neglecting the pursuing army ants. The magnitude of the noise indicated that the creatures responsible were likely formidable. If not dealt with promptly, they would have to take a detour. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qin arrived at the source of the clamor, where violent electrical discharges and corrosive blue venom rained down upon the desert and the scorpions. 3 colossal worms, each over 30 meters in length, were engaged in a fierce battle against the desert scorpions, not merely hunting but mutually annihilating one another. The swarm of desert scorpions was relentless, launching suicidal attacks, determined to pierce their tails into the massive worms. In an instant, The yellow-gray bodies of the desert worms were festooned with the tails of scorpions. The electric blasts and corrosive fluid expelled by the worms inflicted tremendous damage upon the scorpions, leaving them reliant solely on their overwhelming numbers. Whether due to inherent intelligence or some unseen command, the scorpions gradually abandoned their assault on the larger worms, focusing instead on the smallest among them. Despite the two larger worms devouring scorpions without restraint, the swarm remained undeterred. Wu Chen frowned at the scene before him. It truly was a case of being caught between a rock and a hard place. With such tumultuous battles, not even a military force would dare approach. Moreover, his keen perception informed him that the desert army ants were closing in. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Chen returned to the caravan, landing gracefully. Upon his return, the others instinctively gathered closer. Buddha, what transpired up ahead? Wang Pengzi, ever the curious one, could not resist asking. Wu Chen shook his head. We cannot proceed. It is too late to take a detour. Here are several barrels of gasoline. Ignite them to protect the caravan while I devise a plan to deal with those monsters ahead. With that, Wu Chen summoned 5 50-liter barrels of gasoline from his system, placing them before Hu Ba. Without question, Hu Ba accepted the task, while Wang Kaixin attempted to inquire further but was halted by Hu Ba. The desert army ants are closing in. They fear fire, Hu Ba briefly explained. Wu Chen turned and soared back toward the colossal worms. Now, he understood how the scorpions managed to survive in the desert. The appearance of 3 of these massive worms raised questions about how many more lay hidden beneath the sands. One worm alone would provide ample sustenance for the desert scorpions for an extended period. The worms regarded the scorpions as prey, just as the scorpions viewed the worms. This peculiar ecological relationship left Wu Chen in awe. Nevertheless, amidst his contemplation, the formidable presence of the desert worms ignited his desire to hunt. How many rewards would he gain for slaying such a creature? And the scorpions, having spared them before, they now faced their reckoning. With determination, he unleashed the illusion of the sun, attempting to crush the monstrous worm beneath a colossal palm. Yet, to his astonishment, the strike failed to vanquish the desert worm. Though many scorpions perished, the enormous worm, having lost a fifth of its head, remained unyielding, its instincts honed on the airborne adversary above, lacking a brain or conventional senses. Its head possessed only a gaping maw, relying on bioelectrical signals to detect its prey. Instead of retreating, the wounded desert worm became increasingly aggressive, unleashing a massive, concentrated electrical discharge aimed straight at Wu Chen. Seeing the approaching plasma sphere, Wu Chen instinctively evaded. There was no reason to endure a nearly 3-meter-wide blast. It was entirely unnecessary. What Wu Chen could not have anticipated was that although he successfully evaded the plasma orb, it suddenly detonated, scattering a terrifying electric current in every direction. The desert scorpion suffered greatly, while Wu Chen remained unscathed, for he utilized the Golden Crow transformation technique, a method renowned for its swiftness. Even though Wu Chen had yet to reach his limits, his speed surpassed that of sound, allowing him to effortlessly evade the chaos. In stark contrast, the desert scorpions were not so fortunate and suffered considerable collateral damage. Observing the scorched scorpions on the ground, their charred bodies emitting an aromatic scent, Wu Chen murmured softly, "Alas, what a misfortune! I, the Buddha, am merciful, yet it is regrettable that you meet your end through collateral damage. Such a waste. How about I assist you on your journey to the afterlife? It would grant me some rewards, would it not?" With that, the illusion of the sun ascended into the sky, gradually descending towards the earth, emanating a fearsome heat that melted even the sands beneath it. Not only the desert scorpions, but even the resilient desert worms were charred, their desperate wails resonating through the air. The frenzied desert worms spewed forth plasma and corrosive liquid, which were instantaneously vaporized by the radiant sun's illusion. Meanwhile, 2 larger desert worms had already burrowed into the ground, abandoning the scorpions in their haste. Lacking brains and wisdom, the desert worms were nonetheless acutely sensitive to the perils of life and death, their instincts compelling them to flee or face inevitable doom. Wu Chen did not pursue them. After all, he had yet to master earth manipulation, rendering him powerless against their subterranean escape. However, the injured desert worm could not be allowed to escape. Under Wu Chen's command, the sun's illusion descended directly upon the desert worm, roasting it inch by inch until it was reduced to charcoal, completely extinguishing its life force. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting a desert worm, half-formed, and 428 desert scorpions. Reward: progress aid in the cultivation of the true scriptures of the Sundathagata. Additional rewards. The other minor rewards need not be detailed here. After a brief moment of organization, Wu Chen gazed at the vast pit before him, now rendered into glass. The area had already been ravaged by the clash between the desert scorpions and the desert worms. But what was once a sandy surface would have soon returned to its original state. Yet, after Wuchen's tumultuous intervention, it had been transformed into a deep pit of glass, measuring 50 meters in depth and over 100 meters in diameter. Not even the most advanced off-road vehicle in this world could traverse such a chasm. Chapter 31. The assault on the ancient city of Shiya. With no other options, Wuchen reluctantly decided to take a detour. He rubbed his bald head and turned resolutely towards the caravan. As he was exterminating the desert worms, the desert army ants had already caught up with the caravan. Upon first sighting the ants, Wang Kaixian was somewhat dismissive, even thinking that Sherry Yang and Wuchen were overreacting. After all, there were only a few ants, albeit larger than usual, but surely they could be squashed underfoot. Was it really necessary to be so alarmed? However, Wang Kaixian kept his thoughts to himself, fearing to offend Wuchen. But when he beheld the seemingly endless army of ants behind, his face turned pale. He couldn't help but feel grateful for the ample gasoline Wuchen had provided them, even though he was clueless as to how Wuchen had procured it. This fuel was indeed a lifesaver. As the saying goes, fire is indifferent to life, and no living creature is unafraid of flames. The group utilized their clothing to soak up gasoline, forming a ring of fire. Clothing was essential. The shifting sands rendered the gasoline ineffective if poured directly onto the ground, as it would quickly disperse, resulting in a waste of precious fuel. Yet, passive defense was not a viable strategy. The desert army ants seemed to be inexhaustible, swarming all around them. The crackling sounds of burning ants filled the air, but the creatures showed no signs of retreat. Just then, Lyman executed a bold maneuver, using a water ladle meant for the camels to douse the ants with gasoline. The gasoline ignited upon contact with the fire, creating a conflagration that engulfed the ants, instantly igniting them. Seeing Lyman's audacity, Hubba quickly called for Wang Kaixian and Sherry Yang. They grabbed any containers they could find, be it pots or lunchboxes, to emulate Lyman's technique, incessantly splashing gasoline. This not only ensured the fire remained lit but also provided them with a means of offense, far superior to merely wrapping solid fuel in clothing as depicted in the original story. One must acknowledge that Lyman's clever tactics earned him even the begrudging admiration of Wang Kaixian, who had always been critical of him. Soon, a 50-liter barrel of gasoline was expended, yet the desert army ants did not retreat. Their numbers, however, were significantly diminished. Wang Kaixian hastily opened another barrel. As his fear of insufficient firepower was acute, he dreaded the prospect of running out of weapons and ammunition. The undisturbed desert army ants could hardly withstand such fierce flames. But the relentless nature of the army ant species persisted, with the massive queen ant directing her troops from behind, sending them charging into the inferno. This cannot continue. If this persists, we shall not only be roasted alive but also exhaust our gasoline supply. Hubba realized the dire situation as he observed the mountain of ants congregating near the queen, continuing their relentless advance. Who knew whether the remaining 3.5 barrels of gasoline could sustain them? What do you suggest we do, old who? We can't just charge in, can we? What about the camels? Upon hearing the mention of the camels, Lyman turned back, glancing sorrowfully at the camels lying on the ground, paralyzed with fear, encircled by flames. Even with singed fur, they remained motionless, resigned to their fate. Family, who understands our plight? This journey has drained our lifeblood. To be fair, these camels were remarkably resilient. Throughout this ordeal, they had survived better than even the archaeological professors in the original tale. Wuchen, witnessing their audacious maneuvers, paused momentarily, his lips twitching. I provided you with gasoline for your protection, not for reckless self-destruction. If you had ignited the fuel containers, it would have been disastrous. Thankfully, they remained cautious enough not to allow sparks to ignite the barrels, or they would have truly faced obliteration. Wuchen soared through the air, landing gracefully and swiftly dispatching the queen ant with a single strike. Her death sent the desert army ants into disarray. They fled in panic, some even attacking their own in confusion. With Wuchen's intervention, the trio of treasure hunters finally exhaled a sigh of relief, dropping their nearly molten containers and collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat from the heat, their bodies nearly baked. What an exhilarating experience. When can we do this again? Old who? Exhilarating my foot. If we go through such a trial again, we might just become kindling ourselves. At that point, even the ants would find us unpalatable. Sherry Yang rolled her eyes at the two fools, uninterested in their banter. Wuchen, overhearing Wang Kaixian's nonsensical chatter, chuckled softly, not bothering to engage. Surely their future endeavors would be filled with enough excitement. After dispatching the queen, Chen returned to the ground, observing and Lyman tenderly watering the camels. He contemplated using his Buddhist powers to soothe the weary beasts. These camels had endured much over the past few days. It was a miracle they had survived the ordeal. Seeing Chen's gesture, and Lyman gratefully bowed to him. Chen waved dismissively, not particularly concerned. The camels held significant value, and the small amount of energy expended was inconsequential to him. However, he noted in Lyman's deep affection for the camels. It seemed he treated them as if they were his own children. 3 days later, Chen and his companions finally arrived at the ancient city of Xie. Due to their forced detour, they were several days later than in the original tale. However, this was inconsequential. Without the archaeological team to hinder them, they were well stocked and faced no issues of water scarcity, as in the original narrative. Nonetheless, replenishing their water supply remained essential. Given the current circumstances, Chen was uncertain about what lay ahead. He would not be surprised if the rumored Prince Gomo had indeed returned from the dead, with ample water available. The group indulged in the luxury of a full barrel for each, allowing them to wash up. Even Sherry Yang joined in, and after days of discomfort, Chen felt significantly rejuvenated after a simple cleanup. And Lyman remarked on the peace of mind that came with Chen's presence. Although the journey had been fraught with peril, the outcome had been favorable. Previously, when he led teams into the desert, they had been so frugal with water that even washing their hands felt wasteful. They had to endure without relief. That evening, after a hearty meal, Chen called Hubba and decided to head to the water well to search for the tomb of Prince Gomo. Without the archaeological team, there was no need for secrecy. Chen preferred a straightforward and efficient approach. Grasping Hubba, Chen leapt into the well without hesitation. Hubba was taken aback, as were Wang Kaixian and Sherry Yang. What was the meaning of this reckless plunge? Did he have a death wish? Yet, upon reaching the tomb entrance sealed by animal hides, Hubba understood. His mind raced with one thought. Would it kill you to say a few more words? If you had mentioned we were here to explore a tomb, I would have gladly joined without hesitation. Why must it be such a thrill-seeking endeavor? In truth, Chen could have easily gone down alone. But he feared he might not understand the mechanisms, which could lead to disastrous consequences should the tomb collapse. Chapter 32. Hu Ba-yi almost played to death, and Li Man, who was nearby watering the camel, wished to intervene but found it futile. Muttering to himself about the sanctity of the holy well and the possible wrath of the revered Huda, yet who paid him any mind? Now, it was not only Chen who understood that the old man's reference to Huda was merely a figment of his imagination. In his eyes, anyone who could offer protection was Huda, including Chen himself. As Wang Kaixian observed Chen dragging Hu Ba-yi into the well, he grew anxious and grabbed a rope, ready to leap in after them. However, Sherry Yang was quick to restrain him. Fear not, the Buddha will not act recklessly. And with his prowess, how could the ancient well possibly harm them? Upon hearing this, Wang Kaixian conceded, deciding to wait. For what was there to worry about when a figure like the Buddha descended alongside old Hu? Yet, was their assumption truly accurate? Chen's hasty actions nearly led to dire consequences, almost costing Hu Ba-yi his life. Beneath the ancient well, Chen effortlessly pushed aside the beast's skin and opened the stone door, only to be confronted by a phantom dragon. With a disdainful huff, Chen unleashed a forceful, divine energy that resonated with the wrath of the Buddha, and Hu Ba-yi distinctly heard a wretched cry as the phantom dragon vanished into thin air. This was not in accordance with the original narrative. In the previous account, the phenomenon was merely a result of time's erosion on mural pigments, now dislodged by an atmospheric shift. However, this phantom dragon was something entirely different. It was a manifestation of the mythical Shen, akin to a mirage. Chen, aware of the original storyline where traces of Shen were mentioned but ultimately dismissed, now faced the reality of the phantom dragon's emergence. Undeterred by the absence of oxygen, bolstered by his divine protection, he strode forward, oblivious to Hu Ba-yi trailing behind him, who was soon gasping for breath. As Hu Ba-yi struggled, he initially attributed his discomfort to mere illusion, reasoning that if the Buddha remained unperturbed, why should he be concerned? Yet, after traversing less than 20 meters, he found himself on the brink of suffocation, his complexion turning ashen. Old Hu, come take a look at this inscription, Chen called, only to realize that Hu Ba-yi had fallen silent, leaning against the wall, nearly lifeless. Good heavens! Old Hu, don't you dare give in! Chen exclaimed, startled. A surge of divine energy enveloped Hu Ba-yi, and Chen swiftly seized him, leaping from the ancient well. Upon their return, Wang Kaixian and Sherry Yang hurried to their side, immediately sensing something amiss. How could they overlook Hu Ba-yi's perilous state? Buddha, What happened to old Hu? Wang Pengzi was frantic. How could Hu Bai have encountered danger when everything seemed fine just moments ago? Wuchen sheepishly scratched his bald head. I forgot about the oxygen issue. Old Hu was just holding his breath. He'll be fine shortly. Wang Kaixian and Sherry Yang exchanged incredulous glances. You forgot about the oxygen? You nearly played old Hu to death. Wuchen felt somewhat flustered, his face reddening at their pointed remarks. Having long been accustomed to the presence of divine energy, he had completely overlooked the necessity of oxygen. When Hu Bai regained consciousness, his first sight was Wang Pengzi's rotund face. Fatty, I just saw my great-grandmother. She beckoned me to join her, and I thought I should bring you along. Wang Kaixian retorted, You only remember me when you see her? How charming. The shared expressions of disbelief between Wang Pengzi and Wuchen darkened at Hu Bai's words, while Sherry Young stifled her laughter. Wuchen interjected, I'll remain silent. You can hold back your laughter. Just try not to burst out. Awake? Ready yourself to descend with me once more? Wuchen asked. What? Descend again? After that near brush with death? Hu Bai panicked, recalling how close he had come to losing his life in that descent. Wuchen merely smiled. Life and death are unpredictable. Fear not. With me present, you shan't perish. Worst case, I'll inform the king of hell to retrieve you, and 18 years later, you'll be back in fine form. I thought you meant to resurrect me. Instead, you plan to send me to reincarnation? Hu Bai exclaimed in disbelief. Be a decent person. Nevertheless, after this harrowing experience, both Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi discovered that Wu Chun was not as difficult to engage with as they had presumed. In fact, he exhibited a rather amusing side. Their initial reticence dissipated, allowing their true natures to surface. For instance, Wang Pengzi, with his considerable bulk, was ready to leap into the ancient well. Driven by tales of hidden treasures, his greed surfacing uncontrollably. Jump if you dare. I promise I want to save you, Wuchen quipped, effectively halting Wang Pengzi in his tracks. Hey, Buddha, you're being rude now. Wang Pengzi protested, tying a rope around his waist. The group burst into laughter at Wang Kaixian's antics, leaving him no dignity whatsoever. After a brief commotion, half an hour had passed, and the ancient tomb of Prince Guimo was now adequately ventilated. Without hesitation, Wuchen led Hu Bai down again, while Wang Kaixian and Sherry Yang descended quickly via the rope, undeterred by Wang Kaixian's fear of heights. Upon entering the spacious stone chamber, measuring approximately 60 or 70 meters in length and 3 meters high, the group's expressions turned grave. The chamber was littered with skeletal remains, a chilling sight, even though they belonged predominantly to animals. As they tread upon the crumbling bones, the eerie crackling sound sent shivers down their spines. It was only upon entering further that they noticed wooden stakes surrounding the chamber, each bound to a mummified corpse. Is this a sacrificial pit? These corpses and animals are offerings, Hu Bai remarked, his pallor matching that of Wang Kaixian and Sherry Yang. He had never heard of entering a tomb only to find a sacrificial pit as the first chamber, as the archaeological team had not yet arrived. Wuchen recounted Professor Chen's earlier insights. This is likely a ceremonial chamber, indicating the high status of the tomb's occupant. According to ancient customs, the Guimo people would have conducted such rites, binding criminals to suffer and die of thirst in the desert, only to subsequently sacrifice animals and anoint the dried corpses with blood. The trio's faces grew even grimmer at Wu Chen's detailed explanation. I'm merely elucidating. I'm not trying to frighten you, he insisted, and more importantly, I'm worried about alarming you. There is still more to uncover. Let us search. The tomb should be concealed somewhere here, likely with some mechanism at play. Hu Bai nodded in agreement, postulating that the Guimo people must have been performing rituals for the tomb's master, and thus, there had to be a connection to the master's burial chamber. After the four dispersed, Wuchen remained vigilant, his attention fixed on the lifeless corpses. It was evident that something was amiss. He could not fathom that these blood-sacrificed cadavers posed no threat. Undoubtedly, something peculiar was bound to occur. Before long, Shirley Yang discovered the iron ring embedded in the floor and promptly summoned the others to gather around. Chapter 33. The Resurrection. Prince Gumo and Princess Gumo awaken. It was evident that something lurked beneath. Wang Kaixian stroked his chin, stating his certainty, only to be met with the threat of a beating. Get lost. Stop spouting useless nonsense. Who can't see that something is down there? Observing Hu Bai's speechless expression, Wang Kaixian chuckled slyly, reveling in the fright he was inducing, as the surrounding corpses nearly scared him to death. Although they had previously traversed the ancient tomb of Niuxin Mountain and encountered the Red Hound, none had faced such a multitude of lifeless eyes upon them. Indeed, Wang Kaixian felt those corpses were fixated on them, and that was the root of his fear. Old Hu, check for any traps. If it's safe, pull it open. With Wang Kaishuan's influence, Wuchen also began to refer to Hu as Old Hu. Let me examine it first. Hu Bai replied, his mind haunted by Wuchen's previous actions. Squatting on the ground, he meticulously cleared away the surrounding bones, inspecting every fragment. The cold flame torches they had scattered were nearly extinguished, prompting Cheryl Yang to retrieve new torches. Suddenly, a blaze illuminated the surroundings, startling everyone, causing Hu Bai to fall back in fright, scrambling to escape. Come down. Wuchen's commanding voice, imbued with a serene chant, steadied their nerves. As they surveyed their surroundings, they discovered several oil lamps adorning the walls, even resting atop the wooden posts binding the corpses. Perpetual lamps? How could they suddenly ignite without being lit? Hu Bai's confusion mirrored Wang Kaishuan's. However, Wang Kaixin, driven by curiosity, had unknowingly approached the wall, reaching out to grab one of the oil lamps. Fatty! Wuchen's shout startled Wang Kaixin, who turned, offering a foolish grin, infuriating Wuchen further. If you don't want your hands, then go ahead and touch it. That stuff contains human fat mixed with white phosphorus, which ignites upon contact with oxygen. Upon hearing human fat, Wang Kaishuan's face turned pale, and he hurriedly thanked Wuchen. Darting back to safety, Cheryl Yang instinctively gagged at the mention of human fat, covering her nose. As they beheld the illuminated stone chamber, Wuchen finally realized what had been amiss. The perpetual lamps had remained unlit until now. Buddha, they've come back to life. Run. Wang Fatty's howl sent a shiver through Wuchen, who was caught off guard. Damn it, you oversized fool. Why would they come back to life? Old Hu. The corpse behind you is moving. Hu Bai panicked, glancing at Wuchen's grave expression. He contemplated saying something, but Wuchen gently gestured for silence, urging him to creep closer. Hu Bai swallowed hard, inching his way forward while Wang Kaixian and Cheryl Yang, armed, kept a vigilant watch behind him. Wuchen's robe, having slipped off unbeknownst to him, now began to wind around him, as if any sudden movement would awaken something terrible. From Wuchen's perspective, the corpse that had been bound behind Hu Bai had somehow freed itself, standing rigidly behind him, its arms reaching out ominously toward Hu Bai's nape. The distance between them had dwindled to less than 10 centimeters. The corpse moved with alarming speed, and Wuchen feared that a moment's inattention could result in Hu Bai's demise, compelling him to act swiftly. Simultaneously, the other corpses began to stir restlessly. As their movements grew more pronounced, the wooden posts began to crack, and the ropes that had held them for years began to fray. Fortunately, Hu Bai gradually distanced himself from the corpse, which remained still. Once Hu Bai was half a meter away, Wuchen flashed a sinister smile, and his robe enveloped the trio of tomb raiders. With a swift motion, Wuchen summoned his 9-ringed staff, mindful of their precarious situation in the tomb, knowing a misstep could lead to a collapse. Oil, human oil. Buddha, those lamps. Cheryl Yang exclaimed, and Wuchen instantly grasped her meaning. The oil in the lamps must have been mixed with other substances, and as the lamps ignited, the dwindling oil would inevitably awaken the corpses. He tossed several cold flame torches around them and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, extinguishing each of the perpetual lamps one by one, restoring the chamber's previous tranquility. The corpses fell silent once more. Leaning against Wang Kaixian, Hu Bai collapsed, gasping for breath, while Wang Kaishuan's face reflected his own dread, resembling a thunderous Zhang Fei. In the glow of the cold flames, Wuchen shattered a corpse with his staff, quickly reducing them all to fragments, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Buddha. You saved my life again. Whatever you need, I, Hu Bai, will do my utmost to assist. Me too. Wang Fatty chimed in, earning a chorus of exasperated eye rolls, yet they couldn't help but chuckle. Wuchen had inadvertently discovered a redeeming quality in Wang Kaixian, his ability to lighten the mood. Unbeknownst to Wuchen, his previous disdain for Wang Kaixian had vanished completely. After a brief respite, Wang Kaixian tugged on the iron ring on the ground, collaborating with Hu Bai to gradually pull back the floorboard. Hu Bai had just deduced that it resembled a cellar cover without any traps. As they lifted the cover, Wang Kaixian attempted to leap down, only to be halted by a stern-faced Hu Bai. Hey, old Hu, what's the matter? Turning, Wang Kaixian noticed Hu Bai glaring at Wuchen and immediately understood. Grinning sheepishly, refraining from resisting. Feeling a tad awkward, Wuchen scratched his bald head, gesturing to Hu Bai without uttering a word, causing Hu Bai to chuckle. Earlier, he had nearly suffocated from lack of oxygen, and now Wang Kaixian wished to jump down. Was that not courting disaster? While they awaited ventilation, A loud crash echoed from the tomb below, resembling the sound of a coffin lid being flung away. Instantly, they grew alert. Wang Kaixian gripped his shotgun, and Cheryl Yang swiftly drew her sidearm, chambering around. Wu Qin tightened his grip on the nine-ringed staff, silently approaching the tomb's opening, peering down. The dim surroundings could not obscure his vision. With his celestial sight, the tomb appeared illuminated as if it were daylight. He beheld the coffin of Prince Gomo, its lid flung aside, revealing the prince and princess adorned in opulent garments and draped in jewels, their skin appearing remarkably lifelike. Furrowing his brow, Wu Qin pondered why. Contrary to the original storyline, the corpses now resembled living beings. Buddha, have they truly returned to life? Wang Kaixian leaned beside Wu Qin, unable to discern the scene below, and naively inquired, nearly inciting another bout of violence. You're the one who has come back to life. With a sharp slap to Wang Kaixian's nape, Wu Qin nearly lost his temper and tossed him aside. This fool, why must he speak in such a hasty manner? If he had taken his time, it would have sufficed. Coughing, Wu Qin reminded himself not to stoop to the level of this simpleton. Taking a deep breath, he shot a glare at the snickering Wang Kaixian beside him. Ugh! What a bumbling idiot! After discarding a few cold flames, Hu Bei and Shire Liang finally discerned the situation below, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. At that moment, the rotund Wang could no longer contain himself. He pushed past the others and leaned in for a closer look, only to turn and flee in haste. Come back! You imbecile! Hu Bei, incensed, delivered a sharp slap to this foolish lad. Wang Kaixian, with his neck stuck out defiantly, wore a face of discontent. What the hell? The coffin has already been disturbed. What are you waiting for? To meet your demise? The others exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Strangely enough, Wang Kaixian had a point, but with Wu Qin present, what was the need to run? Just confront them. Meanwhile, within the coffin, the eyes of Prince Gomo snapped open, followed closely by those of Princess Gomo. In an instant, the two corpses shot out of the coffin, standing on the ground and tilting their heads to gaze at the onlookers above. Not only Shire Liang, but even Wu Qin felt a shiver run down his spine at this bizarre sight. It was utterly uncanny. Wu Qin could clearly see that they were not zombies. Yet he was certain they were not living beings either. They must be products of some ancient sorcery from the western regions. Turning swiftly, Wu Qin flicked his brocade robe, enveloping the trio and sending them away, fearing that a scuffle might ensue and the ground would collapse, burying them in the process. He deemed it wiser to evacuate those who could not assist. Just as he made his move, Prince Gomo and the princess leapt forth from the ground, their knees unbending, resembling zombies as they sprang up. Wu Qin's expression darkened. Am I to allow you to escape so easily? With a powerful swing of his nine-looped silver staff, he sent the unyielding Prince Gomo and the princess back into their place. Chapter 34. The Great Battle Against Prince Gomo. Prince Gomo and the princess exhibited remarkable fortitude, remaining silent even after being struck hard by the nine-ringed scepter, as if they could endure being embedded into the wall without uttering a sound. Their crimson eyes glowed ominously in the pitch-black tomb, fixating intently on Wu Qin above, causing a shiver to run down his spine. These two figures were unsettlingly ambiguous. Neither fully zombies nor entirely demons, their origins eluded Wu Qin's discernment. Moreover, their movements were disturbingly synchronized, reminiscent of conjoined twins. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, with the great sun Buddha palm, the trio was expelled from the tomb. Unrestrained now, Wu Qin unleashed the power of the great sun's illusion, descending from above. Yet, Prince Gomo and the princess seemed to retain some consciousness, refusing to resign themselves to death. Instead, they erupted with an ominous black aura, enveloping the already dark tomb and obstructing even Wu Qin's celestial sight. The descending palm strike was intercepted, but the hissing sound of searing indicated that Wu Qin's attack had some effect, albeit minimal. Furrowing his brows, Wu Qin's expression darkened as he was further illuminated by the black mist in the tomb. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from the suffocating blackness, and in an instant, the two figures surged toward Wu Qin at the exit. Protected by the radiance of the Buddha, the black mist could not approach him. Yet it was inexorably consuming his spiritual power. In desperation, Wu Qin retrieved the splendid Kasaya left for protection by Song Wanren. Otherwise, relying solely on his spiritual energy would not sustain him for long. However, the situation escalated as Prince Gomo and the princess coordinated their assault, charging directly at Wu Qin. Standing atop the black mist, they seemed to fly. The nine-ringed scepter radiated with Buddha's light, and the Kasaya's protective aura fully activated. Demon-suppressing staff, all demons bowed down. In an instant, countless shadows of the staff whirled as Wu Qin swung his scepter, fervently suppressing the spreading black mist. Prince Gomo's thunderous roar echoed through the cramped tomb, reverberating painfully in Wuchen's head. Cursing inwardly, Wuchen pressed on despite the dizziness clouding his mind. The scepter clashed loudly, sending forth a flurry of strikes. Yet, these strikes could only contain the black mist expansion, failing to inflict harm upon Prince Gomo. Great sun in the sky. A resplendent sun ascended from Wuchen's form, illuminating the entire tomb and revealing the black mist presence. Both Prince Gomo and the princess howled in agony. Damn it. Does the purest and most radiant Buddha power have little effect? Are they averse to sunlight? Wuchen pondered. Yet the damage caused by the sun's illusion eclipsed the efforts of his previous endeavors. Without further contemplation, Wuchen seized the opportunity to harness the sun's illusion, relentlessly pressing it toward Prince Gomo and the princess. In a flash, they conjured the image of a coffin, retreating into it to evade the sun's rays. Do I not exist? Wuchen gritted his teeth, gripping the nine-ringed scepter as he soared above the illusory coffin containing Prince Gomo and the princess, preparing to strike with all his might. Demon-suppressing staff calmed the seas and stabilized the universe. With a thunderous crash, the tomb trembled as if on the verge of collapse. The illusory coffin shattered upon impact, even compressing Prince Gomo's form. However, it was evident that this strike did not sufficiently harm Prince Gomo, leaving him largely unscathed. Determined, Wuchen clutched the sun's illusion in one hand and the nine-ringed scepter in the other, launching simultaneous strikes at Prince Gomo. However, this left the princess exposed, relying solely on the Kasaya's protection against her ferocious onslaught. Unyielding, Wuchen braced himself against the princess's relentless attacks while continuing to assault Prince Gomo. Despite being forced back, Prince Gomo remained aggressive, attacking Wuchen without defense, even attempting to bite him with his gaping maw. Damn it, if I get bitten, what vaccine could possibly help? Gradually, Wuchen discerned that these two were not merely zombies. Rather, Prince Gomo had seemingly mastered a sinister art derived from the undead, intertwined with corpse-controlling techniques and other dark sorceries from the western regions which Wuchen could not decipher. Amidst the chaotic battle, Wuchen had little time to contemplate further, as the existence of this dark magic rendered Prince Gomo impervious to his spiritual energy, which failed to impose any effective suppression. If only I knew lightning magic, I would strike you down. Panting heavily, Wuchen retreated a few steps, momentarily distancing himself from Prince Gomo, his teeth clenched in frustration. The tomb had transformed dramatically. The once separated upper and lower levels were now indistinguishable, and had it not been for the solid construction, it might have collapsed entirely. Outside the well, Wang Kaishin leaned against the side, gripping a shotgun in one hand and a spade in the other, his gaze fixed intently on the well's opening. Hubba Yi and Shueli Yang positioned themselves on either side, forming a triangular formation around the well. Hubba held a torch in one hand and a dagger in the other, while Shueli Yang tended to the campfire, armed with a loaded handgun. Old Hu. It's quiet below. Do you think the Buddha has resolved the situation? No. If it were resolved, why hasn't he come back up? Shueli Yang nodded. Sensing the tremors from earlier, it was clear that Wuchen had encountered formidable foes. The silence suggested that the conflict below was far from over. As for the possibility of Wuchen losing, they had not even entertained that notion. To them, Wuchen was a figure akin to a deity, capable of miraculous feats. How could he possibly be defeated by two formidable zombies? Their dispersed formation was merely a precaution, ready to assist at any moment. Coincidentally, Wuchen held similar thoughts. Yet, it was evident that Prince Gomo and the princess were no ordinary zombies. Wuchen was certain that Prince Gomo possessed a degree of consciousness, otherwise, how could he manipulate the princess? Indeed, Wuchen realized that the princess was entirely under Prince Gomo's control, devoid of her own will, transformed into a lifeless being akin to an ironclad corpse. Faced with the relentless advance of Prince Gomo, Wuchen steeled himself, casting aside the nine-ringed scepter. Donning the Kasaya, he clasped his palms together, reciting a mantra, and then swiftly formed a seal. The seal of the Great Sun King. In an instant, as boundless Buddha fire ignited, a brilliant swastika seal surged forth at remarkable speed toward Prince Gomo. Enraged, Prince Gomo roared, and in response, a torrent of black mist surged forth, frantically enveloping him. As he absorbed the mist, his form expanded rapidly, exceeding 2 meters in height. Wuchen's expression shifted to one of intrigue, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This creature is certainly lacking in intellect. Does he not realize that by growing larger, he risks becoming trapped within this tomb? Chapter 35. The Law of Heaven and Earth. As the figure of Prince Gomo grew ever larger, Wuchen pondered whether he should make a hasty retreat. Would this creature not collapse the tomb chamber under its weight? Unexpectedly, just as the now desiccated head of Prince Gomo was about to touch the ceiling of the crypt, he came to a halt. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wu Qin's eyes. He had been prepared to trap the prince once he became immobile, but it seemed his hopes were in vain. Despite his diminished faculties, the prince was not foolish. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The situation had taken a rather delicate turn. Now that Prince Gomo had grown substantially, the Princess Gomo had climbed onto his back, and the two shared a line of sight, leaving the prince nearly devoid of blind spots. With such a massive physique, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. After all, he was now at least 4 meters tall. His arms were thicker than Wu Qin's waist, and who would dare withstand a blow from such a being? Certainly not Wu Qin. Yet, such a large form must surely come with sluggishness, Wu Qin thought, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes as he activated his celestial vision, brandishing his 9-ringed silver staff as he charged forward. If only he had the space to maneuver. Outside, he could easily evade, for with the prince's speed, he would never lay a finger on Wu Qin. Bang! Cough, cough. Damn it! Caught off guard, Wu Qin was slammed into the wall, coughing as he shook off the dust and emerged. To his astonishment, while the prince's speed was not remarkable, his attack speed was another matter entirely. Wu Qin could scarcely catch a glimpse of the previous strike. Had it not been for the protective garment he wore, that blow could have been fatal. Within the prince's clouded mind, a singular obsession filled his thoughts as his blood-red eyes yearned toward the tomb's exit. Suddenly, he turned his gaze back to the recently risen Wu Qin, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. What, did I dig up your ancestral grave? No, I certainly did not. Wu Qin's pupils contracted as he swiftly leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding a colossal black foot that crashed down in his previous spot, creating a massive crater. With little time to contemplate the prince's potential foot odor, Wu Qin propelled himself upward, using the ceiling of the crypt for leverage, swiftly maneuvering behind the prince to evade his brutish punch. Just as Wu Qin raised his staff, he was taken aback to see Prince Gomo using the princess, who had been clinging to his back, as a weapon, launching her forward. Goodness, you're using your wife as a weapon? You truly are ruthless. Clearly oblivious to Wu Qin's thoughts, the princess charged forth, enveloped in a thick cloud of black smoke. Wu Qin's expression turned grave. There was no time for hesitation. He brandished his staff, unleashing a radiant barrier of Buddha light to intercept her, but it was easily breached by her claws. With determination, he struck the princess atop her head, flattening her features, yet she did not falter. The princess, hurled by the prince's might, was simply too powerful. Wu Qin found himself pushed back, his feet carving deep impressions into the stone floor. Meanwhile, the prince barreled toward him. A massive fist shrouded in swirling black smoke aimed directly for Wu Qin's face. Wu Qin wished to curse, but there was no time for such thoughts. He currently knew only one of the 6 divine powers of Buddhism, celestial vision. Otherwise, he would not be struggling so. The fiery aura he had previously conjured was swallowed by the prince's dark mist, which seemed endless and incomprehensible. Digging his feet into the ground, Wu Qin barely managed to steady himself. He could not afford to linger. Invoking the golden crow transformation, he became a streak of golden light, swiftly distancing himself from Prince Gomo. Once Wu Qin evaded, the prince tossed the princess back onto his back, where she resumed her position. Under the influence of the black smoke, her previously flattened features rapidly began to restore. Damn it, who could contend with such beings? Especially when they possessed self-repairing abilities? Wu Qin felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, contemplating abandoning the situation entirely. After all, Prince Gomo would not be able to pursue him. However, he feared the chaos that would ensue if the prince were to be unleashed upon the world. For the repercussions would inevitably fall upon him. System, help me. I can't handle this. Host, please check the system space and examine the rewards carefully. Do not underestimate the system's offerings, as it will not provide completely useless items. If I had time to peruse your offerings, would I even be using you? Cursing aside, he knew he had to investigate. Soon, Wu Qin discovered a usable technique, a movable king seal. Unlike its Buddhist counterpart, this seal would grant him exceptional defensive capabilities, yet it was not a complete solution. Clutching the immovable king seal, he continued to peruse the system's rewards. He had hastily shoved a myriad of items into the system space before, some of which he had yet to claim, nearly leading to disaster. Fortunately, he had previously organized them, so now he only needed to review the unexamined ones. Suddenly, Wu Qin's eyes brightened as he stumbled upon a gem, incomplete version of the law of heaven and earth. While it was a truncated version, it was still a divine power. Though it could only amplify his size 5-fold, it would suffice, a reward from vanquishing the Ant Queen that Wu Qin had overlooked until now. Upon activating the law of heaven and earth, Wuchen felt an overwhelming surge of power course through him, but soon encountered a dilemma. Standing at 186 meters, a five-fold increase rendered him too large for the tomb chamber. The stone walls of the crypt were insufficient to contain the might of the law of heaven and earth, leading to his head becoming embedded within the stone. At a towering height of 3 meters, Wuchen caused the tomb chamber to collapse around him. Fortunately, his vibrant garment expanded alongside him, or he would have been left exposed. As the tomb rapidly crumbled, Wuchen sighed. Ultimately, he had no choice but to confront the challenge outside. However, the thought of the prince escaping filled him with dread. He had refrained from exiting previously for this very reason. Prince Gumo, with his immense strength and impenetrable defense, would have easily thwarted any attempt to flee. Yet now, with the incomplete version of the law of heaven and earth, Wuchen was filled with absolute confidence that he could overpower this scoundrel who wielded his wife as a weapon. With a tremor coursing through him, Wuchen burst forth from the underground, shattering the surface. The unfortunate Wang Kaixian was sent flying, and had Wuchen not reacted swiftly, he would have met a disastrous fate. Get back. That fellow is coming out. Chapter 36. The Infinite Greed, Hatred, and Ignorance. As he spoke, Wuchen set aside the treasured item he had been holding, while Wang Kaixian, nearly terrified out of his wits, scrambled towards Hubei. Wuchen, however, had no time to attend to them. He could clearly see the crimson eyes of Prince Gumo rushing towards him with alarming speed. A torrent of black smoke surged forth from the gaping hole Wuchen had created, soon enveloping the one-starry night sky, shrouding the entirety of the ancient city of Xie in darkness. Witnessing the ominous clouds that obscured the stars, Wuchen decisively summoned the illusion of the sun, and in an instant, a blazing orb ascended into the sky, its fervent rays penetrating the thick black smoke, illuminating the ancient city of Xie. A frenzied roar accompanied by a fierce howl erupted as Prince Gumo, bearing the Gumo princess upon his back, burst forth from the tomb. What in the world is this? How did Buddha become so grand? As Wang Kaixian ran, his curiosity got the better of him, and he glanced back, only to be struck with dread that made his legs tremble uncontrollably. No one answered his query. Hubei and Shueli Yang were equally baffled, while the old man and Lyman had already fled 2 miles away on his beloved little red horse. Having just regained his freedom, Prince Gumo unleashed a skyward howl, echoed by the Gumo princess's own fierce cries. The prince's form swelled uncontrollably, and Wuchen's pupils narrowed. He could not allow this to continue. Who knew what the limits of Prince Gumo might be? The nine-ring staff, radiating the sun's brilliance, struck down upon him. To Wuchen's astonishment, Prince Gumo did not flinch. He braced the impact with his head. Wuchen thought, so you fancy yourself a tough-headed lad? Let us see whose head is harder, yours or my nine-ring staff. Though the strike did not injure Prince Gumo, it silenced him and curbed his expansion, stabilizing his towering height just above 6 meters, driving him 2 meters deep into the ground with the force of the blow. At that moment, the ancient city of Xie trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, with 2 colossal figures standing amidst the chaos, their every movement causing the earth to quake. Did one think that the now massive Prince Gumo would slow down? Quite the contrary. His speed not only remained unchanged but increased. As the saying goes, the larger the body, the greater the strength, and his formidable might allowed him to stomp his foot, generating tremendous reactive force. When power is sufficient, speed cannot falter. A prime example is the Hulk. His velocity is hardly diminished despite his size, only slightly hindered in changing direction. Wuchen, however, was not so constrained. Even a flawed version of his celestial powers bore no such pronounced weaknesses. Observing the halted momentum of Prince Gumo charging towards him, Wuchen stood his ground, swinging the nine-ringed staff with great vigor. The demon-suppressing staff, Calm the Storm. This technique primarily focuses on control, its offensive power relatively weak, yet its control potential maximized. Its flaw, however, lies in its lethargy. Yet, Prince Gumo was not evading. A golden circle enveloped the unyielding prince, binding him in place. With a single use of Calm the Storm, Wuchen managed to restrain Prince Gumo, fully aware that this control would last no more than 3 seconds, yet that was sufficient. Under the celestial influence, Wuchen unleashed his full power. The nine-ringed staff became a blur in his hands, and the sun's illusion descended, unleashing an unending wave of Buddha's fire, illuminating the night sky. In those fleeting 3 seconds, Wuchen expended nearly all his Buddha power, yielding the result of Prince Gumo's body on the verge of shattering. Yet, to Wuchen's surprise, the Gumo princess had already taken flight, unaffected by the control. and at that moment, he had no time to consider her. However, the Gumo princess was not merely escaping. In an unnoticed moment, she transformed into a phantom, leaving traces of her form in the air as she darted towards Wuchen's back. Had it not been for the protective nature of the splendid robe, Wuchen might have sustained injury. When he regained his composure, a chill ran down his spine. He had underestimated the Gumo princess, mistaking her for a mere puppet, and nearly paid a hefty price for his folly. The swirling black smoke above retreated, consumed by Prince Gumo, who sought to mend his injuries, but the effect was far from satisfactory. Wuchen's Buddha power inherently countered dark sorcery. Had Prince Gumo not relied on the black smoke, he would have been subdued long ago. The sun's illusion had not idled during this time. Wuchen was no fool to battle within the advantageous environment created by his adversary. The sun's illusion, imbued with the essence of Buddha, bore both sanctity and purifying energy, washing over at least half of the black smoke with its brilliance. The mingling of Buddha power within the smoke, absorbed by Prince Gumo, caused him immense agony, his crimson eyes nearly bursting as he howled in torment. At that moment, he could no longer focus on Wuchen. His sole desire was to expel the Buddha power from within him, yet Wuchen's energy clung to him like a bone-deep parasite, not easily discarded. As the saying goes, inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is a challenge. Having consumed the power, he could not simply expel it. Wuchen thought, "Did you truly believe I would rely solely on brute force? Everything is calculated." Finally, Wuchen seized an opportunity. The Gumo princess clawed at Wuchen's back, only to be thwarted by the splendid robe, which even ensnared her hand. A sinister smile crept across Wuchen's face. "Little fly, I have endured your presence for far too long." With a firm grasp on the Gumo princess, he activated the true sutra of the great sun, channeling its searing power to refine her essence. Moments later, she transformed into a charred remnant. Yet this was insufficient. With a powerful throw, he struck her down with the nine-ringed staff, reducing her to mere fragments. Now it was your turn. Wuchen's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Having traversed into this realm, he had never been pushed to such extremes, nearly finding himself in dire straits. How could he not harbor resentment? A broken monk possesses no gentle temperament. Demon-suppressing staff, greed, hatred, ignorance, infinite maelstrom. Wuchen roared, as the three sentiments coalesced into three spiraling black dragons that entwined around the staff. In that moment, the staff was entirely cloaked in darkness, resembling not a sacred Buddhist technique, but the very manifestation of demonic forces. Roar. I refuse to submit. Exquisite, Queen Immortal. Die. Chapter 37. The Stone Tomb. As he gazed upon the disintegrating figure of Prince Gumo, Wuchen exhaled a sigh of relief. Had the encounter continued any longer, he would have been compelled to flee. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and the celestial manifestations were on the verge of collapse. He had already devised a plan. If Prince Gumo had withstood this onslaught, he would lead his trio, along with Anlaman, to safety, keeping a safe distance from the prince. As long as Gumo did not escape to a populated area, they would not pursue him. After all, with the Golden Crow's transformation technique at his disposal, Gumo's speed could never rival his own. Fortunately, Prince Gumo could not endure. Wuchen's form swiftly diminished in size as he plopped onto the ground, disregarding any concerns of cleanliness, and sprawled amidst the ruins, gasping for breath. Ding. Enough with the notifications, just tell me what I've received. Congratulations, host. You have slain Princess Gumo. Earning 8 of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, you have slain Prince Gumo, acquiring the Arhut Golden Body. Phew. Haha, the Arhut Golden Body. This was indeed worth it. 3 days later, within the ruins of the ancient city of Xie, the group gathered their equipment once more and set off on their camels. The recent battle had reduced Xie ancient city to mere rubble. Had the trio not fled swiftly, they would have surely been buried beneath the debris. As for Anlaman, he was the swiftest among them, not only running for his own life but also ensuring his camel kept pace. One should not underestimate the speed at which the trio fled. In the original narrative, they had evaded numerous dangers, and although they were blessed by the protagonist's halo, their speed was still commendable. Yet, this time, Wuchen observed that they seemed to genuinely regard themselves as deities. Although somewhat exasperated, he had grown accustomed to it. In reflection, it was only natural. The worldview of the realm of Gazai included the existence of gods and spirits, and with Wuchen's ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, even manifesting celestial phenomena, any ordinary person would undoubtedly revere him. How much further? Anlaman. Wang Kaixian groaned, having lost a couple of pounds due to the exhausting journey. He was genuinely at his limit. If there had been treasures to discover, he might have been able to endure, but alas, there were no spoils to be found. The tomb of Prince Gomo had initially promised some rewards, but with their ruse of resurrection, the fierce battle had left nothing behind. Do you not know, my friend? Ahead lies the Black Desert, a place where I, too, cannot discern the path, and can only follow the Zeta Dark River, Anlaman replied. Gazing somberly at the distant sand dunes, Wang Kaixin rolled his eyes and fell silent atop his camel. Hu Bai and Xue Liang were also in poor spirits. But the situation was manageable. Although no one had been injured in the battle at Shiya Ancient City, and even their camels had escaped unscathed. The supplies on the camels had been depleted, resulting in significant losses. Had it not been for the ample resources stored in Wuchan and Appo's system space, they would have had no choice but to turn back. At noon, the sun blazed down mercilessly, making travel unfeasible. Not only would the heat prove unbearable for them, but the camels could not withstand it either. Anlaman led the group to seek refuge beneath a rock, where they hastily prepared a simple meal and found places to rest, knowing they would need their strength for the journey ahead. Among the group, Xue Liang was the sole female, which occasionally proved inconvenient, as it did at this moment. Quietly, she arose, and Hu Bai glanced at her but remained silent. After circling behind a rock, Xue Liang suddenly exclaimed, causing Hu Bai to spring into action, instinctively patting Wang Kaixin. Wang Kaixin, quick to react, rolled over and had his hunting rifle ready for action. Stay calm, it's likely nothing serious. Let us investigate, Hu Bai suggested. Unbeknownst to them, Wuchan was already aware. This was likely the stone tomb from the original narrative, as their route still broadly aligned with the story's progression. Given that the path was largely the same, the resting spots would undoubtedly be the same as well. Indeed, as they rounded the rock, they discovered Xue Liang's leg had become ensnared in the sand, nearly buried up to her thigh. Don't come closer. It's quicksand. Although frightened, Xue Liang maintained her composure, knowing full well that one must not struggle in quicksand, lest they sink deeper. Rope. Quickly, someone fetch the rope. Not to worry. That is not quicksand, Wuchan interjected, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Noticing their skeptical expressions, he shrugged. If it were quicksand, she would have already sunk. Indeed. Quicksand does not move this slowly. Besides, since we arrived, Xue Liang hasn't sunk any further, someone remarked. It seems I've stepped onto a stone slab. Perhaps something akin to a stone plate, Xue Liang deduced, regaining her composure and grasping the rope tossed by Hu Bai, slowly pulling herself free. After a moment's respite, she added, I believe I know what I stepped on. It must be a stone tomb from the western regions. A tomb? Wang Pengzi's eyes sparkled at the mention of the word. It appears you inadvertently stepped on a stone slab covering the tomb, creating a vacuum effect beneath the sand, causing you to sink. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi retrieved his entrenching tool and dashed forward. Wuchan smiled with amusement, thinking, go ahead. After all, this tomb is empty. Whether we enter or not is inconsequential. However, as the old saying goes, since we are here, we might as well explore it, consider it a little excursion. With fervor fueled by his desire for treasure, Wang Pengzi wielded his entrenching tool with great vigor. Hu Bai could hardly contain his laughter. Well aware that his good brother would only react this way upon hearing of a tomb, otherwise, he would hardly be so eager. The group worked together, and soon they had cleared a space. Though sand continued to shift, it had little effect. A square opening emerged before them, and Hu Bai observed it gravely. This seems to be a thief's tunnel. The stone slab Xue Liang stepped on must have concealed this passage. The entrance bore clear signs of explosive damage, indicating it had been blasted open with military-grade explosives. Wang Kaixuan's heart sank. A thief's tunnel implied that the tomb had already been plundered. Buddha, should we still venture down? Hu Bai inquired anxiously. Wuchan nodded. Let us descend and see. Securing the ropes to prevent any mishaps, Xue Liang tossed a few flare sticks into the darkness for illumination. And Wang Pengzi was the first to climb inside. Following him, the others descended into the stone tomb. As expected, the interior was barren. There wasn't even a coffin board left. The signs of disturbance were evident, clearly indicating recent activity, suggesting that this group had arrived before them, and they might not be far behind. However, Wuchan remained unfazed. He knew this group had not entered the tomb of the Jingjue, but had perished at the hands of Jingjian Ahan outside the ancient city. Thus, he kept silent. Xue Liang and Hu Bai exchanged glances, recognizing the situation. Although a sense of worry lingered, Hu Bai remained calm, while it was only Xue Liang who was anxious. Buddha, shouldn't we pick up the pace? Chapter 38. The final encounter with Magnetic Mountain. Do not rush. They cannot enter. Rest assured, Wu Chun waved his hand dismissively, instilling a sense of calm in Wang Kaixian. Buddha, how can you be so certain? Shui Yang expressed her concern. For the matter at hand was a question of life and death, and she could not afford to be careless. Wu Chun gazed into the distance where the heart of the Black Desert lay, the ancient city of Jingjue, the birthplace of the Ghost Cave clan. A place not easily accessed. Shui Yang's heart raced. Could it be that Wu Chun was aware of the Ghost Cave tribe? Did this imply he understood the curse that plagued her? Yet, she dared not voice her fears, terrified that upon hearing of the curse, her companions might abandon her, or that even someone as divine as Wu Chun would be powerless against it. With a glance at Shui Yang, Wu Chun perceived her thoughts, but chose silence. He truly had no means to combat the curse, as it was left by a true deity. Yet he knew the whereabouts of the Miaochen pearl. After examining the stone tomb, the group rested for a while. As the sun began its descent, the temperature moderated, and they mounted their camels once more to set forth. The omnipresent yellow sand nearly made them nauseous. The unchanging scenery led them to believe they were merely spinning in place rather than progressing. After a considerable time, Lyman halted, confusion glimmering in his murky eyes. "Old man, why have we stopped?" Hu Ba Yi inquired, his tone a blend of fatigue and curiosity. "I can no longer discern the direction of the Zidu Dark River. If we venture further, I shall be powerless," Lyman replied, prompting a collective unease among the group. Even Wu Chun regarded the situation with caution. In the vast desert, losing one's way could prove fatal. Surrounded by an endless expanse of sand, devoid of any landmarks or indications of the ancient city of Jingjue, Hu Ba Yi inwardly lamented his decision to heed the words of Dejina and seek the elusive city, questioning its accessibility. If it were so easily found, why had they not arrived sooner? Wang Kaixian, observing Hu Ba Yi, was filled with trepidation, contemplating whether to speak up, realizing the foreign woman was oblivious to the route. Should they become lost in the desert, it would likely spell doom for all but Wu Chun, who possessed the ability to fly. In contrast to the hesitations of her companions, Shui Yang's resolve remained steadfast. She was determined to break the curse. Her intuition whispered that the answers she had sought in her dreams for years lay within Jingjue. Wu Chun, however, remained unconcerned, even in the face of unforeseen challenges. He could easily lead the group to safety. Death was not a possibility. At worst, they would expend unnecessary effort. Lyman, Wu Chun called. And Lyman's bewildered gaze met his, stirring slightly. "Buddha, I truly cannot find the path ahead," he admitted, shaking his head. "Do not worry, let us continue. As long as we locate Magnetic Mountain, we shall discover Jingjue." "Magnetic Mountain?" Lyman murmured, once more guiding the caravan onward, unaware of what lay ahead or whether he would return alive. Yet, the allure of Jingjue was irresistible. He longed to behold it, even from the outside. 2 days elapsed, and the group had lost all sense of their whereabouts. Hu Bai stared at his malfunctioning mechanical watch, which had been erratic for days and was now spinning wildly. "Old Hu, my compass is broken. How about yours?" Wang Kaixian asked. Hu Bai retrieved his compass, only to find the needle wildly oscillating. His pupils constricted. It dawned on him that this was the effect Wu Qin had mentioned regarding Magnetic Mountain, disrupting the magnetic field. Thus, it was not merely a malfunction of their devices. Magnetic Mountain must be nearby. The closer they approached, the more pronounced the effects became. Initially, only Hu Ba Yi's watch had been erratic, but now even his compass was compromised. "Buddha, Magnetic Mountain should be near." At this news, the group felt invigorated, the first glimmer of hope in many days. After all, Wu Chun had previously stated that to find Jingjue, they must first locate Magnetic Mountain, and now that it was imminent, it indicated they were on the right path. And Lyman recalled tales of 2 sacred mountains, one red and one white, in the heart of the Black Desert, said to be the resting places of the ancient sages. Nodding in affirmation of Hu Ba Yi's assertion, Wu Chun remarked, "Tonight, your innate geomancy skills shall shine. Just watch, Buddha." Hu Ba Yi replied confidently. His talent lay in celestial navigation, making it quite simple to discern direction. That evening, after studying the stars for most of the night, Hu Ba Yi finally established their course. The following day, the group set out again, following Hu Ba Yi's guidance. By afternoon, Wu Qin could see the distant Zagorama Mountains. They resembled a colossal black mountain range, undulating like a great dragon, yet the neck of this beast had been severed. Indeed, it was a deliberate act. The Queen of Jingjue displayed incredible fortitude, having cleaved the dragon's spine, thwarting its ascent. There stood Magnetic Mountain, the legendary Zagorama. The group swiftly produced their binoculars to gaze in the direction Wuchen indicated. Indeed, the dark magnetic mountain loomed majestically, silently awaiting something. "Oh God! I have finally found it," Shueli Yang exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, reluctant to relinquish her binoculars, fixated on the two towering mountains. Hu Ba-yi and Wang Kaixian embraced joyously, celebrating fervently, while Enliman knelt in prayer, offering his devout supplications. Even Wu Chun felt a sense of reverence. The journey thus far had proven far more arduous than the seven-star Luoyang Palace. At last, they composed themselves, mounted their camels, and charged toward the Zagorama Mountains. Yet, despite the proximity, the destination seemed perpetually out of reach. Enliman pondered whether it was merely a mirage, but recalling Wu Chen's confirmation, he dismissed the notion. Upon first sighting the Zagorama Mountains, Wu Chun had employed his celestial sight to verify their existence. Indeed, it was Magnetic Mountain. The oppressive heat caused the camels to froth at the mouth, and Enliman felt a pang of sympathy, persuading Shueli Yang to allow the camels a moment's respite. Previously, Enliman had suggested traveling by night, but both Shueli Yang and Wu Chen disagreed, as the cooler temperatures would awaken the desert's myriad creatures. And who knew what monstrous beings awaited them? Yet this time, they had no choice but to journey by night. The deeper they ventured into the black desert, the more unbearable the heat became. Not only could the camels not endure it, but even the trio of tomb raiders found it intolerable. Enliman fared better, having adapted to desert life over decades. Chapter 39. The Ancient City of Jingjue. In truth, the absence of an archaeological team alleviated numerous complications along the journey, such as the obstinate Professor Hao and the sunstroke-stricken Yi Sin, thus sparing them from such tribulations. However, the fantastical path they traversed was fraught with its own challenges, including desert scorpions and colossal sandworms, and even the resurrection of Prince Gomo. This divergence from the original narrative resulted in significant alterations, such as the destruction and burial of the murals within the tomb of Prince Gomo, which Sherry Yang and her companions never witnessed. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the connection between the Queen of Jingjue's eyes and the imaginary realm, as well as the assassination attempt on the Queen by Prince Gomo. That evening, the group rode camels, eagerly making their way towards Magnetic Mountain. Upon reaching Magnetic Mountain, they beheld two enormous stones, more accurately described as colossal boulders rather than mere hills. These monumental black stones towered, each boasting a diameter of several dozen kilometers. Even a mere glimpse of their sandy ridges was awe-inspiring. Wu Chen speculated that these boulders might still be connected underground, given the labor shortages during the Jingjue period, suggesting that severing this black dragon would have required considerable human effort, and excavating underground would have posed an even greater challenge. The compass in their possession spun wildly, and their metallic belongings felt inexplicably heavier under the magnetic influence of the mountain. Wu Chun dismounted first, prompting the others to follow suit and proceed on foot. With Enliman by his side, Wu Chen led the way, acutely aware that beyond Magnetic Mountain, the specter of Jingjian Han could emerge at any moment. Those familiar with the original tale understood the lethal nature of this entity. How majestic the Queen of Jingjue it must have been. This place rivals the imperial tombs. Huba murmured to himself. The two black mountains loomed like a dark dragon, and he would not be surprised to learn that a queen lay buried beneath them. Wang Kaixian, though unversed in geomancy, recognized the extraordinary nature of Magnetic Mountain, its grandeur undeniable. Sherry Yang trembled with excitement, gripping the camel's reins as she followed Wu Chen deeper into the mountain's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. As the moon reached its zenith, darkness enveloped the valley, rendering visibility nil. While Wu Chun, possessing the eye of heaven, was undeterred, the others relied on their wolf-eye flashlights for illumination. After what felt like an eternity, Wu Chen sensed dawn approaching, yet they still had not exited Magnetic Mountain. He was obliged to maintain a pace accommodating the others, otherwise he would have reached his destination long ago. At full speed, he could have returned to the sun-drenched courtyard of Black Bear in 49 City. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted. The camels began to pant heavily, exhibiting signs of extreme fear and agitation. Despite Enliman's desperate attempts to calm them, it was Wu Chen's Buddhist power that ultimately subdued their frenzy. The camels were acutely aware of the imminent presence of Jingjian Han, a realm they dared not approach. Although the camels had quieted, they stubbornly refused to advance. Enliman, having exhausted all methods, realized the camels sensed a grave danger, which explained their reluctance. Animals often possess a keen intuition, especially in life-threatening situations, akin to birds sensing storms or rodents predicting earthquakes. The camels too could perceive threats to their existence. After a moment's contemplation, Lyman approached Wu Chun and whispered, "Master, there is danger ahead." The camels refused to proceed. Wu Chun patted Lyman's shoulder, acknowledging his efforts despite the perils that had propelled him swiftly along the journey. "Let the camels retreat to the valley and Opos' exterior. If you are unafraid, you may accompany us. However, I cannot guarantee your safety." And Lyman fell silent, and Wu Chun turned to Sherry Yang, instructing her to toss a few cold flame flares to illuminate their path. While he was unafraid of Jingjianahan, its speed posed a significant threat to the others. In the original narrative, this malevolent creature had swiftly claimed Haoigua's life, necessitating caution. The cold flame flares illuminated the distance, revealing a figure seated in the shadows, a person clad in a white robe, their head wrapped in a sandproof scarf, motionless, with a backpack resting on their back. "Master, fear not, it is merely a corpse, likely belonging to the group that previously plundered the stone tomb." Wu Chen's words provided Hu Ba with a modicum of reassurance, yet curiosity compelled him to discover the cause of death. Just as he moved to investigate, Wu Chen interjected, recalling that it was at this moment Jingjianahan made its entrance, hidden among the corpses, poised to strike when Hu Ba inspected the body. He could not ascertain whether Hu Ba would evade this fate, thus it was prudent to deter him. Wu Chen reached out, marking a swastika on each person's forehead. Infusing it with Buddhist power, this would serve as a protective charm, capable of withstanding the venom of snakes and resisting the bites of Jingjianahan. "You shall not be poisoned, but this charm cannot endure indefinitely. After all, the venom of Jingjianahan is exceedingly potent, capable of corroding stone, and over time, it will prove ineffective. Let us proceed." Ultimately, Lyman succumbed to fear and refrained from entering, instead donning the protective charm Wu Chun had bestowed upon him. Retreating to accompany the camels, he resolved to wait outside for a week. Should they not return by then, he would depart, as he could not sustain their supplies indefinitely in the desert. The group acquiesced to this decision, recognizing the impracticality of expecting him to accompany them to the grave. Upon reaching the corpse, Hu Ba discerned the unusual nature of the body. The individual was entirely swathed, save for a pair of eyes glaring at the sky, seemingly unable to find peace in death. As Hu Ba examined the still fresh corpse, he informed the others, "This person may have died only a few days ago. There are no obvious wounds to ascertain the cause of death." Wang Kaishan approached, cold flame flare in hand, intent on searching the body, but Wu Chen intervened, apprehensive that Jingjianahan might be concealed beneath the garments. Under the flickering light, the corpse's skin emitted an eerie blue glow, prompting exchanged glances among the group, as none had encountered such a phenomenon. Even Wu Chen, possessing only knowledge from the original narrative regarding the victim's demise from snake venom, found the glowing corpse distinctly unsettling. Wang Kaishan silently thanked Wu Chun for his intervention. Otherwise, who could fathom the implications of such a bizarre cadaver? As the cold flame flares illuminated one after another, the surrounding area revealed additional unblinking corpses, alongside scattered firearms and supplies. Wu Chen used his telekinetic ability to draw several Soviet-style AK-47s and backpacks, inspecting them briefly before tossing them to Hu Ba and the others. In the encroaching darkness, pairs of black eyes fixated intently on Hu Ba. Chapter 40. The 7-inch nail of the dragon. The guns were all loaded, but a few bullets were missing. It seemed this group had encountered some trouble and fired their weapons. Wang Kaishan, an expert in firearms since childhood, immediately assessed the situation. Upon removing the magazine, he confirmed his suspicions. A few rounds were indeed absent. "I understood the gravity of the situation and warned everyone to be cautious, for there were dangers lurking nearby, including the deadly Jingjianahan, which had yet to depart." The Jingjianahan? A snake of unparalleled venom, a bite from which guarantees death, with no antidote available. If memory serves correctly, the original narrative indicated that the corpse contained a Jingjianahan within its mouth. Wu Chen's gaze darkened as he scrutinized the lifeless form before him, contemplating whether to extract the Jingjianahan for examination. While others might fear the Jingjianahan, he remained unfazed. Adorned in his resplendent robe, he was virtually impervious to toxins. Furthermore, bolstered by the golden body he had previously acquired, he had no reason to fear the serpent, provided he remained cautious enough not to disturb the trio of tomb raiders. Wu Chen recalled that a Jingjianahan resided within the corpse's mouth, yet he overlooked the fact that another had crawled onto Hu Ba. Turning swiftly, His pupils dilated in alarm. "Do not move," he hissed, causing the trio of tomb raiders to freeze in place, paralyzed by fear. Wang Kaixian wished to inquire further, but dared not utter a sound, instead watching as Wu Chun, with a grave expression, summoned a surge of Buddhist power. The Jinjian Ahan clinging to Hu Ba-yi was now subdued by Wu Chen's spiritual energy, rendering it immobile. Nevertheless, Wu Chun remained uneasy. The creature's venom was far too lethal. His gaze shifted, and he noticed that a dark Jinjian Ahan also coiled around Shirley Yang's leg, while another clung to Wang Kaishuan's backpack. What on earth has this world been modified into? Wu Chun thought in frustration, yet the indifferent system offered no response. He had grown accustomed to the system's lack of engagement during mundane moments, akin to a mere shadow, possessing minimal presence. Feeling relieved that he had previously marked them with a magical seal, he realized that had he not, the consequences could have been dire. If anyone were to be bitten by the Jinjian Ahan, Wu Chun could not guarantee their salvation. Controlling his Buddhist energy, he first immobilized the trio to prevent any erratic movements, then proceeded to extract the Jinjian Ahans from their bodies. Observing the now motionless serpents, Wu Chun let out a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he released the three, who gathered around to inspect the Jinjian Ahan he had captured. "Is this the Jinjian Ahan you spoke of? It doesn't seem all that menacing," Wang Kaixian remarked boldly, even attempting to reach out and touch it, only to be restrained by Wu Chun. "This creature's toxin is inexorable. A bite leads to death within 3 seconds. And its vitality is astonishingly resilient, capable of lunging at its prey even if severed in two." Wu Chun reiterated the peril of the Jinjian Ahan, compelling Wang Kaixian to retract his hand, albeit with an air of nonchalance that nearly provoked Wu Chun into allowing the serpent to deliver him a bite. Without the admonishments from Hao Aigua, it was evident that Wang Kaixian was entirely oblivious to the creature's true potency. Wu Chun resolved to devise a lesson for him, lest he continue to grow increasingly reckless. Meanwhile, Wang Kaixian was distracted, fixated on the AK-47s nearby. "Let us proceed. It is time to enter the city." The group navigated around the fallen bodies, continuing towards the valley, aiming to exit before dawn, or, more accurately, to truly enter the ancient city of Jingjue. Silence enveloped them as they walked for some time, until the first rays of sunlight began to illuminate the horizon. Bathed in the glow of dawn, a colossal city emerged from the desert, its rugged cliffs and countless ruins revealing structures of brick, wood, and stone. Towering edifices dotted the landscape, the most prominent being a slanted black stone tower that stood solemnly amidst the city. What an impressive endeavor! The Queen of Jingjue truly embodies the spirit of a remarkable individual, not to mention a ruler of her time. Wu Chun mused quietly, captivated by the tower, which was not merely an architectural feat constructed from stone quarried from the sacred Magnet Mountain. It stood apart from the other buildings, which utilized different materials. It is essential to recognize that this Magnet Mountain is a sacred site, the Zagalama Sacred Mountain. The stones extracted from such a revered location are not trifling resources. Moreover, the position of the Black Tower was meticulously chosen, precisely at the 7-inch mark of this dragon vein, effectively pinning the ascending black dragon to the ground. One cannot deny the ruthlessness of the Queen of Jingjue. To preserve this dragon vein, she resorted to both nailing and beheading the dragon. However, it remains uncertain whether she struck the head first or nailed the 7-inch mark first. Yet, perhaps the queen never anticipated that both the rise and fall of her realm hinged upon this dragon vein. The black dragon, once a symbol of prosperity, became a harbinger of doom, transforming the auspicious land into a graveyard for dragons. The demise of ancient Jingjue, once resplendent, was likely intertwined with the fate of this dragon vein. The ancient city of Jingjue, far from diminutive, likely housed a population of 50 to 60,000 at its zenith, with a potential capacity for over 100,000 if one were to squeeze them in. Although most of the structures now lay in ruins, buried beneath the desert for a millennium, traces of its former grandeur and magnificence remained evident. Now, Hu Ba-yi and the others comprehended why the ancient ruins of Jingjue had eluded discovery for so many years. The area resembled the Bermuda Triangle, plagued by chaotic magnetic fields that hindered aerial navigation, situated deep within the desert, rarely visited by humanity. Few could locate this place, and even those who reached the ancient city often found it challenging to depart. The group rested before the crumbling city gates, quenching their thirst with refreshing water, gradually alleviating their fatigue from the journey. Wu Chun was fortunate to carry an ample supply of water within his spatial realm. Otherwise, they would not have dared to indulge so extravagantly. Water in the desert is a precious commodity and in times of dire need, A bottle of 500 milliliters might be worth more than a pound of gold. Moreover, it was certain that a water source existed within the ancient city, as it would have been impossible to establish a settlement here otherwise. Though a millennium had passed, underground water should still be present, evidenced by the thriving vegetation nearby. Shirley Yang, we have located the ancient Jingjua. Shall we settle the payment you promised us? Shirley Yang nodded, her gaze filled with excitement as she looked into the depths of the ruins. Unlike her character in the original narrative, she refrained from mocking Wang Kaixian, instead retrieving a wad of cash from her backpack and handing it directly to him. Perhaps it was due to Wu Chen's presence in Shirley Yang's eyes. Their individual importance paled in comparison to his. With the destination in sight, she silently prayed for their continued safety after receiving the payment, producing a cross from her bag and beginning her supplications. Chapter 41. The Temple, the Jade Eye, and the Serpent Eye. Upon observing her actions, Wu Chen smiled and shook his head in silence. Not to mention that the deities of the ghost lantern world have ceased to manifest, even in this altered realm. If invoking the divine truly proved effective, the Western gods would have no sway over my eastern domain. Outside the valley, and Li Man knelt with reverence, facing the east and praying fervently to the rising sun for Wu Chen's safe return. Having come this far, a final shiver was of no consequence. First, they would enjoy a hearty meal and rest well before proceeding. Wu Chen's words went unchallenged, even by the boss, Sherry Yang, who could only nod obediently. After all, if Wu Chen chose to abandon her, she would be left in a dire predicament. They found a relatively intact house, spread out their sleeping bags, organized their supplies, and began to prepare a meal. Sherry Yang stuck to her usual fare, vegetable soup, which led Wu Chen to wonder if she could cook anything else. Wang Kaixian ventured outside with an AK-47, and Wu Chen cautioned him to be wary of straying too far. Although it was said that Jing Jianahan did not appear during the day due to fear of light, it was better to be safe. The two rotund characters from the Ghost Lantern and Thief's Pin were quite sinister. One could never be too cautious, lest he inadvertently unearth something unexpected. Meanwhile, Hu Bai combined compressed biscuits with milk to create a thick porridge that made Wu Chen's stomach churn. While it was palatable at first, the appearance left much to be desired, and the prospect of consuming it continuously was unbearable. Resolutely, Wu Chen retrieved some individual combat rations from his storage, vowing never again to endure that dreadful concoction of compressed biscuits. Moments after Wang Kaixian left, 2 gunshots rang out, and he returned, exuberantly brandishing 2 rabbits. By Buddha, there are rabbits here. The presence of a water source indicated the likelihood of life. There must be an oasis nearby. Wu Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the rabbits. He sprang into action, exclaiming, 2 rabbits are hardly sufficient. Besides, rabbit meat is low in fat, an excellent choice for those seeking to shed pounds. With remarkable speed, Wu Chen, employing the Golden Crow's transformation technique, soon discovered a small oasis, featuring a shallow pool formed by a spring. He set his sights on a robust male yellow goat, estimating its weight to be around 100 kilograms. After deboning, they would yield at least 100 pounds of pure meat, ample sustenance. The goat, entirely unaware of its fate, was swiftly whisked away by Wu Chen, and before it could process what had occurred, it found itself at Wang Kaixian's mercy. It is often said that those who are larger possess a remarkable appetite and culinary skills, a statement that rang true as Wang Kaixian expertly roasted the meat to perfection. As they savored the succulent goat meat and rich broth, Wu Chen's distasteful glance at Hu Baiyi's porridge was unmistakable. Had he seen any other prey, he would have discarded that abhorrent mixture without a second thought. Their shared amusement at Wu Chen's disdain prompted Hu Baiyi and Sherry Yang to stifle laughter. After a night of restorative sleep, Wang Kaixian prepared the remaining goat legs, wrapping them in plastic provided by Wu Chen and stowing them in his backpack. Having traversed the desert for so long, he felt he had lost at least 2 pounds and was eager to replenish his strength. The trio awoke feeling rejuvenated, as if they had shed weight in their slumber. After a brief wash, Wang Kaixian produced the leftover goat legs, prompting Wu Chen to quietly retrieve 2 more yellow goats from his storage. Wang Kaixian's eyes sparkled with delight. Having rested for a full day and night, Wu Chen had no need for sleep. Although he saw to it that their meals were adequately addressed, he ventured out twice more, yielding minimal results, ultimately capturing only 3 yellow goats. He discovered that the tales surrounding traversing realms and acquiring skills, particularly the promise of delectable roasted meat, were exaggerated. Once Wang Kaixian had prepared the meat, Wu Chen eagerly seized a roasted goat leg his unabashed appetite inciting hearty laughter from Wang Kai-shian. Having feasted, the group equipped themselves and officially commenced their exploration of the ancient capital of Jingjue. Each member brandished an AK-47, with excess ammunition extracted and carried, while surplus magazines were affixed to their belts. Wu Chun, however, deemed such weaponry unnecessary. His innate prowess surpassed its capabilities. After wandering for a considerable time, they found naught but crumbling structures and shifting sands. Buddha, should we not locate the royal palace first? This vast, ancient city will take an eternity to search. Sherry Yang, unable to contain her frustration, addressed Wu Chun, who seemed absorbed in the scenery. They had wandered aimlessly for an entire day, and if they continued, they would have no idea when they might uncover the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue. Sherry Yang made a valid point. Buddha, let us seek the royal palace. Important artifacts are typically housed there. Hu Bai, suddenly recalling their purpose, added, do you even know where the royal palace is? Wu Chun smiled faintly, posing a critical question that left the trio momentarily speechless. Indeed, they intended to find the palace, but where was it? Well, the palace should be at the center of the city, right? That's how it's depicted on television, Wang Kai-shian suggested cautiously, clearly wary of misstepping. While Wu Chun was aware of the location of the temple housing the imitation of the Miaochen pearl, he too was uncertain. The majority of the structures lay in ruins, buried beneath the sands. This was where Hu Bai's skills would prove invaluable. Even if the compass was ineffective, they could still employ celestial and geomantic techniques, instead of scaling the Black Tower as in the original narrative. Wu Chun seized Hu Bai by the collar and soared into the sky. Old Hu, keep a keen eye out for the royal palace's location. Though Hu Bai was momentarily disoriented by the abrupt descent, he instinctively surveyed the surroundings at Wu Chun's behest. Buddha, there are no structures resembling a palace. Based on the geomantic principles here, the palace should be underground. Hu Bai pondered. Considering the significance of the Queen of Jingjue slaying the Black Dragon and securing the Dragon Vein, this locale was indeed a geomantic treasure, but it also bore the resentment of the dragon. The palace was likely constructed underground to facilitate access to groundwater and shield from sandstorms. Yet, this subterranean realm was the very epicenter of dragon wrath. Logically, the queen's tomb could not reside within the palace unless, perhaps, there were multiple subterranean levels. A spark of realization ignited in Hu Bai's eyes. Buddha, that must be the location of the royal palace, beneath the surface. The tomb should lie directly below it. Although he couldn't fathom the rationale for situating the tomb beneath the palace, he dismissed it as an exotic cultural custom of the western regions. Wu Chun, however, grasped the underlying reasoning. It likely stemmed from the Ghost Hole clan's profound reverence for the depths, as they believed their ancestors emerged from an abyss and drew strength from it. Being interred near such a chasm was regarded as an unparalleled honor. With Hu Bai in tow, Wu Chun soared above, swiftly locating the temple, partially buried in sand, with only a portion of its height exposed. As Wu Chun returned, carrying Hu Bai, Wang Kai-shian gazed at the circling Hu Bai with envy. After Hu Bai shot him a disdainful glance, he turned to Sherry Yang and said, we didn't find the palace, but we discovered a unique structure, which should lead us to the entrance of the underground palace. With a precious lead at hand, Sherry Yang wasted no time and swiftly shouldered her bag, preparing to set off. Wu Chun ambled behind Hu Bai, allowing him to take the lead. The path behind them was uncertain. No one knew how it had been altered. Even if the serpent god appeared, he would not be surprised. The Ghost Cave clan, claiming to hail from the abyssal demon kingdom, wielded control over the extraordinary Jingjian Heng and fire lantern worms. Beings that bore no resemblance to those found on the surface, but instead seemed to originate from the abyss itself. Wu Chun speculated that the Ghost Cave clan might indeed have emerged from the depths, an underground race entirely distinct from surface-dwelling humanity. This could explain their mastery over the Jingjian Heng and fire lantern worms. However, the bottomless Ghost Cave was linked to ancient totems and memories of the serpent god, suggesting that the ancestors of the Ghost Cave clan, like the serpent god, might also have originated from the imaginary space. If that were the case, their control over the Jingjian Heng and fire lantern worms would be understandable, for the imaginary space was akin to another world, where even the serpent god truly existed, rendering their presence less astonishing. Perplexed, Wu Chun shook his head, setting aside these questions for the moment. The Ghost Cave lay before them, and they would soon discover the truth. Upon regaining focus, they found themselves near the temple. For Wu Chun, it was unmistakably a temple, but for the trio, It appeared merely as a slightly elevated structure. The temple, shrouded in yellow sand, seemed to be constructed from magnetic stones, entirely black. With its entrance fashioned into a colossal beast's maw, though the specific monster it represented remained unknown, likely a creature from their own legendary tales. The considerable accumulation of sand at the entrance was of little concern. Their primary fear was that the interior might be similarly filled with sand. Fortunately, after Hu Bai and Wang Kaixian cleared the entrance, they discovered that the sand was confined to the exterior, indicating the magnetic stones were indeed superior, able to withstand the relentless erosion of wind and sand. Be cautious of those serpents, Hu Bai instinctively warned, having been psychologically scarred by the Jingjian Heng. He was aware that Wang Kaixian was unconcerned about such creatures. Seeing Wang Kaixian nod, Hu Bai pushed open the grand stone doors of the temple, allowing them to dodge the dust and let the air flow freely. 5 minutes later, armed with wolf-eye flashlights and cold flame torches, they ventured inside. Buried beneath the yellow sand, the true expanse of the stone hall was concealed from view, but once inside, they were struck by its extraordinary grandeur. 16 massive stone pillars stood as stalwart supports, ensuring the hall had withstood the test of time for millennia. At the far end of the hall, a high platform cradled a colossal jade eye, with naturally formed red threads and a blue pupil that resembled a genuine eye, albeit magnified. The sight of this immense jade eye left the group in awe. Such a treasure was rare and precious. While one might argue that jade itself wasn't exorbitantly expensive, the rarity of a naturally formed jade eye was unparalleled, likely the only one of its kind in centuries. Wang Kaixian's eyes sparkled with greed. This treasure must be worth a fortune. If he could take it out, he and old who could indulge in hot pot every day. Wu Chen suppressed a smile. For the jade eye indeed held a special connection to Wang Kaixian. The pendant he had cherished since childhood was the final piece to this jade eye, fashioned after the elusive Yuchen pearl. However, this jade eye was cursed, meant for gazing into the ghost cave, and unauthorized use would summon the serpent mother and a multitude of Jingjian Heng. Though Wu Chen feared no danger, he preferred to avoid trouble. Yet, Wang Kaixian's impulsiveness knew no bounds. His hands were almost conceptual in their swiftness, carrying an inherent danger. As Wang Kaixian struggled to remove the massive jade eye, he noticed a gap that instinctively appeared to be a keyhole for opening it. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that the shape of his pendant matched perfectly, even down to the colors and patterns. Elated, he surreptitiously removed his pendant and, without a second thought, fitted it into the gap. As anticipated, the jade eye fell. But with it came a swarm of Jingjian Heng. From the temple's ceiling, a colossal, seemingly animate eye plummeted before Wang Kaixian, causing him to scream in terror and flee. Wu Chen's face darkened, wishing he could chastise this glutton for his recklessness. In truth, Wu Chen had intentionally frightened him. Upon seeing Wang Kaixian restore the jade eye, he had realized the imminent danger, but it was too late to intervene. In a fit of anger, he had decided to let the sudden appearance of the serpent egg descend from the ceiling, intending to startle the foolish glutton. "Damn it, a ball of flesh. I'll deal with you," he exclaimed, and with a click, he readied his weapon. Just as Wang Kaixian raised his AK to fire, Hu Bai intervened. "Fatty, don't act impulsively. Let us assess the situation first. This doesn't seem like a harmless entity. If you break it, who knows what may emerge." Indeed, Hu Bai was far more prudent than Wang Kaixian. It was clear that if he were not cautious, he would not have made it to the conclusion of this ghostly tale. Chapter 42. The discovery of the underground passage and the eerie hissing from below the jade eye was originally crafted by the Zagalama clan seer as a substitute for the elusive dust pearl, intended for peering into the ghostly caverns. It is no surprise that this jade eye could communicate with the void, summoning the nether serpent, Jingjian Heng. However, what Wu Chen did not realize was that the curse upon the Zagalama clan was not solely due to the use of the jade eye to spy on the ghostly caverns. It primarily stemmed from their audacious attempts to seize the power of the ghostly realm. The snake eggs that had fallen to the ground writhed incessantly, presenting a rather sinister sight. Hu Ba cautiously faced the snake eggs, retreating slowly. Wu Chen remained still, aware that it was wise to keep the Jingjian Heng serpents from roaming freely. Otherwise, one could never predict when they might cause trouble. After all, throughout history, there have always been thieves who thrive for 1,000 days, but the same cannot be said for those who remain vigilant against them. After Hu Ba had retreated 3 meters, he exchanged a glance with Wang Kaixian, who was prepared to fire his AK but was halted by Wu Chen. "Hold your fire. Breaking the snake eggs would only complicate matters further," he cautioned. With that, Wu Chen summoned a miniature version of the Sun's illusion. which ascended slowly into the air. Though smaller in size, this sun illusion was concentrated with essence, its power amplified rather than diminished. The temperature around them surged rapidly as Sherry Yang felt the heat emanating from the sun illusion. "Do you know what this is?" Hu Ba inquired. To which Wu Qin nodded in silence, deftly manipulating the miniature sun as it compressed the Buddha's power and infused it with a hint of true solar fire. The fist-sized sun illusion, though appearing slow, moved with blinding speed, leaving after-images in its wake. In an instant, this embodiment of solar fire and Buddha's energy descended upon the snake eggs, releasing a foul odor of charred flesh that permeated the temple as a piercing scream erupted, only to be silenced moments later. Upon observing the site where the snake eggs had been, they found only a charred silhouette left behind, with not even a trace of ash remaining. Retrieving the miniature sun, Wu Qin exhaled deeply and said, "This is the egg of Jingjianaheng, containing hundreds of the monstrous serpents you have encountered before." Upon hearing this, both Sherry Yang and Hu Ba shivered in alarm. The thought of hundreds of these serpents, which had nearly claimed Hu Ba's life before, was utterly terrifying. It was no wonder Wu Qin had advised against breaking the eggs, as releasing even a few of these serpents would leave them with nowhere to flee. The Jingjianaheng serpents were exceedingly swift. Hu Ba had barely registered their presence before one had scaled him, indicating that if they intended to strike, he would likely not react in time. Yet, Wang Kaixian, having never encountered Jingjianaheng, remained steadfast in his belief that his AK-47 was the ultimate solution. "What monstrous serpents can withstand a hail of bullets?" he declared. Wu Qin shook his head, aware that the terror of Jingjianaheng could only be comprehended by those who had witnessed it firsthand. These serpents were not mere adversaries to be vanquished by a simple rifle. Their terrifying speed, insurmountable venom, and unknown numbers made them the most fearsome predators in this ancient city. The jade was stowed away. Although it lost its efficacy once removed from the temple's protective arrays, its intrinsic value was immense. Wu Qin deemed the ability to communicate with the void unnecessary. Not only did he have no use for Jingjianaheng or its progenitor, but he also could not control them. Moreover, if his suspicions were correct, and the ancient serpent deity truly hailed from the void, he would hesitate to breach that space. Who could know what horrors lurked within? If a deity were to emerge, it would spell disaster. "Old Hu, search for the passage to the underground," Wu Qin instructed. Without hesitation, Hu Ba began to knock and probe the surroundings in search of the hidden passage. Wang Kaixian, however, took a more straightforward approach. He set down his backpack and pulled out a pack of explosives. "Why complicate matters? Let us just blow it open," he suggested. "Get lost. This temple still has value. We cannot destroy it." Wu Qin rolled his eyes at the foolishness of his companion. If the temple were to lose its significance, he would not have sent Old Hu to search for the passage. He would have dismantled it himself long ago. Though he currently stood no chance against the serpent deity, he contemplated the future, hoping to glean some rewards from the system, and without the magical eye, he relied on the temple. Therefore, it was unthinkable to let Wang Kaixian, the bumbling fool, blow it up. On the other side, Hu Ba increasingly felt a sense of familiarity with the layout. Methodically tapping and reflecting upon the ancient principles of feng shui, soon he discovered a section of floor tiles. "Old Buddha, there is an empty space beneath this tile. It must lead to the passage." "Excellent. Step aside, Old Hu," Wang Kaixian declared, shoving Hu Ba aside and brandishing a spade to pry it open. Hu Ba and Wu Qin stifled their laughter, while Sherry Yang appeared to understand the humor, joining in their quiet amusement. 3 minutes passed, and Wang Kaixian, drenched in sweat, had made no progress. It was only then that he began to grasp the situation. "Hey, are you two just watching me make a fool of myself?" They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Just as Wang Kaixian was about to retaliate against Old Hu, Hu Ba interrupted. "All right, fatty, enough joking. This area has mechanisms, brute force 1T work. Let me handle it." Having already noted the symbols and grooves on the surrounding stone pillars, Hu Ba, alongside Wu Qin, began to adjust the hexagonal grooves on the pillars. With Wu Qin present, Hu Ba felt far less apprehensive than he would have in the original tale. For he knew that even if a mechanism were triggered, they would be safe. A resounding click echoed as the floor contracted, and a thunderous rumble ensued, revealing a dark and deep passage that seemed to stretch endlessly, as the beam from their wolf-eye flashlight failed to illuminate its depths. "Sherry, toss a few cold flame torches down there," Hu Ba called out, not holding back. Sherry Yang, unfazed, retrieved 5 cold flame torches from her backpack, ignited them, and cast them into the abyss. As the torches descended, a series of hissing sounds emanated from below. the terrifying noise causing Sherry Yang's complexion to pale as she glanced at Wu Chun, only to find his expression equally grave. Such hissing sounds were not present in the original tale. Chapter 43. The royal palace's main hall. Wang Kaixian swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His voice trembling as he spoke, "Gulyalu, master, down there. I don't know, but to enter the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue, we must go down." The others exchanged glances, and Sherry Yang's determined gaze met Wang Kaishuan's. She sensed his reluctance to descend and resolutely turned to secure the ropes. Regardless of their hesitation, she felt compelled to proceed. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. "Come on, we've come this far. You're not scared, are you?" Hu Bai clapped Wang Kaixian on the shoulder, deliberately provoking him. Surprisingly, Wang Kaixian fell for it. He was stubborn by nature, resistant to being pushed. Yet he was also susceptible to such provocations. "Who has scared? Who has scared? I ask you, who has scared? Let us go? Who has afraid of whom?" he shouted, but the rotund Hu Bai showed no signs of movement, prompting Hu to angrily toss a bundle of rope at him. As Wang Kaixian fumbled to free himself from the ropes on his head, he was about to protest when he caught Hu Bai's exasperated gaze, which immediately deflated his bravado. He secured the ropes and rushed to assist Hu Bai. The preparations were minimal, but considering Wang Kaishuan's considerable weight, Hu Bai had prepared 5 safety ropes. It should be noted that these were safety ropes, not for abseiling. The extra rope was intended to secure Wang Kaixian. "Wang Kaixian, are we playing or not? Just asking, is being fat a crime? Did I eat your rice? Wait, I think I did. Ahem." Fortunately, Wu Chun had brought an ample supply of ropes. One of the 200-meter ropes was exceptionally heavy, especially since it was interwoven with steel wire. Without Wu Chen's system space to carry them, Wang Kaixian would have gone mad. "What? You say Wu Chen can fly, so why bring so many ropes? What if flying means you can't abseil? Doesn't that alter the experience? Besides, not everyone can fly. Carrying Sherry Yang down is one thing. But carrying Hu Bai and Wang Kaixian down? Isn't that disgusting? Would you want to carry 2 hefty men through the air? Would you feel comfortable doing that?" Of course, except for those with unique tastes, Wu Chen certainly wouldn't. Though abseiling wasn't necessary here, safety ropes were indispensable. Who could predict when this ancient tunnel, worn over millennia, might collapse? Let us not forget, this city is built upon a desert. Following the ropes, the 4 descended one by one. The entrance was narrow, with Hu Bai leading the way and Wu Chen bringing up the rear. As they descended, the space gradually expanded. The inner wall of the entrance featured a mechanism reminiscent of a modern pull rod, capable of opening this concealed door from the inside. Although Wu Chen couldn't comprehend its mechanics, he admired the ingenuity of the ancients. After all, this mechanism was constructed 2,000 years ago, and it still functioned perfectly after such a long passage of time. 2 millennia ago, let alone electricity, even iron tools were a rarity in the western regions. Hu Bai proceeded cautiously, wary of triggering any traps, yet upon reaching the end of the stone steps, he found no mechanism in sight. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Before them lay a passage approximately 5 meters wide and 3 meters high, which evoked a sense of foreboding among the group. It wasn't that the passage posed any immediate danger. Rather, it was the bizarre and vibrant murals adorning the walls on either side. The murals depicted numerous eyes in various forms, an assortment so peculiar that it defied imagination. Anyone who laid eyes upon these murals would feel an unsettling chill. Remarkably, after 2 millennia, the colors remained vivid, indicating that this tunnel had seen limited use. Otherwise, the murals would have oxidized in the circulating air. Hu Bai swallowed hard and, holding a cold flame torch, stepped forward, only to be halted by Sherry Yang. "Wait, old Hu. There's a lot to take in on these murals. Let us take another look." Although the Queen of Jingjue was not depicted, the murals recorded various ceremonies, including the one they had just experienced, the Jade summoning the snake egg, and the overwhelming presence of the pure vision Ahan, which they had encountered firsthand. Could the other elements depicted in the murals be what we are destined to confront next? Sherry Yang pointed excitedly to a corner of the mural. Wu Chun followed her gaze, where a colossal cave was illustrated, spiraled around by a slender staircase leading downward. Indeed, this represents the Ghost Cave, and it signifies the origins of the Ghost Cave clan. Goodness, if the Ghost Cave truly exists, wouldn't it lead directly to the other side of the Blue Star? We wouldn't even need to fly to the White-Headed Eagle. We could simply jump down. Sherry Yang shot a disapproving glance at Wang Kaixian, disregarding his ramblings, and turned her attention back to Wu Chun. The Ghost Cave is real, that much is certain. Let us move on. These murals are of little utility. Why did Wu Chen assert this? It was because the world had undergone such a drastic transformation. The group nodded in agreement, armed with wolf-eye flashlights and cold flame torches. They continued towards the passage's end. The passage was lengthy, and they soon arrived at its conclusion, only to be confronted by a solitary stone pillar. What now, master? There is no path ahead. Should I just blow it open? Wang Ba-yi gestured toward the stone pillar with one hand while the other rested on his backpack, tilting his head expectantly at Wu Chun for guidance. Wu Chun was somewhat speechless. While a blunt approach might be expedient, one must consider their surroundings. Did he not fear that an explosion could cause a collapse? Old Hu, it's up to you. This fool doesn't he think at all. Just believes brute force will yield miracles. Haha, got it, master. Watch me work. Fatty, step aside. Don't let your mind be consumed by explosions. A little dynamite isn't enough for you to wreak havoc. Hey, old Hu, you. However, Hu Bai clearly had no intention of waiting for him to finish. He knew that if Wang Kaixian got involved, it would become a never-ending debate. And Hu Bai was all too familiar with Wang Kaixian's incessant chatter. Hu Bai circled the stone pillar, stroking his stubble, and soon understood. The 16 stone pillars above corresponded to the 16 dragons beneath the earth. Although modified by the Queen of Jingjue, the essence remained unchanged. Therefore, this pillar marked the dragon's tail. Let me handle this. Remember the shrieking sound we just heard. They might have forgotten, but Wu Chun remained cautious. That shriek had likely originated from the pure vision Ahan and the serpent mother. Upon hearing this, Hu Bai paused. He had initially thought it was merely the sound of wind, not realizing it signified danger. Following Hu Bai's instructions, they quickly adjusted the stone disc beneath the pillar, and the wall ahead responded with a rumble as it opened. Wang Kaixian, gripping his AK, narrowed his gaze. Fixated on the crack in the wall, he understood Wu Chen's warning. Danger loomed ahead, and his firearm would soon prove its worth. Master, what is the verdict? Do we proceed or not? Proceed. We cannot leave without purpose. This time, Wang Kaixian led the way, gun drawn, while Hu Bai checked the rope at his waist to ensure everything was in order before following the three ahead. Upon entering, Wu Chun surveyed the surroundings and concluded that they had arrived at the royal palace's main hall. The concealed door through which they emerged was situated behind the throne, rendering it invisible when not in use. With the celestial vision granted to Wu Chun, he possessed the ability to perceive objects in the depths of darkness, a gift not shared by others. The illumination from the wolf-eyed flashlight proved insufficient, necessitating the emergence of the cold flame. The group worked in unison, swiftly casting a circle of cold flames, and it was only then that they realized they had arrived at the grand hall of the royal palace. The surrounding space was vast, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, which, despite some deterioration, still hinted at the opulence of yesteryears. Hu Bai turned around and, with a deft movement, shook off the rope. It was designed as a slipknot, after all. Otherwise, such ropes would be discarded after a single use, an extravagance indeed. Good heavens! The floor is made of jade, exclaimed Wang Kaixian, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fell to the ground to scrape at it. Hu Bai could only stare in disbelief, setting aside the practicality of carrying such a thing away. Its value is dubious at best. Could anything of worth truly be used as flooring? Let him indulge. If it pleased him, so be it. Wu Chen, reveling in the unfolding drama, stood by, offering sardonic commentary. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the hall, accompanied by a series of sharp cracking sounds, instantly heightening their alertness. Chapter 44, The Queen's Bathwater? A radiant light flickered in Wu Chen's eyes as he turned towards the palace's grand entrance, drawn by a peculiar sound. To his astonishment, the two imposing stone sculptures that had stood guard at the gates began to stir. What on earth? Did this scene really exist in the original text? Wu Chun gritted his teeth, realizing that yet another thinly veiled alteration of the story was unfolding. In the original narrative, not only did these stone figures remain motionless, but they had never even been mentioned. However, Wu Chun soon noticed that it was not just the serpentine stone figures that had come to life. A colossal serpent mother was also slowly slithering down from the palace ceiling, carrying two enormous serpent eggs on her back. Fury threatened to erupt. But as the serpent sculptures drew closer and the ominous presence of the Jingshan Ahan began to descend, he restrained himself. With a flick of his mind, a brilliant sun rose swiftly into the sky, illuminating the entire palace hall and allowing the trio to clearly see the stone figures and the serpent mother. What in the world is this? Wang Pengzi shivered in shock, instinctively raising his weapon to fire. This time, nobody attempted to stop him. Even Hubei and Shueli Yang readied their firearms, prepared to assist. Wang Kaixian unleashed a volley of bullets upon the stone figures. But they merely chipped away at the surface, failing to halt their advance. The stone figures drew nearer, brandishing enormous stone axes, poised to strike. Meanwhile, the serpent mother had placed her massive eggs onto the crossbeam and descended, revealing a grotesque form, a single large eye atop a human torso with slender arms. While her lower body morphed into that of a snake, adorned with intricate black scales that exuded a strange allure. Be cautious of those Jingshan Ahan. You handle the serpent mother, and leave these two to me. Under the radiant sunlight, the Jingshan Ahan retreated, while the serpent mother, though weakened, still posed a threat. The stone figures, however, remained unaffected. Upon hearing Wu Qin's command, the group redirected their aim, firing their AK rifles at the serpent mother. Each bullet struck, leaving bloody craters. And though they could not penetrate her tough exterior, they were far more effective than shooting at the stone figures. The anguished cries of the serpent mother echoed through the hall, but the trio remained undeterred, intent on vanquishing her. Wang Kaixian exclaimed, "If she doesn't die, do we perish instead?" Wu Chun found the task simpler. With 2 swift strikes of his 9-ringed staff, he shattered the stone figures into rubble. Inside, a mechanism was revealed. Though its workings remained a mystery, it was evident these were no supernatural beings. Turning his attention back to the serpent mother, now reduced to a battered state, Wu Chun sensed an unsettling shift. She seemed to be attempting to flee. This creature possessed a modicum of intelligence, Wu Chun noted. Before launching his 9-ringed staff, which struck her eye, blinding her in an instant, the serpent mother cried out in dismay, "You only had to poke my one eye? What a fool you are." Yet Wu Chun was unfazed by her protests. Striking a drowning adversary was his righteous path. Seizing the opportunity, he relentlessly battered her with the staff, and even the resilient serpent mother could not withstand such relentless assault, soon falling silent. Wang Kaixian reloaded his weapon with a click and turned to ask, "Buddha, is it over? Or else what? Are you planning to dine with her?" Chuckling, Wang Kaixian scratched his head. "I just thought it seemed a bit too easy." Indeed, compared to the monstrous foes they had previously encountered, this battle had been remarkably straightforward. However, this simplicity was largely due to Wu Qin's presence. Without the radiance of his son, would the serpent mother and the Jingshan Ahan not have claimed their lives? The primary weakness of the Jingshan Ahan was painfully evident. They feared light. Coincidentally, Wu Chun had cultivated the very essence of the Sun Buddha, rendering him their worst nightmare. Upon defeating the serpent mother, the system rewarded Wu Chun with the ability to purify malevolent entities with the power of his son, a modest gain, yet a gain nonetheless. After all, as a practitioner of Buddhism, Wu Chun naturally excelled at dispelling evil. With the serpent mother reduced to mere pulp, there was little of interest left to examine. She bore no treasures or inner elixirs. The group simply glanced at the remnants before turning their attention to exploring the palace. They remained vigilant. Mindful of the scattered Jingshan Ahan, Wu Chun kept the sun's illusion hovering above, deeming the slight expenditure of Buddhist energy acceptable. It was minimal and would soon replenish, making it prudent to avoid any unforeseen dangers. In no time, they found themselves in the rear palace, where a fountain encircled by jade stone caught their eye. Though dry, it indicated they were on the right path. The water vein must lie nearby. A sound of flowing water reached Wu Chen's keen ears. Following the sound, he led the group towards the rear chambers, soon joined by Shueli Yang and the others as they too heard the gentle trickle. The sound guided them to the mouth of a cave. "Buddha, this water sound is likely emanating from within this cave. It probably connects to the Queen's tomb, as there should only be one underground river here." Wu Chen nodded in agreement. Hubei Yi's reasoning was sound. In this arid desert, water sources were scarce, and an underground river could not be plentiful. Thus, descending here would surely lead them closer to the Queen's tomb. "Let us venture down and explore." Wu Chen took the lead, his diminished sun illuminating the path. Behind him, Wang Pengzi was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably and sneezing incessantly. "Buddha, it's blinding. Perhaps you should retract your divine power." Realizing that his son's radiance was too intense within the confines of the cave, Wu Chen quickly understood the source of Wang Kaishuan's distress. As he was at the forefront, the sun directly shone down upon him, prompting the tears. After casting 3 beams of Buddhist light to soothe their eyes, Wu Chen calmly retracted the sun's illusion and instead produced a flashlight to illuminate their way. "As long as I remain unembarrassed, the awkwardness falls upon others. As for who that may be, that is not your concern." The cave was deep. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at a naturally formed cavern, evident by the signs of human repair. Otherwise, the ground would not be so level. Within the cavern lay a moderately sized underground lake, at the center of which was a small island. Colorful fish darted through the clear waters, creating an unexpectedly beautiful scene. Their essay spring. It's fresh water. Wu Qin's declaration ignited a cheer from Wang Kaixian, who dashed forward and drank eagerly from the lake, disregarding all caution. Though they had been sufficiently hydrated throughout their journey, they had not had the luxury of washing up, and the water they consumed was limited. The sight of this refreshing underground water was undeniably thrilling. Hubby joined in, drinking his fill and splashing water on his face to refresh himself. If it weren't for the group's presence, Shueli Yang would have jumped in for a proper bath. As the journey through the sand had left her feeling rather uncomfortable, Wu Qin, however, refrained from drinking the water, fully aware of its true nature. To prevent them from feeling unwell, he cleverly remarked, "This might just be the queen's bathing water, so you could very well be drinking from her bath." The trio paused, visibly disturbed. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything at all. Though Shueli Yang understood the water was fresh, Wu Qin's comment still made her feel a bit nauseous. Only Wang Kaixian, with his carefree disposition, momentarily hesitated before casting a mischievous glance at Hubei. Familiar with Wang Kaixian's antics, Hubei understood immediately. He shot him a warning glare, silently conveying that if he dared to voice his thoughts, he would face dire consequences. Wang Kaixian, realizing his folly, mimicked zipping his lips and fell silent. "Wait a moment, Buddha." The sound of flowing water reached our ears, prompting Wang Kaixian, with his keen perception, to grasp the crux of the matter. Hubei, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the sound of the water. Suddenly, Sherry Yang pointed to a small island protruding in the center of the lake. Wu Qin turned to look and was astonished to see that the island was densely populated with luminescent, cyan-hued plankton, their numbers exceeding 10,000. They appeared to be in a state of metamorphosis, wriggling incessantly as they emerged from their shells. Upon breaking free, their luminescence intensified, and they sprouted wings. Gradually, the first creature took flight, followed by an increasing number of its kin. In an instant, the cave was transformed into a spectacle akin to a shower of shooting stars. Resplendent in its beauty, Wu Qin slapped his forehead in realization, cursing under his breath, "This cannot be happening. Surely, they want to die in front of me." As if to validate his fears, countless large rats scurried in from all directions, seemingly unafraid of the humans, even ignoring their presence. Sherry Yang's face drained of color as she leapt up in fright. It was not just her. Even Hubei and Wang Kaixian were rendered speechless. These fearless rats leapt into the water with a splash, furiously swimming towards the island, seizing the freshly emerged creatures with voracious appetites, crunching them with abandon, devouring them in mere moments. Once satiated, the rats leisurely swam back to shore and dispersed, leaving the trio in stunned silence, their faces pale. So adept at this? Is this a rat's dining spot? Hubei's expression darkened, clearly contemplating something ominous. Good heavens! This isn't vomit. This is ugh. This is the vomit of the rats. Wang Kaixian exclaimed, nearly retching. Wu Qin mused. Is the rat queen not a queen anymore? He was somewhat better off, at least able to articulate his thoughts. In stark contrast, Sherry Yang, overwhelmed, turned a ghostly shade, nearly fainting. Wu Qin, exasperated, shrugged, contemplating that perhaps it would have been better had they not consumed the water earlier. However, this was fresh water, and technically, they were not drinking the rat's bathwater. Yet witnessing the scene was enough to shatter their mental fortitude. Sigh. Let it out, let it out. You'll get used to it, he said. The ancestral rule from Hubei's grandfather forbade harm to rats, and Wang Kaixian was well aware of this. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have drawn his weapon and shot at them, rather than being cornered by the rodents. All right, that's enough. We must continue searching for the source of that flowing sound. Wu Qin thought to himself, by Buddha. Ugh. Why didn't the chubby one mention the reason for not drinking? Such a nuisance. Chapter 45, Golden Mountains and Silver Seas. Wu Qin, you didn't even give me a chance to speak, especially you. Leaping in and drinking without restraint. Who could possibly stop you? Shirley Yang, wishing to express her frustration, found herself unable to utter a word, merely casting a disdainful glance at Wu Qin before retching again. After a span of 10 minutes, the trio finally ceased. Not because they had recovered, but because they had emptied their stomachs, expelling not only the water they had just consumed but also the remnants of their earlier meals. Observing the pallid faces of the three, Wu Qin felt a twinge of helplessness and retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the system space. The sight of it only deepened their resentment. The trio exclaimed, "You, of all people, have mineral water, and yet you made us drink filthy water? After resting for over half an hour, they finally regained their composure. Let us proceed. There is only one path. And the sound of flowing water seems to emanate from that direction. As they ventured down the path, the humidity intensified and the air grew damp. The passage bore clear signs of artificial excavation. The stone chamber, with its barred windows and implements of torture, indicated that it had once served as a prison. However, a millennium had passed, and it had devolved into a den of mice, the ground littered with droppings. Shirley Yang pinched her nose in disgust as she trudged forward, reminding herself that she was not yet the seasoned treasure hunter she aspired to be, merely a wealthy businesswoman. Wuchen floated above, pretending not to notice her disdain. He too found the mouse droppings repulsive. Fortunately, after walking several hundred meters, they came upon an underground river, its current swift and tumultuous. By Buddha! This must be the source of that flowing sound, the Zidu River, likely obstructed by the Zagralama Mountains. Wuchen landed on the riverbank and nodded. Indeed, this is the Zidu River. The water flow is substantial, and judging by its direction, it will ultimately converge with the Darim River. It is undoubtedly the Zidu River. The inland rivers of the western desert share a distinctive characteristic. Regardless of their flow, they are ultimately consumed by the desert. Look, there's a bridge. The restless Wang Kaixian had already begun to scout the area upon reaching the bank. He noticed a larger cave across the river and pondered how the ancient inhabitants of Jingjue might have crossed. Sure enough, he soon spotted a black stone bridge. Evidently hewn from the Zagralama Mountains, its robust construction allowing it to withstand the test of time. Wuchen's keen eyesight discerned a massive gate on the other side. Suspended by an arm-thick chain, propped open by a large stone, evidence that someone had ventured through. It is worth noting that the burial customs of the western regions differ significantly from those of the Han Chinese. Royal families often constructed tombs for their members within cities. Much like the tomb of Prince Gumo, situated in the ancient city of Xie, and even within the sacred well. Those familiar with Western culture are aware of this. Hence, treasure seekers of the Queen of Jingjue would invariably seek entry into such tombs. Shall we take a closer look? I've never heard of a tomb beneath a city, Hu Ba remarked as he observed Wang Kaixian ready to cross the bridge. Wuchen, without hesitation, nodded and proceeded, fully understanding Hu Ba's concern. His lack of experience was understandable, yet it posed no significant issue. As they stepped onto the bridge, Wuchen casually pulled Wang Kaixian back to follow behind him. Upon reaching the opposite side, they beheld the massive gate, and Shirley Yang's heart raced. By Buddha! Someone has gotten here first. Calm down. There's no need to panic, Wuchen reassured them, knowing that the Machen pearl was long gone. Whether someone had come before them was inconsequential. No one could carry away the treasures here, which were cursed, and no one could withstand the miasma of the corpse flower. Taking a deep breath, Shirley Yang forced herself to stay composed. Let us throw down a cold flame fire. Nodding, she retrieved a fresh cold flame fire from her backpack, igniting it and tossing it through the gate. Beyond the gate lay a slope, shrouded in darkness, obscuring their view. The cold flame fire rolled down until it vanished from sight. Wow, is this tomb path excessively long? Wuchen playfully smacked Wang Kaixian on the back of the head, exclaiming, "Why be like a snake, flicking your tongue?" Ignoring Wang Kaixian's resentful glare, Wuchen continued, "It's quite normal. This was originally a natural cave, later augmented by human efforts. Strictly speaking, it hardly qualifies as a tomb path. What about the person who opened this gate? Leaving no trace at all?" Hu Ba interjected. "And where have all the mice gone?" To be honest, Wuchen was also curious about the mice's whereabouts, but who had paid attention to such details in the original narrative? Noticing Wuchen's silence, Hu Ba ceased his inquiries, instinctively becoming more cautious. As they ventured deeper into the tomb path, they lost track of time, walking for what felt like ages. Upon reaching the end of the slope, they found themselves in an expansive chamber, astonishingly large. Wang Kaixian cautiously pressed against the stone wall, too afraid to look down, clutching Hu Ba's arm, which left Hu Ba exasperated. "Come on, buddy, how's your fear of heights getting worse?" Wang Kaixian's face turned ashen, refusing to respond, eyes shut tight, unwilling to release his grip. Shirley Yang gazed at the vast cavern below, her focus drawn to the hundreds of enormous stone statues with wide eyes. The massive underground void captured her attention even more. "By Buddha, is this the ghost cave?" Shaking his head, Wuchen replied, "No, we haven't reached our destination. The ghost cave is situated alongside the queen's coffin. Look around. Does this area resemble a burial site for a queen?" Exhaling deeply, Shirley Yang regained her composure and speculated, Could the queen's coffin be below? After her burial, perhaps the path was destroyed to thwart thieves? Seeing Wu Chen nod in agreement, Shirley Yang felt reassured in her theory. Unable to contain herself, she tossed several cold flame fires onto the platform below to gauge the distance. Fortunately, upon their descent, the cold flame fires illuminated the area, revealing a treasure trove that left her dumbfounded. Goodness, surely this isn't an illusion? Hu Bai's pupils constricted as he finally grasped the situation. Below them lay an expanse of flat ground, piled high with gold, silver, and jewels, scattered coins glimmering like a golden sea. Wang Kaixian remained oblivious, clinging to the stone wall, while Wu Chen had already seen the treasure below but refrained from acting recklessly. He recalled the tale that Li Fan had once shared. And in this altered world, the curse might very well be genuine. Unbeknownst to anyone, the surrounding space flickered with subtle disturbances. Even Wu Chen failed to notice the anomaly. Chapter 46. Reality and illusion. The breathtaking sight of golden mountains and silver seas left even Wu Chen momentarily dumbfounded, not to mention Hu Bai and Shui Yang. When the group finally regained their senses, they were unsure how much time had elapsed. Let us descend, but refrain from disturbing those treasures. Something is amiss here. Hu Bai nodded slightly, agreeing with Wu Chen's intuition. He too sensed that something was off, though he could not articulate it. What about those who have been here before? And where are the rats? Before long, Hu Bai discovered a rope ladder. Its antiquated safety clip hinting at its previous ownership by explorers of this place. However, the age of this ladder was uncertain, and while it seemed sturdy enough, the 30-meter drop was not to be taken lightly. Let us not use this. We should employ our own ropes for the descent, Shui Yang suggested, echoing Wu Chen's concerns. If the ladder were to fail midway, the burden of rescue would fall upon them, creating unnecessary complications. Soon, Hu Bai removed the original ladder from the boulder and replaced it with their own rope. Given the absence of an archaeological team, they had not brought a ladder, which was cumbersome and impractical for long distances. Wu Chen seized Wang Kaixian by the collar, securing him to the safety rope and hoisting him onto the line. Gripping the rope tightly, Wang Kaixian glanced upward, where the vast, shadowy cavern loomed above him. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over. But the thought of the cavern below kept him grounded. Beside him, Hu Bai stifled laughter at Wang Kaixian's comical struggle against fainting. Meanwhile, Shui Yang, light as a feather, had already descended halfway. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Hu Bai tugged at Wang Kaixian's trousers, urging him downwards. Hey, Hu, don't pull my pants, Wang Kaixian protested, left with no choice but to gradually loosen his grip on the rope, descending slowly with Hu Bai's guidance. Before long, they reached a platform, where Hu Bai secured the rope to prevent any mishaps. After all, if they needed to retrace their steps, they would require the rope. As climbing back without it was impossible, Hu tied up Wang Fatty's hands. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Kaixian exclaimed, startled by Wu Chen's command. His forehead slick with sweat. Hu Bai was equally puzzled by Wu Chen's intent, clutching the rope in confusion. Your clumsy hands are bound to cause trouble when you see something valuable. Don't you realize that? Wang Kaixian fell silent. Hu Bai recalled the incident in the general's tomb, where Wang Kaixian's reckless movements had stirred up chaos. Without hesitation, he swiftly bound Wang Kaixian's hands with rope, securing him thoroughly, leaving only his legs free to move. Once propped up by Hu Bai, Wang Kaixian finally caught sight of the treasures illuminated by the cold flame fire thrown by Shui Yang, and his eyes gleamed with avarice. Wu Chen, quick-witted, swiftly pulled out a dust mask and covered Wang Kaixian's mouth to silence his exclamations. The group stifled their laughter, escorting Wang Kaixian forward as if he were a prisoner. His eyes were no longer just gleaming, they were bloodshot, full of unrestrained greed. Hu Bai silently rejoiced at Wu Chen's quick thinking. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to contain Wang Kaixian's enthusiasm. The vastness of the space rendered their combination of the wolf-eye flashlight and cold flame fire ineffective. And without the archaeological team's platform, they could not access the large lighting equipment described in the original text. However, with Wu Chen present, such devices were unnecessary. Noticing the expressions on Hu Bai and Shui Yang's faces, Wu Chen wasted no time, raising his hand to summon the great sun's shadow. As the shadow ascended, the immense underground chamber was illuminated. Wang Kaixian's eyes reddened even further, and he nearly tore free from his restraints. Ugh, humph. There was no need for translation. Hu Bai understood that Wang Kaixian was pleading for freedom to pursue his treasures. In truth, Hu Bai felt envy as well. Yet he maintained a sense of priority, recognizing what was truly important amidst the allure of wealth. as Wu Chun had cautioned against recklessness. There must indeed be a reason for it, particularly since he had taken the precaution of binding Wang Kaixian. Ignoring the thoughts of the trio, Wu Chun was deep in contemplation, feeling an unsettling sensation since they had arrived at the platform. Yet, he could not articulate why. Something simply felt wrong. Surveying the surroundings, apart from the large-eyed stone sculptures, nothing appeared particularly peculiar. If anything was odd, it was the excessive amount of gold and jewels. Even the treasures collected by the Jingjue kingdom could not compare. Wu Chun even wondered if they had fallen under the influence of the corpse incensed devil's yam. Trapped in an illusion. However, as he discreetly channeled his Buddhist power, he sensed no response, indicating that they were not ensnared in an illusion. So, what exactly was amiss? Buddha, is this vast underground cavern truly not the legendary ghost cave? Shui Liang, still unconvinced, asked once more, her tone tinged with reluctance. Her words jolted Wu Chun, causing his pupils to constrict. Indeed, where else would the Jingjue kingdom find a second enormous underground cavern? Was this not a ghost cave? What then was the nature of this colossal subterranean space? And what of the large-eyed stone sculptures? Suddenly, a realization struck Wu Chun, and he turned to look behind him. Hundreds of large-eyed stone sculptures stood in orderly rows. Initially, he had assumed they were arranged in military formation, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that they formed a peculiar array. Moreover, Wu Chun noticed that the enormous eyes atop the stone figures glimmered faintly. If one did not scrutinize them closely, they would appear no different than mere reflections of flashlight beams, easily overlooked. Buddha, that dreadful thing is back. Hu Ba-yi breathed heavily, his gaze fixated on the direction of the underground cavern, his hands hurriedly untying Wang Kaixian. Fortunately, they had used a slipknot. A single tug freed him, averting potential disaster. Wu Chun slapped his forehead in realization. No longer needing to speculate, he turned to face the three immense serpent mothers slithering toward them. He confirmed that these large-eyed stone sculptures were no mere decoration. They had the capacity to communicate with the illusory realm and summon the serpent mothers. Simultaneously, Wu Chun perceived subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space, further solidifying his belief that the stone sculptures could indeed bridge the gap between realities. The Queen of Jingjue was truly remarkable. While others relied on traps and guardians, she had chosen to employ serpents throughout. Wu Chun hesitated to damage these sculptures, uncertain whether they were still within the realm of the Jingjue kingdom or had crossed into the illusory space. Chapter 47. Breaking the illusion to awaken the true self. The serpent matriarch was manageable, even allowing the trio wielding AK rifles to deal with her. However, if they were truly trapped in the realm of the imaginary, their troubles would escalate significantly. The Jade Eye. The Jade Eye is a tool used by the Zagra Lama clan to peer into the ghostly chasms that connect to the realm of the imaginary. Moreover, the Jade Eye can summon the pure vision Ahan, indicating its capacity to bridge the gap to the imaginary realm. Could I ascertain, through the Jade Eye, whether I am genuinely ensnared in the realm of the imaginary? Wu Chun's thoughts were indeed sound. The Jade Eye could, in a sense, serve as a key to the imaginary realm. Yet, the pivotal question remained. Could he utilize it? The Zagra Lama clan required an altar and sacrifices to communicate with the Jade Eye. Wu Chun lacked even the knowledge of its usage. How could he proceed? The Buddhist teachings are benevolent. Yet the Jade Eye, devoid of life, could at best be considered a magical artifact. At this moment, the pressing concern was the three serpent matriarchs encroaching upon them. Though weakened under the sun's rays, they still posed a grave threat. One could never know if these serpent matriarchs harbored venom as lethal as that of the pure vision Ahan. Why was the pure vision Ahan so terrifying? Simply due to their lethal poison. Old Hu, prepare yourself. Open fire when they approach within 3 meters. 1, 2, fire. Wang Kaixian bellowed, his AK-47 unleashing a torrent of deadly flames. The trio alternated their fire, perfectly timing their reloads to maintain a continuous barrage. Yet, the firepower generated by the 3 rifles struggled to suppress the 3 serpent matriarchs. Wu Chun turned to glance at the large-eyed stone sculpture, casually tossing out his 9-section staff. Creatures like the serpent matriarchs could be dispatched with a single strike. There was no need for excessive caution. As he produced the Jade Eye, Wu Chun intended to scrutinize the stone sculptures closely, but he froze in disbelief the next moment. After slaying the serpent matriarchs, the system displayed no response. Indeed, there were no rewards. It was as if the serpent matriarchs he had vanquished were mere figments. Wait a moment. Figments? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. This must be an illusion conjured by the corpse fragrance tuber. Otherwise, how could the system possibly fail to reward him? This implied that they were not actually within the realm of the imaginary. Those stone sculptures did not connect to it. Nor did they possess the ability to summon the serpent matriarchs. Wuching felt a shiver run down his spine. If he had truly been duped by the corpse fragrance tuber, it suggested that previous explorers had also fallen victim to its illusions. After all, if he had been deceived, how could ordinary individuals hope to evade the illusions of the corpse fragrance tuber? Despite the troubling thoughts, Wuching acted swiftly. Within a minute, all three serpent matriarchs lay slain at his feet. Yet again, there were no rewards. Were it not for the system, Wuching would have undoubtedly been ensnared by such a vivid illusion. Now that he understood it was an illusion, the situation became significantly simpler. It was far less complex than being trapped in the realm of the imaginary. Could breaking an illusion be as challenging as breaking through a spatial barrier? The splendid brocade robe floated in the air, radiating divine light, its 7 treasures sufficient to shatter the illusion. Had Wuching's cultivation level been higher, the brocade robe alone could have dispelled these malignant phantoms. The moment the illusion shattered, the trio felt a jolt, instantly succumbing to unconsciousness. Wuching was also affected. Though less severely, he merely felt a fleeting disorientation. When he regained his senses, the endless abyss had vanished, replaced by a profound cave. Its depths resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour everything, its gaping maw awaiting their approach. Wuching heard the sound of rushing water behind him. Turning, he beheld the Zidu dark river they had just crossed, realizing they had merely ventured 100 meters into the cave. Even the rope intended for their descent hung limply from a rock at the cave's entrance. It appeared they had fallen prey to the corpse fragrance tuber the moment they entered the cave. Despite appearances, they had merely been wandering aimlessly within a confined space. Had the corpse fragrance tuber in the original narrative been this terrifying? Wuching suspected he was being targeted, yet he possessed no evidence. Before his crossing, he had indeed encountered a theory online suggesting that Huba and others had never truly entered the ancient city of Jingjue or located the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue. They had been influenced by the corpse fragrance tuber the moment they crossed the Zagralama Mountains, entering an illusion akin to that of the evil Luosi city. Now, it seemed there was some merit to that claim. Squeak. A sudden squeak of a rat echoed through the cave. Wuching glanced down to see a large rat scurrying past the stone wall before him. As they had earlier pondered the sudden disappearance of numerous rats, it became evident that within the illusion, the rats would naturally vanish. These rats had long adapted to this environment, developing immunity to the corpse fragrance tuber's effects, remaining entirely unaffected. Wuching reached out, effortlessly drawing the sizable rat toward him. This rat was as long as his forearm, plump and sleek, appearing not only unthreatening but almost adorably grotesque. "Little fellow, I will need your guidance shortly." He produced a length of rope, quickly fashioning a harness for the rat, which he held in hand. The rat showed no fear. Perhaps it had never encountered a bipedal creature before and was merely curious about Wuching. Even with the rope around it, it did not flee, merely squirming uncomfortably. Before long, the robust Wang Kaixian was the first to awaken. Spotting Huba lying in his arms, he instinctively jumped up, shaking Huba vigorously by the collar. "Old Hu, wake up. Don't scare me." "Buddha, what is wrong with Old Hu?" Old Hu was fine, but if Kaixian continued shaking him, he might truly encounter trouble. Good heavens! What kind of good person can withstand such vigorous shaking? If you keep this up, Old Hu's brains will be shaken loose. Isn't anyone going to tend to me? After all, I am a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs. When Huba finally regained consciousness, he was on the verge of rolling his eyes, wishing to strangle Wang Kaixian. Kaixian, feigning innocence, whistled nonchalantly, but Huba knew all too well who was responsible. Just think, Snowy Young is still unconscious. Could Wuching possibly wake him like this? "Fatty, just you wait," Huba growled. Wuching, not in a hurry to rouse Snowy Young, figured it was best to let her remain unconscious for the time being. "Fatty, start a fire and prepare some food." Caught off guard, Wang Kaixian quickly agreed. "All right, Buddha. Leave it to me." But turning around, he found himself at a loss. "Start a fire? What on earth do we have to ignite? Should I use a lighter to roast lamb? Isn't that purely nonsense?" Snowy Young's backpack contained solid dye, but she had never mentioned it. And rummaging through her belongings while she was unconscious? Was that appropriate? With no other options, Wuching produced a canister of gasoline. While it wouldn't suffice for roasting meat, it would at least warm their food. Just as he finished preparing the meal, Snowy Young awoke. "What is happening? I would like to know as well." But Buddha said to wait until you awaken to explain everything. Otherwise, it would be a hassle to repeat myself. Huba shrugged, leaning against the wall, casually accepting the hot water Wang Kaixian handed him. "Buddha? At that moment, Wuching was lost in thought, gazing into the cave's inky depths when Snowy Yang's soft voice stirred him from his reverie. Awake? Snowy Yang nodded, her eyes filled with confusion. We were just dragged into an illusion, and everything we experienced was merely a fabrication. Upon hearing this, not only was Snowy Yang bewildered, but Wang Kaixian nearly leapt to his feet. Damn, that's why the gold disappeared. Chapter 48. The Ghost Cave at Last. All you care about is gold. Hu Bai, filled with frustration, nearly threw in the towel, exasperated by their fixation on treasure. His irritation peaked, leading him to rise and slap Wang Kaixian across the back of his head. The chastised Wang Kaixian wore a defiant expression, yet dared not continue his tirade. Though he couldn't suppress his murmuring, Hu Bai was all too familiar with this rotund figure. He recognized the discontent that lingered in his demeanor. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence now. After satisfying their hunger, the group rested, aware that although the previous scenes had been illusions, the toll on their physical strength was all too real. Hey, Buddha, what else with this enormous rat? Wu Qin's attention was drawn to the large rodent accompanying Wang Kaixian, who had only just finished eating and now found himself unable to contain his curiosity. Have you ever heard of the mice in the mines? They know the lay of the land well, aware of both safety and danger after living here for so long. They are adept scouts, far superior to you. Wang Kaixian's confusion was palpable. Hu Bai nearly burst into laughter, while Sherry Yang stifled her giggles, her cheeks flushed. Only Wang Kaixian remained bewildered. Wu Qin smiled slightly, tossing a piece of compressed biscuit to the large rat at his feet. Though the rat showed no interest in the treat, it had never tasted such food before, making it a worthwhile offering. As for the rope binding the rat, it was rendered unnecessary. After all this time, if he couldn't tame a single rat, what was the point of his efforts in the Buddhist path? He extracted a sleeping bag from his backpack, allowing the large rat to scamper off and play, before he nestled himself into the bag for rest. Observing Wu Qin drifting into slumber, the others quickly followed suit, pulling out their own sleeping bags. What? You say Wang Kaixian snores while asleep? No matter. Such trivialities shall not disrupt Wu Qin's rest. If it truly bothered him, he would have long since silenced Wang Kaixian. After years of meditation, if he couldn't withstand such disturbances, his efforts would have been in vain. The group awoke several hours later, quickly packing up and extinguishing their fire before continuing onward. This time guided by the large rat adorned with a cold flame on its back, without that fiery mark upon it. Hu Bai and the others could hardly see the rat as it darted ahead. The large black rat scurried deeper into the cavern, the group furrowing their brows at the familiar scenery, sensing an uncanny resemblance to the earlier illusion. Suddenly, the rat took an unexpected turn, catching Sherry Yang off guard. Buddha, what is this? Sherry Yang's voice trembled, filled with disbelief as she beheld the expansive chamber before them, completely disregarding the rat's path. Hu Bai and Wang Kaixian were left speechless, with the latter fainting dramatically. Wu Qin's expression grew serious as he gestured for them to step back, retrieving the unconscious Wang Kaixian with ease. Why were they so astonished? Because the sight before them was eerily reminiscent of what they had witnessed earlier in the illusion. Wasn't he that merely a figment of their imagination? Had they fallen prey to another trick? They exchanged glances with Wu Qin, who shared their concern. However, this time, no anomalies disturbed the flow of his Buddhist energy. This meant they had not entered an illusion once more. I see now. The corpse fragrance devil S root does not conjure illusions from thin air, but rather distorts reality. He recalled that in the original tale, Hu Bai and the others fell into a mirage that twisted their surroundings. At one point, Hu Bai had accidentally harmed Wang Kaixian, only to find upon waking that Wang was far from him. It was likely that their previous experience had also been a warped reality. Hence, the illusions they encountered were akin to mirages, while the scene before them was the unvarnished truth. Wang Kaixian, now roused by Hu Bai, grasped the situation, though this time he opted to remain still, avoiding rash actions. Buddha, what is happening here? Wu Qin noted that ever since he had displayed his prowess, Hu Bai had begun to rely increasingly on him, neglecting his own intellect. This was problematic. He had sought Hu Bai for his expertise in feng shui. And if Hu Bai ceased to think for himself, what purpose would he serve? Reflect on this. Mirage, he concluded, disregarding the confused Hu Bai as he activated his celestial vision, intensely scrutinizing the seemingly bottomless pit before him. It mirrored the illusion perfectly. Was there not a chance that the Buddha mother would emerge from it? Wait, Buddha, there is nothing above in the illusion. Sherry Yang had crept closer, illuminating their surroundings with her flashlight. Wu Chun glanced upward, where a stone beam spanned the cavern, adorned with a magnificent flower in full bloom, supported by a trunk with verdant leaves. The corpse fragrance devil's root, the Kunlun divine tree, the queen of the lost city. We must have drawn near, hence the depth of the illusion we experienced. Wu Chun murmured, his celestial vision revealing a soul bound within the corpse fragrance devil's root, fixated on the group below. According to legend, malevolent spirits were attached to the corpse fragrance devil's root. To his astonishment, the queen of the lost city had anchored her soul within it. With the Kunlun divine tree nurturing her form and the corpse fragrance devil's root sustaining her spirit, it was conceivable that she might be revived. Amidst his thoughts, Wu Chun perceived a mournful, melodic voice whispering in his ear, stirring a twinge of compassion within him, prompting a desire to turn away and allow the queen to gradually awaken. With a scoff, Wu Chun raised his right hand, a small glimmer of light gently ascending. As it rose, the light expanded until it transformed into a radiant sun, illuminating the entire cavern. The purifying power and Buddhist light he had acquired shone brilliantly, rendering the efforts of the corpse fragrance devil's root futile and dragging them into another illusion. Simultaneously, Sherry Yang and Hu Bai beheld the cavern, which mirrored the illusion, revealing a stone platform below. To ascend the stone beam, they would either need to fly or descend to the platform below and climb up. However, the peculiar stone sculpture atop the platform caused Hu Bai to hesitate, while Sherry Yang cast a pleading gaze at Wu Chun, knowing he could effortlessly carry her above. Circumventing the evident trap below, Wu Chun ignored her, even the corpse fragrance devil's root, for if it possessed such limited power, this endeavor might prove even simpler than their venture into the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. He focused intently on the ghostly cave, striving to discern its mysteries. Yet his celestial vision could not penetrate the fabric of time and space. As he gazed into the abyss, he sensed an eerie, chilling presence, imbued with an ominous yet sacred power, drawing ever closer to him, targeting his very soul. The curse of the ghostly cave had arrived. Chapter 49, The Resurrection of the Queen of Jingjue. It is indeed peculiar. I have not encountered the serpent's bone, yet I find myself ensnared by a curse. Furthermore, in the original narrative, both Hu Bai and Wang Kaixian faced a similar fate, which contradicts the information I gathered prior to my traversal. According to the data I accessed before my journey, there are primarily two means of contracting the curse, one being the sighting of the serpent god's bone, and the other being a glimpse into the void space. But wait, could it be that when I gazed downward just now, I inadvertently witnessed the void space? Yet, I distinctly saw only an expanse of nothingness. In the original plot, Hu Bai and Wang Kaixian were similarly cursed upon merely glancing at the ghost cave. If that is the case, could it be that this void is indeed a manifestation of the void space? Or to rephrase, that void is a fragment of the void space. Thus, it follows that this ghost cave resembles a wormhole, a conduit to the void space created by the lingering will of the serpent god after its demise. This realization lends credence to my understanding. Now enlightened, I began to scrutinize the eerie curse. The power of this curse emanates from the ghost cave. The farther one distances themselves from it, the later the curse manifests. Moreover, this accursed affliction is hereditary, which is utterly revolting. Help me, and I shall assist you in breaking the curse. A faint whisper floated into my ears, interrupting my train of thought. Surprised, yet unsurprised. After all, this is not the first time the Queen of Jingjue has sought aid. The mellifluous and mournful voice I just heard was the spirit of the Queen of Jingjue, conjured by the corpse incense plant's illusionary abilities. The corpse incense plant itself is not malevolent. In fact, it is a rare and extraordinary entity. The error lies in the Queen's exploitation of the corpse incense plant's powers to resist death, attempting to defy mortality and influence the heavenly path. I had stated previously in the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace that those who cannot die, yet remain in existence, are no longer considered human but rather a form of malevolent being. From the moment she employed sorcery to attain immortality, hoping for resurrection, she ceased to be the illustrious Queen of Jingjue and has since become an entity possessing the Queen's memories. Is it worthwhile to assist the Queen of Jingjue? In my view, facilitating her resurrection holds no significance for me. It bears no benefits, and it could even provoke the heavenly path's wrath. Do not mistake my words as mere exaggeration. I practiced the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, and during my previous expedition to the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace, I had already received the heavenly path's rewards. These celestial merits are no trifling matter. Hence, it would be more prudent to eliminate this malevolent being, as not only would I earn a system reward, but perhaps even accrue some merit. Who would ever disdain such celestial credits? With this thought, my eyes sparkled with newfound determination as I gazed upon the spirit within the corpse incense plant. It was no longer merely a malevolent entity, but a potential reward from the system, a blessing from the heavenly path. Very well, let the Buddha assist you, guiding you to the Western paradise to meet the Tathagata. Suddenly, the great sun in the sky emitted a ray of golden light, enveloped in a divine and inviolable aura, radiating the unique warmth of the sun itself. However, would the Queen of Jingjue resign herself to death? Absolutely not. If she were willing to succumb to death, she would not have struggled for a millennium. Though her consciousness within the corpse incense plant was fragmented, upon seeing the great sun, she immediately recognized that her current state was no match for it, hence the two pleas for mercy. Yet, to her dismay, this bald monk, devoid of martial ethics, not only refused to revive her but sought to obliterate her entirely. The queen's already scant consciousness nearly drove her to madness. It is not merely that she had not encountered such a rogue during her reign over the ancient kingdom of Jingjue. Even in death, she had never faced such a despicable being. When one requests assistance and the response is extermination, it could be construed as a resolution to a dilemma. After all, if a problem cannot be solved, one might as well eliminate the source of the problem. But is this truly acceptable? Is this even remotely justifiable? At this moment, I was unaware of the gravity of the situation. I even contemplated retaining the corpse incense plant while separately eliminating the spirit within it. After all, such a remarkable entity as the corpse incense plant, even before my traversal, was a rarity in this world. Imagine the fortune it could fetch at an auction. Furthermore, should anyone dare to exploit it for immortality, I could seize another opportunity to accrue merit. Truly a flawless plan. While I was lost in dreams of accumulating celestial credits, the Queen of Jingjue was on the brink of insanity. Though it felt slow, the impending attack was undeniably real and imminent. What to do? Resurrect. She had never truly perished. When the toxin had not fully taken hold, she had slipped into the Kunlun divine tree, and now she could rise. The spirit within the corpse incense plant was not particularly intelligent. One might even say it lacked wit. Otherwise, how could it possibly return to her original body? The poison afflicting that body was something she could not conquer even in life. How could she resolve it now? Regardless, she had evaded my attack targeting her spirit, and the sunlight invigorated the corpse incense plant further. What is happening? I was befuddled. Where is my reward? Meanwhile, upon returning to her original form, the Queen of Jingjue was shocked to discover her spirit was incomplete. She was merely a remnant of her former self, and her reincarnated body was located just below Shirley Yang. At that moment, she was overwhelmed. The foolishness of her fragmented spirit had jeopardized everything. Should she fail to return to her original body and instead merge with her reincarnated form, it would be tantamount to living another life. But now, with her remnant spirit returning to her body, escaping would prove arduous, especially as she felt the effects of the poison coursing through her. Unbeknownst to me, I was convinced that the Queen of Jingjue was about to rise from the dead. Retreat. All of you, back to the tomb passage. Shirley Yang shook her head, motionless, her gaze fixated on the ghost cave below, oblivious to the peculiar artifact hovering above her. The dreamlike scene had manifested before her eyes, momentarily entrancing her, causing her to forget even about the Miaochen pearl. In the next instant, a woman adorned in a golden mask, veiled and draped in exquisite garments embellished with jade, suddenly emerged from the Kunlun divine tree, rising majestically. The Queen of Jingjue has been resurrected. I dared not be complacent. My resplendent robe and 9-ringed staff materialized as I stood resolutely against the descending Queen of Jingjue, with the great sun blazing above, emanating a radiant light. However, whether it was merely my imagination, I sensed an air of sorrow surrounding this enigmatic woman. Queen of Jingjue, is it not obvious? If you were to have your hopes of resurrection severed, would you not feel despondent? Yet, the queen merely cast a fleeting glance in my direction before disregarding me entirely, turning her attention towards Shirley Yang. Shirley Yang furrowed her brow, observing the suddenly revived Queen of Jingjue, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she were gazing into a mirror reflecting her own visage. With my utmost exertion, I pondered, why not engage in a brief conversation to ease the tension? Chapter 50. The frustrated Queen of Jingjue. In truth, Shirley Yang already harbored an answer within her heart, yet she instinctively inquired, "Who are you? Why do you seem so familiar?" "I am you." "Impossible." Shirley Yang gazed incredulously at the composed woman before her. It is indeed a harrowing experience when a resurrected ancient figure stands before you, declaring, "I am you." I have little time left. Allow me to eliminate this bald monk who obstructs my hope of resurrection. Wu Chen exclaimed, "How can I possibly curse a bald monk in front of a monk? Moreover, It is I who thwarts your hopes. You cannot resurrect. Don't ask. It is the fault of the original text. As she spoke, the Queen of Jingjue turned to face Wu Qin, and before she could make a move, she coughed up blood. Huh? Are you trying to provoke me? The terrifying toxin, suppressed by the Kunlun divine wood for a millennium, had erupted. The Queen of Jingjue knew her time was limited and could no longer afford to linger. The blood she spat was not wasted. With a flick of her wrist, the droplets flew downward, landing upon the stone sculptures below. Where are the warriors of the Ghost Cave clan? Awaken! A chilling roar resounded, and in an instant, the stone sculptures were riddled with cracks. As the fissures multiplied, one stone figure broke free. A being, identical to the sculpture, emerged. Its enormous eyes appearing exceedingly bizarre, anyone could discern that this was not a normal human. Upon hearing the queen's earlier roar, Wu Qin understood. These were the warriors of the Ghost Cave clan. But why did the Queen of Jingjue appear so different from them? Was there perhaps a notion of bloodline among the Ghost Cave people? Unable to comprehend, Wu Qin realized that the queen would not provide an explanation. Yet, what use was it that these beings had awakened? Setting aside whether they could defeat Wu Qin, they could not even ascend the 30-meter-high cliff. However, Wu Qin soon recognized his misunderstanding. The Queen of Jingjue's summoning of them was not entirely futile. He observed that these large-eyed beings formed a strange formation, capable of assisting the queen in harnessing greater power. It was only logical. Those buried near the queen's coffin must be her close attendants, and to be chosen as such, they must possess some utility to her. After all, with her mastery of sorcery and that legendary pair of eyes capable of making people vanish, why would she require so many attendants? Though the queen had yet to employ her mystical eyes, Wu Qin remained vigilant, wary of when she might unleash something devastating. Yet, he soon realized that his concerns were perhaps unfounded, at least for the moment. The large-eyed beings channeled their collective strength to the queen, most of which she utilized to counteract the toxin. Moreover, the souls summoned by her sorcery were suppressed by Wu Qin's solar radiance, leaving him in no hurry, comfortably biding his time. Huh? Do you dare to come again? The familiar cursed power re-emerged, attempting to take effect upon Wu Qin. Instantly, a halo of merit appeared behind his head, and the Buddha's light erupted, swiftly obliterating the serpent god's curse. In the sky, the Queen of Jingjue furrowed her brow at the sight. This bald monk's power posed a severe constraint upon her. Arise. With a gentle command from the queen, a mass of dark clouds surged upward, lifting the large-eyed beings. In the blink of an eye, they hovered above Wu Qin, descending with the intent to envelop him in their formation. Though Wu Qin was unclear about the specific function of this formation, he understood one thing: he could not allow the enemy to succeed in their endeavor. The Golden Crow transformation technique was activated in an instant, causing Wu Qin to vanish from his position, leaving the large-eyed being's formation empty. However, Sherry Yang, unable to retreat in time, found herself ensnared. Wu Qin, witnessing this scene before the solar apparition, felt a wave of anger. He suspected that the queen's true target was Sherry Yang, and he was merely an afterthought. With force, he hurled the 9-section staff, activating the incomplete celestial transformation, which enlarged the staff. By the time it hovered above the large-eyed being's formation, it had expanded 5-fold. With your myriad spells, I possess the strength to shatter them. Demon Suppression Staff, stabilize the universe. How could the Queen of Jingjue allow Wu Qin to dismantle the formation she had painstakingly revived? Ghostly Soul's Burial, 10,000 spirits devour the heavens. Devour. The composure that once characterized the queen evaporated. Now she resembled a madwoman, enveloped in swirling black smoke. With a resounding cry, countless souls emerged. Among these spirits were members of the Ghost Cave clan, people of the ancient Jingjue kingdom, but most were those she had slaughtered while conquering the western regions. In her past, the Queen of Jingjue wielded sorcery and her magical eyes to vanquish 36 nations in the west, committing countless murders, even absorbing the souls of the slain to cultivate her sorcery. Wu Qin exclaimed, "Merit!" Upon witnessing the multitude of spirits, Wu Qin's eyes gleamed with excitement. These were not mere wandering souls, they were boundless merit. As for their gnawing at the 9-section staff, let them gnaw, if they could even damage it. System. Provide me with a reasonable explanation. System. Are you being polite? Thus, when it comes to survival, one must heed Wu Qin's wisdom. The formidable spirits summoned were meant to slay him, not to bestow merit. Moreover, he had allowed them to damage his 9-section staff, and now he blamed the system? Observing the spirits illuminated by the solar apparition, unable to approach, Wu Qin shifted his focus to Sherry Yang, who lay on the ground. Though she was unconscious, she appeared unharmed. prompting Wu Chun to remain calm and begin to exorcise the malevolent spirits. Queen of Jingjue, could you not engage in such folly? The fearsome spirits I painstakingly summoned are not meant for your exorcism. They are here to kill you. To kill you. Can you not show me some respect? How presumptuous of you. If it weren't for my magical eyes being absent, I would sacrifice you to the serpent god. Each generation of the queen had sacrificed her eyes to gain the power of the magical eyes, and this generation was no exception. Thus, after succumbing to poison, she had transferred her magical eyes away. Do you remember when Sherry Yang used the dustless pearl to lift the curse? Those jade-like eyes belonged to the magical eyes, awaiting the queen's reincarnation to once again utilize their power. Consequently, the resurrected queen of Jingjue was currently unable to wield her magical eyes. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to do so. The magical eyes could connect to the void, forcibly casting individuals as offerings into that realm. If the magical eyes were present, would she rely solely on sorcery? The magical eyes were the essence of the queen of Jingjue. Wu Chun was unaware of these details. All he knew was that boundless merit awaited him. Beneath her mask, the queen of Jingjue's face turned an ashen hue, whether from rage or the encroaching poison. One could not tell. The queen did not impede Wu Chun. Instead, she stepped into the formation. In an instant, the formation's core activated, its power fully revived, and a rolling mass of black clouds surged forth to engulf the multitude of spirits. Chapter 51. The keen-eyed and the thunderous strike. The actions of the Queen of the Lost City took Wu Chun by surprise, yet they were not entirely unexpected. After all, she commanded her own faction, making it only natural for her to be the focal point of the formation. However, as he observed the increasingly terrifying scene unfold, Wu Chun's expression darkened. It seemed the queen was preparing to unleash a formidable attack. The potency of the nine-ringed scepter was waning, for it was not wielded by him directly, and its inherent power was insufficient. Wu Chun conceded that he had indeed underestimated the Queen of the Lost City. Yet he did not anticipate any remarkable surprises from her. However, her subsequent actions proved him wrong. The queen suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, intending to conduct a blood sacrifice using her own essence. A blood sacrifice? What could she possibly be trying to summon? Could she truly call forth the remains of the serpent god? If she could summon the serpent god's remains, Wu Chun would turn and flee, not out of fear of the serpent god, but simply to avoid being ensnared in the void space. He had no means of escape from that infernal realm, with only the ghost cave as the known passageway. The remains of the serpent god in the city of evil Luo were still sealed, and the Eye of Demons had lost all power due to the absence of a wielder. Who could fathom how long it would take to emerge from the ghost cave? Moreover, the vastness of the void space was uncertain. One could inquire of the Queen of the Lost City, who often recklessly filled it with objects. She herself did not know its true extent. If one were cast into that realm, they might never return. However, it became evident that Wu Chun had overthought the situation. The Queen of the Lost City, now devoid of the Eye of Demons, was incapable of summoning the serpent god's remains, nor could she communicate with the void space. All that remained for her was her mastery of witchcraft. By sacrificing her own essence, the queen sought to summon the guardian beast of the nation. The cliffs around them reverberated with a cacophony, prompting Wu Chun to hasten his efforts, fervently exorcising the malevolent spirits. Before long, the first serpent matriarch emerged from the cliff of the ghost cave, bearing an enormous serpent egg on her back, containing thousands of pure ahon. One after another, 10 serpent matriarchs climbed forth, each carrying serpent eggs, while colossal desert worms emerged from the cliffs, accompanied by desert scorpions. Aren't you supposed to be natural enemies? Why are you all here together? Wu Chun cursed inwardly. These bizarre creatures exhibited an incredibly tenacious vitality and were numerous, making them troublesome to deal with. Wu Chun had misjudged. These beings were unlike those he had encountered before. Although they were unique organisms of the desert, the queen had summoned those that had been tamed by the ancient kingdom, under the blazing sun. The serpent matriarchs made no unnecessary movements, merely drawing closer to the queen, their serpent eggs remaining unhatched. Conversely, the desert worms showed no mercy towards Wu Chun. With their gaping, fang-filled maws, they unleashed torrents of corrosive acid and thunderous strikes, relentlessly assaulting him. Wu Chun, channeling his Buddhist power, unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, sending the desert worms reeling, leaving behind massive, charred imprints on their bodies. Within the grand formation, the Queen of the Lost City gazed at Sherry Yang, who bore an almost identical resemblance to her, with a mixture of strangeness and nostalgia. She understood that she was Sherry Yang. Yet Sherry Yang was not the Queen of the Lost City. It was a convoluted tale. Her soul had reincarnated as Sherry Yang, When the ancient kingdom faced divine retribution and perished, the queen believed she could not reincarnate. However, unbeknownst to her, she had split her soul, with part of it residing in the corpse-fragrance demon Yam, which now governed the queen's physical form. Another portion occupied 2/3 of her soul, the main essence, which first extracted the eye of demons that had invited divine punishment, returning it to the demon realm. Subsequently, through witchcraft, she sacrificed all her personal guards, enveloping her soul with their spirits to evade detection, thus successfully reincarnating as Sherry Yang. Regrettably, most of her memories remained with her residual soul, leaving Sherry Yang unable to awaken. Even the Eye of Demons, inherited through generations, could not be summoned, and it was likely that she could not wield its power either. Although she knew that Sherry Yang was her reincarnation, the absence of her memories left her questioning her own identity. The Queen of the Lost City felt as though she was no longer herself, which fueled her resentment towards Wuchen for shattering her hopes of revival. Did she harbor animosity towards Wuchen? Aside from the fact that he had severed her chances of resurrection, there was no other connection between them. Yet that single grievance had woven a significant karmic bond. Contemplating this, the queen gazed skyward, towards the proud figure standing before the blazing sun. Though her eyes were gone, relying solely on her spirit to perceive, the instinctive motion was ingrained in her. For one could not easily forget the power of sight after a lifetime of reliance on it. At that moment, Wuchen had transformed into a towering figure over 5 meters tall, his resplendent robe expanding to prevent any accidental exposure. With a swing of the 9-ringed scepter, the earth trembled. The Buddha possesses compassion, yet also harbors the wrath of thunder, with countless malevolent spirits in sight, and only a few remaining. The Queen of the Lost City finally resolved herself. Merge. With a light exhalation, the queen uttered a single word, and in an instant, the formation surrounding her, composed of hundreds of ghost cave tribespeople, began to whirl frantically. The billowing black smoke that emanated forth was swiftly drawn back. Within mere seconds, the formation was refined, and all the tribespeople vanished, leaving only 2 figures behind, one lying and one standing. Lying down was Sherry Yang, while the Queen of the Lost City stood tall. Meanwhile, Hu Ba-yi and Wang Kai-xian had already fainted within the cave, currently unaffected by the turmoil. Fortunately, Wu Chun had left behind a protective talisman, otherwise, those desert scorpions would have devoured them by now. With the grand formation refined, merging the power of hundreds of ghost cave tribespeople, the Queen of the Lost City astonishingly opened her eyes. Clenching her fists, she felt the surge of power within her, despite the absence of the Eye of Demons. She had barely regained her peak strength. A flicker of thunder sparked within her eyes, and as she stomped her foot, her form leaped into the air, lightning flashing as she landed atop a desert worm, unleashing a jet-black thunderbolt aimed directly at Wu Chen's bald head. Wu Chen thought, "What offense have I committed against your shiny head?" There was no need for the bolt to strike him directly. Even a glance revealed the formidable power of the thunder. Wu Chen activated his Golden Crow transformation technique with all his might, maneuvering wildly in the air. Though clad in his resplendent robe, he had no desire to endure that dark thunder. But would the Queen of the Lost City allow him to escape unscathed? As she unleashed more thunderbolts, she commanded the lightning in the sky to relentlessly pursue Wu Chen. Observing the frantic flight of the bald man, a glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in the queen's eyes. The little author wishes to explore how to implement more reasonable enhancements and is eager for any suggestions from esteemed readers for reference. Chapter 52. The Terrifying Sorcery of the Grand Sorcerer, a Self-Sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning descended like rain, and the deafening roars reverberated throughout the cavern, transforming the ghostly abyss into a colossal amplifier that magnified the thunderous sounds. The sheer force left Wu Chen dizzy. Beside him, the unconscious Shueli Yang remained unharmed, shielded by the Queen of the Exquisite. However, Hu Ba and Wang Kai-xian were in dire straits. Just as they were on the verge of awakening, the violent tremor nearly turned their brains to mush. Were it not for Wu Chen's protective seal, they might have suffered more than mere ruptured eardrums. They could have met their demise. Wu Chen's expression grew grim. He truly lacked any means to nullify the sound and could only rely on his Buddhist power to withstand it. He realized that his abilities appeared to be predominantly offensive. His defensive measures relied heavily on the Jin and Kasaya. If the Kasaya were to fail him, he would be in grave peril. The troubling aspect was that the Kasaya's power was directly linked to his own strength, gradually unlocking as he grew stronger. Suspended in midair, unable to evade or hide, Wu Chen wielded the 9-ringed scepter and gazed upward at the gathering black thunderbolts descending upon him. "You cowardly monk! You can run, but today you shall perish. No one can save you." The queen's voice thundered like the storm, and Wu Qin's previously impassive demeanor twisted into a fierce glare, resembling an enraged Vajra. How dare you underestimate me? He thought, his frustration boiling. The impending lightning strike loomed over him, and in an instant, Wu Qin's entire being transformed into a radiant golden figure, shining like a gilded idol. The queen of the exquisite regarded his transformation with a cold smile, calmly observing the unfolding chaos. Do not mistake the Arhat golden body for mere fodder. It is a sacred manifestation of the Buddhist realm. Even Shaowujing, after traversing the entire journey to the west, merely attained the Arhat's fruit position. Initially, Wu Qin had been reluctant to activate his golden form, as its consumption was immense. Lacking a corresponding fruit position, the toll it took was significant. Once unleashed, the golden form could drain him dry within 5 minutes. The Arhat golden body had 2 states, typically concealed. It only emerged when actively invoked or during life-threatening crises. However, in his current state, he could only sustain it for 3 minutes at most. As he activated his golden form, Wu Qin disregarded the impending bolts of lightning. If this were a heavenly tribulation, he might have felt a twinge of fear, but the lightning summoned by a mere mortal wielding sorcery was inconsequential. Your lack of skill is evident. If my golden form is unleashed, I could easily crush you without a second thought. Despite his inner musings about the inadequacy of his system, Wu Qin charged towards the queen of the exquisite, wielding the 9-ringed scepter. With insufficient cultivation, he could not employ the law of heaven and earth after activating his golden form, as his reserves were woefully inadequate. Seeing the golden figure disregard the myriad lightning strikes and charge directly at her, the queen's eyes widened in disbelief. Bloodstorms and foul lightning, be gone. Wu Qin remained unfazed, ignoring the queen's summoned tempest as he pressed onward. Had it not been for the lightning obstructing his path, he would have reached her in an instant, delivering a decisive blow. As he faced the relentless barriers and the queen's mocking laughter, his fury intensified. In a surge of boundless Buddhist flames, Wu Qin unleashed his power. As the flames spread, both the bloodstorm and the vile lightning were incinerated completely. What will you use to stop me now? He roared, his fierce visage instilling a momentary shiver in the queen. With flames enveloping him, Wu Qin lunged at the queen. My left arm as an offering, the mightiest bone armor of the north, the horizontal fish. Stand firm. Wu Qin scoffed internally. Do you think I haven't seen the Eastern Azure? He recognized the absurdity of the situation. Yet, summoning was a hallmark of sorcery, especially when the queen had sacrificed her own limbs, further emphasizing the nature of her craft. In response, the horizontal fish materialized, its massive form blocking Wu Qin's advance. He recalled the descriptions from the classic of mountains and seas. In the classic of the northern wilderness, it described a stone lake measuring 1,000 miles, with depths exceeding 5 zhang, inhabited by fish resembling carp, growing 7 to 8 feet long. They could not be pierced or boiled, but with 2 black plums, they could be slain. However, where could he find black plums now? And the size of this creature, was it 7 to 8 feet? It was more like 7 to 8 meters, far too large to be contained. Time to strike. Wu Qin gripped the 9-ringed scepter, his Buddhist flames enveloping him as the great sun scripture rotated in full force, even compressing the celestial sun's image above into the scepter. Yet, despite his full might, the horizontal fish managed to withstand his assault. Though its armor shattered, it remained unyielding. At this rate, it could endure at least 2 more hits. Meanwhile, the queen, concealed behind the horizontal fish, was up to something sinister. Wu Qin suspected she was preparing a curse, and indeed, she was inscribing something in the void with her own blood. With my blood as the foundation, my viscera as the offering, my organs as the channel, I cast this curse. Before Wu Qin could launch his second attack, he heard her chilling voice. Curses were another hallmark of sorcery. Yet, Wu Qin couldn't comprehend why the queen's sorcery relied on her own sacrifice. Did she truly believe herself to be the Eastern Azure? The reason was simple. Ordinary sorcery was ineffective against him. Consider the snake god's curse, which had no effect. If the queen wished to eliminate Wu Qin, she had to resort to extreme measures. But how could she hope to curse the Arhat golden body, protected by the virtue of merit? Had Wu Qin not activated his golden form, he might have fallen victim to her spell. But how could the queen commence her sacrifice so recklessly? Akin to playing a trump card at the outset? And why employ it now? It was because Wu Qin had left her no choice. Anyone who could avoid death would not choose to embrace it willingly. Even after a millennium in the Kunlun divine tree, the queen, aware of her reincarnation, did not wish to perish. Though she was Sherry young, without her memories, she could not awaken. Thus, she was no longer the queen of the exquisite. Wuchen hammered relentlessly against the horizontal fish, seeking a way around it. However, he was acutely aware that the cavern's confines rendered it nearly impossible to circumvent the massive creature blocking the queen's path. If not for the space created by the desert worms earlier, the horizontal fish would have been wedged against the rock wall. Wuchen knew the horizontal fish would not last long, but who would allow their opponent the time to unleash a powerful attack? It was akin to a game of League of Legends. If you knew the enemy was about to unleash a devastating strike, would you sit idly by? The curse landed squarely upon Wuchen, penetrating even the all-encompassing Buddhist flames that surrounded him, directly affecting his internal organs. Yet, in the full activation of his Arhit golden body, the curse bore no effect, but it clung to him tenaciously, causing him to frown. With the protection of the golden form, he felt secure, but what would happen once it faded? Chapter 53. The death of the Queen of Jingjue. The Queen of Jingjue had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her frail form barely able to stand. Yet, hidden behind the grotesque figure of the horizontal fish, she could not suppress her mocking laughter. Since ascending to the throne, she had never encountered such dire straits. Gazing at the defiant horizontal fish before him, Wuchen felt a chill run down his spine. However, the true menace lay not in this wretched creature, but in the curse bestowed by the Queen of Jingjue. As previously mentioned, had there been no urgency, Wuchen could have simply awaited the inevitable dissolution of the horizontal fish. For it was summoned by the queen and could not endure for long. To put it plainly, this was not the authentic horizontal fish. It was merely a manifestation conjured by the queen's blood sacrifice. Yet, the pressing issue was that Wuchen was in a state of desperation. He had no means to counter the curse except to endure it. And the simplest solution to dispel the curse was to eliminate the one who had cast it upon him, the queen herself. This was the most straightforward approach. Nevertheless, the dilemma was that Wuchen dared not gamble. If the horizontal fish persisted longer than his golden body restoration, it would spell disaster for him. Bound by the curse, Wuchen could not unleash his full power, for if the curse breached the defenses of his golden body and infiltrated his being, it would lead to grave consequences. Once ensnared by the curse, who could predict whether the death curse of the Queen of Jingjue would lead to his demise? The thought of whether the curse would dissipate upon her death had never crossed Wuchen's mind. After all, this was a sacrificial curse, unleashed with the queen's resolve to perish. Would it simply vanish upon her demise? Thus, the optimal course of action was to eliminate the queen before the curse took hold. True Sunfire. Erupt. With this declaration, Wuchen bellowed, channeling his Buddhist power and virtuous energy to shield himself. He unleashed a mouthful of vital blood, which ignited like a ferocious flame, engulfing the cave in searing heat. The horizontal fish, caught in the fiery torrent with no means of escape, emitted a wretched cry as it was incinerated, leaving a faint aroma of roasted fish in the air. The horizontal fish may have boasted formidable physical defenses, but what of magical assaults? Ultimately, Wuchen's mastery of the Great Sundathagata Sutra was insufficient, having yet to perfect even the first level, achieving only 43% completion. Otherwise, the Sunfire born of the Golden Crow would require no blood to manifest. Were he to fully cultivate the first level of the Great Sundathagata Sutra, he could effortlessly shatter the horizontal fish's defenses. However, Wuchen's actions rendered the Queen of Jingjue unable to maintain her mirth. Through the burnt remains of the horizontal fish, she beheld the vicious grin upon Wuchen's face, a visage reminiscent of a malevolent demon, with corporeal offerings and a tattered soul as conduits. But as Wuchen watched the horizontal fish disintegrate, he would not grant the queen the luxury of reprieve. With the horizontal fish now gone, there was no barrier to shield her. He could not allow her to enact her devastating spell. With a steely resolve, Wuchen expelled another mouthful of blood, and the Sunfire, still not fully extinguished, surged forth anew, racing towards the queen, who was weaving ominous hand seals. As the scorching flames approached, the queen, sensing the overwhelming heat and innate sanctity of the fire, steeled herself and hastened her incantations. Without her direct control, the guardian beasts of the realm surged forth to intercept the oncoming Sunfire, including the desert worm beneath her feet. The potent acid and thunder could not thwart the Sunfire. Their only recourse was to absorb the flames with their physical forms, attempting to dissipate its ferocity. Yet, they lacked the horizontal fish's resilience, and their efforts to consume the Sunfire were meager at best, causing only a slight delay in its advance. Thus, the queen's opportunity arose. Observing the queen, who had closed her eyes, fingers dancing through the air as she whispered incantations, Wuchen seized the moment. His nine-ringed staff descended like a tempest upon the Queen of Jingjue. The speed of the Golden Crow's transformation surged forth. He would not be deterred by her foul sorcery or the desert worm. In that fleeting moment, a stark reality confronted the queen, to evade or not to evade. If she fled, her incantation would be disrupted, yet to remain still would risk far more than the interruption of her spell. Within a mere 30 milliseconds, the queen made her decision. She opened her eyes, resolve glimmering within, quickening her gestures in a desperate attempt to complete her incantation before being reduced to mere pulp. The previously subdued flames rekindled as Wuchen, bolstered by his golden body, struck the queen's head with the nine-ring staff, shattering it instantly. Yet to his astonishment, even in death, the queen's motions did not cease. Feeling the malevolent energy and fury lingering in the air, Wuchen intensified the flames, igniting the remnants of the queen's form, while simultaneously driving the staff downwards, obliterating her entirely. A resounding roar echoed from the undulating void, but it ultimately did not manifest. Wuchen wiped the sweat from his brow. Had the queen truly summoned something? The outcome might have been uncertain. He might even have had to flee, as he felt the curse attempting to break through his golden body gradually dissipating. A notification from the system chimed, granting him respite. He maintained his golden form and descended to the ground, unaware that a dark light, hidden in the shadows, slipped into Shirleyang's body. The unconscious Shirleyang trembled, then fell silent. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host, on the successful extermination of the Queen of Jingjue. Reward: 1 Bodhi seed, capable of illuminating the mind and warding off evil. Illuminating the mind and warding off evil? What a marvelous treasure. Had he possessed this earlier, the battle against the queen would have been far less troublesome, sparing him much of his vitality. Leaning against the cliff beside Shirleyang, Wuchen sat in meditation, channeling the great Sundathagata Sutra, while a snow-white Bodhi seed, radiating a mystical golden light, spun gracefully above his head. With the Bodhi seed present, Wuchen sensed his cultivation of the great Sundathagata Sutra accelerating by a third. Chapter 54. Ning has returned. A day later, Wang Kai-xian was the first to awaken, followed by Hu Ba-yi, and finally, Shue-Liang. Sensing their consciousness returning, Wu Chun retracted the wheel of merit, which had grown larger by threefold, and the revolving Great Sun Tathagata Sutra also came to a temporary halt. As Shue-Liang regained her senses, she felt somewhat dazed, her mind swelling as if inundated with a plethora of new information. As she rifled through her memories, she discovered a tome-like entity within her mind, chronicling an extensive legacy of sorcery from the ancient kingdom of Jingjue and the demon realm. Notably, it even detailed the inheritance of the demon eye. However, it regrettably lacked any recollection pertaining to the Queen of Jingjue. Despite the abundance of sorceress knowledge now at her disposal, Shue-Liang found herself unable to utilize it immediately, as all the spells required her personal cultivation, unlike the previous incarnations of the Jingjue Queen, who had reincarnated with their memories intact, thereby amplifying their powers without the need for foundational training. When Shue-Liang shared her predicament with Wu Chen, he understood her underlying concern that she wished to prevent the lineage of the demon realm from fading away. Yet, this was contingent upon the fact that the Jingjue Queen had not left any manipulative traces of her memories behind. Wu Chen could not ascertain this detail but deemed it prudent to keep a watchful eye on Shue-Liang moving forward. Although this presented a slight inconvenience, it was preferable to the emergence of another Jingjue Queen wreaking havoc upon the world, as he would inevitably bear the karmic repercussions for his failure to eradicate the demon scourge. During this day, Wu Chen had also restored a significant portion of his Buddhist power, and the after-effects of expelling 2 mouthfuls of vital blood had subsided by half. The situation was under control, and a gradual recovery was all that was needed. With the Jingjue Queen resolved, it was time to reap the rewards. However, gazing at the Kunlun Divine Wood and the corpse fragrance devil tuber, Wu Chen felt a wave of frustration. The system's space could not accommodate living entities, and strictly speaking, both of these beings were indeed alive. What to do? Carry them back? It was not impossible. He could simply transform into the Golden Crow and fly them back, provided he soared high enough to avoid detection. Otherwise, he would be courting trouble. Wu Chen feared nothing more than complications. As for the trio of tomb raiders, they had left behind their seals and supplies, so they should be fine. After all, there was little left to do here, and the subsequent prophecies of the Zaglamar clan's seer in the stone chamber would pose no danger. At the very least, leaving alive was assured. Master, the Xuanzhen Pearl? Shue-Liang's sudden voice interrupted Wu Chen's thoughts. He shook his head in response. The Xuanzhen Pearl was not present. She could search for herself if she doubted him, as he had not tampered with anything here. Shue-Liang nodded, her expression tinged with bitterness. However, surveying the nearly shattered cavern, She believed that someone as transcendent as Wu Chun would not deceive her. Besides, she only wished to borrow it briefly to lift the curse. After its use, the Xuanjin pearl would still belong to Wu Chun. Was there truly a need for deception? Such a notion was entirely unnecessary. In truth, the destruction of the cavern was not Wu Chen's doing. It was the work of the desert worms emerging from below. Observing Shui Yang's acceptance, Wu Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. If she truly doubted him and sought it out herself, it would mean no further involvement for her. Apart from perhaps paying him to lift the curse, any thoughts of entering tombs again would be out of the question. Turning away, Wu Chun left behind ample provisions. Primarily water and food, especially compressed biscuits. He loathed those wretched things. They were palatable at first, but consuming too many left one feeling nauseated. Particularly the compressed biscuit porridge concocted by Hu Bai. Had it not been for their inability to carry more, Wu Chun would have gladly discarded all of it. After leaving some fuel and cold flame remnants behind, Wu Chun collected a portion of the gold and jewels before hoisting the Kunlun Divine Wood and departing, leaving the three behind in stunned silence. Indeed, the Kunlun Divine Wood and the corpse fragrance devil tuber shared a symbiotic relationship, with the latter taking root upon the former. After Wu Chen's departure, Wang Kai-Xian gazed at the mountain of riches, a frown adorning his face. How on earth was he to transport all of this away? The sight of treasures before him, yet unable to claim them all, was more disheartening than slaying a fellow classmate. It even temporarily cured his acrophobia. Meanwhile, Wu Chun, bearing the Kunlun Divine Wood, soon returned to the small courtyard of the Black Bear. However, the Black Bear was preoccupied with some task unknown to Wu Chun. He paid no mind, placing the Kunlun Divine Wood inside the house and sealing it with several magical marks before finally allowing himself a moment's respite. Reclining on a chair in the courtyard, Wu Chun picked up his phone to check for updates. There was good news. Wu San had sold off the previous treasures from the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace, and the funds had been transferred to his unregistered card. Yet, there was also bad news. During his extended absence in the western regions, Ning had not contacted him even once, which left him feeling somewhat irked. 3 days later, Hu Bai called, informing him that they had emerged from the desert and were en route back, expected to arrive shortly. Wu Chun said little, simply advising them to stay close to Li Man, as their return from the desert would be exceedingly simple with her guidance. During these 3 days, Wu Chun had not been idle. The injuries from expelling 2 mouthfuls of vital blood had fully healed, and he had even made progress in his cultivation. The practice of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra had reached 50% of the first level. And then, a piece of delightful news arrived, and Ning had returned. She was expected to arrive in the capital city by nightfall. Wu Chun did not inquire further, believing it better to discuss matters face to face. And Ning did not require him to pick her up, as she had her own channels. That evening, a knock echoed on the door of Wu Chen's small courtyard. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the beaming smile of Ning, leaving him momentarily speechless as he absent-mindedly rubbed his bald head. What? Aren't you going to let me in? Ning teased, her laughter a stark contrast to the formidable aura Wu Chen had exuded in the tomb. Wu Chun silently cursed himself, quickly stepping aside to allow her entry. Inside, he poured her a cup of tea and took a seat opposite her. It was then that he began to ponder the idea of purchasing a property, as continually residing at the Black Bear's place was rather inconvenient, wasn't it? Unbeknownst to Ning, Wu Chen had already contemplated buying a house. She took a sip of her tea, observing the taciturn Wu Chen with amusement. Noticing the playful glint in her eyes and the sudden sound of a whimper, Wu Chun snapped back to reality, interrupting his wandering thoughts. At that moment, he realized that Xiao Ba had been coiled around Ning's waist, now emitting a soft, distressed whine, seemingly lamenting its owner's neglect. Wu Chun, feeling slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and beckoned to Xiao Ba, who immediately leapt excitedly into his arms, wrapping itself around his forearm. Only then did Wu Chen notice how Xiao Ba had grown nearly a meter in length and had gained considerable weight. Seems I've been feeding you too little. You're getting so plump you can hardly coil around me, Wu Chen remarked with a smile, completely disregarding Xiao Ba's feelings. Xiao Ba? Oh no. I've become a mere prop for you to woo your crush. Seeing Ning nod, Wu Chen said, so this time you won't be leaving again, right? Like you would let me go, she replied, casting a sidelong glance at the imposing bald figure. Wu Chen grinned, clever you. Knowing full well you've come straight into my lair. A lamb walking into a tiger's den? Uft. Chapter 55, Journey to Shisha. The contrasting young man Anning was well aware of the desires of this fellow, who had never concealed his intentions. However, The phrase delivering oneself to the jaws of a tiger felt rather harsh, didn't it? Help me with the task for my boss. After all, he raised me. And I cannot simply abandon him. Shifting the conversation, Anning began to discuss the primary purpose of her return. Wuchen understood the matter she referenced. It likely pertained to the underwater tomb of Shisha. Chiodiko had long dreamed of immortality and would not overlook any clue, as Anning was his most capable subordinate. It was improbable that he would easily allow her to depart. What was he thinking? Wuchen's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by Anning's inquisitive gaze, prompting a smile to grace his lips. The underwater tomb of Shisha? I shall accompany you, but should Chiodiko refuse to release you after this excursion, then I shall not remain composed. How do you know? Mind your own business. Observing Anning's eye roll, Wuchen smirked, appearing rather unbothered. Haven't you eaten yet? Allow me to prepare a couple of dishes. We can chat while we dine. Anning did not hesitate. For what was the point of civility with someone whose intentions were transparent? As Wuchen cooked, Anning assisted, creating a harmonious atmosphere. It must be noted that Wuchen's culinary skills were merely average, akin to homely fare. Yet Anning savored each bite with utmost seriousness, as if indulging in a feast of rare delicacies, leading Wuchen to question whether his skills had improved. However, upon tasting his own cooking, it remained unchanged. Noticing Wuchen's self-doubt, Anning smiled brightly but chose to remain silent. Unable to comprehend her demeanor, Wuchen decided to dismiss the thought. The underwater tomb of Shishao posed little danger for Wuchen. It was akin to a leisurely trip. After all, he perceived it as such. Moreover, the tomb housed enchanting beings like the Forbidden Mother and sea monkeys, along with numerous human skull jars. These were rewards and merits that Wuchen desired to collect. Upon reflection, Anning had evidently endured considerable hardship within that tomb. The journey to the underwater tomb of Shisha would likely be no different. This young woman was now, in essence, Wuchen's responsibility. How could he bear to let her suffer? That was simply out of the question. Unbeknownst to him, an uneventful night passed, and Wuchen wasn't in such a haste to devour her. At the very least, he could wait a couple of days. Otherwise, what would that imply? Was he so impatient? The following morning at 8, Anning began contacting her associates, first reaching Wang Yueban. $80,000 secured the deal. However, Wang Xiaopeng admitted his unfamiliarity with maritime navigation, but that was inconsequential. Anning required his skills as a tomb raider. After finalizing Wang Xiaopeng's involvement, Anning pondered enlisting Wuxia. Perceiving her as free labor, why not take advantage of it? Sure enough, a call to Wuxia triggered her immediate interest. She, like Anning, was aware that the cunning Wu Sanqing had fled once more. Utilizing Wu Sanqing's information would surely ensnare Wuxia. Agreements were made swiftly, and they set off the same day. Anning was known for her decisive nature, but this time, a monk joined their ranks. The little snake, Bash, coiled around Anning's slender waist. Had Wuchen not known the snake was female, he might have considered making a stew, particularly since Anning's waist remained an enigma to him. Upon their arrival in Shisha, Anning's subordinates had prepared everything, even securing a fishing boat, the same green vessel as before. Ah, the boss Anning has arrived? This must be the expert you mentioned? As Wuchen and Anning stepped onto the boat, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle jogged over, extending a greeting. My surname is Zhang. I am an expert in marine climatology. You may call me Bald Zhang. I am here at the behest of Boss Anning, and I look forward to collaborating with you. After a handshake, Wuchen wore a perplexed expression. Brother Zhang, who instructed you on such a disguise? Did no one advise you to conceal those two distinct tufts of hair? And why adopt such a loquacious persona when you were naturally stoic? Struggling to suppress laughter, Wuchen found it increasingly difficult, his facial muscles twitching as he bit down on his molars to stifle his amusement. Had he not known that this individual was the taciturn Meng Yuping, he might have found it easier to contain his mirth. The stark contrast was simply too amusing. Who could have imagined that Bald Zhang and Zhang Qiling were one and the same? Once inside the cabin, after Anning's subordinates and the fishing boat's captain departed, Wuchen could no longer restrain himself. He leaned against Anning's back, chuckling heartily, leaving Anning and Bald Zhang bewildered. Unable to contain herself, Anning tapped Wuchen on the shoulder. What are you laughing at? This is quite perplexing. Nothing. Nothing. Ahem. You may continue. Wuchen wished to avoid exposing Meng Yoping's identity, but the effort was becoming unbearable. He was genuinely curious to see how the act would unfold. Rolling her eyes at Wuchen, Anning chose to ignore him, allowing him to play with Bash on her back. Bald Zhang, have you mapped out our route and timing? Bald Zhang appeared troubled as he replied, Boss Anning, we lack precise location details. I can only provide a rough outline. Anning recognized this limitation and did not press him further. nodding in understanding. No need to rush, another individual will arrive shortly. And I trust he can pinpoint the exact location. Who? Wal Zhang or Ming Yuping maintained a serious demeanor, skillfully adopting the role of a competent actor. Wu Chen could barely contain his laughter, not daring to look at Bald Zhang for fear of bursting out. Before long, Wu Xie and Wang Xiaoping arrived together. A glimmer of recognition flashed in Bald Zhang's eyes. He knew Wu Xie would not miss such an opportunity. However, Pansy was conspicuously absent, leaving everyone curious about his whereabouts. Buddha? You are here too. Wu Xie's excitement surged upon seeing Wu Chen, knowing that with such a formidable ally, she had little to fear. Wu Chen waved his hand, continuing to lounge in the cabin while playing with Bash. Wu Xie paid him no mind, focusing instead on Wang Xiaoping, who approached eagerly. Buddha, what about this snake? Noticing the gleam in Wang Xiaoping's eyes, Wu Chen realized the young man had discerned that Bash was no ordinary creature. Indeed, Wang Yueban remained as discerning as ever. Wu Chen shook his head, signaling Wang Yueban to remain discreet. Wang Yueban glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Understood. If Buddha remains silent, I shall not pry. Too many ears can lead to complications." Smart move. Dealing with intelligent individuals is always a relief. Had it been Wu Xie, her incessant curiosity would have undoubtedly led to relentless questioning. At that moment, Anning returned to the cabin with Bald Zhang after surveying the deck and assessing the weather. Upon receiving word that Wu Xie had arrived, they hurried back. "You must be the expert summoned by Boss Anning? Greetings, greetings. My surname is Zhang." Chapter 56. The Ghost Ship and the Emergence of the Haunted Hand. As Zhang Tuozi jogged over to shake hands, Wu Chen could no longer contain his laughter. Ning. Observing Wu Chen, who was hiding behind her and chuckling uncontrollably, felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, unaware of the cause of his mirth. She playfully slapped him, signaling him to stifle his laughter for the moment. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Wu Chen forced himself to suppress his amusement, making a conscious effort to avoid looking at Zhang Tuozi, fearing that another glance would unleash his laughter once more. Once they had met, there was little to occupy their time. The official voyage was scheduled for the following day. Wang Xiaoping, seizing the opportunity, invited a few of them to join the ship's captain for some fishing, having noticed the promising catch in the vicinity upon entry. Wu Chen, intrigued, initially joined in. But as the sun began its descent, he abruptly dropped his fishing rod and turned to leave, with Ning trailing behind, stifling her laughter. While others were reeling in fish one after another, Wu Chen had yet to catch a single one, a fact that left him feeling somewhat despondent. That evening, Wang Xiaoping showcased his culinary skills, earning unanimous praise for his fish head stew, which kept a smile on his face throughout the night. The following day, as the ship set sail, Wu Chen and his companions found themselves largely unneeded. The captain and his crew managed everything seamlessly, with Ning's team taking full responsibility for the equipment, a luxury Wang Xiaoping marveled at, having never experienced such treatment before. With time on his hands, Wu Chen decided to step outside for some sun. Upon emerging, he spotted Wang Xiaoping fishing, evidently enjoying a good haul. This reminded Wu Chen of his fruitless efforts the previous day, leading him to feel a twinge of embarrassment. "Hey, Buddha, care to join?" Wang Xiaoping teased, clearly enjoying the moment. "You've become quite familiar, haven't you? No longer afraid," he continued, prompting Wu Chen to reflect. After all, he and the Buddha were not adversaries, and he had never wronged the figure, so what was there to fear? As Wu Chen passed by, he playfully slapped Wang Xiaoping, who merely chuckled in response, promising to prepare pan-seared mackerel for everyone, even offering to make extra for Wu Chen. As they sailed along, everything seemed uneventful. Even when a maritime patrol passed by, and Ning had procured a partnership with a substantial international marine resource development company, ensuring their expedition adhered to proper protocols. Unlike the clandestine operations of Wu Sanqing, however, Ning grew anxious. According to her, her uncle Wu Sanqing had been missing for several days. Yet, despite her urgency, they could only proceed at a measured pace. That day, the fishing vessel sailed normally until the sky darkened ominously, clouds swallowing the sun, and the sea began to rock violently beneath them. Suddenly, a fierce storm erupted, catching even the seasoned captain off guard. However, he remained composed, loudly directing the crew to secure the supplies. Having grown up on the sea, the captain had faced countless storms before, and though unflinching in the face of nature's fury, he was nearly paralyzed with fear when a massive shadow emerged from the dark waters. The crew shouted frantically, their voices lost in the dialect of their region, unintelligible to outsiders. "Buddha, what should we do?" and Ning exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. If it were merely a storm, she would not be so rattled. But the captain's demeanor suggested something far more ominous had been discovered. Wu Chen squinted, recognizing that they were likely encountering the ghost ship that had vanished all those years ago, the very vessel that instilled fear in the hearts of seasoned sailors. Stay calm. I will investigate. Remain in the cabin and do not wander, he instructed Ning, recalling her near demise during their last encounter with the ghost ship. He hesitated, then left her wrapped in his vibrant robe, disregarding her astonished, reproachful gaze as he exited the cabin. Though the ship rocked violently, Wu Chen remained unfazed. The captain, observing the left side of their vessel, confirmed the presence of another ship. Without hesitation, he adhered to maritime customs. When a vessel is in distress, it is imperative to offer assistance, a cardinal rule among those who make their living at sea. Seeing Wu Chen emerge, unaffected by the tumult, the captain felt a flicker of astonishment. Buddha, it seems a ship is in trouble over there. We must go and investigate, he stated, his grasp of the language imperfect, yet earnest. Wu Chen, aware that the ship was indeed a ghostly apparition, could not suppress his curiosity. After all, this vessel had drifted for years without a crew, harboring mysteries that beckoned to be unveiled. May I not turn a blind eye to suffering? Let us proceed, Wu Chen declared, his hands clasped in a gesture of piety, deceiving the captain into believing he was a sincere monk, ignorant of Wu Chen's usual irreverence. Despite the raging storm, the fishing vessel maintained a decent speed, allowing them to approach the ghost ship without battling the wind directly. As the outline of the phantom vessel came into view, the captain dropped to his knees on the deck, bowing repeatedly. The other crew members, stricken with terror, turned their backs to the ghost ship, fearful to even glance at it. Buddha, do not look back. That is a ghost ship, the captain warned, possibly motivated by the presence of Wu Chen beside him. Fearing for his own safety, Wu Chen, turning to the curious yet naive Wu Xie, raised his voice above the storm. Turn around and do not look at the ghost ship. Ning was safe in the cabin, protected by Xiaoba, and clad in Wu Chen's vibrant robe. Wang Xiaopeng, valuing his life, quickly complied, shutting his eyes and turning away, unlike Wu Xie, whose reckless curiosity led him to remain facing the ghostly vessel. However, as Wu Xie turned, Wu Chen sensed something was amiss. Wu Xie's movements were unnaturally stiff. In the next instant, as Wu Xie's head turned, Wu Chen's heart sank. There, on the back of Wu Xie's head, lay a pair of withered, ghostly hands. Chapter 57. The Great Sea Monster? It is the giant squid. Wu Chen was bewildered. What a surprise. Unable to capture Ning, had they turned to Wu Xie instead? But Wu Xie had consumed the Kirin elixir, rendering him immune to toxins and granting him the ability to repel parasites. Upon closer inspection, Wu Chen realized that the human-faced Lian was merely climbing without attempting to bite, unlike in the original narrative. This suggested that the creature regarded Wu Xie merely as a stepping stone. The stiffness Wu Xie had just demonstrated was likely caused by an object pressing against his neck, and not due to manipulation. Wu Chen suddenly understood. The medicinal properties of the Kirin elixir had infused Wu Xie's bloodstream, allowing him to remain unscathed despite the creature's presence. Remarkably, the human-faced Lian seemed quite clever. However, Wu Chen was overthinking it. The creature's intelligence was purely instinctual, driven by a biological imperative that deemed Wu Xie appealing yet dangerous to consume, akin to how rabbits instinctively avoid poisonous mushrooms. Stepping forward, Wu Chen reached Wu Xie's side unnoticed. Without hesitation, he seized the human-faced Lian, dismissing any thoughts of needing a special countermeasure. Inspecting the creature closely, he grew increasingly repulsed. It resembled a peculiar octopus, its limbs forming two desiccated hands, and its underside bore a circle of unusual teeth reminiscent of a grotesque human face. Ugly, revolting, and somewhat fearsome at first glance. With a flicker of his spiritual power, the human-faced Lian was instantly reduced to ashes, unnoticed by the others. Wu Chen intentionally concealed this from the ship's crew, who already feared the ghost ship. If they were to witness the creature, they might panic and flee before they could escape the underwater tomb, just as in the original tale. Among the crowd, a few noticed Wu Chen's actions. However, seeing it was the bald man, they paid little heed. After all, the mute oil bottle wouldn't he speak carelessly. Yet, if he dared to reveal anything, Wu Chen wouldn't he hesitate to peel off his skin mask. Such a scene would undoubtedly be entertaining. Uncertain if it were the creature's influence, Wu Xie suddenly lost his grip on the iron ring, which was flung away. The suddenness of it caught Wu Chen off guard, but fortunately, Wu Xie only tumbled onto the deck, groaning but unharmed. Wu Chen swiftly grasped the collar of Wu Xie's garment and pulled him into the cabin. Given Wu Xie's peculiar constitution and the fact that he was keeping an eye on Ning, Wu Chen couldn't risk any further complications. Who knew if Wu Xie might become a substitute for Ning and end up taken aboard the ghost ship? Wu Chen had no intention of playing the role of a caretaker. He aimed aboard the ghost ship without dragging any burdens. After a moment of contemplation, he also retrieved Wang Xiaoping, whose ominous presence could spell trouble. Together with Wu Xie, they were bound to attract misfortune. So he decided to confine Wang Xiaoping in the cargo hold. As for the bald man, he was of no concern. Even if Wu Xie were to perish, he would be fine. Upon returning to the cabin, Wu Chen noticed the captain urging the crew to set sail and leave the area swiftly. Wu Chen intervened. Yet the captain remained obstinate, intent on fleeing. However, after Wu Chen firmly struck the iron anchor, the captain complied. "I'll take a look at that ghost ship. Don't worry, I shall return shortly. Be careful." Despite knowing Wu Chen's capabilities, Ning couldn't suppress her concern. For the legends surrounding the ghost ship were exceedingly sinister. "Fear not. I am a man capable of traversing the heavens and capturing turtles from the depths of the ocean. How could anything befall me?" And Ning chuckled softly, rolling her eyes at him. "Be serious. I shall await your return." Wu Chen nodded, gesturing to Xiao Ba, who promptly nodded vigorously, the splendid robe emanating a soft glow, asserting its presence. Emerging from the cabin, Wu Chen leapt into the air, and the captain and crew were left in stunned silence, kneeling once again as they bowed toward Wu Chen soaring toward the ghost ship. Wu Chen had no intention of hiding. If the captain and crew dared to speak of this event, who would believe them? Now aboard the ghost ship, Wu Chen found the dark cabin devoid of any discernible objects, while the deck was stark and desolate, marred by patches of rust. The decaying floorboards appeared on the verge of collapse, and Wu Chen refrained from stepping down, fearing he might break through, especially knowing that sea monkeys lurked below. He was not eager to engage them before thoroughly exploring. Floating into the cabin, Wu Chen discovered it was filled with sea rust, as if the vessel had lain submerged for over a decade, abruptly resurfacing. This was a medium-sized fishing boat from the 1970s or 80s. Likely the same one Wu Sanqing and his crew had once sailed. The spacious cabin contained small compartments for crew rest, appearing unremarkable, which puzzled Wu Chen. How could such a decrepit ship still be operational? Theoretically, it should have succumbed to the storms, yet it stubbornly persisted, as if intentionally presenting Qin Wenjin's notes to him. Unable to fathom it, Wu Chen decided to stop pondering and headed straight for the iron cabinet where Wu Xie had obtained the notes. He retrieved the waterproof bag containing the notes, as this was the only useful item on the ship, and he preferred to secure it before further investigation. Suddenly, the ghost ship began to shake violently, not due to worsening waves, but rather as if a child were shaking a model with wild abandon, lacking any rhythm or predictability. Wu Chen chose to fly out, observing the ghost ship's unexpected turbulence with curiosity. Beneath the vessel, tentacles emerged from the sea, leaving Wu Chen astounded. It appeared to be a cephalopod. His interest piqued. He opened his heavenly eye to look down, nearly bursting into laughter. "Ah, so this is the game you wish to play? The giant squid has ventured to the South China Sea, battling sea monkeys." Yet upon reflection, it wasn't entirely absurd. It was fortunate that no North Sea kraken had appeared. The South China Sea, in a sense, indeed connected with the Pacific, at least on the periphery, making the giant squid's presence here reasonable. But why would it target sea monkeys, which were presumably on its menu? Moreover, it was evident that this massive squid had exerted considerable effort to resurface the ship. No wonder it was engaged in combat with the sea monkeys. The giant squid exceeded 20 meters in length and extraordinary size, and squids often sought shells or bottles to carry. This vessel had been unearthed by it, and due to the air trapped inside the cabin, it had floated up, propelled further by the storm, setting sail once more. While there had initially been only one sea monkey aboard, now 3 were battling the enormous giant squid. The sea monkeys, agile and immensely strong, matched the squid's size with their own ferocity. Wu Chen found the scene amusing, opting to refrain from intervening, intending only to seize the opportunity when the time was right. Such plans were commendable, yet Wu Chen overlooked a crucial detail: their fishing boat. These creatures were alive, and in their brawl, they remained indifferent to their surroundings. The battlefield was far from fixed. Chapter 58. An extremely abstract style. The sudden tempest had amplified the existing tumult upon the sea's surface, and now, as 4 monstrous beings clashed, the waves surged violently. Nearby, a fishing boat rocked precariously, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Wu Qin, noticing this perilous situation, felt dismay wash over him. He had momentarily forgotten the catastrophic impact of these creatures' skirmishes, particularly that of the colossal king squid, whose massive form could easily stir the waters. With a swift gesture, he cast forth his 9-ringed silver staff and invoked the Calm the Tempest spell. The staff landed upon the fishing vessel, instantly enveloping it in a golden radiance that steadied the boat against the raging waves. Beneath the surface, the king squid had already lost a tentacle, which was being devoured by 2 sea monkeys, while another sea monkey found itself ensnared by the squid's remaining appendages, rendered immobile. Wu Qin, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a beam of Buddhist light that pierced through the sea monkey's forehead. 1 sea monkey slain. Progress in the cultivation of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra 3. Glancing at the system notification, Wu Qin nodded in approval. After all, these creatures were artificially bred by Wang Songhai, and any gain in cultivation progress was welcome. His movements were swift, and the king squid remained oblivious, believing that the sea monkey it had captured had simply perished, with one tentacle clutching the lifeless creature. The squid turned its attention toward the other 2 sea monkeys. Wu Qin couldn't help but chuckle at the creature's greed. It was intent on securing its current meal while eyeing another. Why was Wu Qin so relaxed? It was merely a matter of strength. The king squid was formidable solely due to its size and tenacity, while the sea monkeys posed no genuine threat. Had he not been concerned about their escape, he would have acted sooner. Lacking any underwater abilities, he would find it impossible to pursue them if they fled. Were it a legendary behemoth of the North Sea instead of the king squid, he would have turned and run without hesitation, who would wait for a meal they couldn't even consume. Soon enough, the sea monkeys launched themselves at the king squid, viciously gnawing at its tentacles in an attempt to breach its defenses and strike at its core. Yet, as a cephalopod, the king squid would never allow such an affront to its main body. Its thick appendages lashed out violently, striking with such force that Wu Qin suspected it might take flight. The imagery was surreal, a colossal octopus rapidly spinning its limbs, striking the 2 monkeys like a wild top. Suddenly inspired, Wu Qin darted back to the fishing boat, bursting into the cabin and scooping up the bewildered Ning. "Darling, come quickly. There is something fascinating." Wait. What is so fascinating? Slow down." Ning, still dazed, had yet to process the situation, only hearing Wu Qin's playful address. "What did you just call me?" Wu Qin smirked. "Don't mind the details. It's just a matter of time." And Ning's cheeks flushed, tempted to bite him for such audacity, yet fearing that he would enjoy it too much. As she caught sight of the underwater spectacle, the king squid thrashing the little monkeys, her mind went blank. And Ning exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Why is there such a gigantic octopus? And why are there monkeys in the sea?" Seeing in Ning's astonishment, Wu Qin could not contain his laughter. The king squid was indeed a sight to behold, typically measuring around 13 meters, yet this one had exceeded 20 meters. Likely due to its ample diet. The monkeys were sea monkeys, known for their resilience and immense strength. Upon hearing Wu Qin's explanation, Ning gradually regained her composure, only then realizing she was still cradled in his arms. Instinctively, her face flushed again. It had been years since she had experienced such a scenario. Being held aloft by a man while witnessing a battle of sea monsters was beyond her wildest dreams. Where do these creatures come from? She pondered. The sea monkeys must be from the ghost ship, while the king squid seems to have drifted here with this vessel. Accepting this abstract tableau before her, she inquired, "Why did you call me here? What do you intend to do?" Wu Qin wanted to respond with something rather brazen, but he refrained. Instead, he mused. Imagine how large a pot would need to be to cook such a giant squid for takoyaki. And Ning's imagination sparked at the thought, and she blurted, "How big of a pot would that require?" Wu Qin replied incredulously, "You truly dare to consider that? Could you not chop it into pieces first?" Realizing her folly, Ning feigned ignorance, unwilling to admit her lapse in judgment. Before long, the underwater battle reached its conclusion. The disparity in size and strength was too great. The king squid lost 3 tentacles, but managed to capture all 3 sea monkeys. Wu Qin successfully recorded 3 kills, each contributing a 3 increase to his cultivation progress in the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, quite satisfactory. However, Wu Qin's primary target remained the king squid. This gargantuan creature was his true quarry. With one arm around Ning's slender waist, he gently set her down, and she instinctively clung to him, seamlessly transitioning from being held to being supported on his back, freeing his hands. Solar True Fire, ignite. A slender beam of solar fire shot forth, striking the sea surface. Instantly, the waters began to boil. The king squid instinctively sought escape, but it was futile. The terrifying heat of the solar fire swiftly cooked the creature, and Ning gasped at the sight, unable to suppress a gulp. Are you really planning to eat it? I'm uncertain whether it's even edible or if it might be poisonous. Perhaps we should leave it be? And Ning's playful reprimand elicited a chuckle from Wu Chun. Who said I wanted to eat this monster? Let us hurry back. We still need to locate the sunken ship. Very well, then let us depart. Wu Chun's sudden speed startled Ning, and before she could gather her wits, they were back in the cabin, facing the odd stares of their companions. Wu Chun remained composed, while Ning, blushing, felt her cheeks burn. Ning's shyness was distinct. Unlike most girls who would lower their gaze, her expression was icy. And her fierce demeanor silenced any would-be jesters among them. Even Wu Xie instinctively closed his mouth. At Xisha, Wu Chun and Ning's fishing boat successfully reached their destination. Now, it was time for Wu Xie to devise a method to ascertain their location. The tumultuous sea and hidden sands awaited their exploration. Chapter 59. The discovery of the thieves' hole. The storm had subsided, and the fishing boat carrying Wu Chun arrived at Xisha. The waters of Xisha were crystal clear, and on fine days, one could even see the seabed with the naked eye. The crew began to stir, and Ning's subordinates were organizing their equipment, ready to dive at a moment's notice. The captain, along with his team of fishermen, was maintaining the fishing boat and securing the deck, as the previous storm had nearly capsized them, necessitating a thorough reorganization of their supplies. We've arrived, third young master. Fat master, it's time for the demonstration, and Ning remarked with a raised eyebrow, gesturing for the two to begin. Hey, I must remind you. Fat master has previously stated that I am no expert in locating dragon veins, and I have little experience with underwater exploration. We agreed upon the rules of the Jianghu. Once the fee is collected, it will not be refunded. Wang Xiaopeng protested, his temper flaring. He was utterly unprepared for any demonstration, especially not concerning something as intricate as underwater exploration. Wang Xiaopeng, did you actually accept payment? Upon seeing Wu Chun's displeased expression, Wang Xiaopeng felt a jolt of anxiety. Realizing he had overlooked this aspect of their relationship, he chuckled nervously. Buddha, this is simply the way of the Jianghu. One cannot invite someone without a fee. Having received payment, ensure you fulfill your duties without negligence, Wu Chun admonished. Wang Xiaopeng nodded vigorously, eliciting a chuckle from Wu Chun, who exchanged an amused glance with Ning. Oh, so Buddha, you were merely teasing Fat Master? Wang Xiaopeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, finally realizing that both Wu Chun and Ning were not particularly constrained by financial concerns. Moreover, the funds in question were provided by Chiodko. Why should they worry about saving money for that old chap? Wu Chun laughed heartily. He truly did not care about such a trifling amount, especially since it was Chiodko's money. He was simply enjoyably intimidating this lazy fellow. In their previous expedition to the underwater tomb, Wang Xiaopeng had contributed little more than being a bystander, often just going along with Wu Xie's peculiar abilities. Do not even think about slacking off. Otherwise, upon our return, I shall provide you with a thorough lesson, Wu Chun warned, causing Wang Xiaopeng to tremble with fear. He instinctively knew that a lesson from Wu Chun would not be pleasant. Rest assured, Buddha, how could I possibly be lazy? Wang Xiaopeng replied, albeit in a rather comical manner. To others, he was the Fat Master, but in Wu Chun's presence, he had reverted to simply being fatty. And Ning found this amusing and remained silent, recognizing that Wu Chun was merely assisting her. After wiping his brow again, Wang Xiaopeng cautiously remarked, Buddha, it's not that I am lazy. I genuinely lack experience in maritime navigation. Fear not. Wu Xie is here to assist, Wu Chun reassured him. Wu Xie? Please, Buddha, do not jest. He is even less skilled in this area, Wang Xiaopeng retorted. Have you forgotten that his uncle has ventured into this underwater tomb? Unless something has gone awry, he is likely still inside. Do you honestly believe Wu Xie would not take this seriously? He has no choice but to find a way. Wu Xie interjected, do you dare not to face me directly? That man is my actual uncle. If it weren't for that old fox being trapped inside, would I even be here? However, he faced a dilemma. He too had no knowledge of the underwater tomb. If it were on land, he could at least consult his grandfather's notes. Buddha, and Ning, you cannot expect me to shoulder this alone, can you? He queried. Not at all. We already have a general location. The only issue is locating the thieves' hole, which is why we cannot enter. I need you to pinpoint an exact location, preferably the entrance left by your uncle, and Ning explained, her frustration evident. Wu Sanqing, that cunning old fox, had left them with no information on the thieves' hole, not even a rough location. The one they had was painstakingly gathered by her subordinates. Upon hearing Ning's words, Wuxia felt relieved. Having a general location was better than nothing. However, they needed to act swiftly. Who knew what was happening inside the tomb? Wu Sanqing had been in there for several days. Wang Xiaoping stealthily shifted his feet, contemplating a hasty retreat. He could not afford to be roped into helping Wuxia locate the thieves' hole. Xiaoping, where are you heading? Wu Chen called out. Cough, cough, Buddha. Wang Xiaoping stiffened at the mention of his name, quickly smiling. This treasure hunting is laborious work. I was merely planning to fetch something delicious to eat and replenish my strength. Very well, let us see your culinary skills, Wu Chen replied, opting not to continue intimidating him, as it seemed unnecessary. Absolutely, Buddha, just watch, Wang Xiaoping proclaimed. When it came to food, Wang Xiaoping was not one to boast lightly. None could rival his skills in the kitchen. After all, his impressive physique was a result of his culinary prowess. He hurried to the captain, intent on securing some seafood. In no time, he successfully extorted some provisions from the captain, who was eager to please upon learning it was for Buddha. Otherwise, Wang Xiaoping would likely not have received any special treatment. The captain would not have been inclined to cater to him, even for payment. The famed Shisha mackerel was renowned for its quality. The captain had the crew prepare a fish head stew and also brought out a large grouper. The aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing Wang Xiaoping's senses. Buddha and Ning, come quickly to eat. Otherwise, it will cool down and lose its flavor, he called out. Had Wu Chen not been present, Wang Xiaoping would never have dared to summon Ning for food. Let us go and see what Wang Xiaoping has prepared, Wu Chen said, pulling Ning along, inviting Wuxia as well. Zhang Tibao, who had been lingering in the cabin, seemed to have caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and emerged. However, just as he reached for the chopsticks, he was intercepted by Wang Xiaoping, who glared at him. How can it be your turn before Buddha has eaten? Wang Xiaoping thought to himself. I haven't even had a bite yet. What makes you think you can reach first? Gazing at the fish stew on the table, Wu Chen marveled at the joys of being by the sea, where one could enjoy the freshest seafood available. Come, everyone, let us eat. Captain, join us as well, Wu Chen called, ensuring that they included the captain in their meal. Even though they had paid for the fish, it was only right to show some respect. Upon hearing Wu Chen's invitation, the captain's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded in agreement, hurrying over to bow to Wu Chen. He held his chopsticks, awaiting Wu Chen's signal before daring to eat, treating him as if he were a living deity. This was indeed understandable. From the captain's perspective, Wu Chen seemed almost divine, radiating an aura of enlightenment, capable of commanding the boat with ease. Relax, no need for such formality, Wu Chen said, patting the captain's shoulder. He then helped himself to a piece of fish skin, relishing its flavor. As for Ning, she would not take offense for being offered the first bite. In fact, if one were to insist on feeding her in front of others, she might just show her displeasure. After a whirlwind of feasting, everyone was sated. With Wu Chen present, Wang Xiaoping did not dare to bring up drinking. He feared the consequences, for alcohol could indeed lead to trouble. Wang Xiaoping patted his now fuller belly, satisfied, and stood up. And Ning, now that we have feasted, I must inquire about serious matters. How are our preparations progressing? What equipment do we have? I need to be informed, for I will not be descending into the tomb. Money is good, but life is far more valuable. Wu Chen grinned. Wang Xiaoping's reluctance to risk his life was quite fitting. Greedy yet cautious, he was reliable in critical moments, and the meticulous fat mama had returned to her rightful place. Ning did not hesitate much. She summoned a subordinate responsible for organizing supplies to verify everything. A comprehensive array of burial equipment had been meticulously prepared, including gas masks, waterproof bags, diving daggers, wolf-eye flashlights, and even high-powered searchlights, as well as harpoon guns, which greatly reassured Wang Xiaoping. Typically, harpoon guns are standard, but Ning was different. She had procured the auxiliary weaponry from a whaling vessel. This formidable device could annihilate a shark within 10 meters underwater, exhibiting an astonishing degree of power. Due to its considerable weight, only 3 harpoon guns were prepared, while over 20 harpoon rifles were at the ready. Other essentials, such as climbing carabiners, steel wire nylon ropes, and oxygen tanks, were abundantly available. Wang Xiaoping gazed in awe. This was truly a display of wealth and resources, and having proper documentation made everything exceedingly convenient. If he were to acquire harpoon guns, he would barely manage to secure 2 or 3, and that would be through clandestine means. At this point, Wang Xiaoping had no further remarks. He clasped his fist in salute to Ning and declared, I am thoroughly impressed, Boss Ning. This equipment is exceptional and undoubtedly sufficient. Without waiting for a response, He turned and retreated to the cabin to rest. Wu Xie found amusement in the scene and followed suit back to the cabin. Wu Chen, however, did not rush back. Instead, he called for Aining, requesting her to dismiss her subordinates. Together, they proceeded to the storage cabin, where he utilized the system space to collect some of the supplies, particularly the oxygen tanks and diving suits. Aining made no objections, for it is always wise to be prepared for any eventuality. The following day, Wu Chen was the earliest to rise, with Aining following shortly after. By the time Wu Xie emerged, the others had already awakened and begun to stretch their limbs. After a hearty meal, several of Aining's frogmen surfaced. They had been underwater for half an hour and were nearly out of oxygen. "Boss, we have located it. If all goes as anticipated, it is indeed there. We discovered an entrance resembling a thief's tunnel." Chapter 60. Entering the tomb passage, the initial appearance of the Forbidden Lady. "Did you not take a look inside?" And Ning inquired with a furrowed brow. "We did, but the size of the theft tunnel exceeded our expectations. There was insufficient oxygen, so we could not venture to the end and had to return," replied the leader among the divers, shaking his head as he replaced his oxygen tank, preparing to dive again. "By the way, boss, please refrain from descending just yet. The entrance may have been compromised over time, with signs of collapse in some areas. We should secure it first. Safety is paramount." And Ning refrained from further comments. These divers were hired hands, not her subordinates. However, they had been compensated, and any mishap would incur a significant liability. "Let us all prepare. Once the divers have cleared and secured the theft tunnel, we'll proceed down," she instructed. Everyone nodded and began their preparations, primarily needing to change into their diving suits. The suits were quite fitted, making them cumbersome to wear. And Ning had procured standard-sized diving suits, evidently not anticipating the presence of heavier participants. Consequently, while others managed to don their suits without much trouble, Wang Yueben found himself stuck at the waist. Ultimately, Wu Xie assisted him, forcibly squeezing him into the suit, which resulted in Wang Xiaopeng's face turning a deep shade of crimson. Yet, this did not deter Wang Xiaopeng from his usual banter, teasing Zhang Tuozi. "Hey Tuozi, even you, a distinguished professor, are joining us for a dive?" "What dive? That's rather unflattering. I'm merely conducting a field investigation," Zhang Tuozi retorted, unbeknownst to Wang Xiaopeng. The diving suit was a mere decoy, or else he would not have dared to jest so freely. With oxygen tanks secured and supplies in hand, Wang Xiaopeng also lugged a 3-meter-long spear gun, which was utterly impractical for use in the narrow confines of the tomb passage. Nevertheless, he was enamored with its formidable power. There was no alternative, since Ning opted for formal procedures. Acquiring firearms was out of the question. Unlike Wu Sanqing, a local figure who had access to hunting rifles, Ning had no such connections. Before long, the divers returned, having reinforced the tunnel and cleared the debris from the entrance. Ning's investment had proven fruitful, and their efficiency was commendable. Without further ado, Ning led the way into the sea, employing the simplest technique commonly utilized by divers, devoid of technical difficulty, allowing Wu Xie and Wang Xiaopeng to follow suit with ease. Wu Chun, on the other hand, found it effortless to descend even without a diving suit, though he preferred not to waste his spiritual energy. Swimming alongside Ning, Wu Chun observed the stone anchors on the seabed, confirming their location was correct. He had refrained from participating in the search for the theft tunnel, fearing his interference might create a butterfly effect, complicating their quest. In the seabed's crater, a theft tunnel lay at its base. Noticing Wang Xiaopeng's gaze, Wu Xie nodded subtly. The scale of the excavation bore resemblance to Wu Sanqing's handiwork. After a brief inspection, they each took turns entering the theft tunnel, with Wang Xiaopeng leading the way. This was partly due to Wu Chun insisting he not slack off, and partly because of a sense of professional ethics. After all, they were being paid to manage risks. Additionally, Wu Chun was concerned Wang Xiaopeng might become stuck in the tunnel, recalling past instances where the hefty individual had found himself wedged in various tombs. Moreover, with Wang Xiaopeng clutching the spear gun, it was prudent to keep him at the front. A misfire could turn everyone ahead into skewered targets. Wang Xiaopeng wasted no time, wielding a waterproof flashlight as he forged ahead, but the more Wu Xie observed, the more he sensed something amiss. The tunnel's form was irregular, with some areas excessively wide while others were unnaturally narrow, and the markings on the walls appeared to be not from a shovel, but rather from some clawed creature. Realizing this, Wu Xie felt a chill run down his spine and promptly swam towards Wu Chun, gesturing towards the tunnel walls. Wu Chun recognized Wu Xie's discovery as significant. This tunnel had indeed been created by Wu Sanqing but had since been discovered and enlarged by sea monkeys, thus becoming a passage for them to access the underwater tomb. Shaking his head, he signaled to Wu Xie that there was no cause for alarm. Observing Wu Qin's reaction, Wu Xie felt reassured. However, in the brief moment afterward, Wang Xiaoping suddenly changed direction. Having swum approximately 20 meters, the light from the entrance had faded away as Wang Xiaoping navigated the theft tunnel. This abrupt turn nearly caused him to jab the wall with his spear gun. Wang Xiaoping quickly gestured for the others to halt, then cautiously maneuvered into the unexpectedly straight downward tunnel, shining his flashlight to signal Zhang to Ozi and Wu Xie to follow. Yet, the descent was excessively deep. Wu Xie felt as though they had been swimming for an eternity, yet the end remained elusive, ignoring the other theft tunnels. This particular downward stretch alone had reached over 10 meters, and Wu Xie felt an increasing sense of pressure. Uncertain how much deeper they needed to descend and whether his body could endure, Wu Qin patted him, transferring a small amount of spiritual energy, just a thread, but enough to alleviate some of Wu Xie's strain, allowing color to return to his face. Looking ahead at Wang Xiaoping, Wu Xie could not help but marvel. Although the man was indeed heavy-set, he proved to be surprisingly agile, his stamina and speed unmatched. As they approached nearly 20 meters, Wu Xie finally glimpsed the ancient tomb's walls, exhaling a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Xiaoping, one hand gripping the spear gun and the other holding the flashlight, examined the shattered tomb wall. Indeed, it was broken. Something had evidently collided with it, creating a large hole, even causing cracks in the tomb bricks. The force behind this incident was clearly substantial. Wang Xiaoping speculated it might have been the sea monkeys encountered earlier. Gesturing towards the hole in the tomb wall and scratching his head, signaling that it was likely the work of those creatures, Wu Qin approached and nodded in acknowledgement, confirming Wang Xiaoping's suspicion. This indicated they might soon encounter the sea monkeys. Gripping the spear gun tighter, Wang Xiaoping felt a surge of confidence. Though he had only one shot, its power was significant. He was certain that no sea monkey could withstand a direct hit. Nevertheless, Wang Xiaoping hesitated to disengage the safety. The weapon was far too powerful, and he feared an accidental discharge. After some contemplation, he refrained from rushing in. Instead, he donned a headlamp, stowing the waterproof flashlight at his waist, freeing up his hands in case of an encounter with the sea monkeys. Once prepared, Wang Xiaoping nodded and gestured for the others to follow as he swam into the tomb passage. Wu Qin, satisfied, smiled. He thought to himself that this hefty individual was finally taking matters seriously. Such caution was befitting of a meticulous treasure hunter. Within the tomb passage, illuminated by the beam of the headlamp, they quickly discovered several human face reliefs. Wu Xie approached to examine them. They were indeed the very reliefs that Wu Sanqing had mentioned. Yet, he could not discern what the hair-like strands of the crevices were, dismissing them as mere seaweed. However, Wu Qin remained vigilant. While Wu Xie failed to recognize the significance of those strands, he did. They were unmistakably the hair of the Forbidden Lady. As Wu Xie continued inspecting the reliefs, the others hesitated to advance. The reliefs appeared peculiar, lacking eyes but adorned with strange animal carvings on their foreheads. These animal carvings were exquisitely detailed, far surpassing the human face reliefs in craftsmanship, thus intensifying their curiosity. Suddenly, Wu Xie spotted a face intricately adorned with a pattern resembling 3 serpentine fish entwined together. He promptly instructed everyone to halt, then leaned against the tomb's wall, diligently examining the relief. Meanwhile, the strands of hair belonging to the vengeful spirit began to extend ominously from the crevices of the wall, threatening to ensnare Wu Xie. Wu Qin, no longer willing to wait, had initially intended to observe the spirit's true form emerge, as the hair alone could not affect it. However, he could not stand idly by while Wu Xie was in peril. Approaching Wu Xie, with radiant Buddhist light emanating from his hands, he seized a strand of hair. Under Wu Qin's formidable strength, a harrowing scream echoed from the tomb's wall, sending chills down Wu Xie's spine. Alas, Wu Qin could only grasp a single strand. The spirit's true form had severed its own connection to escape, relinquishing that strand and retracting the other tendrils. Wu Qin contemplated shattering the tomb's wall to pursue the spirit, but feared the potential consequences of disrupting the sanctity of the chamber. What if such an act allowed water to flood in and displace the air, endangering the others? Chapter 61. My virtue, don't run away. For the time being, I shall spare your virtue. It is destined to be mine sooner or later, so there is no need to rush. Observing the fleeing spirit, I silently reassured myself that there was no need for haste. At worst, after exploring the underwater tomb, I could turn this place upside down. After all, That virtue would surely not escape my grasp. Although Wu Xia was startled, he quickly regained his composure upon witnessing my intervention. Having previously witnessed my prowess within the Qixing Luoyang Palace, he felt no fear with me present. The carefree naive one resumed his study of the reliefs on the wall, but Wang Xiaoping grew anxious. Despite his innocent nature, he was acutely aware that the oxygen tank would not last long and that he needed to conserve some for the return journey. Moreover, the diving suit was quite uncomfortable, prompting him to tug at Wu Xie, signaling him to hurry along. Wu Xie frowned, unable to speak, for otherwise the curious one would surely inquire why he was being pulled. And Ning, understanding Wang Xiaoping's concerns, could not help but shake her head at Wu Xie. The underwater realm was not like the land. While one could leisurely observe in a dry fight, the same could not be said for an underwater skirmish, where time was of the essence. With no other option, Wu Xie, though reluctant, continued onward. However, the curious relief depicting a bronze fish with serpentine eyebrows appeared at regular intervals. At first glance, they seemed identical. Yet, upon closer inspection, a peculiar detail emerged. Unlike the other reliefs, this one possessed eyes, albeit initially closed. As we ventured deeper, the eyes gradually opened wider. Upon counting the fifth relief, its eyes were nearly fully opened. Alarmed, Wu Xia quickly grabbed my arm and produced an underwater notepad to scribble. "Master, this stone sculpture is peculiar. Its eyes are gradually opening." I glanced over, finding nothing amiss, but I did notice another spirit emerging from behind a stone slab that obstructed our path. Shaking my head, Wu Xia expressed his dissatisfaction and continued to write. "Master, my uncle mentioned they stumbled upon a mechanism by chance. Is it possible that this mechanism relates to the reliefs?" Taking the notepad, I replied, "It is possible. There is no path ahead. Everyone, be cautious. There is something behind the wall." After finishing my note, I passed the notepad to Ning for her to glance at before relaying it to Wang Xiaoping. Upon receiving it, Wang Xiaoping swiftly returned. Having just spotted the stone slab with his flashlight, he had intended to investigate further, but my warning startled him into retreat. Even a fool could deduce that whatever lay behind the tomb wall was unlikely to be benign. Gripping his harpoon tightly, he scanned the surroundings with wide eyes. The gravity of my warning weighed upon him. Had it been anyone else, he might have dared to explore, but with my capabilities urging caution, he thought better of it. Bravery could only go so far when one's life was at stake. Unbeknownst to us, the spirit behind the stone slab seemed to sense Wang Xiaoping's retreat. Suddenly, hair erupted from the slab's crevice, swirling like a torrent of ink. Witnessing this, I could not help but chuckle. Having just evaded one spirit, another was now presenting itself. Excellent. Keep it coming. It saves me the trouble of searching. The spirit, oblivious to my prowess, instinctively enveloped me with its hair upon sensing my approach. I grimaced. While the scent of the spirit was enticing, the hair was decidedly repugnant. With a swift motion, my sword materialized in my hand, its form resembling that of a saber, with a dragon's head at the hilt and intricate designs embellishing the blade. As I brandished the sword, crimson light erupted, revealing the blood-red swastika and the dark golden characters of the Buddhist mantra along the blade. With a single swing, I cleaved through the water, severing the spirit's encroaching hair. To my surprise, having possessed the sword for quite some time, I was relieved to find it felt quite natural to wield, much to my delight. Initially, the spirit was taken aback, but as I prepared for another strike, it finally realized its hair had been cut and hastily retracted it. The speed with which it gathered its hair exceeded that with which it had released it. Alarmed, I urged myself not to let this spirit escape. Otherwise, I would have to wait until I could overturn the underwater tomb to apprehend the spirits. In its retreat, the spirit's hair expelled a chaotic assortment of debris, attempting to impede my pursuit. Among the detritus was a corpse clad in a diving suit, its mouth and nose choked with hair, and its eyes obscured, a truly horrifying sight. Clearly, it had been suffocated by the spirit and now floated lifelessly. Frowning, I dispatched the body with a wave of my hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy as I did so. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoping and Wu Xie remained focused, but in a moment of absent-mindedness, Wang Xiaoping inadvertently pressed a section of the tomb wall, triggering a mechanism that pulled them all in, akin to being flushed down a toilet, leaving them disoriented. I noted the location of the recently disturbed brick and chose not to pursue them immediately, knowing that Ning and the others were likely safe within the tomb's confines. My priority was to deal with the spirit. The spirit fled with remarkable speed, but I was swifter still. I shattered the obstructing stone slab with a powerful punch, prompting the spirit to flee even faster upon realizing my ferocity. Beyond the slab, Only water remained, and as I followed the spirit, I emerged into a cavern filled with swaying seaweed. Utilizing my clairvoyance, I discerned several spirits drifting in the currents. My eyes lit up. This was a treasure trove of virtue. In an instant, I accelerated, gripping my sword tightly. As I approached the spirits, I swung my blade, unleashing a flash of dark golden light that expanded to several meters. The colossal blade of light sped forth, and before the spirits could react, they were cleaved in twain. Yet, in the next moment, my expression soured. I had underestimated the sword's might. The blade of light surged forward unimpeded, heading straight for the sunken ship ahead. Not only was I concerned about whether it would strike anyone aboard, but damaging the ship and causing it to leak would be a considerable issue. With my ceremonial robe constricted within the diving suit and my staff too slow, I could only resort to my transformation technique to give chase. Chasing after the very blade I had unleashed felt utterly absurd. Utilizing my transformation, I swiftly caught up to the blade of light, raising my sword to strike it down. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, this delay allowed the spirits to disperse, vanishing into the depths. Their limited awareness prompted them to flee at the first sign of danger, and I could not hope to capture them all in their chaotic retreat. Frustrated, I resigned myself to slaying 2 spirits before retreating back into the tomb. In the original work, these forbidden ladies would flee at the first sign of danger. And that was merely a harpoon. They would even retreat at the sight of flames. However, Wuchen did not anticipate such a hasty retreat. Was it really necessary to run at the slightest hint of trouble? How did Wang Songhai manage to manipulate these forbidden ladies into such a state? Wang Songhai? Is this what people say? Chapter 62, Mechanisms? Great strength brings miracles. The rewards obtained after slaying the forbidden woman were quite decent, serving as a consolation of sorts. A modest amount of merit was granted, but the expansion of the system's space was truly delightful, allowing for the storage of more items. This aspect greatly pleased Wuchen. However, his dissatisfaction stemmed from the swiftness with which these forbidden women fled. Within the tomb passage, Wuchen activated a mechanism, and in the next moment, it felt as though he had plunged into a swirling toilet. At that instant, he was momentarily dazed, while he would not sustain injuries. The disorientation was indeed overwhelming. Before long, he found himself in the tomb chamber, where he leapt from the spring and vigorously shook his head, nearly retching from the experience. Surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, Wuchen was largely unfazed. Aside from his heavenly eye, simply channeling his Buddhist energy into his eyes sufficed. The rectangular tomb chamber, aside from the ceiling adorned with a depiction of 50 stars, was unexpectedly plain and devoid of further embellishments. No other individuals were visible within the chamber, suggesting they had likely departed, for there were no coffins, only a few ceramic vases, which held no intrinsic value apart from the spring that connected to the outside world. Scattered across the ground were diving suits and oxygen tanks, presumably left behind by Aining and her companions. The chamber had but a single exit, and without hesitation, Wuchen removed his diving suit and stowed it in the system's space. He deftly collected the remaining diving suits and oxygen tanks, knowing they would prove useful for their eventual exit. While the suits were of little significance, the oxygen tanks were paramount. He did not overlook the ceramic vases either. For now, the system's space was ample, as thieves do not leave empty-handed. After all, tomb raiders are still thieves. As Wuchen wondered, he resembled a tourist, which was not entirely erroneous, for at present, it felt like a journey for him. The white plaster used on the tomb walls elicited further disdain for Wang Songhai. Such a shoddy material hardly befitted a grand underwater shipwreck tomb. The murals within the tomb passage were now obscured, disappointing Wuchen, though he reasoned it was to be expected given the high humidity of the underwater tomb, which had caused significant deterioration. A variety of footprints scattered across the floor bore witness to recent activity, indicating that Wu Sanqing and Wu Xie had traversed the same path, entering from this very spot. Among the footprints, Wuchen discerned a particularly notable one belonging to the little Zongzi from the original narrative. Curiously, he pondered why Aining had not awaited him. Could it be that the little Zongzi had led them away? It was plausible, especially since Wuchen had not encountered the blue and white cloud dragon porcelain vase or the little Zongzi's presence. Wait, if memory served correctly, that little Zongzi's coffin was of considerable value. After some contemplation, Wuchen decided against returning. He was not in dire need of money at the moment, and he could not predict when the tomb's mechanisms might activate. If he returned only to find the footprints erased, it would be an exercise in futility. Now traversing the passageway, he found himself on the route once taken by the little Zongzi in the original tale, arriving at the Jade Door. The mechanisms along this path had long since been navigated by Wu Xie and the others, and Wu Chen had not triggered any traps. He felt a twinge of regret, wishing to see what the lotus arrowhead looked like. He wondered whether Aining and Wu Xie would still clash, but it seemed unlikely. In the original narrative, Aining had used Wu Xie as a shield, yet with Xiaoba present, and given that Aining was aware of the amicable rapport between Wu Chen and Wu Xie, she likely would not resort to such tactics. It was conceivable that the vase had revealed its true nature. It was possible he never anticipated that Aining had become affiliated with him, eliminating the need for further concealment. Yet, it was also plausible that he and Wu Sanqing had devised a scheme to guard against his people, perhaps even harboring suspicions about him. Wu Chen mused that there was indeed a likelihood, as he had seemingly appeared from thin air, and the cunning Wu Sanqing would undoubtedly have investigated him. However, the findings would likely yield nothing but blank slate. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if he did not arouse suspicion. As he approached the jade door, Wu Chen continued to ponder. The vase must have realized that he had uncovered its identity, especially given the audacious laughter he had displayed at that moment. Intriguingly, just as Wu Chen stepped through, the mechanism activated. He felt a slight tremor and could not help but marvel at Wang Zonghai's ingenuity. Meanwhile, Wu Xie and the others experienced events akin to those in the original tale, though this time, Aining had no intention of eliminating them, nor had she left the group. Upon reaching the golden silk Nanmu coffin, Wang Xiaopeng's nature dictated that he would not be able to resist opening such an exquisite coffin. However, when he and Wu Xie teamed up, it was a recipe for disaster, given Wu Xie's proclivity for causing a corpse to rise upon opening a coffin. Combined with Wang Xiaopeng's own mischievous tendencies, this would surely lead to trouble for the little brother. Upon realizing this was a corpse-rearing coffin, Wen Yuping instinctively sought to open it, while Wang Xiaopeng dashed to the southeast corner to light a candle, only to be startled by the sight of a dead cat, nearly leaping into the air. Even Aining was taken aback. Xiaoba's shrill cries seemed to offer her comfort. However, Wu Xie instinctively moved further away from Aining, only to be startled into sitting on the ground by the sight of the dead cat. On the other side, Wu Chen's ears perked up at the sound of Wang Xiaopeng's startled shout and Xiaoba's shrill cries. Unable to contain himself, he disregarded the mechanisms and directly smashed a fist into the ground. A deafening roar erupted as a massive hole shattered open in the tomb passage, and Wu Chen leapt inside. Throughout his descent, any obstacles were obliterated by his formidable strength, causing the entire sunken ship of the underwater tomb to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. On the opposite side, Zhang Qiling, affected by the tremors and the booming sound, halted his attempts to open the coffin. He withdrew the black gold ancient knife, casting a grave gaze toward the ceiling of the tomb chamber, from whence the noise had originated. Wang Xiaopeng, equally solemn, gripped his harpoon, positioning himself defensively in front of Wu Xie, while Aining pressed against the tomb wall, tightly clutching her diving dagger. Noticing Xiao Ba perched on her shoulder, looking excitedly at the ceiling while emitting shrill cries, Aining seemed to sense an impending revelation. Indeed, the very next moment, the ceiling of the tomb chamber was pried open. Wu Chen sensed Xiao Ba was just below. Fearing that the collapsing bricks might harm someone, he deftly used the broken to carve a trapezoidal opening, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. This unique shape would prevent the fallen bricks from tumbling down, allowing him to easily extract them. Wu Chen leaped down, encountering the stoic Wen Yuping and his black gold ancient knife. He even stepped on the ancient knife as he soared toward Aining. "Calm down, I'm Wu Chen." Wen Yuping's gaze was sharp, yet not as keen as He Xiezi. He lacked the ability to see in the dark as if it were daylight. Coupled with Wu Chen's swift movements, he could barely discern what was descending. All he saw was something falling and instinctively struck first. Upon hearing Wu Chen's voice, Zhang Qiling decisively sheathed his black gold ancient knife. Setting aside the question of whether Wu Chen was an ally, the primary concern was that he could not defeat him. He skillfully caught the leaping Xiao Ba, and Wu Chen, with a beaming smile, scrutinized Aining from head to toe. Upon confirming that she bore no injuries, he finally released her, who was blushing profusely. Only then did Wu Chen turn to Wu Xie and Wang Xiaopeng, waving his hand with a casual greeting. "Hello, long time no see." "Wu Xie, is half an hour really what you call a long time?" Wang Xiaopeng, grinning, replied, "That was impressive, Buddha. When will you teach me that trick?" "You have no idea. We were nearly scared to death by those damn mechanisms just now." Chapter 63, The 12-Handed Corpse. Wu Chen remained silent, merely listening with a smile as Wang Xiaopeng vented his grievances. Secretly, he grasped Ning's small hand and gently kneaded it. feeling a pang of sympathy for the calluses left by years of wielding weapons and practicing martial arts. As his Buddhist energy quietly circulated, the calluses on Ning's hand vanished, transforming it into a delicate, jade-like softness. Ning, blushing slightly, did not refute him but smiled brightly in response. Examining her now transformed right hand, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this still her hand? Shortly thereafter, her left hand was restored as well. Wuchen held both her hands, inspecting them with satisfaction. Meanwhile, even Zhang Qiling, the usually taciturn figure, seemed unable to contain himself. Wang Xiaoping and Wu Xie exchanged peculiar glances, feeling that Wu Chen had lured them into a trap. Buddha, enough already. We are still in the tomb. Can you be a bit more restrained? Wang Xiaoping's comical expression elicited laughter from both Wu Chen and Ning, who recognized his antics. Wu Chen raised an eyebrow and planted a kiss on Ning's hand. After receiving a disapproving glance from her, he chuckled at Wang Xiaoping, who promptly turned away in annoyance. After instructing Xiaoba to protect Ning closely, Wu Chen continued to hold her hand without letting go. What is the situation with this coffin? Zhang Qiling inquired, though he felt reluctant to voice his discontent at the odd nickname. It's a corpse-rearing coffin, containing malevolent entities that must be eliminated. Though Wu Chen was unaware of Zhang Qiling's reasons for exterminating these persistent evil beings, he did not refuse the opportunity to vanquish malevolence, for who could resist the allure of merit? Why not open the coffin? Wu Xie queried. Wasn't it your loud entrance that caused all this commotion? He shot a resentful glance at Wu Chen, whose expression amused him once more. Buddha, you smashed right through the tomb path, completely disregarding the traps? At that moment, Wang Xiaoping realized the absurdity of their situation. His expression a mix of shock and existential contemplation. As a treasure hunter, he had never encountered such a brutal method of bypassing traps. Wu Chen nodded, explaining that he chose a direct path, as the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed by their incredulous stares, releasing Ning's hand and allowing Xiaoba to guide her backward. There are traps, Zhang Qiling began, but recalling Wu Chen's earlier entrance, he fell silent. Oh, another exquisite coffin made of golden silk nanmu, even more valuable than the one in the Ru Palace. After surveying the massive coffin, Wu Chen decided against using force to open it, knowing that a complete set was worth far more than a damaged one. Zhang, you should take this one, he suggested. Zhang Qiling accepted without objection, retrieving 2 small hooks from his bag to begin his work. Before Wu Chen descended, he had inspected the area and discovered the concealed 8 treasures lock, which he now deftly unlocked in under 2 minutes with a satisfying click. Excellent craftsmanship, Zhang. Step back. Without hesitation, Zhang Qiling leaped back, and in the next instant, the coffin lid sprang open, releasing a torrent of black water. Wu Chen remained unperturbed, aware of what lay within, waiting for the black water to settle, as he found the corpse-rearing water quite distasteful. After a while, when the black water ceased to flow, Wu Chen approached, with Zhang Qiling holding the black gold ancient blade at his side, ever vigilant. Wu Chen gestured for him to remain calm. I'll handle this. Be careful not to let it escape. Buddha, is there a living corpse inside? Wang Xiaoping clung to Wu Xie, even taking refuge beside Ning, embodying a spirit of self-preservation. Not just that, Wu Chen replied while effortlessly lifting the coffin lid with one hand and setting it aside gently, reiterating that wholeness equated to value. After all, one needed to support a wife, and wastefulness was unacceptable. As anticipated, within the black water of the coffin, indistinct forms of limbs were visible, all waxy and grotesquely fused together. The trio, seeing no movement after a long moment, could not resist edging closer. They restrained the curious Ning, but the equally inquisitive Xiao Tianjin was not held back. Ning, being the designated wife, was not to be treated like Xiao Tianjin. Knowing the sight would be repulsive, allowing her to look would surely result in retribution. Zhang Qiling's expression softened involuntarily as he observed the limbs, glancing at Wu Chen, who shook his head, prompting Zhang to tighten his grip on the ancient blade. Be cautious. There may be something lurking within. Wu Chen had not forgotten the venomous little corpse he had encountered before. While it posed little direct threat, its deadly toxins were quite troublesome. Wang Xiaoping's keen eyes caught sight of the dark golden round nails evenly distributed around the coffin and a stone slab engraved with inscriptions. However, what truly tempted him were the funerary objects adorning the corpses. Buddha, think of a way. Those adornments are made of jade and ivory, worth a fortune, and easy to collect. We can't let them go to waste. Wang Xiaoping's eyes sparkled with greed, but the repulsiveness of the corpses held him back. Wu Chen felt somewhat exasperated. He had already hinted twice, yet this gluttonous fool only focused on the treasures, completely ignoring his warnings. Buddha. Can a joint burial coffin really raise the dead? The Navi Xiaotianjin interjected. Navi indeed. Who has ever heard of a joint burial resulting in such a manner? This is known as a corpse-rearing burial, a stack of living corpses intertwined. Wang Xiaopeng patted Wu Xie's shoulder, grinning. Who told you this is a joint burial coffin? And who informed you this is a corpse-rearing burial? Wang Xiaopeng. This revelation left not only Wu Xie in disbelief, but even Wang Xiaopeng himself, while only Zhang Qiling, who had been fixated on the corpses, nodded in understanding. And Ning, puzzled, could not help but pry Wu Qin's hand away from her eyes, peering in. Upon seeing the sight, her complexion turned green. However, true to her character, she merely grimaced without retching. Hey, stubborn girl, if I say not to look, you mustn't. One remark provoked her to retaliate. And had it not been for Wu Qin's superior physique, a blow from her could have brought anyone else down. Wu Qin refrained from further teasing and Ning, turning to address the others. Inside lies a deformity. I cannot ascertain whether it is congenital or a result of the tomb owner's modifications. Observe closely. Those are not 6 heads. Only the topmost one possesses features. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaopeng began to pay closer attention, soon realizing that among the 6 apparent heads, only one was genuine, while the rest were merely fleshy growths devoid of bone. Moreover, the 12 hands and feet were all connected to a single torso. Good heavens! Buddha! It moved. Chapter 64. The mother and child ghost deities. Reassured by Wu Qin's words, everyone felt a sense of calm. Yet his next statement nearly caused Wang Xiaopeng to leap up in alarm. However, it must be removed. Keeping it here is a disaster waiting to happen. Oh, my Buddha! We all know there's a living being inside. Can't we just leave it be? You said it when tea come out. Why provoke this trouble? Wang Xiaopeng exclaimed. His face flushed with anxiety. If it were anyone else making such a claim, he would surely have dared to confront them. After all, in his view, if it was content to stay inside, why disturb it? The very thought of handling such a grotesque treasure made him feel ill. From Wu Qin's perspective, however, the situation was quite different. The 12-armed female corpse was of little concern, but the small, white-haired drought demon cultivated by Wang Songhai from this deformed body posed a significant threat. Lethally toxic, it was manageable while contained, but what if it escaped? Having encountered it, Wu Qin felt a moral obligation to ensure it did not get away. The banished spirit was already a problem. He could not allow this small drought demon to follow suit. Moreover, Wu Qin was genuinely intrigued by the coffin itself. It was of considerable value. The one from Qixing Lu Wang Palace was neither as grand nor as substantial as this one. If sold, it could fetch at least double the price of the previous one. Yet, he pondered, while others excavated to sell funerary items. How had he ended up in a situation where he would sell a coffin? Was that not absurd? Wang Xiaopeng, what are you afraid of? Am I going to let a Zongzi eat you? With a distressed expression, Wang Xiaopeng shot Wu Qin a glance, squatting aside, gripping his harpoon cannon, and appearing comically irate, which amused Wu Qin further. Bottle, think of a way to release this black water, Zhang Qiling remarked. You call me Bottle and use me as such? You're something else. He was irritated and did not wish to engage further, pointing impatiently at the ear chamber. Wu Xie clarified. What my brother means is that there's a jar in the ear chamber. We can use it to scoop out the black water. Oh, I see. A built-in translator. I suppose? Wu Qin realized that Bottle was deliberately ignoring him, unable to outright refuse. Wu Qin contemplated the slow method of using a jar, which would also risk getting covered in the disgusting black water. After pausing, he retrieved a flexible hose from his backpack. Wait, Buddha. Why not just use your own method instead of putting me to work? Wang Xiaopeng protested, one end of the hose already submerged in the black water. Turning pale as he gazed at the waxy substance, nearly retching, Wu Qin shrugged, while a Ning beside him wore a disdainful expression, as if to say she would not assist if he dared to dive in himself. Wang Xiaopeng's complexion darkened further, and he instinctively gagged, spitting saliva into the coffin. At that moment, a violent commotion erupted from within the coffin. Wu Qin's pupils constricted as he grasped Wang Xiaopeng and pulled in Ning, turning to flee. The black water had yet to be cleared. If a corpse were to rise, it would be an absolute nightmare. Wu Xie blinked innocently, gazing in confusion at the sealed bottle, who sighed softly and followed Wu Qin out. They hid in a corner, and with a swift motion, Wu Qin activated his colorful cassock, enveloping them in a protective barrier. Hey, fatty, you want to have to do the wrapping now. I initially thought to utilize the siphoning effect to drain the black water, but your spittle has awakened whatever was inside. Wu Qin teased, casting a glance at Wang Xiaopeng, whose expression soured even more. recalling how close he had come to. Wang Xiaopeng dared not voice his grievances, fearing retaliation. If he could overpower Wu Chun, he would have already struck him multiple times that day. Alas, he could only grumble inwardly. If he spoke his thoughts aloud, Wu Chun would surely make him suffer for it. But wait, how could such a small creature create such a ruckus? Observing the black water surging from the coffin, Wu Chun felt perplexed. What, Buddha? You consider that deformity a small creature? Wang Xiaoping questioned, bewildered. Wu Chun ignored his inquiry, unaware that the 12-armed female corpse had not risen, rather. It was the small drought demon within her that had emerged. But how could such a diminutive drought demon, resembling an infant, create such a disturbance? In the next moment, Wu Chun realized the truth. The 12-armed female corpse had indeed stood up. Now fully upright, the corpse towered over 2 meters. Possessing 2 normal arms in front and 10 additional arms protruding from her back, with 5 massive, head-sized lumps on her shoulders. This creature, why did it resemble a manifestation of the mother and child ghost deities? Wang Songhai could not possibly be attempting to recreate this deformity based on legend, could he? What did you say, Buddha? Nothing important. Wu Chun muttered, his voice too low for Wang Xiaopeng to catch, but Ning heard it. Nevertheless, Wu Chun had no intention of alarming them, as awareness often breeds fear. With a swift motion, the sealed bottle withdrew his black gold ancient knife and charged forward. Silent as a shadow, Wu Chun felt a pang as he witnessed the potential loss of his own merits. He could not allow the bottle to seize the glory. He had no doubt about the bottle's combat prowess. With the blood of a Qilin coursing through him, dispatching this creature would be a simple task. In the original narrative, the bottle refrained from killing the small drought demon not due to inability, but because it was a necessity. Slaying it would release toxic gas, rendering the tomb uninhabitable. Do not doubt the bottle's intent. He had harbored murderous thoughts upon seeing the coffin, but after the corpse remained motionless, he had chosen to spare it. Now, it dared to rise again, leaving the colorful cassock to protect Ning, Wu Xia, and Wang Xiaopeng. Wu Chun brandished his broken and charged in. Arriving first, Wu Chun's speed surpassed that of the bottle, and with a ruthless strike, he severed the head of the deformed corpse, leaving the bottle momentarily stunned. Why does he always steal my kills? Yet in the next heartbeat, not only was the bottle taken aback, but so was Wu Chun. His strike not only decapitated the deformed corpse, but also cleaved off 3 of the grotesque lumps. Suddenly, the remaining 2 lumps opened eyes. One lump, with a singular eye, fixed its gaze on Wu Chun, while the 12 arms began to thrash wildly, the terrifying force accompanied by a whistling wind. The bottle, snapping back to reality, rushed forward without hesitation, delivering a blow with his black gold ancient knife. Zhang Qiling grimaced. The slippery, sticky substance thwarted his strike, leaving him unable to sever even one arm. The true threat lay within the belly. Chapter 65. Did I make you giggle? Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Qiling's gaze descended, and the undulating abdomen of the grotesque female corpse caused his pupils to constrict. In an instant, he pivoted the blade and struck downwards. At this moment, he was oblivious to what lay within that belly, but it was evident that it did not bode well. The knife successfully cleaved through the abdomen of the unresponsive corpse. And in the next moment, a pair of crimson eyes ignited within the flesh, followed by an eerie, chilling laughter that sent shivers down one's spine. Hee. In a moment, you shall cease to giggle. Wu Chun, wielding the broken precept blade, cast forth the 9-looped scepter, enveloped in the radiance of the great sun. The scepter hovered in midair, serving to prevent the little white-haired drought demon from fleeing and to purify the toxins. Indeed, it was a purification of toxins. The power previously deemed worthless by Wu Chun was unexpectedly useful at this juncture. With a flash of red light upon the broken precept blade, he delivered a horizontal slash, reopening the wound Zhang Qiling had inflicted. The enormous cross-shaped gash revealed the true form of the little white-haired drought demon within the corpse's belly. Upon recognizing this ghastly creature, Zhang Qiling instinctively halted Wu Chun. Wait, do not kill it. Wait for what? What cannot be killed? This is a drought demon, replete with toxins. If it dies, the poison will spread. Wu Chun shook his head, watching the little white-haired drought demon struggle to emerge from the corpse. A sardonic smile crept across his face. Fear not, for I possess my own methods. Once the little drought demon crawled out, the 12-armed grotesque female corpse collapsed with a thud. The little demon bared its teeth at Wu Chun, exuding a murderous intent and resentment that soared to the heavens. How dare you expose your murderous intent towards me? Today, you reveal your intent, and tomorrow, you shall indiscriminately slay the innocent. I shall not allow you to live. Perish. The white-haired little drought demon, though not large, standing slightly taller than an adult man's calf, leapt with astonishing agility and speed. In the blink of an eye, it lunged with bared teeth towards Wuchen's neck. Instinctively, Wuchen held his breath. He had no desire to be overwhelmed by the foul odor. While he was unperturbed by the stench of corpses, this particular scent was nauseating. With the broken precept blade, he sliced through the demon as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. The little drought demon was cleaved in two and fell to the ground without him even perceiving the impact. Zhang Qiling instinctively covered his mouth and nose. But upon witnessing Wuchen's nonchalance, he furrowed his brow slightly. Above, the great sun's shadow radiated blinding light, and from the severed body of the white-haired drought demon, wisps of white smoke began to rise. The purifying power was taking effect, cleansing it of its corpse toxins. All is well now. When the white smoke ceased to rise, Wuchen stowed away the 9-loop scepter and the ornate robe, turning to call out. Whether it was due to the influence of the great sun's shadow or not, the dismembered remains of the 12-armed female corpse rapidly desiccated, transforming into a charred skeleton, with many adornments falling away. Oh dear Buddha, you lot, take care. You've shattered so many of these jade pendants. What a pity. Wang Xiaopeng rushed forward at once, gazing mournfully at the fragments on the ground. To him, they represented wealth. The silent oil bottle paid him no mind, merely taking out a cloth to wipe the black gold ancient blade. After sheathing the blade, he turned his attention to the coffin's stone lid, having noted it earlier when the corpse obstructed his view. Now he could inspect it closely, though the residual black water posed a nuisance that still needed addressing. Nonetheless, it was not a significant problem. Hey, this bottle. He turned to Wuchen. Buddha. But upon turning, he found Wuchen had long since moved to chat with Ning. Frustrated, Wang Xiaopeng slapped his forehead and rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, Wuxia followed the silent oil bottle in clearing the black water from within the coffin. Wang Xiaopeng took a breath, donned gloves, and began to pry the adornments from the female corpse, muttering incessantly, one by one, "You all do not regard money as money, do you? Once we exit, I'll ensure you receive your share. All of you are wealthy, while I, fatty, am poor." Damn. This fat man's grievances amused Wuchen, though he said nothing. He had no interest in the trifles. The enormous golden-threaded Nama coffin was to his liking, although a large hole marred its base and would diminish its value somewhat. It was still golden-threaded Nanmu and would not come cheap. Zhang Qiling worked swiftly, cleaning up the area in no time. At that moment, the group, aided by flashlights, examined the inscriptions upon the stone lid of the coffin. Unfortunately, Wuxia was unable to decipher them. However, he did discover that beneath the stone slab was hollow, without requiring Wuchen's guidance. Brother, fatty, Buddha, it's empty underneath. The stone slab seems to be glued down by something. It cannot be lifted. It's rosin. We need fire. The bottle, though not verbose, was more knowledgeable than Wuxia, immediately recognizing the rosin adhering to the edges of the stone lid. Furthermore, in ancient times, suitable adhesives were scarce, and natural resin was the finest and most readily available option. As he spoke, Zhang Qiling prepared to use his clothing as kindling. But Wuchen stopped him. Wait, I have torches. Saying this, Wuchen tossed out 2 pre-made torches, which were even vacuum-sealed, equipped with rudimentary ignition devices. Not only was Wuxia taken aback, but even Zhang Qiling was astonished. Who brings such outdoor adventure torches into a tomb? Not only would they not fit in a backpack, but they were also cumbersome. Generally, when they required torches, a few branches would suffice. However, why not utilize the convenient option at hand? They did not inquire how Wuchen had managed to bring them in, considering he had previously extracted a coffin as large as the King of Lues. What were 2 torches in comparison? After igniting the torches, the rosin melted within minutes. The process became much simpler as they melted away all the rosin sealing the edges. When they pried up the stone slab, a hole approximately 1 meter in diameter appeared before them. Well then, Buddha, shall we descend? Upon hearing Wang Xiaopeng's inquiry, Wuchen fell silent, contemplating the matter. Exiting through this route was indeed a fine option, but it would lead directly into the water pool. Who could ascertain the cleanliness of the water within this tomb? With this thought, Wuchen nodded and produced the diving suit and oxygen tank he had stored earlier. Wow, Buddha, you truly are prepared. This is a pleasure compared to descending into a tomb with you. Did you bring all this along? However, it's of no use here. It would only hinder our movements. You could choose not to wear it and hold your breath as you exit. Wuchen offered no further explanation, waving his hand to envelop himself and Ning in the ornate robe, forming a sealed space. Change clothes, as we shall need to swim shortly. Changing clothes was not an issue, but why were his eyes fixed on her so? Her cheeks flushed, and Ning shot him a glare. Get out. Chapter 66. The secret beneath the pool. Do you not believe me? Wu Chen said, rubbing his nose with a look of grievance as he stepped out of the area enveloped by the resplendent robe. What did I tell you? The Buddha will be chased out in less than 3 minutes, right? Haraha. Fatty, are you tired of living? Buddha, I was wrong. Please don't slap me. Ning, her cheeks flushed, chuckled softly upon hearing the commotion outside, murmuring, I trusted you too much, believing you to be a lecher. Which is why I let you go. Humph. In truth, standard diving suits require one to remove their clothing, typically only leaving on undergarments, which are often ill-fitting due to the suit's tight and thick design necessary for warmth and waterproofing. However, Ning had ordered suits that were intentionally spacious, as they had no plans for deep diving. Thus, she didn't need to change out of her clothes. After all, what would she wear upon entering if she had removed her diving suit? Before long, Ning emerged donned in her diving suit. Wu Chun retracted the resplendent robe, his gaze fixed on Ning, whose figure was perfectly accentuated by the suit. She eventually could not bear the scrutiny and waved her hand to swat him, prompting a chuckle from him as he relented. Ning understood his prowess. Her attempts to strike him were genuine, and he showed no mercy when retaliating. Once Wu Chen had stowed away the robe, he swiftly donned his diving suit and turned to assist Wang Xiaoping, who was stuck and struggling. Even with the help of Wuxia, Wang Xiaoping, if you don't lose weight after this trip, I shall personally train you. Seeing Wang Xiaoping, who had been wrestling for a long time with his belly still protruding, Wu Chun gritted his teeth in frustration. These two Wang fat boys are the same. Who in their right mind would let a good person descend into a tomb while being so overweight? Let alone the fact that Wang Xiaoping's tunnel was far larger than others. Wang Duebai, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright. There was no need to try. If Wu Chen were to help him train, it would hardly end well. Taking a deep breath, he sucked in his belly with great effort, finally managing to fit into the diving suit. One must admit, Ning's diving suit was of exceptional quality. Even after all the strain, it held up magnificently. Observing the already suited Wu Shui and the dumbfounded Wang Xiaoping, Wu Chen nodded. Bottled, you go first. Descend without fear, I will follow. Bottled nodded in silence, glanced at Wu Xie, then turned and leaped into the coffin. Although Wu Xie was not yet the evil emperor of later days, he was still agile enough. Wang Xiaoping posed a greater concern. Wu Chen feared he might get stuck in that passage, but fortunately it was relatively spacious. After Wu Xie and Wang Xiaoping jumped in, Wu Chun directed the small Ba to descend first to wait for Ning. Ning hesitated not a moment, leaping in without a word, nearly casting a glance at Wu Chen. Throwing up his hands, Wu Chen feigned innocence as he placed his hand on the coffin lid, secured it, and then stowed away the golden Nanmo coffin before jumping down himself. All those precious jade ornaments were safely tucked away in the greedy Wang Xiaoping's backpack. Rest assured, the avaricious fatty would undoubtedly safeguard those valuable treasures. In truth, Wu Chen had no desire to traverse the underwater realm, who knew how clean the water was. Yet, he had forgotten the route Wu Xie had taken when he got lost, and the violent dismantling along the way raised concerns about whether the mechanisms would still function properly. Meanwhile, the swift Bottled had already emerged from the pool, even pulling Wu Xie back with him. By the time Wang Xiaoping surfaced, Bottled had already shed his diving suit. Soon, all of them had emerged, climbing the stone steps to remove their diving suits. After Wu Chen stowed away the diving gear and oxygen tanks, he noticed Wang Xiaoping staring blankly at the pool. What are you looking at, fatty? Buddha, do you know what that hole was just now? Wu Chen shook his head. He had genuinely forgotten the context of that hole, as no one had paid attention to such a detail while observing the original storyline. That was a thief's tunnel. The craftsmanship of the one who dug it is extraordinary. Every brick was only half chiseled. Although this method is laborious and time-consuming, it allows the structural integrity of the tomb bricks to remain intact, preventing collapse. More impressively, the tunnel was directly beneath the coffin. Had it not been for the fact that this underwater tomb contained a coffin designed for preserving qi and housing corpses, they would have inadvertently excavated the tomb owner's coffin. Wang Xiaoping exclaimed with shock. And Buddha, you must understand, this is the seabed. How on earth was this tunnel created? Wu Chun was equally bewildered. He could not recall any mention of this in the original tale. After all, the tomb had only seen Wu Sanqing's team enter once years ago, followed by another visit led by Wu Sanqing just days prior. Was it possible that others had come? If it was indeed Wu Sanqing, why did he not disturb the coffin upon entering? Did he sense something amiss and relocate? But this thief's tunnel. Wait. If Wang Xiaoping's assertion held true, it was plausible that this tunnel connected to the outside world. Could it be that Wu Sanqing had dug the tunnel and struck the coffin stone, only to realize the error and redirected his efforts toward this pool? It certainly was not without possibility. But then again, if this tunnel did indeed connect to the outside, how was the airtight structure maintained? Did they block the path behind them as they excavated? While that was a possibility, it seemed exceedingly laborious to accomplish such a feat underwater. Shaking his head, Wu Qin resolved to set aside such convoluted thoughts. Overthinking could lead to a shorter lifespan. For now, he would find Wu Sanqing to seek clarity instead of tormenting himself. Buddha, what are you pondering? It's nothing. We shall uncover the answers once we locate Wu Sanqing. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoping nodded. Indeed. That old fox knew far too much. Buddha, brother, why is the water starting to bubble? Wu She's voice shifted everyone's attention. The small ba at Ning's waist emitted a hissing sound, and Wu Qin, attuned to its instincts, immediately understood. It sensed impending danger. The only peril that could emerge from the pool would be the sea monkey. Had the vengeful spirit been present, it would have surfaced while they were diving. Step back. Do not approach the pool. Bottled unsheathed his black gold ancient blade, positioning himself protectively behind Wu Xie as they retreated slowly. Meanwhile, the small ba had landed, tilting its head and preparing for an attack. Small ba, return. It's all right. The small ba complied, trusting Wu Qin's assurance, and turned a nuzzle against Ning's legs. Habitually, she reached down to pick up the increasingly heavy small ba. However, the current weight of the small ba was not substantial. Its 2-meter-long body weighed under 40 pounds, likely due to an ongoing fasting state, resulting in a slow growth rate. Yet, an unexpected event occurred. Whether it was Wu Xie or Wang Xiaoping, a crack resonated from their direction, followed by a startling scene. The pool appeared to operate like a dozen colossal flushing toilets, with massive whirlpools forming to voraciously siphon water, causing the water level to plummet in an instant. Wu Qin surmised that the sea monkey had vanished completely. With a focused thought, Wu Qin summoned a fist-sized sun-like illusion that ascended rapidly, radiating light and illuminating the area under his control. What was once a vast pool has now transformed into a bowl-shaped chasm, wide at the top and narrowing below. Surrounding the bottom of this pit stand 4 menacing stone monkeys, guardians of the sea. At the base lies a circular platform, approximately 10 meters in diameter. Although traces of carvings are visible upon its surface, prolonged submersion in water, coupled with the natural erosion from the regular functioning of mechanisms, has rendered them indistinct. The platform is punctuated by numerous large holes, which were evidently responsible for draining the water. In the very center of the platform rises an imposing stone stele. Buddha, do you not perceive that these stone monkeys bear a striking resemblance to the sea monkeys? Chapter 67. I remember now. Not merely resembling, but an exact likeness. As the individual closest to the sea monkey at that time, Wu Qin observed with utmost clarity. And thus he recognized that these 4 colossal sea monkey statues were indeed the embodiment of the sea monkeys. Upon hearing Wu Qin's response, Wu Xie swallowed hard, beginning to feel a twinge of panic. After all, who would employ such a nefarious beast as a guardian of their tomb? At that moment, the atmosphere below had settled. Wu Qin turned his gaze towards the spot where the mechanism had been triggered, but both Wang Xiaoping and Wu Xie insisted they had not touched anything. Could it be that the mechanism lay beneath their feet or concealed within the walls? After some contemplation, he decided against further meddling. A misstep could jeopardize the airtight structure. And this place appeared to connect to the outside world. How else could the water have accumulated? Moreover, how did the sea monkeys enter and exit? As Wu Qin prepared to beckon his companions to descend, he noticed that the enigmatic dumb oil bottle was intently fixated on a particular spot, lost in thought. With a slight furrow in his brow, his expression tinged with distress. It seemed the brilliance of the surroundings had overwhelmed him. His keen eyes had caught the marks he had left behind, triggering fragments of memory. Sure enough, after a brief moment, the dumb oil bottle gradually regained his composure and murmured, I believe I have been here before. There are my marks. Following the direction of his finger, the curious duo, Wu Xie and Wang Xiaoping, leaned in to investigate, adjusting their glasses as they peered closely. They indeed spotted an inscription in a foreign script. My goodness, did the young man truly come here? What does that inscription mean? How would I know? You should inquire with him. Those are his markings. Wu Xie, exasperated, thought to himself that this portly fellow was being rather difficult. Having already rendered himself inconspicuous, why draw attention to himself? The dumb oil bottle had also heard Wang Xiaoping's remarks, but merely shook his head, unable to recall whether it signified danger or something else entirely. Let us descend and discover the truth, Wu Qin declared, and with that, he leapt down. The others, seeing this, followed suit but cautiously made their way down in a more measured manner. As they descended, they indeed came across the markings left by the dumb oil bottle, though their meanings remained a mystery, even to him. Once they reached the bottom, they found Wu Chun gazing at the remaining water near the stone tablet. "What have you discovered?" Wu Chun shook his head. Although he could decipher the inscription, it bore no significance. It spoke of fate and fortune, as if he were in a Buddhist temple where such concepts were revered. "If you do not allow me entry, I swear I shall shatter your wretched mechanism." Wang Zonghai had not anticipated the arrival of such a rogue monk. The mechanism had been functioning perfectly until now. Who could have foreseen that this monk would disregard reason? When one spoke of mechanisms, he countered with brute force. When one attempted to engage him in discourse regarding the guardian beast, he would speak of swordsmanship. "Hey, translate this for me," Wang Xiaoping urged. Wu Xie remained unfazed, pointing at the stone tablet. It is inscribed in small script, stating that the tomb's master constructed a celestial palace, and the gateway to this palace lies within the stone tablet. For those fortunate enough, the door shall open, granting passage to the heavens. After hearing this, Wang Xiaoping circled the tablet, muttering, "What nonsense! This is solid. Where's the door? What on earth?" As he walked in circles, Wang Xiaoping suddenly stumbled over something, nearly losing his balance. Boldly, he reached down, believing it to be a ghostly artifact, and soon unearthed a deflated oxygen tank, crumpled as if it had been crushed by some unseen force. "A considerable number of people have passed through here, it seems. Perhaps it belonged to my third uncle. Alas, this is all that remains. Otherwise, nothing could withstand such a torrent of water. We should hasten our ascent, lest the waters rise and ensnare us. Right, esteemed monk?" Regrettably, no one responded to him. Wu Chun was preoccupied, scrutinizing the smooth surface of the stone tablet, while Ning and the dumb oil bottle were lost in their own contemplations. The latter, in particular, appeared unwell, his complexion pale, fixated on the stone tablet as if searching for something. Wu Chun was aware of how to solve this mechanism, yet the very thought of it made him uneasy. So he chose to wait, anticipating that the dumb oil bottle would remember. Once he recalled the events from 20 years prior, he would naturally endeavor to unravel the mechanism. As anticipated, it was not long before the dumb oil bottle suddenly rushed to a corner, subsequently sitting there in a daze, his back turned to the others, motionless. Ning was startled by his abrupt action. "Do not panic. Let us investigate," Wu Chun reassured her, beckoning to the still musing Wu Xie and Wang Xiaoping. "Bottle, have you remembered?" Gazing into the dumb oil bottle's eyes, which reflected a despair akin to ashes, Wu Chun felt a pang of sorrow. The calm and composure once characteristic of him had vanished. The bottle now exuded an aura of profound desolation. Unable to resist, Wu Chun sent forth a ray of Buddhist light, gently soothing the dumb oil bottle with his spiritual energy. I recall now. The events of 20 years ago. The Shisha archaeological team. Wu Chun was already aware of the story, but hearing Zhang Qiling recount it with a voice steeped in despair only deepened his discomfort. However, he refrained from interrupting. Perhaps voicing these memories would bring some solace, and Wu Xian needed to comprehend these matters as well. Zhang Qiling spoke of the formation of the Shisha archaeological team, their descent into the underwater tomb, the ensuing disputes among the team members that drew the attention of Hualing, and his discovery of the fabled celestial palace constructed by the Ming dynasty's master craftsman. Wang Zonghai, his voice, devoid of emotion, narrated the tale as if it were a still pond. The experiences prior were largely akin to their own, with the distinction that this time Wu Chun was present, guiding them through the challenges. Yet the most peculiar aspect was the pool's bottom. According to Zhang Qiling's account, they lacked Wu Chun's ability to summon light from thin air, relying solely on flashlights, which were far dimmer than their modern counterparts. When they reached the pool's bottom, they were enveloped in an eerie fog that morphed into various human faces under the beam of their flashlights, creating a truly terrifying scene. Despite Zhang Qiling's calm narration, Wu Xie could not help but shudder, instinctively glancing around, only to find that under Wu Chen's radiant light, not even a trace of ghostly visages or fog appeared. In his retelling, the members of the archaeological team had perceived the sea monkey statues as monstrous entities, taken aback by their presence. In his recounting, the inscription Wu Xie had just translated morphed into something else entirely. The engraved ancient text now read, "To the fortunate, this tablet reveals the gateway to the celestial palace. Enter, and one may attain paradise." What a profound revelation that must have been. Upon awakening from his astonishment, Zhang Qiling pondered what these words might signify or what mechanisms they might indicate, and thus began his search. However, it was then that Wu Sanxing made an unexpected appearance. He crouched before the stone tablet, behaving as if possessed, mimicking a woman admiring herself in a mirror. Chapter 68. Memories of the Young Master. The narrative of Zhang Qiling sent shivers down the spines of Wu Xie and Wang Xiaopeng. Soon after, Wu Xie's expression shifted dramatically. How could his third uncle behave in such a manner? Could he truly be possessed? Yet, something felt amiss. If he were indeed possessed, why did he appear so normal now? Questions swirled in Wu Xie's mind, feeling as though his brain might overheat, yet this turmoil prevented him from interrupting Zhang Qiling's account. According to Zhang Qiling, Wu Sanqing had been adopting the demeanor of an unwed maiden, seemingly treating the stone tablet as a mirror, preening and admiring himself, even turning his face this way and that. The reflection in the stone tablet revealed Wu Sanqing's eerie visage, a smile that was more sinister than benign, looking ghastly and spectre-like, causing Chen Wenjin, who had approached Zhang Qiling, to freeze in fear. At that moment, not only Chen Wenjin but even Zhang Qiling dared not move. Onlookers saw him, and Chen Wenjin crouched atop the stone monkey, seemingly embracing, and Huoling instinctively thought that it was Wu Sanqing, who had awakened and was deliberately scaring them. Suddenly, someone tapped my shoulder, sending a chill down my spine, as if icy fingers had reached from my soles to my crown. Turning around, I found it was Huoling, who inquired why I seemed so dazed. This, however, stirred a great deal of trouble. In the previously tranquil atmosphere, the possessed Wu Sanqing had been lost in his own admiration, yet Huoling's voice seemed to startle him. Wu Sanqing abruptly stood, not as a normal person would, but rather as though he were possessed by a spirit, staring blankly ahead. Despite Huoling calling to him, he remained unresponsive. Even her angered approach yielded no effect. Yet, when Huoling rushed forward, the possessed Wu Sanqing let out a ghastly cry, covering his face with one hand while forcefully shoving Huoling, causing her to stumble and fall. He then turned and fled. I wanted to pursue him, but was worried for Huoling, instinctively pausing to check on her. This brief moment led to a misunderstanding. She thought I was trying to protect her. In mere seconds, Wu Sanqing had vanished into the thick fog, his shadow seemingly retreating towards the pool's edge. As Zhang Qiling spoke, he slowly raised his hand, pointing to a spot he had previously marked. The others turned instinctively to look, yet there was nothing there. Under the glaring sun, it appeared no different from any other location. In that moment, despair clouded Zhang Qiling's eyes, his voice resonating with a chilling stillness that rendered Wu Xie speechless, filled with an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Wu Sanqing seemed capable of passing through walls, twisting his body and slipping into the stone barrier. Can my third uncle truly pass through walls? Wu Xie thought, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Under the influence of the ancient mechanisms, the stone wall was in a state of continuous, slow rotation. The pool itself was a colossal contraption. A resounding boom echoed in the minds of Wu Xie, Wang Xiaopeng, and even Anning, akin to the sound of thunder. Goodness! Is what the young master said truly accurate? Wang Xiaopeng's visage darkened. He had come to trust Zhang Qiling's words, aware that he was not one to speak lightly. Yet the question escaped his lips. Wu Chen nodded, his face displaying a nonchalant demeanor that eased Wang Xiaopeng's tension. Wu Chen understood the intricacies of the mechanism crafted through the principles of Qimeng Duanjia, and he felt unconcerned. Should he desire, he could effortlessly shatter it, disregarding any dead ends or pathways, as they were all the same to him. As I explored along the stone wall, I stumbled upon 8 hidden doors. Hesitant to venture forth, I recognized that although this was indeed Qimeng Duanjia, the paths were indistinct, and the entrance to life was elusive. Zhang Qiling remained undeterred by Wang Xiaopeng's reaction, continuing his reminiscence. Discussing Qimeng Duanjia, Wu Xie revealed some knowledge. As his second uncle possessed a collection of 42 formations unearthed from an ancient tomb, far surpassing the commonly known 18. Qimeng Duanjia, also known as the 8 Gates of Qimeng, consists of 8 doors: open, rest, life, death, alarm, injury, penetration, and scene. The life door signifies life, while the death door signifies death. Entering any other door reveals yet another 8, creating a cyclical pattern. The most renowned formations of the 3 kingdoms, such as Zhuge Liang's stone array and Qiao Ren's 8 Gates golden lock formation, were derived from Qimeng Duanjia. Upon hearing Wu Xie's elaboration, Wang Xiaopeng, who had appeared perplexed, suddenly grasped the concept. While he might not be familiar with other aspects, he had certainly heard of Zhuge Liang's stone formation. The 8 hidden doors were not large enough for a person to pass through except sideways, shrouded behind a rotating stone door that rendered them invisible from the outside. One could only discover them by pushing them open. Zhang Qiling continued, expressing that he could not locate the life door, and thus dared not enter the formation recklessly, opting instead to return to the stone tablet to confer with the others. Yet, After that tumultuous event, they were utterly ignorant of Qimin Duanjia's complexities. Ultimately, it was Qin Wenjin who recalled Wu Sanqing's peculiar actions and speculated whether the spirit possessing him was that of the tomb's owner, suggesting that the door he had just entered might be the life door. Zhang Qiling observed as Qin Wenjin imitated Wu Sanqing's movements, slowly replicating them before the stone tablet. The men nearby were left entranced, but Zhang Qiling seemed to discern something. As Qin Wenjin reached the final step and turned her head, she suddenly shrieked in surprise, her body trembling as she exclaimed that she had found it. At this juncture, Zhang Qiling's previously deadpan voice quivered with agitation, unable to suppress his frustration. The mechanism, it seemed, only revealed a mark, a vague symbol of 3 interconnected fish, when one knelt and sat before the stone tablet, meticulously arranging their hair. The most infuriating aspect was that the individual had to be of just the right height. Too tall or too short would not suffice. In that moment, Wu Xie, Wang Xiaoping, and even An Ning were rendered speechless. They had never encountered such a deceptive mechanism before, let alone heard of it. What did you see upon entering the life door? I saw the Celestial Palace. What? The revelation was staggering. It was an immense square chamber, imbued with an awe-inspiring grandeur that compelled one to bow in reverence. In that instant, not only Wu Xie but even Wu Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to witness the overwhelming spectacle that the legendary Celestial Palace was said to embody. Vessel, what happened next? I don't know. We were exploring that room. Ultimately, we were rendered unconscious. When I woke, I found myself alone on a hospital bed, with no recollection of what transpired. It was only months later that fragments of memory began to resurface, and years after that, I realized I was experiencing some peculiar issues with my body. Then, just 3 months ago, I encountered your third uncle again. In my quest to recover my lost memories, I accompanied you to the Lu Wang Palace, where I discovered that your third uncle might indeed be in trouble. At this point, Zhang Qiling turned to fixate on Wu Xie, who wore a bewildered expression. Chapter 69. I have 2 third uncles? What issues could my third uncle possibly have? Isn't everything perfectly normal? Zhang Qiling, with an expressionless visage, slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you truly certain that your current third uncle is Wu Sanqing? With a sudden jolt, Wu Xie felt as though his mind was about to explode. What do you mean by are you sure your third uncle is Wu Sanqing? Please elucidate your words. Zhang Qiling merely shook his head, remaining uncommunicative, which prompted Wu Xie to nearly leap forward in frustration. Wu Chen, standing nearby, appeared contemplative. He had sensed something amiss since their departure from the Lu Wang Palace. The Wu Sanqing there bore a striking resemblance to the one who later assisted him in selling the jade bed, yet subtle differences existed, not to mention their physical states. In this world, no 2 individuals are entirely identical. Even twins possess minute distinctions. Thus, the Wu Sanqing disguised by GXEN ultimately differed from the real Wu Sanqing, albeit imperceptibly. Yet, while Wu Xie's mortal eyes might be deceived, Wu Chen's enlightened gaze could not be fooled. Wu Xie, you have 2 third uncles. Wu Chen's playful remark was utterly infuriating. His expression of delight was so pronounced that even An Ning could not help but roll her eyes. Wu Xie's cognitive faculties were in disarray, his face a portrait of despair. What in the world was happening? First, there was the cryptic warning from Xiaogu about his third uncle's peculiarities, and now Wu Chen's revelation of 2 third uncles. The most exasperating part was that both of these rascals spoke in half-truths, providing no explanations whatsoever. As Wu Xie attempted to regain his composure and seek further clarification, he found that no one was paying him any mind. Instead, Wu Chen beckoned him to descend. At this moment, Wang Xiaoping had already knelt before the stele, beginning his mimicry. If only Wu Sanqing were present, he would surely be driven mad. After all, he had painstakingly set up the situation, even going so far as to feign death, only for these 2 to nearly overturn his carefully laid plans. Were they even human? Wu Chen's thoughts were straightforward. He was merely an entertainer, curious about how Wu Sanqing would react when pressed by Wu Xie's inquiries. The hidden Wang family behind all this mattered little. Let them reveal themselves if they dared. Wang Xiaoping soon located the mark, as Zhang Qiling had already spoon-fed him information. If he failed to pursue it now, he would truly be deemed useless. Are we following the Buddha? Wu Chen nodded, casually pulling Wu Xie, who was still in a daze, into the secret passageway. Within lay not only a model of Yunding Tiangong, but also captivating bronze bells and massive corals, all of which piqued Wu Chen's interest. As for the notion that he could not move the coral, nonsense. He was a practitioner of Buddhism. If a mere bronze bell could ensnare his mind, he might as well end his life. Leading the way was Wang Xiaoping, followed closely by Zhang Qiling and Wu Xie, with Wu Chen and An Ning trailing behind. The passage's length remained uncertain, but thankfully, there were searchlights, Otherwise, Wuxia felt he might lose his sanity. Were it not for the knowledge that Zhang Qiling and Wu Chen were behind him, his thoughts would have spiraled into chaos. In such an environment, it was easy to imagine that something was lurking in the shadows. Wu Chen, bringing up the rear, was ahead of Ning, who secretly lamented the absence of the sea monkey. Perhaps he would return to seek it after ensuring everyone else was safe, not to mention. Those forbidden spirits were worth more than mere merit, each more substantial than the last. As they progressed, Wang Xiaopeng's muttered curses echoed through the narrow passage, muffled yet palpable. Is this cursed stone path discriminatory against the plump? How could this pathway to the heavenly gate be so shabby? Fatty, if you don't lose weight soon, you'll end up stuck. Buddha, I'm telling you, once we get out, I'll shed some pounds. Just don't nag me about it, all right? Wu Chen chuckled. He knew that Wang Xiaopeng's size wasn't the issue. The stone path was merely a masterwork of intricate mechanisms. However, he was unperturbed. Had it not been for the fear of disturbing the tomb's balance, he would have shattered every stone in his path. But considering the weighty stone walls, any damage would undoubtedly disrupt the overall equilibrium, particularly affecting the model of the heavenly palace. So, Wu Chen chose to bear with Wang Xiaopeng for the moment. Climb upward. This is a mechanism, not your weight. Without hesitation, Wu Chen wrapped one arm around Ning's slender waist, and while she looked on in bewilderment, he hoisted her onto his shoulder, floating gracefully upward. Below, Wang Xiaopeng and Wu Xie stood in stunned silence, marveling at the monk's unusual ability. Wang Xiaopeng sensed something was amiss but could not pinpoint it as clearly as Wu Chen. He simply felt the passage narrowing further, without giving it much thought. Behind them, the quick-witted Menyubing had already begun to climb. Upon seeing Zhang Qiling's movements, Wu Xie understood. With both the Buddha and Xiaogu ascending, something was surely awry. Adopting Zhang Qiling's method, he positioned his left hand and foot against the left wall, and his right hand and foot against the right, moving upward like a colossal crab. Wang Xiaopeng was even more agile than Wu Xie, owing to his superior physical condition. Fortunately, the stone path had narrowed. Otherwise, Wu Xie's slight frame would have struggled to ascend. Now, they climbed as if strolling, covering over 10 meters in mere minutes. Wu Chen moved swiftly, as he was flying. Even while carrying Ning, he outpaced them significantly. He soon reached the summit, scanning for the notorious hole from the original story and quickly locating it, casting a beam of Buddha light to illuminate the spot. He directed the others below. Head this way, there's a hidden entrance. By the time they reached the top, Wu Xie was nearing his limit. Yet upon glimpsing the distant beam of light, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Wang Xiaopeng, on the other hand, was feeling extremely uncomfortable due to the constricted stone walls, carefully maneuvering his way up. As for the blood characters left on the blue bricks in the original tale, Wu Chen had long since erased them. That nonsense was merely a trap laid by those two cunning foxes. Since he had chosen to be the entertainer, there was no way he would allow Wu Xie to witness it. Soon, they entered the hidden passage, and Wu Chen's presence spared Wang Xiaopeng considerable hardship. In the original story, he had nearly scraped off a layer of skin here. The hidden passage ascended vertically for approximately 2 meters before changing direction. As the group reached the slope turn, they leaned against the tunnel wall, exhaling in relief. I swear I'll lose a few pounds when I return, otherwise. If you dare to say that backwards, Wang, I'll kick you. Wu Chen's expression darkened. This gluttonous fool swearing on such trivial matters. Who was he trying to fool? The backward spelling of Wang was still Wang, was it not? Wang Xiaopeng chuckled sheepishly, about to respond, when a deafening rumble echoed from below, the sound of stone walls closing, sending a shiver down his spine. He couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened had he been trapped in the previous dark passage. Chapter 70, A Narrow Escape Master. What on earth is happening? Did this rotund fellow take a wrong turn, leading us through the wrong door? Hey, you naive one, how could I possibly make a mistake? I followed the instructions precisely as given by our esteemed brother, without a hint of deviation. Upon hearing Wu Xie's words, Wang Xiaopeng's temper flared. Indeed, he had identified the entrance, but let us not forget that he bore the brunt of the consequences within this trap. Menyubing, pondering the matter, recalled his memories and concluded that Wang Xiaopeng had not erred. No, the portly one found the entrance indicated by the markings. It's highly probable that the signs were tampered with, shifting from the entrance to a dead end. Hence, we must be ensconced within a perilous situation, otherwise. How could we have encountered such danger moments ago? By the heavens, if I find out who altered the markings, I shall ensure their demise. Wang Xiaopeng fumed, recalling how close he had come to being crushed against the stone wall, reduced to a mere paste. Who wouldn't he be incensed in his position? Wu Chen's expression turned peculiar. The markings seemed reminiscent of Wu Sanqing's convoluted designs. He wondered if he had remembered incorrectly, but if he hadn't, it would indeed be intriguing. If Wuching's memory served him right, those two cunning foxes aimed for Wuxie to observe the blood inscriptions. Yet now that the inscriptions had been erased by himself, Wuxie had seen nothing, rendering their efforts futile. If they were to discover this, it would surely infuriate them. As the group exhaled in relief, they glanced up to find Wuching indulging in a meal, notably Black Bear's stir-fried rice with green peppers. They were momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Aining was savoring a roasted duck, while Xiaoba's belly appeared notably round, indicating he had also just eaten. Master, is this really appropriate? What? Do you wish to partake as well? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoping's expression shifted dramatically as he eagerly nodded, a sheepish grin plastered across his face, prompting Wuxie to give him a light smack on the back. Forget the stir-fried rice. The Black Bear charges exorbitantly for it, though it is indeed worth it. You all should consume something else. As he spoke, Wuching tossed out a backpack filled with an assortment of instant foods and water, even including a portable alcohol stove and basin. Wang Xiaoping's eyes sparkled with delight, and without a second thought regarding their current location, he squatted down to set up the stove, preparing to cook instant noodles. Jie Lianhuan and Wu Sanqing exchanged exasperated glances. Could you not show some respect for the tunnel we painstakingly excavated? Was it not arduous enough for us? In truth, it was just Wang Xiaoping. Even Zhang Qiling's eyes lit up at the sight of the provisions, while Wu Xiaogo was practically bouncing with joy. During their time in the tomb, they had been subsisting solely on compressed biscuits and water. Now, the prospect of instant noodles made him want to snatch them and devour them raw. With 2 alcohol stoves ignited, the trio prepared 9 packets of instant noodles, finishing every drop of broth. Wuxie, having consumed the least, nearly had 2 packets. But if it weren't for the fact that Wuching had finished and was waiting for them, Wang Xiaoping and Zhang Qiling could have easily devoured another 2 pots. Though the conditions were far from comfortable, they relished their meal, resting for 5 minutes before continuing onward. Fortunately, Jie Lianhuan and Wu Sanqing had honed their tunneling skills well. The area where they emerged from the stone path had a height of about 2 meters, or else they would have truly struggled. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the tunnel. Indeed, a bifurcation had appeared. The left passage was blocked by grave bricks. This was undoubtedly the path they had just traversed, from the coffin of that deformed female corpse to the pool they had encountered. The right passage, therefore, must lead to the route taken by whoever escaped the tunnel earlier. Both Wuxie and Minyuping concurred, and without dissent, Wuching led the way forward. Wuxie winced as he crawled through. The tunnel was littered with grave bricks and debris, making it challenging for his delicate frame to endure. However, Wuching paid no heed to his discomfort. Wuxie had to endure these trials. Or how else could he evolve into the evil emperor? Aining, on the other hand, was spared this ordeal, her colorful robe shielding her from the harshness. Had the tunnel not been so narrow, Wuching would have already swept Aining up and carried her past. Must I suffer while you indulge? Where's the justice in this? Wait, there's a sound above. Wuching turned, signaling for silence with a gesture before beckoning the group to remain still, quietly advising while retracting the projection of the sun. Is my son Buddha scripture merely for illumination? Once silence enveloped them, the group indeed discerned footsteps echoing from above. Soft yet discernible, suggesting someone was moving about. Wuxie felt a stirring within. Could this be his third uncle? Just as he was about to speak, he recalled Wuching's earlier caution and swallowed his words. You dare approach me? Sunfire burn. With a thunderous shout, Wuching's voice reverberated like thunder in their ears. Only Aining, shielded by her robe, remained unfazed. The others, including Minyuping and even Xiaoba, felt their heads spin from the sheer force of the sound. What had provoked Wuching's sudden wrath? The very hair of that vengeful spirit was nearly in his mouth. Could he not be enraged? Why did you leave only to return? Are you provoking me? Do you think I cannot maneuver in this tunnel? Wuching's palm thrust out, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Though he could not yet summon the true sunfire, even a fraction of its might was more than sufficient to vanquish the vengeful spirit. In that moment, even the grave bricks began to melt. Had Wuching not reacted swiftly, the tunnel would have been engulfed in flames. The vengeful spirit stood resolute, facing the onslaught of the sunfire, without uttering a sound. Come, come. If the sunfire scorches your face, let me hear you scream. Aining, a touch anxious, patted Wuching's leg. She was positioned behind him, with Xiaoba, the now plump serpent, behind her, leaving her only able to reach his calf. It's merely a vengeful spirit. Wuching refrained from revealing that he had been nearly overwhelmed by the spirit's presence, an experience he wished to keep to himself. A moment of carelessness had nearly led to disaster. had it not been for the footsteps above diverting Wu Qing's attention and prompting him to retract the sun projection. The spirit would never have come so close. Yet, this delay meant the figure that had moved above them had vanished. It remained uncertain who it was and whether they had heard their voices. Zhang Qiling appeared bewildered. What do you mean, merely a vengeful spirit? When did they become so insignificant? In truth, Wu Qing had contemplated simply dismantling the grave bricks above them to break through, sparing them the trouble. However, Zhang Qiling opposed this vehemently, insisting on preventing him. Given their current situation, no one knew what lay above. If Wu Qing acted too forcefully, it could lead to complications. Let us not forget that this was a sunken ship tomb, not a dry tomb. Should they breach the vessel, the entire tomb would be rendered useless. Although Wu Qing was present and they would not perish, the secrets within the tomb would remain forever elusive. After some contemplation, Wu Qing conceded. Zhang Qiling's concerns were indeed valid. Yet, observing the despair and silence concealed within Zhang Qiling's eyes stirred something within Wu Qing, evoking both sympathy and a sense of unease. He knew he could not act recklessly, for disrupting the narrative could obliterate any chance Zhang Qiling had of retrieving his memories. Chapter 71. The room housing the Heavenly Palace model. Shaking his head, Wu Qing momentarily set aside his thoughts, reminding himself that now that he had arrived, if anyone dared to plot against his little brother, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. After crawling forward for a while, the direction of the tunnel shifted, ascending in a zigzag pattern. According to Wu Qing's senses, just a bit further lay the outermost part of the ship's hull. Once breached, the seawater would surge in without restraint. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He had narrowly avoided burning through the structure with the solar fire. It seemed that the tunnel diggers shared the same idea as Wu Xie, planning to escape from the uppermost level of the tomb when the tide receded. Wu Qing, however, remained skeptical, convinced that this tunnel was a deliberate trap left by Wu Sanxing, designed for Wu Xie to discover the blood inscription in the Heavenly Palace model, ultimately leading to the destruction of the site through Wu Xie's actions. After all, Wu Sanxing had entered and exited the tomb twice unscathed, leaving no trace of damage. While Wu Xie's escape in the original narrative involved breaking through the tomb ceiling and swimming out amidst the rising water, which would subsequently flood the tomb. Though Wu Qing was present this time, eliminating the need to follow that treacherous path, he did not interfere when Wu Xie and Wang Xiaopeng were deliberating. He let them explore, knowing he would return to overturn everything and eradicate the cursed spirits. Thus, the tomb would eventually fill with water. The only difference lay in whether they would complete their examination of the critical Heavenly Palace model before that happened. Had it not been for the model, Wu Qing would have already unleashed his full power. Recently, he had come to realize that often it was sufficient to exert great strength and leave the rest to fate, sparing himself the burden of overthinking. Soon, half an hour passed, and Wu Qing discovered that the path ahead was blocked by several slabs of green oak stone. Raising his hand, he prepared to strike. Despite the uncomfortable flying posture hindering his strength, moving the slabs aside would pose no challenge. After a moment's consideration, he gestured to his companions, signaling them to wait while he cleared the way. Wu Qing then glanced at his hand and the large stone slabs, decisively retrieving his 9-ringed iron staff. While striking with his fist would suffice, it seemed foolish to forego a weapon in favor of bare hands. Wu Xie and the others were puzzled about Wu Qing's method of clearing the obstruction. Would he truly dig through the tunnel? Yet, the green oak stone slabs were impervious to such an approach. In the next moment, understanding dawned upon them. With a resounding crash, Wu Qing wielded the 9-ringed iron staff against the stone slabs, the sound of shattering stone mingling with startled cries. Following the collapse, Wu Qing was propelled forward, catching sight of the recently dislodged sea monkey, which had just collided with a nearby pillar, appearing utterly bewildered. Amused, Wu Qing tossed the iron staff into the air and drew his broken, realizing that for the art of killing, this blade proved far more effective than the iron staff. Behind him, Aining and the others emerged, witnessing Chong Wei confronting the sea monkey while Wu Qing relentlessly dispatched it. They exchanged glances but chose to ignore the spectacle, instead exploring their surroundings, with Wang Xiaopeng brazenly calling out for brighter lighting. After severing the sea monkey's head, Wu Qing noticed the system's reward. Cultivation progress too. But he paid it little heed, adjusting the brightness of the sunlight bulb to illuminate the room without being harsh on the eyes. This was precisely where Zhang Qiling had indicated the Heavenly Palace model resided, yet it appeared considerably smaller than he remembered and lacked the awe he had anticipated. The only genuine marvel was the massive golden silk Nama pillar, which was indeed authentic. Perhaps due to his recently regained memories, some discrepancies in details were understandable. And Wu Xie remained unfazed. Wu Chen scanned the area and soon discovered a passage concealed behind a large mirror. If he was correct, this would lead to the Bronze Bell Formation, the same location where Aining had fainted in the original tale. As for the cursed spirits pursuing them in the narrative, did they dare to emerge? Not with Wu Chen, the fierce monk, in the vicinity. Even the lingering aura of the solar fire he had wielded was enough to keep such malevolent entities at bay. After all, their power disparity was vast. She was but a pitiful and helpless little cursed spirit, and to confront solar fire would be akin to bullying the innocent. No. To bully the innocent cursed spirit. A half-height hole was carved into the wall, leading into a dark and profound abyss, while Zhang Qiling had no recollection of it. His memory of the room ended abruptly, lacking any subsequent impressions. Thanks to the illumination of the sun, the luminescent pearls embedded in the dome were rendered inconspicuous. Not nearly as bright as the small sun. Under the glow of the small sun, the room was as bright as day. Yet Wu Chen was more intrigued by the bronze bell hidden within the passage than by the heavenly palace model or the mummified corpse sewn with the 8 treasures reversal. After all, the real heavenly palace existed, and who would be interested in a decaying corpse with self-detonation capabilities? Moreover, the presence of the small sun obscured the 4 shadowy paintings, and upon noticing this, Wu Chen shrugged and ventured into the passage. What are you doing? Aining, without a second thought, followed him but was promptly pushed back by Wu Chen. There's danger inside. Do not follow me. With that, Wu Chen used the colorful robe draped over Aining to block her from entering the passage. How absurd. You suffered before I arrived in this world, which I could not prevent. Now that I am here, you still wish to venture into such perilous territory? As Wu Chen proceeded, the small sun extinguished, and at last, under the specific illumination of the luminescent pearls in the dome, the 4 shadowy paintings emerged. These paintings seemed to depict the true cloud-top heavenly palace. The imagery appeared to narrate a story. In the opening scene, a figure traversed a vast snow-covered mountain, observing the distinctive peaks that likely belonged to the Chabai Mountains. The second painting revealed a funeral procession, with all participants clad in Yuan dynasty attire, and remarkably, the entire procession consisted solely of women. Such a solely female funeral entourage was undoubtedly suspicious. No culture, past or present, had ever exhibited such a phenomenon. Seeing Wu Chen enter the passage, the mummified oil bottle could no longer contain himself. I must return once more.